Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Deku Became a Villain? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi, as usual, felt invisible. At 4 years old, he struggled to understand why his parents overlooked him, why his sister and old friends tormented him, and why he seemed less than human in the eyes of everyone else. He simply didn't understand. Waiting at the quirk doctor's office was a trying experience. Anxious and excited children filled the waiting room, accompanied by nervous parents. When children were late in developing their quirks, they were taken to the quirk doctor. No parent wanted to feel the anxiety of their child being born less fortunate than others, and no parent wanted to feel the anxiety of their child having fewer opportunities. When the quirk doctor finally came out, Inko felt her concerns building inside her mind. He asked if she wanted the good news or the bad news first. Inko's nerves heightened at the thought that something might be wrong with one of her beloved children, so she chose the bad news first. The doctor explained that Izuku wouldn't be developing a quirk. He continued with details about the research conducted since quirks began appearing, but Izuku couldn't focus on the words. He felt crushed. Then the doctor abruptly shifted his attention to Izumi. He explained that she had a power-type quirk. After reviewing the family's quirk file, he noted that Inko had a telekinesis quirk, while her husband was quirkless. Inko eagerly awaited more information about her daughter's quirk. The doctor revealed that Izumi's quirk was a mutation, a strong telekinesis quirk combined with a strength quirk. He expressed confidence that she would grow to be one of the best heroes of their time, and Inko felt excitement and happiness for her daughter. As she lifted Izumi into the air and praised her, Izuku sat off to the side on a stool, feeling in denial. While his sister and mother celebrated, he felt devastated. When they returned home, Inko raved about Izumi's quirk to her husband, Toshinori, who was thrilled that the family legacy would carry on through her. They celebrated by watching a movie on the couch while enjoying ice cream together. It was almost perfect. Almost. Izuku felt forgotten. No one spared him a second thought. He didn't understand. He wondered if he could still be a hero, despite being quirkless. Being quirkless didn't change the fact that he had a good, pure heart, did it? He believed he would still help people, right? As he sat alone in his room, listening to the laughter of his family from downstairs, he cried silently. He had finally accepted that he was different. He lacked the one thing he most desired, a quirk, but that didn't change his dream of becoming the world's greatest hero. The next day at school, the teacher informed Izuku's classmates that he was quirkless and urged them to be kind to him because he was still upset. She knew full well that kindness was unlikely. When children see something different, they often call it weird. They ostracize those who stand out until their differences are hidden from view. Unfortunately, that never helps. The quirkless were seen as burdens, good-for-nothings who leech off those with worth. All the children stared and laughed at Izuku, thinking the same hurtful thoughts. Kids were often the first to ostracize their peers for having different lifestyles or appearances. They had no filter. Throughout the years, Izuku learned this the hard way. He adopted a mindset of always accepting and protecting others, helping without expecting anything in return. He embodied the spirit of a true hero. Yet, those who aspired to be heroes and had the means to achieve their dreams often thought the opposite. It was ironic. Those who wanted to be heroes, who aimed to protect and serve their world, had hurt and abused Izuku solely for being weaker than they were. Society cared about quirks, and Izuku didn't understand. All his friends turned on him. His two best friends, Katsuki Bakugu and Shoto Todoroki, along with his sister, Izumi, and even his parents, Inko and Toshinori, paid him no mind. He had been neglected and mistreated his whole life. Yet through all the torment, his smile remained unwavering. If it weren't for his idol All Might and his fearless smile, he might have given up long ago. According to All Might, anyone could become a hero. That was all Izuku had ever needed to hear. However, deep down, he knew All Might hadn't been talking to the 20% of people without quirks, the 20% who were different, like him. Though he often bore bruises and scrapes, no one ever asked if he was okay. No one cared to help. No one cared because he was different. No one cared because he was quirkless. Izuku didn't understand. As Izuku made his way to school, he was lost in thought about a hero fight he had witnessed recently. He loved watching heroes in action, their fights, interviews, and patrols. The way they risked their lives to help others made his heart flutter. He wanted nothing more than to help others, and therefore he wanted nothing more than to become a hero. So lost in thought, he didn't hear his sister, Izumi, taunting him. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his back as he was knocked into a nearby locker. Looking up, he saw his twin sister, Izumi, and his former friend, Todoroki, standing above him. As Todoroki's right hand made contact with my skin, I felt an intense sensation. His ice was so cold that it felt like it was burning. I whimpered as Izumi began lecturing me about the consequences of ignoring her, but her voice faded into the background, overshadowed by the pain in my arm. When the bell rang, they walked away, leaving me sitting on the floor, biting the inside of my cheek to suppress my soft sobs. On days like these, I couldn't care less about classes, much to my permanent record's dismay, so I rushed to the bathroom. Once I was sure no one was around, I let the tears flow. I lost track of time as I cried, clutching my injured wrist. I felt sad that this was my life, sad that I was always subjected to this treatment, and sad that there was nothing I could do about it. When I felt a little better, I stood up, ran my wrist under hot water, wrapped it in spare gauze I found in the emergency first aid kit on the wall, and then headed to my second PRD class. Arriving late, I took my seat. It was unusual for me to walk into class as late as I did, so I received many stares from my peers, especially from Izumi. I felt my vision swirling and my throat tightening under the weight of judgmental, mocking eyes fixed on me as I made my way to my desk. I tried to focus on my teacher's words, but this feeling was all too familiar. It felt as if my head were underwater, yet I could still breathe. It felt as if I were being choked, but there were no hands around my neck, nor was there any tight cloth restricting my breathing. It felt as if I were dying, but I never had the satisfaction of a silent and painless eternity. As we discussed our futures and what we wanted to make of our lives, my difficulty in seeing and breathing intensified. Those feelings worsened when an explosion hit my desk, sending my body crashing backward. My back collided with the wall, right where a past encounter with a locker had left its mark. I looked up to see Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and my sister, Izumi, looming over me, looking as menacing as ever. I sat helplessly against the wall, waiting and praying that someone, anyone, would step in to help me, but no one did. No one ever did anything to help me. All anyone ever did was laugh at me, which would be ironically funny if it weren't so disappointing. Why was it always me? Eventually, the teacher intervened and stopped the harassment from my peers, continuing the lesson while I sat on the floor, too exhausted to move. Too tired to bounce back up and smile as if nothing were wrong. Too tired to pick myself up and dust myself off with words of self-encouragement like, "It's okay," or "You'll be okay." Why couldn't I just be okay? Shoto Todoroki's perspective shifted as he noticed Izuku's absence. After he had frozen Izuku's arm, it was unusual for him to be late, let alone skip class. Over the years, Shoto had grown numb to the pain in his heart when he saw the fear in Izuku's eyes, the look of defeat he often wore as he navigated the halls, the sadness that flickered in his gaze as he watched the people he once considered friends hurt him. It used to mortify Shoto, but somewhere along the way he became desensitized to it. He was shocked that Izumi had allowed things to escalate so much. It had never been as bad as it was recently. Shoto suspected it had something to do with the UA entrance exams approaching. They were starting their final year of junior high, and in just 10 months, they would be taking the UA entrance exam. The goal had always been to divert Izuku's focus away from UA, or heroics in general, but to their knowledge, nothing had changed. Izuku seemed more determined than ever to become a hero, and Shoto doubted that anything anyone did would change that, but they still wanted to try. Many people at their school found their treatment of Izuku disgusting, though they would never stand up to Shoto or for Izuku. They didn't understand that what they did was not nearly as bad as what would happen to him if he faced a villain whose power he couldn't withstand. Izuku had a good heart and would sacrifice himself in an instant, but in the real world, that wouldn't be enough. People would still get hurt or die, even if he gave his life, because unlike bullies at school, villains were far more heartless and remorseful. They wouldn't stop after one person was dead, or 10, or 20, or 100. They were monsters. Izuku didn't understand that being good inside just wasn't sufficient out there. Shoto knew it wasn't right, but talking to Izuku, explaining it over and over again, kindly and not sokenly, never worked. All he wanted was for Izuku to understand that if he couldn't stand up to one kid using their quirk at the lowest possible percentage, he wouldn't stand a chance against an actual villain. Self-sacrifice was a noble quality in a hero, but it wasn't always helpful. Around 10 minutes into their second PRD, Izuku slowly walked into class. They were discussing their futures. Of course, Shoto and his friends had all applied to UA High School, the most prestigious school in Japan. Bakugo went on one of his rants about how they were the only 3 students good enough to become heroes until the teacher mentioned Izuku applying as well. Izumi's face drained of color, as did Shoto's. All the effort they had put into making Izuku give up on his dangerous dream felt wasted. Deep down, Shoto always knew Izuku would never step down, but he had hoped that maybe, for once, Izuku would gain some perspective and think beyond what he felt was right to what was more efficient and practical. Because what was noble wasn't always what was useful. After the last bell rang, Izuku felt himself release a breath he hadn't even known he'd been holding. Finally, I could return home and hide out in my room until tomorrow. Alone. I was packing my notebook in my bag when I felt it being torn away from my light grip. It was Bakugo. Looking up, I had just enough time to watch him destroy it. He was rambling about how I was too much of a weakling to be a hero, and that I shouldn't apply to you. The worst part of all of it was that I took it. I took their sharp words. I took their harsh scoffs. I took their scowls, their mocking. I took everything. And I hated it. Bakugo was leaving with Todoroki and Izumi when, out of nowhere, he began to speak again. You want to be a hero so bad? I've got a time-saving idea for you. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. My brain went numb, my vision swirled, and my throat felt like it was collapsing as his words registered. I felt as if I were being overwhelmed, forced to give up my dreams or be drowned. I was being drowned. As Bakugo, Shoto, and my sister walked out, I felt a ringing in my ears. A constant ringing that I couldn't stop, no matter how hard I pounded my ears. I couldn't hear them laughing. I couldn't hear myself crying a river of tears. I couldn't hear my world caving in on itself, but I could see it. I felt like I was underwater. Suffocating. I didn't even realize I had left the school until I reached a tunnel. I felt so hurt. His words cut through my soul. I watched my dreams crumble under the weight of all the torment, neglect, and abuse. I felt hurt and alone. Lost in thought, I was brought back to reality by a feeling of suffocation. This time, it felt more real. I then heard the low voice of a villain. I clawed for freedom, for air, for help, but nothing I did worked, and no matter how much time went by, no one was around. I continued scratching away at the goo until I gave up. Toshinori Yagi had been chasing a villain they had dubbed the sludge villain throughout the city for the past hour. The villain had crawled into a sewer not too long ago, and Toshinori had been trying to locate him ever since. He was about to make his entrance when he heard the noises of someone in need. Shooting up to the surface, he clocked the villain in the face, calling out the name of his signature move in the process, but not without noticing a figure lodged inside the sludge. Quickly, he bottled up the villain inside some litter he found in the tunnel, scoffing inwardly at the blatant disregard people seemed to have for the environment in this neighborhood, and then ran towards the figure. Finally having a minute to breathe, now that the villain had been captured, he turned his attention back to the figure and instantly recognized them as his son. Although he knew it was him due to his hair and eye color, inherited from his mother, and his ruffled hair that he fell heir to, he looked so awful that Toshinori felt taken aback by his appearance. His face was bruised and cut, and his uniform was dirted and somewhat stained. Not only that, but his form looked sunken, and even his naturally full face seemed more defined than what was healthy for a 14-year-old boy. Making a mental note to discuss these observations later that evening, he lightly tapped his son's face. As Izuku woke up and noticed who he was, he began to panic. Of course, he would. His room was practically a shrine of Toshinori's merchandise. Izuku stood up and asked him to sign his notebook, acting more like a stuttering mess than Toshinori had ever seen. He was caught off guard, to say the least. Had Izuku always been this way? He didn't recall ever seeing him like this. Toshinori was brought out of his thoughts by a particular question, one that caught him off guard more than Izuku's odd behavior. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to become someone like you? With those words, Toshinori was frozen. He was about to change back, so he didn't have much time to answer. As a hero, he should always inspire his fans. However, as a parent, he certainly wouldn't want his quirkless, defenseless son to be put in any direct danger. He had heard the argument that quirks don't make a hero. Having been in that same position in the past, he somewhat agreed, and he had heard the comparison between heroes with erasure quirks and the quirkless, but honestly, it wasn't that simple. The difference between someone with an erasure quirk and a quirkless person was that people with erasure quirks still had quirks. They just weren't as flashy as others, but they were still useful. With an erasure quirk, heroes could remove a villain's quirk for a short amount of time and level the playing field. A fight between a hero and a villain would then become a fight completely dependent on hand-to-hand combat or quirkless weapons, which weren't typically carried by cocky villains with strong quirks. However, a quirkless hero wouldn't have the luxury of a somewhat fair fight. They couldn't remove a villain's quirk and level out the battle. All they could do was fight as well as they could with what they had, and when they were up against villains with strong quirks, no mercy and no remorse, that just wasn't good enough. As a parent, Toshinori couldn't let his son get hurt, or worse, killed. So, after thinking it through a little, he answered, "I'm sorry, but without a quirk. No, I honestly don't think you could become a hero." Izuku looked shocked at first, but quickly his smile reappeared. Toshinori was appalled at how well he was taking this. In an accepting environment and loving household such as theirs, Izuku surely felt like he had more than enough support, especially with a sister and friends like his. He truly was lucky. When Toshinori was quirkless, it was much more taboo than it was today. Peers snubbed and sneered at him. Some wouldn't even touch him or look at him, for fear of becoming infected with his ailment. But worse than that was how his family reacted. After the way I was treated by my family, I knew I had to be different with Izuku than my family was with me, and I was glad to know it at least paid off to keep him from feeling absolutely devastated by my words. "I see. Well, thank you for saving me, All Might," he said through his smile. With that last sentence, he left. After making a quick stop at the police station to drop off my new sludge wife friend, I began flying home and saw my precious daughter, Izumi, walking home. She seemed nervous. I flew down and thought this was as good a time as any to tell her my secret. Landing, I spoke my catchphrase before bursting into a puff of smoke. There, in the midst of all the commotion, I stood in front of her in my skeleton form. She jumped and took a moment to process everything. Then I told her the truth about my quirk. As I was walking home, crying, I was trying to think. Why did he say I couldn't become a hero if he had always said anyone can become a hero? It was really contradicting. I mean, I suppose he didn't know me. He didn't know my life, my motives. All he knew was the fact that I was quirkless, and like every other kid my age, I wanted to become a hero. It didn't really say much about me, I suppose. I didn't want to think that he was lying when he was on the news that day. I started to turn the corner when I heard All Might's catchphrase erupt from the silence present during my walk. "I am here." Looking towards the source of the noise, I saw All Might with my sister. Then, all of a sudden, All Might's large, muscular figure was enveloped in smoke. Standing in the midst of the smog was a man. Not a man covered in muscles and pride, but a man with sagging skin and deep-set wrinkles in his face. A man with skin as thin as paper. A man without visible muscles. A man opposite of All Might. My father. I stood not even 10 feet away, behind a wall, listening to their conversation, but the more I heard, the more annoyed I felt. I could feel my body beginning to shake, I could feel my chest beginning to tighten, and I could feel what was left of my dream beginning to shatter. No way. He explained his quirk to her, not yet acknowledging my presence. He declared his quirk was called One for All, and that he could transfer it to her. Although, all throughout their conversation, all I could think about was our earlier conversation. That he could have done something. That he could have given his quirk to me, and I could have become a hero like him. Although selfish, it was how I felt. I felt hurt and betrayed. He should have known my motives and aspirations. He knew I'd idolized him my entire life. So, instead of my own father giving his quirk to someone whose intentions were pure, someone who wouldn't dare hurt a fly, he decided to give his quirk to Izumi. He decided to give his quirk to someone who had hurt me. That's practically like my father giving my bully another stick to beat me with. Actually, considering the power of his quirk, it's more like a metal bat. I felt so hurt. I ran home, making sure to stay out of sight, running so fast that my legs felt like they would fall off if I ran any faster, or my lungs would burst. I ran inside and made such a ruckus that my mother looked at me. She hardly ever looked at me. I then ran to my room and cried my eyes out. Liars. They're all liars. Hypocrites. They didn't care about the quirkless. They didn't care about the weak. They didn't care about anyone other than themselves. They were all so misleading. Every single one of them. This society, this world, needed to be cleansed of its ostracism, discrimination, and abuse. Laughing at the irony of my misfortune, I began destroying anything hero-related in sight. I tore the posters in my room to shreds and wrecked the action figures. I was tipping over all might-themed furniture, and with every passing second, my eyes became puffier, my cheeks more tear-stained, and my heart more mangled. I was a complete mess. I just wanted to let this all out for once in my life. I then started packing. I couldn't be here anymore. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't live like this anymore. I couldn't bring myself to stay even another day. I didn't want to stay. Here, I had to sleep with one eye open constantly. Here, I had to invariably watch how I sat and how I slept, as to not agitate the constant bruises and gashes I came home with. Here I was trapped. I grabbed everything of use that I could find. Fresh clothes, food, water, cash, the necessities. I even grabbed my analysis books, figuring one day, they'd be of use. I opened my door, my beat-up, yellow backpack resting on my shoulders, to be met with my family outside my room. Dad looked really nervous. It could have been because I was screaming or because of all the noise coming from my room. Looking at the three with puffy, red eyes, I walked out. Just as I was putting on my shoes, Dad asked me where I was going. I truly didn't know what to say. I didn't even know where I was going. I stopped in my tracks and looked to the side, tears filling my eyes, threatening to spill. I could barely bring myself to look him or any of them in the eyes. I felt so betrayed. I felt so stupid for ever believing in these people, in these heroes, in this society. I then opened the door and left. These heroes, these hypocrites, these liars. They don't know what they've lost today, and I don't plan on soon letting them forget. Dad and I were walking back home after our chat. Finding out his hero identity and the secret of his power was shocking on two levels. Firstly, it was mind-blowing to know that my parents were two of the greatest heroes in the world, currently. And secondly, Izuku being quirkless finally clicked. He got it from Dad, and it was even stranger because, him being quirkless, he should have understood what it would have been like for Izuku, right? He could have given his power to Izuku this whole time, and his life would have been great. His dream could have been obtainable. Izuku would have been an amazing hero. However, it's not rocket science to know that without a quirk, becoming a hero would do more harm than good. Regardless of why he wanted to be a hero, he would just be in the way and would likely put more people in danger than he would help. What could he do against a power-hungry villain with a quirk that could send projectile lightning bolts his way? Or create earthquakes, tornadoes, or whatever else? Without a quirk, he couldn't become a hero in the way he wanted to. I honestly thought that if he wanted to help people, there were better ways to do it without a quirk. Like volunteer work, working as a police officer or a detective, or becoming a doctor. He had the brains for it. There were so many ways to help people or save lives that didn't involve villains. The only difference between becoming a doctor or a detective and heroics was the recognition, but if all he wanted to do was help people, that shouldn't matter to him. Opening the door, a loud crashing noise invaded my ears. I turned my head towards the kitchen, searching for my mother, and found her holding a cup as she faced the ceiling. Her frightened and worried expression gave me a sinking feeling as my father and I exchanged glances. "Mom? What's going on?" I asked her, caution tainting my voice. Finally acknowledging our presence, she turned to face my father and me before replying hastily. "I'm not sure, sweetie. Izuku just ran into the house, crying, and shut himself in his room," she said wearily. Glancing between my parents, a muffled and choppy scream erupted from upstairs, echoing throughout the house and bouncing in my ears. It sounded as if someone were in distress. We all dashed towards Izuku's room, realizing that was where the cry had originated from, and continued to hear choked sobs and violent crashes leaking out from inside. Dad was about to open the door when it shot open, revealing a red, puffy-eyed Izuku. He looked so defeated, likely from what Kaken had said earlier. I knew he took it too far that afternoon, but I didn't say anything. In hindsight, maybe I should have. I glanced inside his room, as did my parents, to find it lying in ruins. His All Might posters were torn, his figurines were broken, and his furniture was thrown around as if it were nothing. Everything was in chaos. He walked past us all with his school bag slung over his shoulders, while I stood, staring into the room that seemed foreign in a house that felt so familiar. Had it really been that long since I'd seen his room? I thought it had been about a year now. Processing the odd situation we had been placed in, the three of us followed Izuku throughout the house, closely behind him, but maintaining a distance. He looked so sad and vulnerable. I'd seen him cry a lot in the past, given our history, but this was different. There was something eerie about the way he was staring at nothing. Dad asked Izuku where he was going, but he didn't even look back at him, as if Dad's voice had never reached him. He didn't look at any of us. He seemed to have something on his mind or something he wanted to say, but in the end he tied his shoelaces and left. He left. I didn't know it at the time, but now, I wish I'd stopped him when I had the chance. Toshinori Yagi's perspective was filled with confusion. Nothing made sense. Izuku wouldn't have reacted that way solely because he didn't tell him what he wanted to hear earlier that afternoon. If that were the case, then this was a complete overreaction. Trashing his room, the crying, the tantrum. Izuku wasn't that rash, at least not from what he knew of him. Thinking back to everything that had occurred that day, one thought came to mind: the bruises. Littering his body, arms, face, etc., were bruises. Some larger, some smaller. It didn't add up. Bruises like those wouldn't have formed so quickly under the circumstances they were in. The villain barely had enough time to knock him out, let alone cause such severe damage. Besides, in the 5 minutes he was unconscious, the most that would have formed would have been red marks, not bruises that looked almost as if they had been close to healing. The variety of bruising along his body was inconsistent, with coloration suggesting some had been dealt with over a time frame of at least a week, while others looked fresh. However, that didn't make much sense either, considering he would have known if Izuku had such severe bruising on his face. He hadn't had much time to think about this earlier, considering he was close to de-transforming, but now, giving it proper thought, there was definitely something he was missing. Whether Izuku had been in multiple villain altercations prior to this one, or something else, he didn't know. Before he had the chance to open his mouth and ask Izumi whether she had any information linked to the bruising or his outburst, Inko's voice broke their silence. "What just happened?" "I don't know, Mom. Maybe he just needs some air?" Inko replied. "Izumi?" he asked stoically, pausing to await her full attention and to sort his thoughts. On Izuku's face, he had a large bruise, as well as gashes and bruises on his forearms, from what I could see. As he spoke, he noticed Izumi visibly tense. Shifting her weight slightly, he remarked how her back straightened as she avoided eye contact. Dodging the question, she quickly smiled and told them she was hungry, so he decided to drop it for now until Izuku came back. Then, they could have a proper conversation. In almost complete silence, they ate their dinner, only speaking about Izuku when they spoke at all. It felt odd. Speaking about Izuku felt strange, but he wasn't quite sure why. Being his father, it shouldn't have felt so strange saying his name, so why did it? They decided that once Izuku returned home, Inko and he would question him about the marks. They wanted to know how it happened, when it happened, and if there were any more. Izuku thought malicious thoughts during his late-night excursion, consisting solely of hurting everyone he passed. The rage he felt, the anger he felt, it was consuming him and he didn't know how to stop it. Just because I was weak, just because I couldn't do anything, just because, in their eyes, I wasn't good enough. I was sorry I wasn't good enough. I didn't choose to be quirkless. I didn't choose to be different. I didn't choose to be born. Not only did the world's future heroes abuse and harass me for a decade, but the current heroes turned a blind eye to it all. When I was being mistreated, the heroes ignored my pleas for help, my desperate attempts at survival, my cries for salvation. My voice went unheard by everyone. My life held no meaning. The heroes chose not to help a defenseless child, all because I was different. Because I didn't have power. Because they wouldn't gain anything from saving a quirkless kid. Who cares if I was quirkless or not? I was a human. We are all humans. Gender, race, sexuality, quirks, none of that should make a difference regarding whether our lives are worth enough for someone to step in. It doesn't matter if I had a quirk or didn't, I was a person. Was my life not worth the minimal effort it would have taken for someone to help me? This society's loose term, hero, holds no meaning. A hero's job is to save and protect lives, not destroy them. A hero's job is to help those in need, not hurt them. A hero's job is to sacrifice themselves for the good of others, out of the kindness of their hearts, not for personal gain, right? Right? I thought heroes were there to save lives, not take them. I was wrong. I couldn't live in a society where people are brainwashed into believing in these fake heroes. Brainwashed into believing in these false ideals of what our world should look like. I couldn't live in a society where people turn a blind eye to those desperately crying for help. This world needs to open its eyes and see the corruption of the heroes. To see the corruption of their minds. Before more innocent children suffer. Before more innocent quirkless individuals suffer. Before more innocent people suffer. I hope you're all happy I'm gone. I hope you're all happy because congratulations, you're all responsible for this. For the last time ever, goodbye. Izuku Yagi woke up in a dark room, the unfamiliar scent overwhelming him. It was unsettling, reminiscent of decay. As he tried to rise from what he assumed was a bed, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to yelp and quickly return to his previous position, biting his cheek to stifle any further sounds. Moments later, a figure rushed through the door, urging him to stay down. The fear that gripped him was palpable. Waking up in an unknown place with a stranger telling him to remain calm was terrifying. He had never felt truly free or secure, but at least he had the ability to move around in familiar surroundings. Now, he was confined to a bed, unable to move. After a few minutes, he managed to calm himself and seized the opportunity to ask the questions swirling in his mind. Where am I? What happened? Who are you? Why? He began, only to be interrupted by the mysterious figure. Slow down, kid, I can't understand you, the figure replied. Let's start with introductions. My name is Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki had greasy blue hair, and his skin appeared pale, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in years. Izuku took in the details, noting how Shigaraki's hair draped over his eyes and the scars that marred his face. The agitation in his neck suggested a history of distress. The foul scent that surrounded him was hard to ignore. He wore plain black clothes and seemed to be around Izuku's age. However, it was his eyes that captivated Izuku the most. They were a striking ruby red, evoking memories of ash and explosions, reminiscent of someone he knew all too well. Meanwhile, Shoto Todoroki was consumed by thoughts of Izuku's lifeless body. He and Izuku's closest friends had been taken to the hospital, but no one had been able to reach Mr. and Mrs. Yagi. The thought of facing them filled him with dread. They all knew Izuku was gone, yet the doctors were still trying to save him, clinging to the hope that there might still be a chance. Izumi rested her head on Shoto's shoulder, sleeping fitfully. She had taken the news the hardest. Her brother had suffered greatly, and now they were left to grapple with the consequences of their actions. The tears streaming down her face mirrored the guilt etched on Shoto and Bakugu's expressions. It was a painful reminder of the saying, "No one cares until you're gone." When the doctor emerged from the emergency room, they roused Izumi. The doctor explained that they had done everything possible, but Izuku's heart wouldn't start again. The harsh reality of his death hit them all like a wave, and Shoto was left to ponder the countless what-ifs. What if he had been there for Izuku? What if he had helped him? Would he have done things differently? Among his belongings, we found a note, the doctor said, drawing their attention. Shoto felt a flicker of hope that perhaps this was all a cruel joke, that Izuku was somehow okay. The doctor handed them the note, which bore signs of having been partially burned. As they began to read, a wave of bitterness radiated from the words. It was clear how frustrated and hurt Izuku had been, and they all felt the weight of their actions. Izumi struggled to compose herself, and Shoto felt the same heaviness in his chest. They asked the doctor if they could keep the note, and he agreed, believing it belonged with Izuku's friends. The word friends stung, as they all knew deep down that they had not been true friends to him. The guilt of their actions weighed heavily on Shoto, but alongside that guilt was a yearning to see Izuku smile once more. There was something else gnawing at him, an indescribable feeling that lingered. Toshinori Yagi and his wife had searched for Izuku all night, but he was nowhere to be found. They had left their phones at home in their haste, a decision they now regretted. What if they missed a call about Izuku? When they finally opened the front door, they were met with Izumi and her friends, all looking distraught. Their red, puffy eyes were filled with tears, and their expressions mirrored the guilt and fear that hung in the air. The sound of the door clicking shut echoed in the tense silence, amplifying the weight of the moment. They shared the same horror in their eyes as I scanned the three of them. To top it all off, Izumi looked as if she hadn't slept all night. How could she have? I reassured the three of them, "It's okay, kids. We'll find Izuku." In what I interpreted as shame, Izumi bowed her head, evading my gaze. The silence that invaded the room was deafening. Abruptly, Izumi spoke, "Izuku." I responded gently, "We'll find him, sweetheart." She continued, "Dad?" I hushed her, "It's okay, he couldn't have gone far." But Izumi's voice rose in anger, laced with regret, as she stared into my eyes. "Dad, you're not listening." As I watched the child laughing in hysterics, I couldn't help but feel like I had made a good decision, saving the child and bringing him here. The kid was quite the character. I grinned like a child who had just received what they wanted after a tantrum. He had been laughing for minutes before suddenly stopping with a straight face, acting as if he hadn't just experienced a wild episode. "Where am I and how long have I been here?" he asked urgently. I was shocked. He was acting like a completely different person than just moments ago, calm and collected instead of confused and nervous. Though we're all a bit crazy in this business. I usually wouldn't reveal the location of the League of Villains to an outsider, but I didn't plan on letting the child leave either. "You're sitting in the main base of the League of Villains," I explained. "Haven't heard of you," he retorted. The name bounced around in my mind as I thought it over. The lack of creativity left my mouth dry, and the sheer silliness of the name sounded as if even the person who had thought of it was uninterested. "We're a newly formed organization, still waiting for the right moment to make our grand debut." A newly formed organization? If they were looking for new recruits, I didn't know their intentions or motivations, nor did I know if they'd even want a quirkless child like me. "What are your intentions? What do you hope to gain as villains?" I asked the man in front of me, my voice laced with boredom. I wanted to know if I would have a reason to join their villainous organization. "Our intentions?" "Well, our intentions are," Shigaraki paused, grinning, "to kill All Might, of course." Upon hearing those words, I felt a sense of happiness, genuine happiness, pure and utter joy. For the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was meant to be. I want in. I stood there, shaking, in front of a crowd of familiar faces, familiar to me, that is. What could I even say? I was panicking as my eyes scanned across the rows of people in front of me. "Izuku," I started. "He was an amazing person." My voice broke as I felt a lump form in my throat. What was I supposed to say? As I stood there, looking at all the people dressed in black, I felt frozen. All the people standing there, crying for Izuku, none of them had ever known him. None of them were there for him. None of us were there for him. We were all to blame. Izuku had the purest of hearts. I had no right to say that. He had the purest of intentions. I had no right. He was an amazing friend. I had no right to say that. As I struggled to choke out my words, my eyes met Izumi's and Todoroki's. They were also speakers at Izuku's funeral, looking just as uncomfortable as I felt, standing awkwardly off to the side. It was difficult. Nobody knew what we did to him. Or at least, they didn't know it was us. They didn't know that this whole mess was on us. And they never will, according to Izumi. What happened to Izuku was a tragedy. This world has lost one of the most caring and compassionate beings to have ever lived. He had ambitions to become a hero, not for the money or the fame, nor for the praise or thanks. He didn't want to become a hero to boast or prove something to anyone. He became a hero to help others. To help everyone. He wanted to save people just to see them happy. My voice was hoarse and strained as I spoke of Izuku and his aspirations. He would have become one of the greatest heroes ever. This was all my fault. He never should have died that day. I couldn't take the whispering people and sympathetic looks, so I placed my flower on the tombstone and dropped my dirt onto the closed casket. Then I walked to my mom and hugged her. Izuku, why did you do it? Why did you listen to me? Why did you take your life? Blood. Puddles of blood trickled from my mouth, tasting metallic and disgusting. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach and held myself in a fetal position. Weak, Shigaraki spoke bitterly. He had been training me for the past week, and his method was quite unorthodox. Unorthodox meaning he would more or less beat me for reasons unknown to me. Giving me a look that announced his boredom and screamed, "We're done here," Shigaraki began walking away, leaving me to lie there. With all my might, I rolled over and put my arms down, starting to hoist myself up. Wincing, I pushed through the agonizing pain soaring throughout every bone, muscle, and cell in my body. I stood lopsided, looking determined as ever before I mustered my courage and spoke. "No. I will beat you." My voice came out strained and cracked, sentiment and pain leaking through. To me, this wasn't only a fight against Shigaraki. To me, this was a stand against anyone who had ever mocked me. I felt that at this moment, I was proving myself to all the people who had humiliated, hurt, harassed, and abused me. I felt as if I was finally proving myself to Bakugo, Izumi, Todoroki, father, mother, everyone. I believed I could finally be at peace if only I could stand my ground against Shigaraki. Shigaraki looked at me with a grin, seeming impressed with my determination and drive. However, if you looked closely enough, you could see the twisted nature behind his smile, the malice and evil lurking in the depths of his soul. Of course, I was the same. I was exactly like him now. I was as tainted, twisted, and broken as he was. "Will you now?" Shigaraki asked, his grin growing wider. I knew his grin all too well. This smirk was the one Bakugo Katsuki wore daily. The smirk Bakugo used to silence me for years, a representation of villainy that haunted me. I ground my teeth with fury in my eyes as I glared with all my might, standing my ground as I saw Bakugo in Shigaraki. He swiftly walked back toward me and began to run. Shutting my eyes in fear, I grabbed Shigaraki's arm and hoisted him upwards. Then I turned on my heels and slammed him into the ground. Shock overtook both our expressions. Recovering quickly, Shigaraki kicked my legs out from under me, and the next thing I saw was darkness. Tamura Shigaraki's perspective shifted as he observed the child who had woken up around a month ago. Although he took the first few weeks for recovery, as suggested by Kurojiiri and the master's doctor, we always listened to him. After all, the master's doctor was a board-certified physician. Yagi was an incredibly weak kid. He was underfed, skinny, and had no training whatsoever when it came to combat and overall technique, which made our recruitment and training process that much longer. Coughing out blood onto the floor of our training room, I kicked Yagi in the gut and called him weak for good measure before taking my leave. I discovered that provocation was a viable method to boost Yagi's determination. What I aimed to achieve through the training I subjected Yagi to was a reaction. I wanted him to fight back for once in his life. From the snippets of information he had given me, I learned that he had always been the butt of the joke or the punching bag growing up. He had never once stood up for himself and had suffered quietly without fighting back. If Yagi was going to make a name for himself or grow into a person who wouldn't be afraid to fight back, he'd need to start soon. Just before I reached the door, I heard a shuffling noise arise from behind me, followed by muffled words. "No. I will beat you," he cried out with all the strength he had in him, which wasn't much. After only 1 week, he had already improved his pain tolerance and adaptability. This kid was astounding. "Will you now?" I replied, excitement shining through my voice. I couldn't wait to see what he would do next. My grin only grew at the thought of Yagi finally learning to stand up for himself. Although it had taken a while, this was a landmark moment, an improvement he would remember for the rest of his life. The first moment he had ever stood up for himself. I began walking back to him, noticing him tense at my movements. Then, I hastily ran at him, ready to punch him in the face while keeping my thumb tucked in. I knew that it was dangerous, but it was better than disfiguring his face. It wasn't as if I was planning to punch him hard, anyway. Ready for my fist to make contact with Yagi's face, I felt his hand grasp my arm. He tightened his grip and threw me over his head, then slammed me into the ground. Marvelous. My pride leaked through my teeth as I grinned up at him with both joy and melancholy. Joy bloomed in my heart as he stared down at me with pride and crazed sanity, admiring his ability as it blossomed before his eyes. Melancholy came from the realization that our game of waiting had come to an end, but ultimately my joy prevailed, for this would be a new form of high, waiting to see what would become of the boy. It warmed my soul to see his determination and anger finally forming into something he could use, as if he had a weapon of sorts. A few moments later, I recovered and kicked his legs out from underneath him. He fell, and when he came into contact with the cold floor, he passed out. I rose from the ground and dusted myself off before picking up Yagi. He was still far lighter than a boy of his age should have been. Carrying him back to his room, I laid Yagi on his bed and pulled the covers over his limp form. He hadn't decorated his room yet. I supposed he wanted to wait until he truly had a place here, as a proper part of the league. As soon as he could take me down without complaining about lacking power or quirks, I would introduce him to Master. Then, Master would give him a quirk. He first needed to learn how not to rely on quirks or powers to save him. He needed to learn to be strong with or without a quirk. I placed a wet cloth over the top of his head and stared down at him, peacefully lying on his bed, before leaving. I would never admit it to him, but I saw him as a little brother. He and I had a lot in common. Our origin stories, our issues, our past. Master would love him. 3 days had passed since I had been made aware of All Might's missing son, and over the course of those days, I hadn't heard anything. There was no good news, no bad news. It was complete and utter radio silence. This was an odd case. It was the first I had ever heard of All Might having a son, and to hear that he had potentially run away from home was even odder. Having a pro-hero as a parent was amazing enough, but having the #1 hero in the world as your parent would have seemed like such an honor. It would have seemed incredible. So, why would he have run away? I had been resting my eyes in the staff room, contemplating possible answers to questions no one had been asking, when I heard the doors open. Opening my eyes, I saw Namuri and Yamada talking from the doorframe. Yamada and Namuri were some of my closest friends, though I hated to admit it. I stood up to greet them as I normally would have, taking this as my 5-minute warning before class would start, but was surprised to hear them talking about All Might's son rather than their usual banter. Perking up, I approached my high school friends and asked, "Have they found him yet? All Might's son, I mean." They looked at me with wide eyes, as if I were some sort of alien asking where the nearest spaceship pump was. Seeing their expressions, I clarified that I had run into All Might the other night and what he had told me. However, that didn't cease their odd stares. Glancing at one another, Namuri finally spoke, allowing me to understand their reaction. "I guess All Might hasn't told you yet?" she began in a somber tone. The boy took his own life the other day. I'm so sorry you found out this way, Shota. I could hardly believe my friends as they continued discussing the boy and the tragedy that had claimed his life. Although I hadn't particularly liked All Might as a hero, he seemed like he would have made a good dad. He was fun, carefree, and not often bound by rules, all good qualities for a fun dad. Hearing that the son of the #1 hero had taken his own life only a few days ago was incredibly shocking. Wow, that's awful, I said solemnly. As they continued their conversation, I learned that the boy's name was Yagi Izuku. He was a 14-year-old boy who attended Aldra Junior High, and from Namuri and Yamada's discussion, none of them knew why he would have ever wanted to take his life, which intrigued me. It was time to start my research. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he awoke, his head pounding. He couldn't remember how long he had been asleep or what had happened as clearly as he would have liked. However, he did remember standing up for himself. For the first time in his life, he didn't shy away or back down. He stood up and fought for himself. He finally understood Shigaraki's training. It wasn't meant to hurt him, it was meant to help him grow, and he couldn't be more thankful for what he had learned. Lifting the thick blanket covers off his body, he noticed bandages covering him. They varied in size and color. Some were a pearly white, while others were more pinkish, but they coated the majority of his body. His abdomen, head, right wrist, and left ankle were all encased in gauze-like material. Despite the bandages, he felt proud. This was the first time he had ever fought back, and he was making progress. Turning his head, he noticed a glass of water on his night table, accompanied by some aspirin. Shigaraki cared for him. He could feel it. He and Kurojairi were the closest he had ever come to having a family. They were both there for him and seemed concerned for his well-being, both physical and mental. After taking the aspirin and water, he rose from his bed and dressed in a black hoodie and black sweatpants. Most of his clothing was black. He had a few white shirts and dark green hoodies, but not many. Colors stood out, and villains had to blend in with the shadows to keep themselves out of sight. They always had to hide, otherwise, people would try to hurt them, mostly heroes. It was unfortunate that they lived in a world where everything was black and white. You were either good or evil, you couldn't be both. He didn't see the villains as evil. They were just people, good people. After getting dressed, he walked to the bar and sat down. Shigaraki and Kurojairi were deep in conversation, but as he sat down, Kurojairi immediately asked how he was feeling, prompting Shigaraki to acknowledge him. Once he was sure Izuku was feeling better, Shigaraki pulled him into a headlock and began rubbing his head playfully, speaking words of encouragement. "Kid, you're finally fighting back, good job." Izuku had learned to accept Shigaraki's rough way of showing affection over the past few weeks. It was just how he cared for people, and that was all Izuku needed. As long as he had someone, anyone really, he didn't mind the tough love. After a few moments, Shigaraki let him go, and they shared a laugh as Izuku rubbed his head gently. It was a little painful, but Shigaraki was his friend, his family. They quickly ate their dinners, seeing who could finish faster, and talked about their days. Although Izuku didn't have much to share, having been unconscious for most of the day. Afterward, they ran to the game room and played Mario Kart. All they did was normal family stuff. They weren't villains, they were just people, good people. Shigaraki was the first person to treat Izuku like a human being in a long time. He treated him as if he were part of his family, and Izuku hadn't been a part of a family in a long time. Though he was a sore loser, it was still enjoyable to spend time with him. Kurojairi was also very kind. For villains, they didn't seem evil. They were just misunderstood, but then again, so was I. We weren't villains, we just wanted to show everyone that the heroes were the real villains. They didn't deserve the acceptance and praise they received. They didn't deserve the fans and appreciation they had. They didn't deserve the oxygen they breathed. They didn't deserve to live. With the help of the League, I was going to liberate this society from the chains confining them to this simple-minded way of thinking. I was going to free them from the lies of those said to be heroes. I was going to save them from themselves. Things changed when Izuku died. Shoto transferred schools, Katsuki stopped coming by the house, and Izumi began isolating herself in her room. They all cared deeply for Izuku. It felt as if Izumi was constantly holding back when she was around Inko. She stopped looking me in the eye, she stopped eating with us, she hardly spoke to me. It felt as if she was hiding something from everyone. Inko and I had been taking Izuku's death hard as well. I couldn't help but wonder why he jumped. Felt as if there was more to the case than what we knew. He couldn't have just randomly felt an urge to jump from a roof, nor did I think my words could have ever caused him to do something so drastic. I wanted to ask Izumi whether she knew anything related to what Izuku did. However, every time I opened my mouth to speak, I felt frozen. I felt sad, I felt hurt. It pained me to even think of what could have possibly led Izuku to take his life. Whenever I thought about what could have happened, my throat would close, and I would feel as if I were dying. I wished I could have found him before he died. I felt that if I could have been there for him, maybe I could have stopped him. I just wanted to see my son again. Shigaraki and I were eating Kurogiri's homemade katsudon. His cooking was amazing. He knew how to bring out flavors and turn a simple dish into something entirely new. Kurogiri had a way of expressing his emotions through his cooking. If he were happy, you could taste it. If he were angry, the dish would reflect his frustration. Today marked the 2-month anniversary of the day I woke up, 2 months since I had officially met the people who gave me a home, the people who gave me a family. They were my family. I could tell they had been wanting to ask me about why I had jumped that day they found me, but they were respecting my feelings and letting me settle in. It was really hard for me to think about, much less talk about, but they deserved to know why I was there, what brought me there, what led me to the rooftop on that fateful day. I was far from ready to talk, but I felt as if I owed it to them for everything they had done for me. Throughout the night, Yagi had been quiet. He ate his dinner in silence and only answered in single words when we asked him questions. It was odd not having him talk during dinner. It was almost too quiet. I broke the silence, asking him what was wrong. He hesitated, looking up at me for the first time that evening. Seeing his nervousness piqued my interest. He seemed as if he was hiding something. I raised an eyebrow at his stammering and lightly tapped him on the arm, waiting for him to continue. I could practically feel the embarrassment radiating off him. He finally spoke, stuttering. By his expressions, I could tell he had something important yet difficult to say. I usually would have urged him to hurry up, but I felt like I should give him time to find the words he was looking for. He looked to Kurogiri and me, then lowered his head. A quiet sigh escaped his lips as he continued to speak. He mentioned that it had been 2 months since he woke up and joined the league, and he considered us his family. I pulled him into a hug as he spoke. He was such a shy boy, and even though he was starting to stand up for himself, he was still just a kid. I admitted to myself that I was only 18, but he was still only 14. I told him I felt the same way and thought of him as my little brother. I looked down at him and saw he had more to say. He expressed that he felt we had been giving him time to tell us when he was ready, and he thought it was time to share why he jumped. As the boy's words echoed throughout the bar, I felt annoyed. All Might was never my favorite hero. I had always despised him. However, hearing that he was just as selfish in his personal life as he was as a hero made me sick. Heroes as a whole made me sick. They all turned their backs on me years ago, and they did the same for Yagi Izuku. They all deserved to suffer for everything they had done. While the majority of Yagi's story about his experiences with All Might was new information to me, it wasn't shocking to hear about All Might's quirk, one for all, and its capabilities to be passed from user to user. My master raised me to be his successor, so he taught me of the quirk's existence from a young age, but it was amusing to think about the current situation all the same. Yagi's father was All Might, and now he would be on our side. I could only imagine the expression he would make upon hearing of his son's betrayal. It would be incredible, and I was determined to be there to see it. It was always a fun thing for me to imagine the looks on the faces of those I despised when they slowly pieced together the full picture. It made my heart yearn for each confrontation, despite my outward appearance of annoyance during these encounters. As I glanced at the heroes trying desperately to stop me, a sense of purpose and joy filled me like a drag I just couldn't get enough of. Although it wasn't only All Might's expression that I would watch with glee as it twisted and morphed through phases of confusion and melancholy. Yagi's mother was attraction, Yet another hero who had deceived and neglected to save the boy. Izuku was proof of the revelation that heroes were a poison sweeping across our nation. He was living proof that heroes couldn't be trusted with their power and influence. Izuku would be the evidence we needed to show the world the plague they had invited as protectors to save us. They should have been reprimanded for their despicable behavior. They should have been imprisoned for destroying our buildings, our streets, our futures. They should have been the ones cast out by society, not us. If even the most famed hero on earth would go as far as to mentally scar and neglect his own son, who was to say others wouldn't follow in his footsteps? They needed to be stopped. They needed to be put down. As well as the world's current heroes neglecting a child in desperate need of help, society's future heroes took it one step further. You would think children aspiring to be heroes would have helped him, but rather than helping him, they harassed and bullied their peer to the point of despair. This society was sick. This 14-year-old child had been through so much trauma just for wanting to become a hero. His pure intentions, his pure heart, his genuine ideals, and his motives to save others were twisted and molded into what he was today, another outcast, another monster, like me. All by society, all by the heroes, all because he was different. The real villains were those who watched idly. The real villains were those who tortured and tormented a child because he was weak. The real villain was society, and I would do everything in my power to cleanse this world. Alongside the League of Villains, I would do everything in my power to rid this world of the corrupt. I would do everything in my power to free those brainwashed by society. I would do everything in my power to free humanity from those whom they called heroes, and then I would rule them. Shota Aizawa had gathered extensive information on Yagi Izuku. It painted him as a delinquent, skipping class, sleeping during lessons, failing to return over 50 assignments during his junior high career. The list went on. Although his record answered the question regarding All Might's failure to mention his existence, something still felt wrong. Deciding to further his investigation, Aizawa chose to go to the scene of the boy's death and interview some of the teachers. He hoped to fill in the blanks left in the story. He waited until Thursday evening after club activities to drop by, and luckily when he arrived, only the teachers were still on campus. He sought out the principal, who gave him the clearance to interview the teacher under the pretense that he was researching a suicide case, which technically wasn't a lie. As he walked through the halls from the principal's office, he found the closest door and officially began his interview with a knock and a faint response. He introduced himself as Aizawa Shota, a pro hero and the teacher of UA's Class 1A. The teacher in question had golden and yellow-tinted hair combed back with a large hairline, accentuating the burgundy dress coat he wore over his red plaid sweater. "The UA High?" he repeated with an awe-stricken tone. "That's incredible! My name is Suzuki Ryo. How can I help you?" His voice echoed with excitement. "I'm here researching a suicide case. Did you, by chance, teach a Yagi Izuku at any point in the past 3 years?" Aizawa asked, uninterested in beating around the bush. He watched attentively as the teacher's features changed gradually through states of melancholy as he remembered. "Yes, I did know him. I was his homeroom teacher," he answered, regret filling his voice. Aizawa then noticed a desk in the middle of the classroom, overflowing with flowers. As he studied each petal on the carnations, it became apparent that this was the person he needed to speak with the most to understand what he needed to know. "Would you mind telling me what you know about the student?" Aizawa asked Mr. Suzuki. Tensing up as he finished his sentence, Aizawa's suspicions of a deeper case were only inflated. He could tell there was more to this kid's life than what his file read, and he planned to get to the bottom of it. Frustration and hatred flowed through Izuku Yagi's veins as he lay in bed, staring up at the wooden ceiling. He had suppressed his emotions for so long, but after retelling his story to Shigaraki and Kurojairi, everything was different. He could see in a new light, a dim light. He breathed different air, a bittersweet air. He felt different blood flowing in his veins, and this blood was a deeper red than before. He was different and he was angry. He wanted to confront everyone who had ever laughed, mocked, or embarrassed him. He wanted to make them all see that he wasn't the defenseless Deku they had once known. He wanted them to know that he would still become a hero, but not the one he had always wished to be. He was going to proclaim from the rooftops that he, the infamous Deku who was cast out by everyone around him, was responsible for the fall of the society that brainwashed humanity. He wanted them all to know that the kid branded as Deku by society would save them all from the negligence and hypocrisy of the world. He would become the true symbol of peace. Glancing at his clock, he realized he had been awake all night and quickly shot up to his feet. My schedule was carefully crafted by Shigaraki to allow me 6 hours of sleep per night. However, I often found myself lying awake at night. Every morning, Shigaraki guided me through the city's alleyways to help me map them out in my head. Afterward, we would train for just under 5.5 hours, followed by classes with Kurogiri, since I was still only 15. As I walked toward my end suite, preparing to use the 20 minutes I had before breakfast wisely, I remembered an important event occurring the following month: the UA entrance exam. It had been almost 9 months since my death certificate had been signed, 8 months since I had officially met Shigaraki and Kurogiri, and 7 months since I had begun my training. Shigaraki often remarked that I was an abnormally fast learner, though whenever the subject came up, I could hear him muttering about being old, despite being only a few years older than me. Regardless, we were making progress, and the months had flown by so quickly that it felt surreal to think I had been here for so long. Before I had knocked Shigaraki down a few months ago, the days felt slower than they did when I was legally alive. However, after that day, he began training me with different methods. Instead of throwing me into the deep end, he started teaching me technique, which I had been severely lacking. Over the 7 months he had been training me, my repertoire of fighting knowledge and hand-to-hand combat had significantly increased. I still couldn't match Shigaraki, who had been trained in this lifestyle for several years longer than I had, but I was improving. I was grateful to be learning from Shigaraki. My technique and martial arts skills had flaws, like the way I punched with my thumbs tucked in, thinking it would protect them, which was actually the opposite of how to punch. He also taught me that footwork was crucial when boxing. Without Shigaraki's teachings, I would never have been able to protect myself. I began getting ready for my day by brushing my teeth, washing my face, moisturizing, applying sunscreen, and then I put on an ivory hoodie and black jeans before heading out to the bar to get something to eat. Just a few minutes later, Shigaraki came down to the bar to get me, and we began our run. As my interrogation continued, my suspicions were confirmed. Mr. Suzuki confirmed that Yagi was an exceptional student, despite what was said in his file. I also learned that Yagi was quirkless and, as a result, had been severely bullied. Mr. Suzuki mentioned he had witnessed Yagi being mistreated at school but never thought to intervene, believing Yagi would manage on his own. He expressed regret, saying that if he could go back, he would have stopped the harassment his student endured under his supervision, but that didn't change the fact that the boy had suffered at school while he overlooked it. I asked him for the names of the students who bullied Yagi, and afterward, I moved on to the next classroom, making a list of teachers to report to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Board of Education for negligent behavior that resulted in the preventable death of a student. Walking through each classroom and speaking to nearly every teacher, they all provided similar answers, explaining that the boy was kind-hearted and had big ambitions, despite his public record. In addition to the consistent descriptions of his personality, they all acknowledged the abuse he faced at school. Most were aware of what was happening and who needed to be disciplined, yet none chose to intervene. As I concluded my interviews, I ended up with a list of names so extensive that I realized the entire school needed to be reevaluated for its unorthodox practices and negligence. Making a mental note to address that issue later, I walked away from the school, focusing on the 3 names that were consistently highlighted by the educators throughout my interviews: Yagi Izuku, Todoroki Shodo, and Bakugu Katsuki. After my lessons with Kurogiri, Shigaraki would take me from 4 in the afternoon until 7:30 for combat training. This training, which spanned from 6:30 in the morning until noon, involved actual teaching, while during combat training, we sparred. No quirk usage and no weapons, just old-fashioned, hand-to-hand combat. We had only been training for 10 or 15 minutes. However, I was already performing better than usual. Shigaraki charged at me, preparing to deliver an uppercut, but just before his fist made contact with my jaw, I executed a roundhouse kick to his head. His body flew back towards the floor, and I braced myself for when he would jump back to his feet and knock me down. However, the longer I waited, the more clearly I could see he was unconscious. I walked closer to him, awestruck as I confirmed that I had knocked him out. A surge of excitement rushed through me. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. He lay on the floor with small traces of blood at his lips and a peaceful expression, solidifying the revelation that I, Izuku Yagi, had knocked out Shigaraki Tamura. This was the greatest day of my life. Kneeling down, I attempted to lift Shigaraki to take him to Kurogyari, but I quickly realized I was still too weak and abandoned the idea. Unsure of what to do, I decided to run to Kurogyari and leave Shigaraki behind. I sprinted as fast as I could, worried that Shigaraki was hurt, and upon arriving, I was gasping for air. Shiga! I started through breaths. Riki. Yagi! Kurogyari interrupted. Training. Room. I continued. Unconscious. Rushing down the hall to the training room, Kurogyari left me while I lay there, waiting impatiently to hear how Shigaraki was doing as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up in my room with a headache and an inability to remember anything. I always disliked the feeling of waking up from naps for this reason, but since I didn't remember falling asleep, I ruled that out as the cause of my confusion. Quickly, I sat upright in my bed and looked to my nightstand, where I saw a glass of water and an aspirin. It became obvious to me that I must have hit my head, so I took the medication and water before slowly standing up and seeing Yagi asleep on my couch. Seeing him so peaceful as he slept was bittersweet, especially considering he once struggled with dark thoughts. His mind had been twisted with vengeance and hatred, though you'd never guess it from his serene appearance in slumber. Grabbing the comforter from my bed, I draped the blanket over his cold-looking body and walked toward the bar, determined to seek out Kurogyari and his endless fountain of knowledge. I sat down on a bar stool in front of Kurogyari and asked, "What happened?" I feel like I was hit in the head by a falling vending machine. I took a sip of the water I had grabbed from my nightstand to soothe my gravel-like voice. Kurogyari replied, amusement creeping into his voice, "Young Yagi kicked you in the head. You passed out shortly after." Yagi? He knocked me out? I never thought I would see the day when he knocked me unconscious. Taking another sip of my water, I reflected on the day Kurogyari and I had found Yagi. He had been weak, awkward, and unsure of himself, with no idea how to block a punch. He had come a long way since then, and I didn't think he would be so strong after such a short amount of time. I certainly didn't expect him to be ready to meet Master so soon. I suppose this means you'll be taking young Yagi to meet all for one finally? Kurogyari asked, as if reading my mind. I had always planned that once he could finally beat me in a proper fight, I would introduce him to Master. However, there were still things I wanted to teach him beforehand. Perhaps that was just an excuse. I think I can still teach him something before he meets Master, I explained, glancing at Kurogyari, who could clearly see through my attempt at stalling, but he made no objection. As my eyes fluttered open, the first thing I noticed was the wallpaper in Shigaraki's room. I had always admired his space. The walls were painted a gorgeous burgundy, paired with mahogany wood for the floor and shelves. Thanks to my complaints, Shigaraki had recently placed several green plants around the room to give it life and character, large Madagascar dragon trees in the corners and smaller plants on the shelves. I suspected they were fake, though, as Shigaraki had a knack for killing everything he touched. In addition to the plants, he had also invested in some nice abstract paintings and busts. In the corner of his room, Shigaraki had a very extravagant gaming setup with several monitors, screens, and keyboards. That was, of course, his favorite part of the room. I looked over towards Shigaraki's bed to see if he had woken up yet. However, when I saw he wasn't there, I shot up to my feet to look for him, not without noticing the blanket that had previously been draped over me. He truly was like an older brother. He was more caring than my biological family ever was. I didn't care what anyone said, he wasn't a villain. We weren't criminals, we were all just misunderstood. Pulling myself from my thoughts, I began to make my way towards the bar, knowing that Kurogyari was there and that Shigaraki was most likely with him. As suspected, Shigaraki was in a conversation with Kurogyari. I think there's still more I can teach him before he meets Master, he said in a raspy voice. What else can you teach me, and who is Master? I asked, my voice filled with curiosity. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri's eyes followed my voice as I walked to an empty bar stool and sat down, but neither of them answered. After a few moments, Shigaraki spoke again. Yagi, how would you feel about learning to handle firearms? I grinned at the two, nodding my head in anticipation of the future fun we would have, although one question lingered in my mind. Who was Master? As the sounds of my gun rang throughout my ears, I strained to cover them, knowing that Shigaraki would reprimand me if I failed to do so. When he began training me in using guns, he had instructed me to wear specially made, sound-canceling headphones to protect my ears. Recently, we realized I wouldn't be wearing them outside of training, so he decided it would be better to train my ears to handle the sound of a speeding bullet being shot from a metal barrel. However, this approach led to many challenges during my training, as my ears were sensitive. Still, over the last month, my accuracy, consistency, and precision had improved substantially. Shigaraki also thought it would be an educational experience for me to learn how guns functioned. To understand their mechanisms, he wanted me to learn how to disassemble and reassemble a gun. I wasn't great at reassembling them, but I could pull a gun apart in 38 seconds. It was called field stripping. Aside from my training advancements, an interesting event was approaching, the famous UA entrance exam, which was on February 26 this year, or in other words, tomorrow. I had been hoping to sit in on the exam, partly to satisfy my curiosity about what could have been, but also to observe the future students. Luckily for me, Shigaraki had rescheduled my training and lessons for the day after, as he needed to meet someone. With excitement coursing through my veins, I fired my weapon one final time, striking the target in the chest before packing up and bolting to the bar for dinner. The mental strain of Shigaraki's training was intense, so it was natural that I would be starving by dinner time. Sitting quickly on a stool, I started to scarf down Kurogiri's homemade sashimi. His cooking was so amazing that I almost forgot to take in the strange neatness of the bar. After consuming enough food to satisfy my hunger, I noticed an extra plate set on the table. Kurogiri, why is there an extra place set on the table? Is someone joining us this evening? I questioned rudely, my mouth full of food. Yes, we have arranged for one of our new recruits to meet us for more details about their assignment. They will be posing as a student at UA High this next term, he replied, giving me a slight glare as he handed me a handkerchief to clean the stray pieces of raw fish that had flown out of my mouth. Ignoring his obvious annoyance, I focused on his words. A new recruit would be posing as a UA student? With a member of the league infiltrating UA, we could gather crucial information about the hero's quirks, weaknesses, strengths, schedules, and any other important details we needed to undermine them from within. It was a brilliant plan. That's exactly what I was thinking, Shigaraki's voice chimed in from my side. I glanced over my shoulder and saw him there. Sorry, was I muttering? I asked, flustered as a blush crept onto my cheeks. Yes, you were, Kurogiri responded. Shigaraki chuckled slightly before sitting down, and for a few moments, all was peaceful. That was until the doors burst open, and a kid who looked to be about my age thundered in. Hey, the stranger smiled. My name is. I entered the surveillance room and immediately noticed All Might and Attraction sitting next to Principal Nizu in one corner. Naturally, I leaned against a wall as far away as possible. I was still frustrated with what I had learned about their children's troublesome relationship and wasn't sure where I stood with them. I wasn't eager to associate with them at that moment. As I watched the cameras, I noticed three kids in particular, Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and Yagi Izumi. I glanced at All Might and Attraction, and as expected, they both wore looks of admiration and pride as they spotted their daughter. I stared at the screen, watching the current objects of my disdain. They may be talented, but I highly doubted they could ever be heroes. If they were so comfortable treating people poorly, how could they ever accomplish the self-sacrificing acts heroes must be prepared to make every day? Saving people and helping them through traumatic situations isn't something you can fake. The people they help will see through their false patience and insincere kindness, and then they won't be helping anyone. Even if they were to mature and become functioning members of society, if I could find out about their past mistakes, any internet sleuth with an hour to spare could as well. Their careers would be over before they even began. I didn't think they had much of a future, and I didn't plan on sugarcoating it when I confronted them. That just wasn't my style. Turning my focus back to the screen, I noticed the panel of judges press the button to release the zero-pointer. A person's true self is revealed in a crisis situation, like the one that would be created with the release of the robot. I watched as Yagi Izumi saved another young girl from the zero-pointer, and the panel awarded her more rescue points. This girl would definitely be in Class 1A. My class. I woke up on the day of the exam with excitement. I couldn't wait to see our new recruit in action. Getting up from my bed, I walked into the bathroom, stripped off my clothing, and stepped into the shower. As the crisp and frigid water dripped down my newly formed muscles, my mind drifted to the inevitable encounter I would have with my sister and company. Although I wouldn't be meeting them in person, just the idea of seeing them from afar made me uneasy. I felt a warm liquid trickle down my arms and noticed my nails embedded deep into both my forearms, likely due to my frustration, anger, fear, or a combination of all three. It was strange. I couldn't fully understand how I felt. On one hand, I resented and hated them for what they did. I wanted them to know exactly how they made me feel every day for the past decade. Scared, suffocated, and powerless. But on the other hand, despite all my training and the muscle I had built since our last encounter, just thinking of them made me tremble. I was still afraid of them, and a part of me believed that would never change, regardless of how strong I got or how long I spent away from them. They would always have a hold on me. I just stood there, staring at my daughter. It wasn't an exact answer, but it said all it needed to. She admitted to having some role in my son's death. Sitting down with my wife on the couch in front of Izumi, I felt a whirlwind of emotions rise within me. What were we supposed to do with this information? How were we supposed to react? The only questions that popped up were, what did you do, and why? But honestly, I wasn't sure I was ready to hear either answer. Glancing over at Izumi, I noticed her shifting her weight between her feet. She must have been just as uncomfortable as we were, but as terrified as I was to hear what she had to say, I needed to know. What did you do? I asked once more, quietly but sharply. Looking down shamefully, Izumi remained quiet for a moment before she began to speak again. I just wanted him to stop talking about Yue, she said. He's quirkless for crying out loud. And villains don't play fair. They're brutal, merciless, and soulless. Trying to become a hero would have done more harm than good because there is nothing he would be able to do against power-hungry villains. He would have only gotten himself killed during his first fight. I mean, look at you guys. Dad, your injury is a great example. You're All Might, the strongest hero ever. Number 1. And yet, up against a villain, you still lost half of your respiratory system in a fight. Then, Mom, you're number 7 in the whole world, and I'm betting those 6 weeks you spent bedridden with the flu long after flu season was a cover-up for a battle gone wrong, right? She questioned, evoking a sigh from Inko. It was a fight between me and Red Granite. I punctured a lung when he shot a spike through my chest, she explained. My point exactly. Even strong, world-renowned heroes like you, with powerful quirks and extensive training, can have trouble against strong villains. Now imagine if quirkless Izuku were to put himself out there and challenge a villain. What do you think would happen? I doubt a villain would take pity on him for not having a quirk. He'd be killed within seconds. She paused. All I meant to do was show him that. I never meant for things to get so out of hand. Show him? What do you mean by that? I questioned her cautiously. She instantly fell silent, but her silence spoke volumes. The image of Izuku on the last day we saw him came to mind, and the questions I had planned to ask him when he got home suddenly resurfaced. Where did he get those bruises? It all started to click. Izumi was trying to show him that without a quirk, he would have stood no chance. She must have given him those bruises. I felt sick to my stomach. After a long pause, I began to speak again. How could you? I asked softly. The bruises, that was you, right? Looking away, she nodded cautiously. Kaken was the one who told him to jump. she began again after a few moments. We didn't think he'd actually do it, she said wearily as Inko gasped. My baby boy, she sobbed as tears welled in her eyes. I took her in my arms and tried to collect myself. It doesn't matter what you thought, I said, starting to raise my voice a notch. You hurt him. And now he's gone. She looked up at me in shame, but a hint of frustration also crept into her expression. You can't possibly think I'm the only one to blame for this, though, right? She sobbed. You're not much better than I am. At least I'm admitting to what I did, but what about you? What about us? I spoke wearily. Sure, I bullied him, but you guys neglected him. You left him to fend for himself all this time, and now here you are, preaching about how I'm responsible for this, she continued, raising her voice as well, but I didn't know what she was talking about. Neglected him? How could she think that? We were always there for him. On his first day of junior high, on his 10th birthday, we went to. Oh God. We sat in silence for what felt like hours as I stared at the fireplace, trying to remember at least one memory of Izuku after we found out he was quirkless, but no matter how much I strained myself, nothing came to mind. All I could think of was why. I was born quirkless too, and I hated my life. Back then, it wasn't as uncommon to be born quirkless, but it was still just as taboo. At school, students ignored me, and teachers weren't paid enough to care. I ended up doing all group projects alone, first out in dodgeball and things like that. Not bullying per se, just enough to let me know that I wasn't like them and never would be. Honestly, though, I didn't care. What was worse was my family. They cared too much. They suffocated me with love, treated me like I was glass, too delicate to do anything, too fragile to make anything of my life. Their plan for me was to stay with them for the rest of my life, never too far from their sights. They were great but too paranoid to be supportive, and that was the worst feeling. Knowing that the people closest to you thought you were too weak to make anything of your life or be anyone important. I felt suffocated and alone with all their worrying. I didn't want that kind of life for my son. So, when we found out he was quirkless, I wanted to give him some time to process. That's all I really wanted when I was younger, time to myself. But I suppose somewhere along the way, some time to process must have turned into months and then years. I felt awful. I did the exact opposite of what I had wanted. I didn't want him to feel alone in a room full of friendly faces, but instead he felt alone in a room full of strangers. I cupped my mouth with one hand as my eyes welled with tears and turned to Inko, who must have already put two and two together. We did this. As I stepped through the warp gate, I was greeted with the smell of fresh tempura. I took a deep breath and sighed in delight. Kurojire's cooking is so good. I skipped to the counter and sat down to eat. As good as ever. Kurojire had brought a new meaning to the word delicious. I devoured the food without reservations. This was normal. I looked around and noticed the absence of my friend. He's been gone for a long time, I thought to myself. Has Shigaraki returned yet? I questioned Kurojire. He glanced at me before returning to whatever he was doing. Unfortunately, the young master has yet to grace us with his presence today, Kurojire said sarcastically, evoking a strange look from me. I snorted at his comment. He smiled back at me, or at least I think he did. I hoped Shigaraki would be back soon, though. I was looking forward to obliterating him in Night Squad today. I pouted at the thought of missing yet another opportunity to pulverize his sorry self. Putting it out of my mind, I continued to eat my tempura. Kurojire and I carried out a mild conversation as we ate, although it truly wasn't the same. Shigaraki was like a dash of salt in a smoothie. He was flavorful. We were lacking his personality. Fortunately, our feeble attempt at conversation was interrupted by the very person we needed. Shigaraki entered the door with hesitance. Scanning the bar, his eyes anxiously found me. The worried look he wore was unnatural for his character, so I became suspicious. Whoa, Shigaraki, you good? I asked him in bewilderment. He thought for a minute before turning his attention to Kurojire and nodding his head. My eyes shifted between the two men as Kurojire slowly adapted to the situation. Shigaraki then looked toward me and began to speak. Yagi, we've known each other for 9 months now. You've been here for almost 10, he stated while walking toward me with reticence. Oh no. Is he kicking me out? Are they abandoning me? Did I do something wrong? Do they not like me anymore? No, of course not. Kurojiiri consoled me. Was I speaking out loud? You've been showing fast and diligent improvement in training as of late. No, you've always been bright and quick thinking. You've been studious since the beginning. Because of your incredible abilities and new knowledge in combat, I think you're finally ready. Ready? For what? Interest dripped from my words. You're finally ready. To meet Master. The warmth of the sun hit Toshinori Yagi's face as blinding beams of light shined down on him. He felt blades of grass sway against his figure. The smell of cedar filled his nose, and the rustling of vigorous winds rang through his ears. He placed flowers in the designated area and knelt. The tombstone read the name of a child who had died too soon, a child who had suffered too much, a child he had failed to save. His son. He could only pray that his son had forgiven him for what he had done. He cried and begged for forgiveness and mercy, although if he were Izuku faced with the same situation, he would have ignored his pleas. Toshinori and his wife had come here to apologize to their son. After the funeral, they had only come here on Izuku's birthday, the one day out of the entire year he had been gone, not including the funeral. It was disgusting how they had barely come to visit their deceased son after what they had done to him. Strangely enough, the tombstone had already been cleaned, and there were fresh flowers when they arrived. Izumi had said that Izuku had no friends, so it was odd someone had come here and cleaned up. Izumi, Inko, and Toshinori had been working on rebuilding their relationship after their encounter the other day. They figured that would be what Izuku would have wanted. Izumi had also been telling them about what Izuku was like. They didn't know much about him, after all. It was honestly shameful that they didn't know anything about their son. Although he was gone, he would forever live on in their hearts. After the day Aizawa-sensei had confronted them about Izuku, Katsuki Bakugo, Izumi, and Todoroki had been extra cautious around him. He found out later that Mr. and Mrs. Yagi had discovered what they had done as well. This couldn't have gone worse. Class 1A had a free PRD, so the others decided to conduct some get-to-know-me-better games. Izumi dragged Katsuki into one of their exercises and made him interact with the background characters. They were asking questions like, "Why do you want to be heroes?" and other random things. When it was his turn, he got up and left without a word. The others responded with sentences like, "Yeah, we didn't expect much from you," or other similar comments. Izumi pulled him back, urging him to actually answer, so he tried to think of something. The truth was he didn't actually know why he was there. At first, it was to show everyone that he was the best. He wanted to be the best, and he wanted everyone to know he was the best. But now, after everything that had happened, he wasn't sure. He gave Izumi a look, and she understood that he was completely lost. So, she filled the silence with her own vulnerability. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. I want to become a hero for. She paused, her voice unsure and unsteady. I want to become a hero for my brother. This time, Izumi's voice came out completely sound and certain. He died last year and she stopped herself, unsure how to put it. And I need to put things right. Shoto and Katsuki were probably the only ones who actually knew what she meant, that she wanted to help people to make up for how much she hurt him, but everyone still felt the power behind her words despite the lack of context. He wanted to help people too, and now he'll never get the chance. He was an amazing brother. All happened so suddenly I never even had the chance to tell him, she paused again. To tell him how much I loved him. She spoke between sobs. All her confidence drained as she deepened her answer. Shoto was the first to react and hugged her, consoling her as she cried. I never even had the chance to apologize, she whispered faintly, so only Shoto and Katsuki could hear her this time. Izuku Yagi awoke abruptly, his head colliding with another. He held his head in pain and looked to his side. There, on a stool, sat an injured Shigaraki. He groaned in pain as Shigaraki chuckled slightly. What was that about? He spat, still rubbing his head. You slept in. It's 9:46 a.m., and we're meeting Master at 10 a.m. Izuku jumped at his words and ran to the bathroom, bringing his nicest outfit. Scrambling to get ready fast, he turned on the shower. He rushed through everything and was blow-drying his hair by 9:52 a.m. He couldn't be late. He raced through the hallways as if he were outrunning a bullet train and winning. Shigaraki was waiting for him while scratching at his neck impatiently. Izuku arrived with only 2 minutes to spare. No time for breakfast, he thought. They quickly hopped through a warp gate and were transported to a dark room, but not before Izuku punched Shigaraki's arm and scolded him for not waking him up earlier. In the dark sat a man dressed in a suit. He had no face beyond his mouth and was attached to countless life preservers and 4 bags. Shigaraki nudged Izuku forward, and so he walked toward the man. "Hello, child," the man said, his voice eerie yet calming. "Hello, sir." Izuku answered nervously. He was actually meeting Shigaraki's master. This was amazing. "My name is All for One," the man greeted him with a smile. "All for One?" That sounded similar to One for All. "Yes, it is. I am responsible for the existence of All Might's quirk, One for All," he chuckled. "Oh my God, I am so sorry. Sometimes I mutter and speak out loud without even realizing it. I haven't even introduced myself yet and I'm already embarrassing myself." Izuku rambled, flustered. "My name is Yagi Izuku. It's an honor to meet you, sir." "Likewise," All for One responded. "Tamura tells me you have been wronged by those filthy heroes, yes?" Izuku looked toward Shigaraki and then back at Mr. All for One. He nodded and bowed his head in shame. "Nobody cares for those without power. The heroes tossed me aside like trash." His heart throbbed in pain as he explained his hardships to the man before him. All for One was kind. He listened to Izuku's troubles with attentiveness and care. "The heroes are a disease this world is yet to cure. I hope to one day cure society." His words were intertwined with anger and vengeance. You could understand my motives and ideals from just the tone of my voice. Mr. All for One turned to Shigaraki, then back at me and said something I couldn't believe. He asked me what I would say if he told me he could make my ambitions a reality. He continued, asking what I would do if he could give me the means to destroy those who mocked me, those who thought of me as less than human, those who betrayed me, those who plagued this world, those who called themselves heroes. I stared at him in awe as he spoke, wondering what he meant. Then he paused, leaving me hanging on his words. Could I have a quirk? I felt the wind burn my face as I flew through the air, adrenaline coursing through my veins. It felt amazing. I was flying home after taking care of a loose end. "Wait, I promise I won't talk," the man had screamed, covered in blood. I squatted down, pulled out a gun, and pet it before shoving it in his mouth. Then I fired it. When I finally stood up again, covered in the man's blood, I dialed Shigaraki's number and waited. He picked up after the second ring and immediately asked me if it was done. I replied with annoyance, "No, I was just calling to see what's for dinner." "Of course, it's done." What kind of question was that? Why else would I have called him? He paused for a moment before sighing and continuing, "Well, good to know. I was just making sure. No need to get smart with me." By the tone in his voice, I could tell he was annoyed. I ended the call and started making my way back home. Taking a deep breath, I relaxed and felt my body begin to float. I floated into the bar and sat down for dinner. It had been 10 weeks since I was gifted my quirks, and the new semester at UA High School officially started 2 weeks ago. Ever since I got my quirks, Shigaraki and Kurogyari had been sending me on errands to gain experience. So, while I was out doing their dirty work, they just sat in the bar plotting. We had been trying to find an advantageous time to attack the heroes, but it was harder than it looked. All the teachers were pro-heroes, their defenses were unmatched. There were virtually no blind spots. Interrupting my thoughts, Kurogyari put 2 plates of food in front of me. Thanking him, I began to eat. He had been giving me more food than usual to keep my energy up, which I appreciated. One of my new abilities was incredibly draining and difficult to maintain. While eating my steaming hot udon, the door burst open, revealing the new recruit. I passed through the warp gate with a limp Yagi. The force of the new abilities Master bestowed upon him, along with the slight modifications made to his body, was too much for him. I didn't know what quirks he had been given. All that Master had explained to me was that he had 3. I couldn't help but feel jealous. Why did he get 3 quirks while I only had 1? I supposed it was fair in the long run since I would be obtaining Master's quirk when he could no longer. I was his successor, not Yagi. Gently, I rested Yagi on his bed. His room was still bare. The only things he had done were paint his room black and buy a black bed cover. Other than that, his room was completely empty. I walked to the bar and spoke with Kurogiri. He seemed nervous when I told him Yagi was gifted multiple quirks. He has 3 quirks? Kurogiri asked frantically. I replied, yeah, why does it matter? I squinted my eyes, solidifying his words. He thought for a moment and then spoke his mind. I'm worried for him, he stated. I looked at him in confusion. Why would Kurogiri be worried that Yagi had 3 quirks? He thought for a moment before continuing. Quirks can change a person. The more power he gets, the less likely he will be the same person we knew. Yagi? Different? How different could he be? It's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see, Kurogiri replied. Kurogiri and Yagi weren't as close as he and I were, but I could tell they still cared for one another. Putting the thought of a different Yagi out of our minds, we decided to do some training. I woke up in my bed feeling depleted and weak. Spewing more swears than a sailor, I stood up, ignoring the pain and tiredness surging through my body. I slowly walked to the bar, looking for signs of life, but saw no one. Damn it. Where does Kurogiri keep the leftovers? I asked the air. I went to the fridge and attempted to open it. That's when I saw it. What the heck? Kurogiri? I thought out loud. Why would you put a lock on the refrigerator? I shouted in annoyance. Who locks a refrigerator? Who hurt your onigiri, Kurogiri? What are you afraid of? A hero breaking into the base to steal your leftover katsudon? I groaned in anger and went back to my room. If I couldn't eat here, then I was going to go out. I grabbed my hoodie, mask, and wallet. I couldn't leave the base without concealing my identity, could I? You never know who you'll bump into, right? Leaving a sticky note explaining my struggles, I left the base. It was raining outside, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary to see a man with a black hoodie on. I was just sheltering from the rain. I chuckled at the lame excuse and continued walking to a nearby Yoshinoya dine-in restaurant. I used to come here on my birthday. Even though I was alone, it was still fun. It was also cheap, so I could afford it. I sat down at one of the wooden tables further from people and ordered a beef bowl. It was really good. I hadn't eaten here in almost a year, so I guess I had forgotten how good the food was. I was eating like an angry wolf. I finished my food in less than 5 minutes, but I was still hungry, so I ordered a bowl of miso soup and white rice. While I was waiting for my food, I heard 2 voices that used to scare me to my core. I used to love this place, one said. They don't have soba, so I don't come here often, the other replied. You should try something else, maybe you'll like it. I looked up and turned my attention to the voices. There, in all their glory, stood Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and my sister. I looked down and sank deeper into my hoodie, trying to ignore their presence. I didn't have the self-esteem for this today. I got my food and ate it as fast as possible. The sooner I ate and paid, the sooner I could leave. Todoroki asked if we were going to Izuku's grave after this, which made the table go quiet. I wondered why they would go to my grave as I continued eating. Izumi responded, saying that we got into UA after all, and that this was Izuku's dream. She expressed her desire for him to know that she did it for him, wearing a sad smile. I couldn't believe she got into UA for me. I had to stop myself from laughing at her words. She didn't have the right to say that, not after what she did. I asked for the bill, paid, and walked out. I glanced at the 3 of them and saw Todoroki looking at me. It seemed like he could tell it was me just by looking into my eyes. His voice went dry, evoking reactions from the other 2, who turned their attention to me. I quickly turned my head away so they couldn't see my eyes and walked out the glass door, hoping they didn't notice me. As I stepped outside, I felt 3 pairs of eyes on me as I passed the window. The thought of my family confronting me sent a shiver down my spine. Navigating through the crowd of people running from the rain was annoying, so I decided to venture through the alleyways. Shigaraki had helped me navigate these alleys before, so I knew where I was going. As I went deeper into the alleyways, I heard a piercing scream from an alley I passed. I glanced in and saw a pro hero and a man dressed in black, with baggy pants and a black tank top. He had visible knives attached to his torso and a large sword on his back, with red and beige ribbons flowing from his head and neck. His sword was pointed at the neck of the pro hero, who I recognized as Air Jet. The hero screamed for help in vain before the man's sword struck him. I watched in awe as blood shot from Air Jet's neck. The man noticed me and started walking toward me. Just as he was about to strike, I dodged and jumped back. I quickly assured him that I wouldn't tell anyone what I saw, adding quietly that he was a lousy hero anyway. He squinted at me and put his weapon away. I introduced myself as Yagi Izuku, leaning against a nearby wall and extending my hand. He responded with a single word, "Stain." I was excited and astonished to realize I was speaking to the infamous hero killer. I reached for my bag, only to realize I hadn't brought it. Frustrated, I muttered under my breath. Stain asked if something was wrong, his tone menacing. I explained that I had forgotten my notebook, feeling embarrassed. I admitted I wanted an autograph, feeling a mix of embarrassment and admiration. I couldn't help it. He was one of my heroes, taking down those who pretended to be heroes but abused others. He started walking away, and I followed, eager to learn from him. I asked how he learned to throw knives with such accuracy, but before I could finish, he pulled out his sword and put it to my neck. I smirked, telling him I wanted to be just like him. He snarled, asking about my morals. I realized he wanted to know my intentions. I expressed my desire to rid the world of false heroes who sought fame and money, insisting they didn't deserve the praise they received. After a moment of thought, he sighed and asked if I wanted him to train me, which I eagerly confirmed. My eyes lit up with happiness at the prospect. Meanwhile, Tamura Shigaraki was worried about the kid who hadn't woken up yet. It had been a week since he first fell unconscious. Kurojairi and Shigaraki had consulted Master about the situation, concerned that the quirk transferences could go wrong. After their conversation, Kurojairi opened a warp gate back to the base. Shigaraki decided to check on the kid, but he wasn't there. Panicking, he asked Kurojairi if he had seen him. Just then, the door opened, revealing a drenched Yagi, covered in blood. A man in his 30s followed him, also covered in blood. Shigaraki questioned Yagi about where he had been and who the man was. Yagi explained that he had gone to Yoshinoya and ran into Stain, gesturing toward him. Shigaraki noted that Yagi was acting like a completely different person. Yagi excitedly announced that Stain would train him. Stain had been training me for the past 9 weeks. I was sitting down to eat my udon when the door burst open, revealing our new recruit. They asked if we had figured out when we were going to attack my school, clearly hoping for a negative response. Shigaraki replied that my school wasn't easy to infiltrate, and the recruit gulped before continuing, claiming to know when we should do it. Although the students lacked access to information detailing the vulnerabilities of UA, I wasn't sure how much help I could be. At that moment, I felt like dead weight to the league, as if they could manage just fine without me. I knew I needed to get up and put in the same effort as everyone else. With motivation coursing through my veins, I stood abruptly from my seat and walked toward Mr. Aizawa's desk, concealing my mischievous grin, which I was sure no one had noticed. "Mr. Aizawa, may I use the restroom?" I asked sheepishly. He gave me a quick sideways glance, not taking his eyes from his work for more than a few moments, before nodding a short, "okay," and permitting me to bolt through the large doors toward the bathroom. As soon as I arrived, I checked every stall thoroughly as well as the hall for good measure, before I inevitably went invisible. Joining the League as a spy, all for one realized it would be beneficial for me to have a stealth quirk to conceal my presence when necessary, so he gifted me a more valuable quirk, a second quirk. This quirk allowed me to turn myself invisible. However, that was somewhat mundane on its own. Invisibility was valuable, especially compared to my first quirk. However, it wasn't sufficient in a school as vigilant as the renowned UA High, the hero school extraordinaire. A school like this would have infrared and thermographic surveillance cameras designed to detect invisibility quirks if needed. Otherwise, people with powers like Hagekures would have free reign over classified documents in UA's vault. Invisibility was nothing to scoff at, but someone on a mission to undermine everything heroes stood for would need something more. My quirk also allowed me to control my body temperature. With this feature, I could match my heat signature to the temperature of any room I entered, thus concealing my visual and thermal presence. As long as I didn't make any noise or move in an environment where footprints could be left, I would be completely undetectable. I called this quirk Dissipate. Using Dissipate to its full potential, I scoured the halls for anything that might be useful to myself and the League, and then I came across a room titled The Archive. This is it. I found it surprisingly unguarded for a place that presumably stored information about students, teachers, and advantageous points in the school that could all be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, like myself. However, I wasn't going to complain. After all, it's their funeral, I grinned, speaking in a low, husky voice, undoubtedly from not having spoken all morning. While suppressing the urge to clear my throat for fear of being louder than necessary, I searched through files for timetables, schedules, or any other forms that would help me identify a moment when the heroes would be more spread out rather than all condensed in the main building. And like a gift from whatever deity was watching over me, I felt a file titled fall into my hands. Unforeseen Simulations Join, or USJ. An off-campus natural disaster training facility, I read aloud. Flipping through the file at superhuman speed while still absorbing all the information, I learned that the USJ was a training facility under the supervision of a pro hero named 13. However, the best part, in my opinion, was that she ran it completely alone. The USJ is far enough away that no one would hear the screams of a couple dozen heroes in training, I muttered to myself. However, another point to note, mentioned in the schematics of the building, was the alarms, which had to be on par with the schools, showcasing the extreme paranoia of the institution even more. This wasn't much of a problem, though, as any villain with an electric-themed quirk could mask the alarms. Continuing to scan the extensive file, I found a timetable indicating that our class would be visiting the USJ with All Might and Mr. Aizawa the following week. This prompted the sickening grin I'd suppressed in the classroom to return, making its way back onto my face in slow, quivering movements, causing me to cup a hand over my mouth, not that anyone could see it anyway. This would be perfect. Quickly, I slipped the relevant files under my blazer before bolting to my locker and securely placing the files in a secret compartment in my backpack, where even a school as suspicious as UA wouldn't be able to find them during a randomized bag check. As soon as I finished, I rushed toward the bathroom for the second time that day and deactivated Dissipate before returning to class as if everything was normal. I flashed my peers one of my signature smiles, receiving a few greetings in return, before sitting down at my assigned desk, a few rows from the window. And I was only gone for 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Izuku Yagi's point of view shifted as excitement radiated from the new recruit, who bolted toward us while swinging their backpack around to access its contents. I figured out the perfect time you guys can attack UA, they grinned, pulling out a large file and slamming it down between our plates of food before walking behind the counter. Okay, I found an off-campus training facility far enough away that no one would hear anything, but guess what the best part is? Eyeing Shigaraki, I watched as they opened the file titled with skepticism, only to be met with schematics and pages upon pages of informative documents regarding the place. Flipping through page after page, Shigaraki stopped on a paper that looked like a timetable, taking in its information eagerly. All Might will be there, the recruit spoke, their words laced with malice. As if on cue, Shigaraki began reading the page detailing when Class 1A would visit the USJ, and like the new recruit mentioned, All Might was scheduled to be there. Grinning, Shigaraki led the four of us to the meeting room, abandoning our food to plot. Here's the plan, he started. We gather around 50 thugs and villains to attack alongside us. We can also separate the students into random sections of the USJ using Kurogiri's quirk to make it more difficult. The goal is to defeat All Might. We've been developing monsters that we call Nomu, so we can use those to kill the symbol of peace, he explained with excitement, evoking a scoff from me. As I walked through the portal, I was instantly engulfed in light. Even though I was wearing a hoodie and a black surgical mask, I still had to squint my eyes. The light level in the bar compared to the USJ was equivalent to a black hole and the sun. After adjusting to the light, I quickly scanned the premises. It was interesting. The schematics didn't do this place justice. Making a mental map, my eyes landed on my old friends. They were shaking. But today they were going to feel a minor percentage of how I felt my whole life. Today, they and all of their classmates would feel the consequences of their actions. Today, they would feel the rage of a damaged soul. Today, they would reap what they had sown. I tore my eyes from the three and glanced towards Shigaraki. He was scratching his neck and quietly mumbling incoherent words. I could only make out loose words, but it was enough to know what he was trying to say, where symbol wanted all might. I was placing the words in my head and organizing them. Although I didn't have many words, I came to a conclusion. My dear dad's not here. Wow. Awesome, you guys even got fake villains, one of my classmates exclaimed. Those are real. Get back, our teacher shouted. As those few words left the mouth of our teacher, the looks of awe and amazement quickly abandoned our innocent faces. What were real villains doing here? How did they even get in here? Many of us were in shock. Scanning through the villains that stood before me, my eyes landed on a familiar hoodie. That man dressed in black, wearing a mask. He was at the Yoshinoya with Shoto and Kaken 10 weeks ago. I remembered Shoto pointing him out in the restaurant for whatever reason. His eyes looked so familiar. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and I completely agree. Perhaps Shoto believed in that as well and saw then in that man what I could see now, pure evil. As our eyes met, I couldn't help but feel small, as if there was more to the fury behind them. He stared at Kaken, Shoto, and me for what seemed like forever, and then he turned his gaze towards the man next to him. The purple mist they had used to infuriate the USJ grew eyes and began to speak. The only real heroes I see are Erasure Head and 13, the mist began. Perplexing, according to the schedule we retrieved from Yue, All Might should be here as well. Aizawa and 13 wore the same expressions as the rest of us. At least, I assumed 13 did under her suit, minus the fright evident on our faces, of course. They were both confused. When could they have gotten their hands on a UA official document as important as a class schedule? Aizawa muttered quietly to himself and 13. I listened to my peers and the pros make a plan to get us all to safety, but as Aizawa was giving us our instructions, he started walking towards the villains. His quirk allowed him to cancel out that of another, but it only worked on one person at a time. It's also limited to the amount of time he can hold open his eyes. That's the reason he strives in one-on-one combat, particularly surprise attacks. His quirk isn't suited for group attacks. What are you gonna do? I asked him, worry evident in my voice. Although he's made it abundantly clear that he hates me wholeheartedly, I still was worried for him. He's my teacher, so it only makes sense I would be nervous for his well-being. You can't fight them on your own, there's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights, I stated, trying to reason with him. Looking down, I continued, it's not gonna help with a group. Can't be a pro if you've only got one trick, he retorted in a lecturing voice. I watched him run off towards the villains and take down 3 instantly. A heteromorphic man with blue skin and 6 arms screamed at Mr. Aizawa about cancellation not working on him. A villain like you is only dangerous if you can reach me, he paused, dodging another man's punch and roundhouse kicking him in the face. Luckily, I've taken measures to make sure that's never happened, he finished while slamming the blue-skinned heteromorphic man to the floor with his scarf. I stood there, watching in awe. Have I been looking at this the wrong way? As I watched my teacher, barely using his quirk, I felt tears begin to form in my eyes. I couldn't help but wonder whether that could have been Izuku. With proper training and technique, Izuku maybe could have become a hero. An underground hero that could have specialized in stealth attacks, like my teacher. I've been looking at being a hero the wrong way. I've always thought you needed a quirk to help people, but maybe This is no time to be spacing off. Ida warned me, pulling me from my self-induced trance. Quickly wiping my eyes dry, I started running with the rest of my class towards the exit. As we were nearing the door, the purple mist that somehow transported the villains here appeared in front of us. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. The mist paused. Besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end, I suppose it does not matter. I still have a role to play, he spoke with malice upon mentioning my father. 13 raised her hand, preparing to capture the being shrouded in mist, when out of nowhere, 3 of my classmates jumped into action. A large explosion erupted from my explosive friend's hand, while a structure of ice grew from the right hand of my dual-colored friend. The smoke and ash cleared, revealing Kaken, Kirishima, and Shoto standing below the villain. You live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone could get hurt. The villain's voice was spiteful, yet calm. His voice and body language suggested that he was directing his hate-filled words specifically towards Kaken, Shoto, and me. As 13 shouted at the 3 rash boys standing in her way, the purple villain expanded. Now, to implement phase 2 of the boy's plan, he spoke quietly to himself. While I watched as my friends and I were enveloped in the purple fog, I couldn't help but feel worried. What was going to happen to us? Yuga Aoyama's perspective shifted as he felt himself fall from the purple portal, becoming bruised in the process. Yelping out in pain, he shut his eyes. The voices of surrounding villains filled his ears. In fear, he opened his eyes and looked around. At least 15 villains loomed over him. He scanned the area and saw cliffs and rocks. He realized he must be in the mountainous zone. Quickly, he scanned across the mountain range and saw an opening between the villains. Gathering his small amount of courage, he hastily rose from the ground and ran towards a pathway that remained unblocked. Running for his life, he made it to a pathway leading up. He didn't think about where he was going. He simply ran. The villains closely chased behind him as he ascended the mountain. His heart raced and his lungs hurt. The more he ran, the more his speed decreased. He was alone, with villains on his tail, and they were gaining on him. He ran and ran until there was nowhere left to go. Stopping just before the edge of the cliff, he turned to face the villains. They stopped just in front of him and began to use their quirks. As an act of impulse, he stepped backward to try and escape the villains. His heart stopped when he felt nothing but air beneath his foot. Time seemed to slow as he fell backward off the cliff. The villains looked at his falling figure, and all he could see in their faces was a look of accomplishment. As he fell, a scary thought passed through his mind. He was falling to his death and had no possible chance of survival. Thrashing through the air, he thought repetitively the same words. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. His arms flailed around as he tried to gain a grip on the mountain's side, but it was all in vain. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, he thought as darkness engulfed his vision. As the warp mist cleared, 13 watched the remaining students shake with fear. The students remaining were Uraraka Achiko, Kaminari Denki, Sato Rikido, Jiro Kyoko, and Yayoro Zumomo. She didn't have much to work with. The 6 kids that weren't transported across the USJ had impressive quirks, but she wasn't sure how to put all of their strengths to use against such an impressive villain. Everyone, get back, she shouted in an attempt to keep the children out of danger. The kids ran behind her, and she powered up her quirk. The purple mist emitting from the villain was quickly captured by a black hole. As her quirk SED up the villain, he chuckled darkly before opening a warp gate in front of himself and behind her. She felt her suit being ripped apart and the pain in her back. Gasps from the young aspiring heroes filled her ears as she fell to the ground. He got me, she said, sorrow lacing her words. Uraraka watched 13 fall to the ground with fright. Gathering all the courage and willpower she had, she ran at the villain. She panicked due to her rash action and scanned the villain for a body she could make float. Then she saw it, a metal neck brace. She came into contact with the metal surrounding the villain's neck, and he started floating. "Denki, use your quirk and electrify this villain," she shouted at him, taking leadership of the situation. "I can't control it. If I used it, I could hurt you all too," he shouted back, nervousness evident in his voice. Momo, on impulse, created a giant blanket of insulation that looked to be about 10 centimeters thick. Running to get underneath the shield, Uraraka started to feel sick. Kaminari walked towards the villain and began shocking him from the ground. After the villain shut his eyes and appeared to be unconscious, she released him and started to feel unwell. Momo removed the blanket, giving Sato and Jiro the opportunity to attack the villain. Although the villain was unconscious, decided to stay close to him as a precaution. Realizing they were the only ones who could alert the pros of the situation, they began discussing their options. 13 was currently in critical condition, while Kaminari was officially in his Yay mode. Uraraka was, at that moment, feeling ill, and Momo was wearing a miniskirt. The obvious candidates for the run would have been Jiro or Sato. Assessing both their stats, they discovered that Jiro was surprisingly the fastest of them. Therefore, their panic-stricken conversation ended with Jiro bolting to the main building. Uraraka hoped the rest of their classmates were okay. As the purple mist cleared, Ida felt his body falling through the air. Preparing to land, he looked down and saw water. He must be in the flood zone, then. The water soon surrounded him, filling his engines. He heard a voice coming from his left and noticed a villain swimming his way. Quickly, he swam to the surface. Gasping for air, he saw a boat. There were at least 15 villains stationed in the water, racing at him. He swam and dodged every villain that came towards him, slowly making his way towards the boat. Once he got there, he began to climb the side of the boat. Upon hoisting himself to the deck, he noticed one of his classmates already there. He recognized him as Koda. Koda was cowering against the boat and seemed to be talking to himself. "Koda, I'm so glad to see you got to safety. Did you happen to see anyone else from our class in the water or on deck yet?" Ida asked him, relief seeping from his voice. He felt very relieved to know he wasn't alone. As they say, safety in numbers, right? As I made my way towards my timid classmate, I heard a quiet sigh of frustration. A familiar feminine voice chimed in, reminding us of her presence. I noticed 2 white gloves floating in the air. Bowing my head apologetically, I expressed my remorse, and she quickly apologized for her rude outburst. We all realized we needed a plan to escape this unfortunate situation before the villains, still in the water, attacked. Crouching down, we began brainstorming and analyzing our current predicament. How could we possibly escape these villains with our quirks? We're totally not suited for this, Hagakure pointed out. While Koda and Hagakure panicked, I contemplated our powers. A thought struck me. It seemed a little too perfect that our quirks were specifically mismatched for the flood zone. It was almost as if the villains had prior knowledge of all our abilities. Hagakure had a strong quirk, but any movement she made would be evident in such an environment. The water would make noise, and air bubbles would definitely give away her location, rendering her invisibility quirk virtually useless. This would make her more of a hindrance in battle in this particular situation. Then there was Koda. His ability to control and communicate with animals was impressive. However, there were no animals in the USJ's flood zone. Because of this, he lacked any real power in conditions like these. As for me, while I could run extremely fast due to my quirk engine, this did not apply to swimming. A car can drive fast, but if you drop it in water, it won't match those speeds. I swam just like any normal person would. So, all of us were at a disadvantage against the villains in the water. Looking at the villains, I noticed they all seemed to have water-related quirks. The first villain who attacked me had fish-like features and gills. They were in their element, and most of them appeared to be adults, ranging from their early 20s to late 40s. They had the advantage of being in a favorable environment for their quirks and had more experience than us. "This doesn't look good," I said, startling my classmates from my previous silence. "What do you mean?" Koda asked, fear evident in his tone. "None of our quirks seem to be of use in an environment like this one. Even if there were a way to benefit us, The villains in the water have much more experience and quirks suited for this setting, I explained. Whoever planned this coordinated attack must have an IQ far beyond that of an ordinary person, I muttered, loud enough for my peers to hear. Well, we can't just do nothing, Hagakure exclaimed, determination evident in her voice. Who knows how long the pros will take to get here, if they even make it at all. The villains down there could attack us at any moment, so we have to do something as soon as we can. There must be something we can do. I thought for a moment before looking at my two classmates. They were shaking. I had to save them. It was my duty as an aspiring hero and as their class representative. I walked to the side of the boat to glance at the villains in the water. Out of courtesy, they seemed to be giving us time to accept our fates. Looking back at my classmates, I began to speak. I have an idea. My words were cut short as a giant hand made of water clawed at the boat. Time's up, kids. From a different perspective, Masahiro Ojiro was in a dire situation. Dark Shadow. Calm yourself, he shouted in horror as Tokoyami's quirk grew to the size of a dragon and began thrashing around. They were fighting villains in the downpour zone almost immediately after arriving. Approximately 20 villains were waiting for them. Earlier, Ojiro had been assaulted from behind by a villain. He recovered quickly and counterattacked with a strong tail whip and a roundhouse kick. After knocking down the villain, he decided to run, hoping to regroup with any classmates who might have been transported to the downpour zone with him. It would be inconvenient to be alone. Despite loving his quirk's mutation, Ojiro felt uneasy about facing so many villains with only 2 weeks of proper training. Although he was a black belt in karate, he understood the phrase, safety in numbers. As he ran through the rainy, gray, fake city, dodging villains, he found a couple of his classmates already engaged in battle and joined in to help. Kirishima was hardening his body and attacking an opponent with what seemed to be a strength quirk. Just then, another villain approached from behind, attempting to strike him with a metal bat. Luckily, Kirishima heard the footsteps and dodged just before impact, causing the villain to accidentally hit his comrade instead. Wow, so unmanly of you, bro. Kirishima shouted before hardening his arm and punching the villain square in the jaw. Next to Ojiro, Tokoyami appeared to be struggling with himself. Ojiro couldn't understand why. His quirk seemed perfect for this setting. Dark Shadow could cover their blind spots and assist in fighting. Ojiro tore his gaze away from Tokoyami and focused on another classmate. Shoji was battling a villain with a quirk similar to Vlad King's. The villain cut his arm, and a stream of blood morphed into a sword, which he used to dismember one of Shoji's dupli arm extensions. A loud scream pierced the air, and Ojiro whipped his head around to see Tokoyami being overtaken by Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow! Calm yourself, he yelled. Almost instantly, Dark Shadow attacked and overwhelmed every villain within the downpour zone. Ojiro, Kirishima, and Shoji were relieved and about to congratulate Tokoyami when, out of nowhere, Kirishima was thrown across the city street where they were battling. As his body repelled backwards and impacted with a wall, I ran to him alongside Shoji. Crouching down, I checked his pulse. He was alive, just unconscious. His head must have hit the building. I worried that this could cause a concussion, but quickly realized there was still one more villain to defeat, and it must be a strong one. Dark Shadow! Tokoyami screamed, clearly in distress. I peered to my right and noticed Dark Shadow thrashing around, attempting to attack Shoji. There were no villains around, so Dark Shadow must have been the one to attack Kirishima. This explained Tokoyami's earlier stress. I looked towards Kirishima, then Shoji, then Tokoyami and made a plan. With Shoji injured and Kirishima unconscious, I was the only one who could act. The only thing I could do was lead Dark Shadow and Tokoyami away from the danger zone. Outside, I might be able to get help from my classmates or, if available, the pros. Tenya Ida's perspective shifted as he jumped from the boat, with Hagakure and Koda stationed on his back, shifting into 5th gear. He realized the only way to escape the situation was to run along the only platforms available, the villains' heads. As barbaric as it sounded, it was the only way. He aimed his foot to land on the head of an unexpected villain. As his foot made contact, the villain began to sink. He jumped before the head fully submerged, moving as fast as possible from villain to villain. Desperately trying to maintain momentum, he dodged the constant quirks being fired at him and adjusted to the movements of the villains. They cleared the flood zone hastily and decided to check on Mr. Aizawa in the center. As they walked towards the fight, Tenya's mind wandered. Something seemed off about how easily they had escaped. Although the placement of his peers seemed strategic, perhaps he was overthinking. The villains they faced appeared to be nothing but low-level thugs. Maybe this was all just a diversion, a trap to separate them. His thoughts raced through possible reasons for the ease of their escape until they arrived at the center of the USA. There, they saw Mr. Aizawa defeating villains with remarkable speed. Based on how easily he was taking them down, it seemed these were just low-level thugs trying to make a name for themselves. As his eyes darted around the villains, he noticed a man dressed in black who seemed to be doing little more than writing in a notebook. He watched the fight between Mr. Aizawa and the villains, jotting down notes. Every time Mr. Aizawa's hair stopped floating, the man wrote something down. Maybe this was all a diversion to gather information on the pros and students, using the thugs as expendable lives to test their abilities. Wow! Mr. Aizawa is amazing! Hagakure shouted, drawing the attention of the masked note-taker. He looked towards them and locked eyes with Tenya before tearing his gaze away to write in his notebook again, casting quick glances in their direction. Was he taking notes on Hagakure, Koda, and him? Just then, a giant monster-like creature appeared and began to attack Mr. Aizawa, pinning him to the ground and holding his arm behind his back. The monster slammed Mr. Aizawa's head to the ground, causing a visible injury. A purple mist began to form behind the man taking notes. He walked up to a man with pale, sickly skin and blue hair, then began to speak. "Shigaraki, we may have a problem," he said in a low, monotoned voice. "What is it, Kurogyri?" the man replied, annoyance evident in his tone. "The children at the entrance bested me in battle. When I woke up, one was gone. I think they might have left to alert the pros." "Damn it, Kurogyri," the masked man suddenly exploded, abandoning his previous calmness. "I planned this to go perfectly. There was no reason they should have gotten past you. Then that means this is game over." Back to the title screen. "I was really looking forward to confronting All Might," the man with blue hair added. "Well, before we leave, we should at least break the hero's pride, right?" the masked man said, malice dripping from his honey-sweet voice. Without any time to react, the man with blue hair was in front of Koda. His hand came into contact with Koda's face, and in an instant, Koda's body turned to ash. Kyokujiro felt her lungs burning as she ran faster than she ever had in her life. The USJ was so far from the main building that they had to take a bus there, leaving her with a long run ahead. She was nervous, her legs felt like they were about to give out, but she knew that if she stopped, some of her classmates could potentially die. Thoughts of her classmates flooded her mind, the reasons they wanted to become heroes, the jokes they shared, the funny training fails. Momo, Izumi, Uraraka, Tsu, Denki, Mina, each of her classmates meant so much to her. They were like a family. Tears began to form in her eyes as she imagined life without them. Although it had only been 2 weeks since they met, the bond they shared had sprouted almost instantly. Even Bakugu held a special place in her heart. Wiping her eyes, she ran into someone. There, before her, stood All Might in all his glory, wearing a white t-shirt and green cargo pants. He took one look at her and realized something must have gone wrong. "What happened? Are you okay, young Jiro?" He bombarded her with questions, worry evident in his voice. "Tida is under attack," she managed to say between gasps. "Villains." Through her attempts to explain the situation and catch her breath, he sped off towards the UJ. With the #1 hero rushing to the scene, she felt a sense of peace and confidence wash over her. After catching her breath, she used her determination to push through the last mile. "Dear God, please let my classmates be all right." Shoto Todoroki's perspective was tense as he found himself in the landslide zone. They had been dropped there not even 10 minutes ago, and Bakugu was already losing control. With a firm step, Shoto froze 14 of the 15 villains he was assigned to defeat. They acted like children, throwing tantrums over lost opportunities. He glanced at his childhood friends. Bakugo was shouting at the villains he was supposed to handle, creating a headache for Shoto. Izumi was using her quirk to float her villains at least 30 feet off the ground, changing their positions every few seconds as she tried to extract information from them. Shoto preferred a different approach, focusing on intimidation. "What is your business with us?" he asked coldly, his voice steady. Silence met his question. Suddenly, a villain lunged at him with a metal spear. Shoto dodged effortlessly, catching the spear and freezing the attacker in the process. These villains seemed to underestimate him, thinking they could take down the symbol of peace. Initially, he believed they were elite villains, but they turned out to be nothing more than low-level thugs. From his observations, only 4 or 5 posed a real threat. He adjusted his tone, letting anger seep into his voice. "Listen well, if you stay frozen, your cells will die as your bodies succumb to frostbite and hypothermia. Luckily for you, I want to become a hero, so I'd like to avoid any unnecessary cruelty." He paused, noticing Izumi's gaze, realizing she might think he was referring to Izuku. "But I can only do that if you tell me how you plan to kill All Might. That's the only way you'll survive." Meanwhile, Ishido Mina watched as Shiro fell beside her. He quickly shot a string of tape around her waist and another to a tall object. Once they landed safely and he removed the tape, villains ambushed them. There were only 10, but with just the 2 of them in limited training, fear crept in. "I take the 5 on the left." "Take the 5 on the right," she suggested, trying to mask her fear with enthusiasm. Shiro smirked and replied, "You're on." Mina unleashed her acid on one of the villains, ensuring it was not too corrosive. Even though they were villains, she believed they shouldn't be harmed more than necessary. She sprayed her acid, but it wasn't as effective as she hoped. After knocking out 3 villains, she glanced at Shiro, who was engaged with his last opponent. Suddenly she noticed one villain, fully conscious, attempting to escape. Before she could warn Shiro, the villain used his quirk to incapacitate him. As the villain charged at Shiro's limp body, Mina sprang into action. She stood protectively over Shiro and, overwhelmed with adrenaline, unleashed a concentrated burst of acid, taking down all the villains within a 30-foot radius. The closest villain screamed in agony as the acid caused severe burns. Mina felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she realized the extent of her actions. She had hurt them, and the thought made her panic. Although she aspired to be a hero, she felt like a monster. Holding her unconscious classmate in her arms, she sobbed for a moment before gathering her strength and running from the ruined zone, determined to find help. Shiro had high-voltage burns on his face and back. As she ran, she hoped to find 13 or another pro who could assist. Shiro began to stir, and she started asking him questions. "Are you okay? How are you feeling? Are you in any pain?" she asked, but before she could continue he fell unconscious again. Worry creased her brow as she picked up her pace, the entrance coming into view. "We're almost there. Hold on, Shiro." In another part of the USJ, Tsu Azui fell out of a purple portal and landed in a covered area filled with fire and smoke. This must be the conflagration zone. She quickly assessed her surroundings and saw about 20 villains in gas masks and fireproof suits, likely prepared for her quirk. Realizing they must have anticipated her abilities, she began to leap away as the villains lunged for her. However, the flames and gas made evasion difficult. As she fought to stay conscious, the carbon monoxide from the fire clouded her senses. Suddenly, she recognized the trap. The villains with fire quirks were closing in, creating a barrier of flames around her. Desperately searching for an escape route, she found none. The villains began to unleash their flames, and Tsu felt the heat sear her skin, the pain overwhelming her senses. The smell of smoke filled the air, and the ringing in my ears was deafening. I was in pain, trying to comprehend the situation I found myself in. I was burning alive. My nerve endings felt like they were frying as my lungs struggled against the heat. The fire was intense, consuming me rapidly. As I lay on the ground, I could only stare at the villains surrounding me. Their faces, obscured by masks, were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Time seemed to slow down. My blinking became sluggish, and my vision darkened as I watched them laugh. Some danced around the flames, while others waved mockingly at me. I took my final breaths, feeling my skin blistering and melting, while the onlookers reveled in my suffering. My last thought echoed in my mind as I succumbed to the flames. I hope the others made it out alive. Toshinori Yagi's perspective shifted as he entered the USA. "I am here," he shouted, hoping to reassure the 19 students of Class 1A. But the screams that filled the air shattered that hope. His eyes widened as he took in the chaos around him. The USJ was in ruins. 13 lay unconscious on the ground, severely injured. Mina was panting, struggling to carry the unconscious Zero, whose face was marred by burns and soot. In the central plaza, Aizawa was pinned beneath a large, bird-like creature. To the side, Toshinori saw a pale, blue-haired man holding Koda's face. In an instant, Koda turned to ash. Horror gripped Toshinori as he rushed toward the scene. He arrived too late. The students and villains alike turned to acknowledge his presence. A man in black, wearing a mask, locked eyes with him. The man's glowing, emerald-green eyes seemed to pierce through Toshinori's very soul. "You're too late, All Might," the man said, his voice cold and sharp. The laughter that followed was psychotic, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Toshinori's smile faltered, but he maintained his composure for the sake of the traumatized students witnessing this madness. The man's expression shifted, his amusement replaced by anger. "You sociopathic hypocrite," he yelled, his voice filled with rage. Toshinori felt a wave of determination wash over him. There were still 18 innocent children whose lives were in danger. He abandoned his shock and charged toward the man, who seemed to take pleasure in seeing Toshinori's smile fade. Just as he approached, the giant bird that had been attacking Aizawa blocked his path. Toshinori prepared to strike the creature with all his strength. But as his fist connected, he felt his power dissipate. A raspy voice from his right interrupted him. "That's Nomu. He's been genetically modified to withstand your power and eradicate you from existence," the blue-haired man explained as Nomu seized Toshinori's arm. "His power is shock absorption." Izuku Yagi watched with a smug smile as the hero stood before him, stunned. Nomu struck Toshinori, landing a punch just below his rib. In the past, All for One had reviewed Izuku's plan to eliminate All Might, refining it based on his knowledge of Toshinori. He recalled the fierce battle 5 years prior, which had left both men injured. As Toshinori's shirt began to stain with blood, Izuku felt a sense of justice wash over him. This was just the beginning of his revenge. He imagined the satisfaction of breaking every bone in All Might's body, relishing the thought of revealing himself as the child everyone had dismissed. But he held back. As tempting as it was to reveal his identity now, he knew that revenge was best served cold. Toshinori felt his shirt sag as it soaked up his blood. Nomu knew exactly where to strike. He unhooked his arm and retaliated, landing punches to the creature's face and body. Finally, he knocked Nomu forward, positioning himself behind the monster. Remembering the villain's words, he seized Nomu's waist. "Shock absorption, huh? Thanks for the tip. All I have to do is wear him down, then it's your turn," he declared, pushing through the pain from the creature's earlier attack. As he prepared to slam Nomu into the ground, a purple portal suddenly opened behind him. "Nice work, Kurogiri. Good to see you're atoning for your past missteps," a cold voice called out from behind. Toshinori strained to see the masked man, whose face was obscured by mist matching the portal. He felt the agonizing grip of Nomu's fingers digging into his flesh, compounded by the pain of his injuries. My face contorted into a pained frown as I struggled to pry the creature's claws from my side. I spoke with a steady and firm voice. "If this is your best, then you picked the wrong place to attack. You should just give up now." It was clear I was trying to buy myself some time. "Kurogiri," the light blue-haired man said calmly while scratching at his neck. "Normally I wouldn't want blood flooding the insides of my warp gates, but I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you." He continued, "Since you're too fast to see with the human eye, Nomu had to restrain you." As the Nomu pulled my torso deeper into the warp gate, he added, And once he's pulled your body halfway through, I'll squeeze the gate shut. I struggled and glanced to my left, noticing a fit of laughter from a green-eyed figure about 50 feet away. He held a notebook, writing in it every few seconds. Looking further behind the villains, I remembered I had neglected a student. Young Ida stood watching the whole scene unfold, too stunned by the situation to move. I'm going to enjoy slowly tearing you to pieces, Kurogiri said again, his tone laced with vengeance, hinting at a personal vendetta against me. I felt my body being pulled further into the portal when suddenly, I heard a loud scream of rage. Dark shadow! The grip on my body loosened just enough for me to free myself from the Nomu's grasp, as the villains turned their attention to the noise. Just as I escaped, I heard more yelling. Die, die, die! Katsuki screamed at Kurogiri before sending an explosion toward the man made of mist. As the ash cleared, I saw Katsuki holding a piece of metal against the villain's neck. Move and I'll blow you up, he said calmly, adding to his fearful aura. The Nomu lunged at me, but before I could counterattack, a sheet of ice trapped him in place. To my left, I saw a giant dark shadow in the distance, slowly shrinking. To my right, my daughter and her friends, Shoto and Katsuki, were ready to strike. Regaining my composure, I urged them to get out of here and help young Tokoyami, young Ojiro, and young Ida. They hesitated but eventually agreed. As soon as Katsuki's grip on Kurogiri loosened, the man of mist warped away, standing behind the two villains who were observing the scene. Let's finish this once and for all, I declared, adding a little quip with my newfound boost of confidence. Izuku Yagi watched as All Might remained oblivious, not even noticing one of his students. He saw Bakugo, Todoroki, and his sister rush to help their classmates escape. They assisted the now calm Tokoyami, the frazzled Ojiro, and the shocked Ida. However, they seemed to have forgotten a certain floating pair of white gloves. Poor Hagakure was so shocked by the situation that she could hardly speak. Izuku scoffed at the audacity of his father, calling himself the #1 hero while leaving a traumatized child in the wake of battle. Turning his attention back to the fight, he watched attentively as Nomu battled with All Might. They exchanged punches so quickly that he could barely keep track. That I will go beyond. Plus, Ultra! All Might screamed before delivering a final punch to the Nomu, causing a loud crash. Izuku watched as the Nomu flew through the roof of the USJ, taking mental notes. There were many changes to be made regarding the Nomu's design. All Might charged toward Shigaraki, clearly enraged about his dear student. He raised his fist, preparing to strike. Just before his fist could make contact, Izuku stepped in front of Shigaraki, effortlessly catching All Might's fist in his hand. Now, All Might, Izuku began, let's not be too hasty, he said in a sickly sweet tone, a bittersweet smile on his face. Toshinori Yagi felt the rage seep through the man's aura, despite his tone. He tried to free his balled fist from the man's grasp, but it was much stronger than the Nomu's. How could this man withstand one for all at full power? Physically, the man seemed quite strong, with decently sized muscles visible through his hoodie. He was around 5'9", by Toshinori's estimation. Although he was taller, it was evident that this man was as strong as the Nomu, if not more. Considering Toshinori was already past his limit, this could pose a problem. Abruptly, he was pulled from his thoughts as the man spoke. Oh look, your daughter, Izumi, is here. And her friends too, he began. Toshinori stood shocked at his words. How could a villain know about his daughter? Only a select few knew of her existence. He gaped as the man continued. Bakugo Katsuki, son of Bakugo Masaru and Bakugo Mitsuki. Quirk, explosion. He sweats nitroglycerin and can ignite it on command. He paused, scanning the children. Todoroki Shoto, son of Todoroki Enji and Todoroki Rei. Brother of Todoroki Tuya, Todoroki Fuyumi, and Todoroki Natsuo. Quirk, half hot, half cold. He can shoot ice from his right side and fire from his left, although he refuses to use his left side due to his father's influence. The children, obviously listening in, were stunned. Yagi. Izumi, he began, speaking slowly as he gripped Toshinori's arm tighter, shifting his gaze from Shoto to his daughter. daughter of Yagi Toshinori and Yagi Inko. His eyes, glowing a vibrant green, bore into Toshinori's as his words filled the air with menace. Sister of Yagi Izuku, status, deceased. Quirks, psychokinesis enhancement and one for all. His voice was slow and deliberate. How do you know the name of? Toshinori's voice was cut off as the villain forcefully deflated his arm. The man let go of Toshinori's arm before punching just under his left rib, where his injury was. The sheer force knocked him backward into a wall. Smoke filled the air as his muscular form faded. Surprise and shock took over the faces of his daughter's friends as the smoke cleared. Of course, they would be surprised. All Might, their idol, is the father of their childhood friend. As I lay there, a man approached me, a light matching the color of his eyes emanating from his hands as a large, green whip made of electricity formed. He lifted his whip, preparing to strike when suddenly, a bullet was fired right next to his head. He turned to the entrance, and in the distance stood Snipe, the marksman hero. Snipe continued firing perfectly accurate bullets, which the green-eyed villain promptly dodged. As the man retreated, Kurogiri opened a warp gate. Just before stepping through, he looked back at me and said, "Well then, All Might. I guess this means to be continued." Toshinori Yagi's point of view began as my eyes fluttered open slowly, adjusting to the bright light shining into them. I looked around, finding myself in a room of white, a constant beeping ringing through my ears. I sat up, gasping in pain before laying back down, cringing at the surging pain in my abdomen and back. "Dad!" a woman shouted. As my vision cleared further, I noticed a young woman with long, golden blonde hair and electric blue eyes rushing to rise from her seat. I looked at her, taking in her flushed cheeks over a pale face, her red eyes, evidently from crying. She looked sickly. "Izumi?" I asked my daughter, my voice layered with concern and shock. She looked at me with tear-filled eyes before leaning down to hug my frail form. "You're okay," she stated, her voice overflowing with emotions. Her tone spoke 1,000 words, though she could only articulate a few. I returned her embrace, filling the room with the warmth all children should feel. Comforting her, I began to ask her questions. What happened?" My voice was hoarse, and she took note of that. Handing me a glass of water, she began to explain what had transpired. I listened, shock and remorse evident on my face. The USJ was supposed to be a fun learning experience, but it turned into a complete nightmare. The list of injured students was extensive, while the list of deceased students was even more so. 3 students had lost their lives, and 6 others had sustained serious injuries. The young heroes had suffered greatly. It had been 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and I had been unconscious the entire time. The students were given time off from school to cope with the trauma. Young Ida and young Toru had apparently sustained severe mental injuries from witnessing the death of their classmate. They had refrained from speaking for several days after the incident. When they finally reacted, they both went into a frenzy, requiring sedation to prevent further harm. In addition to the death of young Koda, the professionals discovered young Aoyama's body in the mountain zone. His body had been impaled by a spike, causing extensive damage. His eyes were rolled back in his sockets, and the initials LOV had been carved into his forehead, suggesting a connection to the group that had attacked us. Days later, a pool of black, foul-smelling liquid was discovered in the conflagration zone. Initially thought to be oil, further investigation revealed otherwise. In the NPA crime lab, a forensic scientist felt compelled to inspect the liquid. Through testing, he discovered a DNA signature matching one of the missing students, young Azui. Upon further review, a charred piece of flesh was found, leading to the identification of the mysterious liquid as her remains. While there were suspicions of foul play, the cause of her death remained unclear. The NPA believed it was an unfortunate accident, but the forensic scientists suspected otherwise, suggesting the villains might have burned her alive. Aizawa had been admitted to intensive care as soon as the professionals arrived. He sustained serious injuries to his face, leaving a scar below his right eye. He had been in the hospital ever since the incident. Alongside Aizawa, 13 had also been hospitalized for the past couple of weeks. She had suffered significant injuries, but with the help of Recovery Girl, she was making a swift recovery, although she had been in a comatose state since her admission. Circling back to the students, young Kirishima endured serious trauma to the head after impacting a wall during the attack. He was submitted to a full-body scan, which revealed torn nerve tissue in his brain. He woke up shortly after being admitted to the emergency ward and was informed by doctors that he would make a full recovery, though changes in his personality were likely. Young Siro was also rushed to the ER due to high-voltage electrical burns and unresponsiveness. A full-body scan revealed mild damage to some organs and tissue. He woke up several times during his hospital stay but sustained seizures and fell unconscious again. Doctors assured that he would recover quickly, though he would likely have a scar along his back. After waking up a few days later, he was released from the hospital with physical therapy assigned due to the intensity of the villain's electricity. Due to the dismemberment of young Shoji's duplicate dupliarm, he was taken into urgent care. He explained that it was solely a duplicate and that he could regrow it, leading to his discharge a day after his admission. Then there was me. My respiratory injury had reopened, and I was rushed into surgery. They did as much as they could, but I fell into a deep coma, according to my sobbing daughter. They weren't sure if I would ever wake up but managed to keep that information from the news. I had been given a medical ventilator because of my difficulty breathing until about a day ago. The doctors estimated that my time as a hero would have to be limited to a maximum of 2 hours and 30 minutes a day, if at all. Dr. Takahashi recommended I retire early to prevent further damage to my almost fatal injury, but I countered, saying that if I left, the world would have no symbol. I had to continue with my hero work, at least until my successor became the new symbol. Ashido Mina felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had taken lives. The realization consumed her as she rocked back and forth, tears streaming down her face. In her solitude, she felt the urge to hurt herself, but she fought against it. The words of the doctors echoed in her mind during her panicked outburst of emotion. Earlier, she had asked the doctor about the villains. Anxiety crept into her voice as she expressed her concern for their well-being. She believed that villains were citizens too, deserving of care, regardless of their actions. Heroes should protect, not harm unnecessarily. Her mind raced back to the events of the other day, recalling the agonizing screams of the villains as they suffered from the acid she had used. Her emotions had gotten the better of her, and she had forgotten to limit the solubility of the acid, resulting in devastating consequences. The memory of the foul odor of burning flesh would forever haunt her. The doctor looked at her, confusion etched on his face. He asked if she was inquiring about the villains who had attacked her. She nodded cautiously, still waiting for an answer. He questioned her motives, wondering why she would care about the villains' conditions. Mina felt puzzled. She thought this was a question many heroes would ask. The doctor sighed before explaining that all the villains had been taken to Fuchu prison and treated for their injuries. Some had made full recoveries, while others had sustained severe burns that would leave scars. Tragically, 2 of the villains had fatal injuries and did not survive. Mina's heart sank as she processed the information. The doctor concluded by saying that while 20% of the villains hadn't survived, she had saved her friend, Mr. Siro, from worse injuries. He congratulated her, patting her on the back before walking into a nearby room. Now, as she walked through the hallways of UA High, bags hung beneath her eyes. She could feel the gazes of her fellow students and heard their whispers. They spoke of her as the girl who had killed 2 people, questioning her place in the hero course. Mina floated through the halls like a ghost, feeling ostracized and alone. This was a new feeling for her. She had always been outgoing and happy. The weight of what she had done felt unbearable, and she hoped to never experience such a burden again. Entering her classroom, she was met with an unsettling silence. The lively atmosphere that usually filled the room had vanished, replaced by a cold, lifeless air. Her classmates wore expressions of grief, their eyes red and tired. Desks were adorned with flowers and notes, reminders of friends lost too soon. Slowly, she approached her desk, the silence heavy around her. No one dared to speak. This was the aftermath of their battle, the result of their failure to protect their classmates. They had all failed and now, they were left with the painful reality of loss. Meanwhile, Izuku Yagi reveled in the memories of their recent attack. Laughter filled the air as he recalled the looks on their faces, feeling a sense of victory despite the chaos. He celebrated in his room, enjoying a drink that brought him a buzz of exhilaration. As he prepared to wash away the remnants of his actions, he felt a mix of emotions. The metallic scent of blood lingered, a reminder of his complicated relationship with his father. He stepped into the shower, cleansing himself of the past and savoring the refreshing embrace of cold air afterward. Dressed casually, he left his room and headed to the bar, where he conversed with Shigaraki-san. Suddenly, the door burst open and his master, Stain-sensei, appeared. Excited, he approached, eager to hear about their next mission. "Get ready, we're both going to Hosu City," Stain-sensei instructed, setting the stage for their next adventure. During our walk, none of us dared to utter a single word. It had been 2 weeks since I had last seen Izumi and Todoroki, 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and 2 weeks since I had learned the truth. The shocking truth that All Might, my idol, was in fact Yagi Tashinori. I was at a loss for what to think or feel. On one hand, my respect for Mr. Yagi had grown substantially. On the other, my admiration for All Might had diminished. All Might, a hero, had neglected his own son for 10 years. Neglect is a form of abuse. The number one hero had failed his son. The symbol of peace, the person people admired, the person I had admired. A hero is supposed to help and treat people with care. A hero is supposed to save others. If this ever got into the hands of the public, All Might would be ruined. Over the past 2 weeks, I had been trying to understand my feelings, but all I could feel was rage. I thought about how All Might had failed Izuku for 10 years, and then I reflected on how I had done the same. I had hurt Izuku far worse than anyone else over the years. I was the one who told Izuku to jump, but a parent has a responsibility to care for their child. To be there when their child needs them. Even more so for a hero. Considering Mr. Yagi is All Might, it was obvious that Auntie Inko had also played a part in this. They had both hurt Izuku. The number 1 and 7 heroes were both guilty, and I was no better. I watched as Pinky walked through the classroom doors. She shook and quickly walked to her seat. I noticed her skin, already pink, looking red and puffy around her eyes, as well as her complexion appearing more void of color. The USJ attack had clearly taken a toll on her. It had affected everyone. I took in the appearances of my classmates and was shocked. Kirishima had changed a lot. I didn't know him that well, but I knew he was an outgoing, talkative, and friendly person. Now, though, he seemed emotional and different. I had taken it upon myself to research the long-term effects a concussion could leave on a person. I was surprised to find out that when a concussion occurs, the nerve tissue between the two halves of the brain is stretched, creating new pathways. Kirishima was definitely on the unlucky side when it came to severity. When he had woken up, he was asked to remain in the hospital for observation. It's difficult to predict the effects a concussion can have on a person. When the doctors were running brain scans, they didn't have a previous scan to compare with, but they noticed abnormalities in his brain waves. Because the direct impact was received in the back of his head, his cerebellum took most of the damage. His frontal lobes had also received a great deal of shock, but it didn't affect his motor skills and problem-solving abilities as much as it could have. The school was initially worried about letting Kirishima continue his hero studies, considering he needed assistance walking sometimes and faded in and out of consciousness frequently. However, the doctors explained that it might be temporary. They didn't know if his balance problems were permanent, but the school was going to assume he would heal. As for Siro, he needed the support of a cane and had a scar along his back. He was the most relaxed person about the situation. He was, of course, just as remorseful about the deaths and injuries, but he was also one of the people trying to move past it. He had been trying to make people laugh or smile ever since he walked into the room. In a way, he reminded me of Izuku, always trying to make people smile. I was brought out of my thoughts by the voice of Mr. Aizawa. I was surprised to see him in class, and apparently, I wasn't the only one with concerns. He was wrapped in bandages, mainly visible on his face but hidden by his clothing. He greeted us all as usual, after addressing the deceased and taking a moment to remember them. The normally loud class was quieter than a library. He then started speaking about an event we had all been looking forward to since before any of us had even applied to this school, the famous UA Sports Festival. Most of the class perked up, abandoning their previous PRD of grief. A portion of the room, once plagued with despair, was lively again. I smiled upon seeing the faces of my peers shine with excitement. Some of the students, still processing the events of a couple of weeks ago, were taken aback. They had several concerns regarding the sports festival. They wondered if it was safe to have the festival after an attack like the one at USJ. If it was safe to orchestrate an event as large as the sports festival after such a tragedy. Mr. Aizawa explained how the school wanted to show the public that we weren't fazed, that we weren't afraid, that we were okay. But we weren't okay. Our friends were hurt. Our friends were gone. Although many of us thought the same thing, no one spoke up. No one wanted to be the one to ruin what felt like the first happy moment any of us had felt in weeks. So we went along with it. No one objected after Mr. Aizawa spoke. We all just listened. We listened to the new timetable. We listened to the teachers during class. We just listened. During lunch, we all branched off into our usual groups. My table contained 10 of my classmates, including me. Todoroki, Izumi, Pinky, Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari, Mineta, Tokoyami, and Jiro. Most of us sat in silence. Kaminari, Izumi, and Mineta were constantly trying to start conversations or engage us with small talk, but they eventually realized it wasn't working. Sonic was the most shocked as well as invisible. I understood why. They had witnessed firsthand how one of our classmates had been brutally taken from us. It would, of course, take a while before either of them would start to feel better. I still remembered Izuku's lifeless body, as he lay in a lake of his own blood. The expression he wore haunted me at night, through the nightmares I endured constantly. The pained look on his face lingered in my mind. I decided to let Sonic mourn. He needed time to accept that there was nothing he could have done, and he should accept that on his terms. I finished my food and started heading to my next class early. Thinking of Izuku made me emotional, and I didn't want anyone to see me showing signs of weakness. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he threw his knife with complete accuracy. It struck the alleyway's wall before dropping to the ground. A satisfied smirk grew on his face as he turned to face his master, who regarded him with a neutral expression. In the span of just a few months, you've picked up a lot, his master said, pausing for effect. Your knife and sword skills have greatly improved since I started training you. I'm impressed, kid. Contrasting his expression, his voice gleamed with a hint of pride. He was right. Under his expert guidance, Izuku's abilities with blades had become much more precise and refined. He had been his apprentice for around 12 weeks now, and his master was an excellent teacher. They had arrived in Hosu City 2.5 weeks ago. Stain had finished his work in Mizudafu and was taking Izuku to Hosu. Originally, he planned to finish Izuku's training before leaving, but he decided to take him along to witness his skills in action and gain experience in the field. Stain hadn't made any moves yet, knowing he wanted to save society from Ingenium next, but he hadn't constructed a plan on how to do so. Taking a break from training, Stain decided to continue plotting. Izuku, feeling bored, turned on the news. Flipping through stations on his phone, he realized that UA's sports festival was the only thing airing at the moment. This was an opportunity to gauge the quirks of the young heroes in action, so he turned up the volume. He didn't know the quirks of those in other classes, mainly just those in his sister's class, and he still hadn't seen many of the students' quirks in person. The sports festival had just started to air, so he hadn't missed anything. The camera zoomed in on the student giving the opening speech. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the red eyes he had held hatred for most of his life. Those red ruby eyes belonged to Bakugo Katsuki, the friend of his enemy and his main tormentor. Bakugo cleared his throat and began to speak. Izuku had assumed his speech would be delivered in a condescending tone, boasting about how he would beat everyone and come in first place, but he was quickly proven wrong. Bakugo looked down in shame before starting to speak. I just want to say, he began. What are you planning, Bakugo? I want to win this. Don't say what I think you're going to say. Both for me. Don't do it. My classmates. I swear, Bakugu if you say it, then don't, for, my, dear, friend, Izuku. Izuku screamed in rage, drawing the attention of his master from his work. Stain stood, staring at him in shock as he held his head and laughed, laughter fueled by anger. Tears flowed from his eyes as he watched his old tormentor continue his speech. He wanted to become a hero more than anything, and he didn't want anything from it. Izuku's rage only intensified as Bakugu uttered those words. The audacity of that JRK to call him his friend. He solely wanted to see people smile. Izuku felt his already wounded heart ache. He has no right. He has no right to be talking about me. All Izuku wanted was for those around him to be happy. He has no right to use my first name. He would have made an amazing hero. Bakugu's voice cracked as he spoke. He has no right to say any of this. But his life was cut short. He has no right. By 3 monstrous villains. You have no right to say that, Bakugu. Izuku shouted in anger as tears streamed down his face. I wish you were here, Izuku. Bakugu said before walking from the stage to the crowd of students. Izuku shook with anger as he watched him. He has no right to use my death as a way to garner sympathy. He bullied me. He hurt me. He killed me. And he's going to get away with it. He's going to run scot-free, using my first name in his speech. He's going to use my name and my death to evoke empathy from the crowd. His blood boiled as he turned off his phone and put it in his pocket. His eyes dried as he laughed, his face contorting with anger and amusement as he thought of Bakugu's words and everything he had done. Is everything okay over here? A voice interrupted, pulling him from his fit of laughter. Izuku slowly turned his head and glared at the man who had just noticed the identity of the man behind him. His master, Stain, the hero killer. He took in the appearance of the man in front of him and grinned. Master, it's the man you've been looking for. He had plans to take care of right now, but mark his words, Bakugu Katsuki. I'll see you in hell. The hero standing before him was none other than the man his master had been looking for. It had been a long 2 weeks since Stain had been plotting to rid society of this false hero. The man in front of him widened his eyes in shock as he took note of Stain behind Izuku. He readied a fighting stance before looking Izuku up and down. A child, he muttered, barely audible as he stood there in shock. Get away from that monster. Don't you know who that is? Izuku winced at his words. Monster you say? His tone was that of a lecturing manner, as if he were angry at Izuku for being close to the liberators standing behind him. He reopened his eyes and looked at the man in his silver hero costume with annoyance. Did this pretender not hear a word he just said? He was already in a foul mood, and this only added to his irritation. First, he ignored Izuku, then he disrespected his master. Izuku stood from his spot on the comfortable ground and turned his head to face Stain. He looked at him expectantly and Stain nodded. Turning his face back towards the puzzled hero, Izuku did as instructed and got behind him. Standing behind him, he glared at my master and began to speak, filled with determination. He declared that he would put a stop to whatever my master intended for the child. His voice was strong as he shouted those words at my master. As he activated his engines, preparing to charge at the man in front of him, my master remained calm, waiting for what was about to unfold. The hero sprinted forward, but suddenly his expression changed to one of shock. A steady flow of crimson spilled from his mouth as his body froze. His engines sputtered, and his legs ceased to move. He dropped to the floor, taking in his last breath and uttering a simple word, Tenya. Kaizome Akaguro observed the scene. The child sitting before him rose to his feet and glanced back. Kaizome noticed the glimmer in the child's eyes, the crazed look that signaled he had an idea. He quickly recalled the instructions given to the child by the false hero standing before them. Kaizome smirked internally and discreetly nodded at the child. As he watched the child follow the orders of the man in metal, he wondered what his student was planning. The hero, filled with self-righteousness, declared his intent to stop whatever was happening. Kaizome cringed at his words, knowing the dark past of his pupil and the violence the heroes had inflicted upon him. With a villain involved, The heroes could exploit this child for profit. The reward for capturing the hero killer would be substantial, but saving a defenseless child from him? That would be a different story altogether. The hero activated his quirk and charged at Kaizome, who stood by, confident in his pupil's abilities. Just as planned, one of the students throwing knives became visible and struck the hero's neck. Kaizome watched as the man, rushing toward him, suddenly lost all vitality. Blood flowed from the wound as the hero fell, muttering the name, Tenya, as he departed from this world. Kaizome glared at his pupil, feeling he could have handled the situation more effectively than his young apprentice. The child approached the fallen hero, retrieved the throwing knife from the corpse, and whispered an almost inaudible phrase, "Rest in peace. May your sacrifice benefit the new world, Ingenium." Meanwhile, Shoto Todoroki was in the midst of a match. The crowd erupted with excitement as the announcer declared the start of the battle between him and his classmate, Yagi Izumi. As the match began, Shoto unleashed a burst of ice, aiming directly at Izumi, who skillfully dodged and retaliated with a blast of power from her quirk, one for all. After school resumed, Mr. Yagi had revealed his true identity as All Might to Shoto and Bakugo, explaining his quirk and how it could be passed on. Shoto was shocked to learn that All Might, the father of Izumi and Izuku, possessed a quirk he could have given to Izuku. This revelation stirred feelings of anger within him, as he had always admired All Might, believing he was different from other heroes. Shoto felt betrayed, realizing that many heroes were driven by a desire for power and fame, often neglecting the people they were meant to protect. His thoughts were interrupted by a powerful strike to his stomach. Quickly recovering, he created a wall of ice behind him for protection. He needed to stay focused. Glaring at Izumi, who wore a confident smirk, he reminded himself of the stakes. This was the final match of the sports festival, and he was determined to win. Bakugo, still sulking from his recent defeat against Izumi, was a reminder of what was at stake. Shoto sent a sheet of ice across the floor, creating a path in the air. As he soared through the air on his ice path, he launched giant icicles toward Izumi. She used her psychokinesis to deflect them, and the crowd cheered as the ice shattered around her. Circling her, Shoto fired another beam of ice, reminiscent of his first round. Izumi used her father's power to counter it, injuring her finger in the process. Shoto winced as he noticed the blood on her fingers, recalling a memory from his past. In a flashback, he remembered walking through the hallways of Aldra Junior High, proud of his reputation as one of the most powerful students. He spotted Izumi and her brother, Izuku, and overheard Izumi berating him. Curiosity piqued, Shoto approached them. Izumi was venting her frustration, calling her brother a waste of space. Being the good person he was, Shoto intervened to help her get Izuku's attention. As he did so, he noticed the fear in Izuku's eyes, tears welling up as he looked at them. Shoto crouched down, placing his arm over Izuku's shoulder, offering comfort in a moment of distress. His skin started to turn a vibrant red before turning a diluted purple as his arm succumbed to a mild case of frostbite. I remembered what the purple reminded me of, the mild cases of frostbite I had inflicted upon Izuku when he was still alive. Izumi raised her fingers to blast me again, but I couldn't react. My ice wouldn't activate. My body wouldn't move. I was frozen. I was broken. All I could see was Izuku. His beautiful green eyes. His fluffy broccoli hair. His adorable freckles. His smile. The fear in his eyes when I passed him in the halls. The pain in his soul when I hurt him. I couldn't use my ice. I tried to send a blast towards Izumi, but I couldn't. All I could imagine was the look on Izuku's innocent face when I used my ice to hurt him. When I used my ice to kill him. I looked to my left side, trying desperately to use my fire. I had sworn to myself that I would never use my fire in battle. Not after what my father had done. After seeing the fear in my mother's eyes as he used his power to hurt both me and her. I am no better than my father. I swore I would never use my fire because he used his to hurt people. Yet I used my ice for precisely that. I am no better than that monster. I looked around, and everything seemed to slow. The wave of power was about to knock me out of the arena. The cheers and screams of joy from the crowd all seemed to stop. I felt panic rising in my brain as I came to a realization. I can't use my quirks. I closed my eyes as I felt an intense pain surge through my body, only able to say one final phrase before I faded into darkness. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku Yagi's point of view shifted as he and Stain had just finished disposing of a body. Stain had originally wanted to leave it like usual, but then he realized that this was Izuku's kill. He told Izuku to take credit for it and dispose of the dead hero however he saw fit. Izuku may or may not have taken his words a little too literally. Stain assisted him with transporting the body and finding the appropriate tools he needed. It truly was an educational experience. After preparing the corpse for discovery, Izuku headed back to the hideout where he and Stain were staying. It wasn't as nice as the bar, and the bar wasn't nice at all. He sat down on a couch and turned on the television. He wondered if the sports festival was still going on. He had been greatly annoyed by the words of his friend, so he had no real interest in watching the event. However, it was the only thing airing, so he had no choice. He watched as his sister battled Todoroki in the finals. They seemed very determined, but then Todoroki stopped. He looked like he was put into a trance. Izumi fired a wave of power towards Todoroki. Wow, that must be one for all. Izuku watched as Izumi knocked Todoroki backward, out of the arena. He was about to fade out of consciousness when his mouth moved. To anyone else, it would have seemed like a breath of air, but with the muffled sound that accompanied it, Izuku could understand. I'm sorry, Izuku. What the hell? Izuku processed his words. He wasn't feeling anger like he had with Bakugu's words. This was different. He was apologizing. Bakugu hadn't apologized. He had just assumed all was good and used Izuku's death as a way to evoke sympathy from the crowd. Todoroki didn't call Izuku his friend, nor did he announce on live television that he wanted to win in Izuku's name. He said he was sorry. Izuku was taken aback by his words. Was he mishearing him, or did he just apologize? He still held a deep hatred for him, but he started to get an idea. A really malicious one at that. After Todoroki was unconscious, the announcers proclaimed Izumi to be the winner of the sports festival. Izuku was furious. That which didn't deserve first place. The announcers had said that once Todoroki regained consciousness, they would award all the young heroes. Instead of cutting to a commercial break or putting on another more enjoyable program, they let the contestants participate in minigames. So boring. Finally, after around 30 minutes of nothing, they started to bring out the finalists. Of course, the top 3 placers had to be his past tormentors. Bakugu Katsuki, then Todoroki Shoto, and last but definitely the least, his sister, Izumi. They gave a restrained Bakugu his 3rd place award, then a rattled Todoroki his 2nd place medal. Finally, for gold, a voice was heard from the sky, and a cloud of dust formed. As the dust cleared, there stood all might and attraction his dearest parents. Izuku ground his teeth as he watched them wave at the now roaring crowd. It was giving him a headache. His biased parents spoke with pride about how much Izumi deserved her award and that she worked hard for it. It was disturbing. His parents praised Izumi for being born with a talent. Was that all they cared about? They didn't seem to care about his accomplishments or her attitude. All they cared about were quirks. He composed himself and continued to watch. All Might handed Izumi the microphone and asked her if she wanted to give a speech. She nodded slowly. Taking the microphone in her shaking hands, she took a deep breath. I want to dedicate this award to my brother. Oh, not this again. Izuku grumbled to himself. He had already seen this being pulled at the start of the event, so he tried to compose himself this time. Izuku, if you're listening, I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me. My only regret in life is that I failed to save you. I hope you know that you'll always be my best friend. Even through death. We were never friends to begin with, you liar, he angrily spoke to the television. He glared at the screen, acting as if she could hear him. He would personally ensure that her death was as slow and painful as his life had been. Mark his words. Naomasa Tsukachi's point of view shifted as he pulled up behind a bar in Hosu City. The dispatcher had received a tip from a frantic call about a mysterious and disturbing briefcase. It didn't sound too serious, and since he was in the area on an investigation, he was sent to check it out. He planted his feet on the alcohol-stained concrete. His nose crinkled as he inhaled the vile fumes polluting the air. I looked around for the briefcase, feeling disgusted by the situation. To my left, an opened case caught my eye. This must be it. I cautiously walked toward the case, wondering what could be so disturbing. As I approached the partially opened bag, I noticed my eyes straining to make out some of the contents. I crouched down and put on a pair of gloves. This could potentially be a crime scene, so I couldn't contaminate the evidence. Fully opening the briefcase, a foul odor enveloped my nose. Inside were squishy, black garbage bags of various sizes. They seemed extremely compressed but fit perfectly in their placements. My hand reached for one of the bags as I opened it. Shota Aizawa was livid. The sheer anger rising in his soul from the blatant lies that the child was spouting made his blood boil. He had never seen someone as arrogant as this child. What kind of person would commit such an act and use that truth as a facet of sympathy? Yagi Izumi, that was the kind of person. If her brother truly were listening, he would be as disgusted as Aizawa was. Observing Yagi's parents during her speech, he noticed their faces pale at the mention of her brother, yet they seemed proud of what she had said. Did they not know what she had done? Suddenly, Aizawa jumped to his feet as he heard the prolonged yell of his coworker. His style of elongating vowels was unmistakable. He calmed down upon seeing his friend Hisashi in his room and decided to get back into bed. But then he widened his eyes. "Wait, how did you get into my house?" Hisashi looked at him with his usual unbothered expression before replying, "You left your bedroom window unlocked." "I don't have a bedroom window." "You do know." Hisashi answered as Aizawa glanced at his wall. There was a giant hole in it. "You know, I could press charges for this." Aizawa muttered into his pillow, just above a whisper. He heard a muffled sniffle through the door followed by the sound of children crying. He immediately rose from the comfort of his bed and opened the door, revealing around 7 of his children. They ran into his room and started to circle him while Hisashi watched in shock. "Wow, what the heck?" Hisashi exclaimed. Aizawa glared at him as more of his disciples trickled into the room. "How can one man own so many cats?" "You can never have too many cats," Aizawa replied. He walked to his closet, grabbed his usual black outfit and capture weapon, and turned to his dazed friend. "You're planning on fixing my wall, right?" "Nope." Aizawa scoffed at his childish antics and left the room, leaving a portion of his beloved cats in the care of his colleague and friend. As he got ready for the day, he mentally prepared himself for the lecture he had planned. "Get ready, Yagi. I'm beyond aggravated at your little speech the other day." Naomasa Tsukachi couldn't believe his eyes as he gazed upon the contents of the bags. Each bag contained more or less the same thing. He quickly grabbed his radio and called dispatch back in Mizudafu, as well as his detective friends in the Hosa district. "Detective Tsukachi, what seems to be the problem? How was the situation in Hosu? What was in the briefcase?" the dispatcher asked frantically. "I'm going to need a team over here as fast as possible." "But what happened? Is everything okay?" The contents of the bag seemed to resemble. He paused before continuing. "Human remains." Just vocalizing the thought made him sick. He felt bile rise in his throat as he struggled to stop himself from vomiting. What kind of person would have the stomach and mental ability to dismember and shove another human into a briefcase? He gazed at the case once more, taking a mental note of the organization. This wasn't just someone mindlessly shoving remains into a briefcase. This was strategic. This was thought out. It all seemed to fit a little too perfectly. This was a statement. This was a warning. This was the act of a murderer who knew what they were doing, a deranged individual orchestrating a point. Izumi Yagi was packing her bags in the classroom, preparing to make her way home. Honestly, she was shocked. She had expected Mr. Aizawa to be angrier with her, but he hadn't said a word. "Yagi," he called. She spoke too soon. Looking up from her bag, she saw none other than her homeroom teacher. His voice was menacing, and his expression was even more so. He looked as if he were ready to confront her but was straining not to. She visibly tensed and gulped as he continued, We need to have a discussion. Nodding, she looked down in shame, knowing what would follow. Since some of her classmates were still in the classroom, he led her to the hallway. Leaning against the wall, he glared at her. They stood staring at each other for what felt like an eternity. He didn't speak. He didn't even blink. He was just staring at her, torturing her with silence as thoughts raced through her mind about what he was planning to say. Was she being expelled? Was he going to yell at her? Was she going to jail? "I don't like you," he said sharply, cutting through her thoughts with his cold tone. Well, that was straight to the point. "You don't belong at UA," he continued. "Geez, are you just going to put me down?" she thought. "You have an extraordinary and powerful quirk, though. A waste of a quirk." Where was this going? "Do you see where I'm going with this, or should I elaborate?" She cautiously nodded, curiosity getting the better of her. Closing his eyes, he sighed an exaggerated sigh of annoyance. He looked her straight in the eye before continuing with his speech. "I did my own research on you prior to even meeting you." He paused before explaining further. "I met with your past teacher, and he gave me access to the security footage of you and your friends harassing your best friend." Her eyes widened as she processed his words. "I knew that he was aware of what Kaken, Shoto, and I had done to an extent, but I had no idea that he knew everything we had done to Izuku." He explained how we had bullied and abused him, emphasizing the gravity of our actions. "You bullied and abused your brother to the point of him taking his own life, and then you have the audacity to blame 3 non-existent villains. You claim to be his best friend during your speech at the sports festival. Bakugo even had the audacity to call him by his first name." I couldn't respond as he spoke. All I could do was listen as tears built in my eyes. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" he asked, raising his voice. "You killed your brother and still used that piece of information for your own personal benefit." A lump formed in my throat as my breathing constricted. I felt like I was being suffocated. Was this how Izuku felt? "You lied to your classmates because you didn't want to look bad in front of them. You told your friends that your brother had died in a villain attack, but that's not true." "Stop it," I thought. "You didn't want them to see you for the killer you are. Stop it." My voice rang throughout the hallway as I collapsed to the floor, finally releasing the tears that had collected in my eyes. "Of course you'd play the victim. If you can't take responsibility for the grief you caused your brother, you will never be a hero." I sobbed on the floor as he continued to lecture me. This must have been how Izuku had felt every day. He suffered like this. For 10 years, alone. I looked up to see my teacher walking away. He didn't even turn to face me, he just left. "Izumi?" My head whipped to my right as I saw a familiar face. Is all of that true?" Mina's words rang out in my ears as I stared at her. I didn't know what to say. Her eyes widened as she understood my silence. A choked sob escaped her lips as she backed away from me slowly. "Why you killed your brother? You lied to me. You lied to all of us. How could you?" Her accusatory tone shocked me. She stared at me, waiting for an answer as I sat paralyzed with fear on the floor. "You murderer!" she shouted. "You're the same." I shouted back at her in defense. "You think you're any better than I am? I heard what you did. You killed 2 villains during the USJ incident. You've been pretending to be all depressed and upset, but we all know you've been faking. We all know that you're nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. My brother committed suicide, but you actually killed 2 people with your own hands. You're just as much of a murderer as I am, Mina." My mind went numb once my friend had uttered those words. My vision started to invert as a deafening ringing overtook my ears. The tears I had been holding in suddenly exploded with my sanity. The room started to close in on me as my lungs stopped pumping air. I needed to get out of here. I turned on my heels and bolted through the hallways. I could hear the muffled words Izumi had been screaming at me, but I couldn't make any of it out. All I knew was that I had to escape. I ran away as fast as I could, weaving through the crowds of people in the city. I had been running for so long that the once bright sky had already been consumed by darkness. I spotted an alleyway and stopped running. Sitting down, I buried my head in my knees and cried. I had been told by people that I was a murderer before. I had been called a killer, a psychopath, even a bloodthirsty monster, but hearing it from whom I had considered my best friend was so much worse. It felt as if everything people had called me was true. I felt like, because of my one mistake, I would always be called a murderer. Like I would always be tainted. Like I would always have this stain on my soul. I would forever be a killer. I'll be right back, I just need to get some. Hey! I looked to my right and noticed a man. He looked to be in his early 20s. His voice was raspy and his skin was chapped beyond repair. I know you. You're that villain from the USJ attack. I shouted as I scrambled to my feet, preparing to run. I started to make my way out of the alleyway, but I felt a hand clasp around my neck. No, don't move or I'll kill you. The man paused as he dragged me deeper into the darkness. I just want to talk. The clank of a glass impacting on the table before me echoed throughout the halls of the base. 4 of my fingers tightly gripped the neck of the UA student, unfortunate enough to find herself outside our headquarters. These were the circumstances with which we were met. I had no primary intentions of harming this child. Not unless it came to that, of course. We may be classified as villains, but we're not heartless barbaric monsters. For the most part. Are you a child crying in the cold, outside in the void of night raised plenty of questions? I started by asking a few off the top of my head. How did you find our base? I began coldly. I felt her trembling under my words and touch. I suppose it would be frightening to be faced with a situation like this. To be met with a man who had helped in the demise of 3 of her classmates, this was only the appropriate expression. I didn't know it was your hideout, I swear, she said, her voice fluttering and breaking every so often. I glared towards Kurogyari, nodding slightly to the child. Understanding what I had been attempting to say, he walked towards the back counter. What are you going to do? The child asked me frantically. I remained silent as my comrade turned to face us, holding a sharpened kitchen knife. She started screaming and wailing once she saw the knife. Her crying intensified as Kurogyari walked closer to her. After a few minutes, Kurogyari stood in front of her, holding a glass with water and freshly cut lemons. He cleared his throat and started to talk calmly to the frightened child. Lemon water helps to detoxify the liver and improves functioning. Shigaraki seemed to think your voice was strained as you spoke. As he handed the glass to the child, you released your hand from her neck. She looked back at you shocked before cautiously taking the water. She hesitated to drink it, so you spoke up from the seat next to hers. It's not poisoned. Your voice came across as raspy and annoyed, although those were not your intended outcomes. With a look of concealed terror, she uttered a quiet, thank you, and drank it. It was difficult to decide whether or not to release your hand from her neck. She could very well escape and alert the heroes of your location, or she could just straight up kill you right there. You pushed those thoughts out of your mind as you reminded yourself of Kurogyari's incredible reflexes. If anything like that were to happen, Kurogyari would definitely be alert. Now, care to explain what a UA student was doing in a back alleyway crying in the middle of the night? You asked her, still a little defensive. I'm sorry, I got lost. She sniffled before taking another sip of her water and wiping her eyes. It made sense, something must have happened at school. She ran away from the situation, wound up here, and let it out in the alleyway. The Hero Society was far too careless with children. This could serve to be a useful situation. And why were you crying? You inquired. She stiffened up and looked down. When you had met Yagi, you had to deal with stuff like this all the time. That alone gave you enough knowledge to know not to press on a sensitive topic. You left it be and turned to Kurogyari, striking up a conversation as if the child weren't even there. Such a shame the kid's not here. I'm sure he would break the ice. The child next to you perked up as you spoke but didn't ask any questions. Yes. Did he ever give us the date of his return? I don't recall him speaking of one before his abrupt exit, Kurogyari replied, trying not to elaborate further and risk leaking important information. You spoke of video games and other random topics in that vicinity, earning a few side glances from the pink-skinned girl sitting to your right. Eventually, bored from the topic, Kurogyari turned on the TV. Flipping through channels, you came across a rerun of the sports festival. The program had almost finished, So the only thing running was the careless speech that the blonde-haired girl was declaring on live television. You scoffed as she lied through her teeth about Izuku being her best friend. Oh, that's ridiculous, you yelled at the TV in a fit of rage. Remembering the child was still in the room, you quickly whipped your head to take in her expression. She glared at the screen as the girl smiled sweetly to the crowd of awe-stricken festival-goers. Yeah, that's ridiculous, the child beside you spoke, anger seeping into her voice as she finished her drink. The bar suddenly went quiet, the only sound being the cheers of the crowd from the TV in the background. Kurogyari and you both stood shocked at her words as she started to speak again. Everyone thinks she's so great, but they don't know the truth. She paused, sighing as tears gathered in her. She's nothing but a liar and a bully. Naomasa Tsukachi was pacing the room, the only noises being the sounds of his constant movement and the sound of the Maxwell he had been waiting impatiently with the NPA's forensic scientist, Kato Akihiko, for the past 2.5 hours. Separating the DNA from a nucleus and other debris apparently took a lot of time. Although he technically wasn't obliged to stay and wait for the results, he had an uneasy feeling ever since he had opened the briefcase. It was disturbing. While waiting for the results of the DNA extraction process, Kato decided to start evaluating the disturbing case and write his forensic report. He explained that this was indeed thoroughly thought out. The separation lines seemed to be strategically measured to fit perfectly. The bag seemed to also be in an area that many people would wander into, so it was as if the killer had wanted someone to find the bagged corpse. This only solidified Naomasa's theory that this was a statement as well as a warning. As he dug deeper into his thoughts, occasionally glancing at his friend's report, a single clicking sound filled the room. The sample was ready. Ashido Mina began, I once thought of her as my best friend. The two villains seemed to be on the edges of their seats, hanging on her every word. She felt like she had no one to talk to. She didn't want people to know about what she had done, but these people knew what it was like. They knew what it was like to be called murderers. Of course, they actually were murderers, but then again, she guessed so was she. No matter how much she wanted to change that fact, she couldn't. She had killed 2 people. It was her fault. She didn't want people to see her like that. She didn't want people to know about what she had done, but it was obvious that they knew. Izumi had made it clear that everyone knew. That they all knew she was a murderer. She didn't realize she was crying until she tasted the now familiar taste of salt water on her lips. Wiping away the waterfalls that cascaded down her cheeks, she continued. I had found out that she had lied to everyone. She had told us that her brother had died because of 3 villains, but I had found out the truth. I had discovered that she killed her brother. The 2 villains next to her watched her expressions closely. She felt a connection to the 2. They weren't bad people, they just did some bad things. Maybe it was because she was the same as them, or maybe it was because she didn't have anyone to talk to, but she felt like she could trust them. I confronted her about it, and she said I was just as bad as she was. She told me that I was a murderer and that everyone else thought the same. She explained, starting to sob. So I ran. As fast as I could without looking back. I don't know how I'll ever face her again. I don't know how I'll face any of them again. She started to cry uncontrollably. It felt like a huge weight had just been lifted off of her shoulders as she spoke. She had been holding in her guilt about the 2 people she had killed for so long that she forgot how it felt to feel okay. She felt someone pat her back as she cried. Looking to her left, she saw the blue-haired man looking at her with empathy. It's okay, kid. Just let it all out, he spoke. I could tell he was trying really hard to console me. He was surprisingly good at it. Maybe the kid he mentioned earlier was like me. Maybe they had been through the same thing as I had. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice from the right as the door opened. Hey guys. You'll never guess what happened to that brat at school. To day. I looked to the source of the sound, my eyes widening in disbelief. There before me stood one of my classmates. I looked behind me and then back to my friend, standing in the doorway, my mouth agape. I could barely form those words as my classmates stared at me in confusion, taking note of my tear-stained face. Mina, they said. I have to go. My voice cut off that of my friends as I stood up and started to bolt out of the bar. I could hear the voices of the villains debating what they would do, but I wasn't listening. All I could do was run. How could my own classmate be a part of that now infamous villain group? I couldn't understand anything. This world is full of evil. The corruption is so deafening I didn't know if I could take it anymore. I felt like I was running for an eternity before finally arriving at my house. I rushed through the doors, ignoring the questioning looks from my parents, and made my way to my room. As I entered, I immediately bolted into my bathroom, grabbing the blades I had stashed away. I desperately tried to rid myself of this terrible and corrupted world. The voices of my parents tore me from my dazed state as I thought of losing them. It took everything I had in me not to scream in pain. Not to open the door and ask for help as I felt myself fading. I struggled to see straight, straining to stand as I tried to respond to my parents as cheerfully as possible. "Yeah, I'm fine, just really needed to go to the bathroom." I laughed, forcing the words out. "Okay, honey, just let us know if you need anything." "I do need something. I need to tell you both that I'm sorry." Naomasa Tsukachi's point of view. It had been 3 days since the sample had been ready for cross-referencing. Analyzing and cross-referencing DNA can take up to 72 hours, so I had to wait a while before I could find out who had been murdered. I was waiting in the lab as Kato retrieved the data and results. He had also run a fingerprint scan and was going to look through the results with me. The sounds of shoes clicking on the floor of the crime lab alerted me to my friend's presence. I looked up expectantly as he walked to his computer. Before speaking, he typed some information into his report. Turning to face me, he started, "The victim was a man named Ida Tensei, or as he was more formally known, Ingenium." He handed me a headshot of the hero and a copy of the test results. I was shocked, to say the least. I had helped him in a case once in the past, so it was shocking to be told someone once so full of life was murdered in one of the most brutal ways I could imagine. The results of the prints pulled from the briefcase and corpse showed that at least 2 different sets of people had touched the victim and case in the past 96 hours. Of course, the prints had deteriorated over time. However, we did get a partial match of the 2 sets of prints. My eyes widened as he showed me the result. Although it had only been a partial match, it made the most sense. Our prime subject as of late is the hero killer, Stain. Shota Aizawa's point of view. I was currently standing in front of a room full of confused and nervous children. They were on edge because of the newly placed flowers sitting on their friend's desk. I was in shock myself. Sure, I had noticed the girl's absent-mindedness during class and her depressing aura from time to time, but I had just assumed she would work through it. I felt like a failure of a teacher. "Mr. Aizawa, where's Mina? What's with the flowers?" I looked up from my desk to see both Kirishima and Kaminari bombarding me with their questions. Their expressions only made my heart sink further. Gulping to keep my emotions from swallowing me whole, I began to speak. "Mina will no longer be joining us." "What? Why?" My mind wandered as I reminisced about the scenes still fresh in my brain from the night before. I'd been patrolling late at night, around midnight or so, when I came across a house. The house was coated in blue and red lights, and sirens were wailing loudly. First responders were already on the scene, wheeling a stretcher from their ambulance. Meanwhile, police officers and detectives were taking statements. Evaluating the situation and wondering whether or not I would be any help, I noticed 2 people that seemed familiar. Taking a closer look, I realized why they looked familiar. They were Ashido Mina's parents, Ashido Haru and Ashido Aoi. I ran to the scene to see if I could be of assistance. Proclaiming my existence, I noticed Mrs. Ashido's tear-stained face, along with her husband's shocked and mortified expression. "What happened here? Is everything okay? You're our daughter's teacher, right, Mr. Aizawa?" The shaky voice of Mrs. Ashido asked me warily. "Yes, what's going on?" Upon hearing the couple's answer, I ran into the building, my eyes widened. Thoughts raced through my mind as I walked through the house, mostly about the safety of my student. I walked into my student's bathroom to be met with a scene that felt surreal. My nose filled with the metallic smell, and the room was crowded with first responders. In the middle lay my student. Ashido was covered in dried blood, her eyes wide with dry tears still present. Her body looked dull and lifeless, as a faint smile was plastered upon her face. The first responders had lifted her onto the stretcher and started to carry her away. She's gone. Taking a better look at her, I noticed her arms. The source of the blood. They seemed to be injured, as if someone were to bring a chainsaw to her wrists and vigorously saw back and forth a dozen times. Had she done this? I stood frozen as I thought of why Ishido would take her own life. Every possibility raced to the same conclusion. Every hardship my students had endured in the past month had all dated back to the assault that had taken place a few weeks ago. Every death, injury both mental and physical, it was all because of the group of villains who had attacked us. They were responsible for this. I promised myself that I would avenge my fallen students. What? Why? I'm sorry to inform you all that last night, Ishido took her own life. As my teacher uttered those words, my mind traveled back to the confrontation I had with Mina the other day. This was my fault. This was the second time this had happened. I gripped my hair as I thought of my memories with Mina. I was under so much pressure. I stood up abruptly and asked to go to the restroom. I needed to get out of there. I needed to escape that atmosphere. Slamming the door open, I ran into the bathroom. I collapsed as soon as I was sure no one was in the room. I felt like I was being suffocated, like my lungs were collapsing as I cried. I felt like I was being strangled. Reaching for my neck, I tried to free myself from the feeling, but nothing worked. I tugged at my collar, nothing. I undid my tie, nothing. I clawed at my neck, nothing. Everyone I spoke to died. Was there something wrong with me? I'm glad to see you reaping what you've sown, a voice laughed from behind me. I looked to my left, then my right, and then behind me, but there was no one there. The voice continued to laugh as my expression grew more petrified and confused. Oh, who's there? The laughter only continued as I felt my figure growing smaller in the mysterious voice's presence. What the hell was going on? Everyone you touch dies. Your problem is that you can never keep your mouth shut. I don't care if you just want to let off steam. I don't care if you feel bad later, you keep doing it. The strange voice spoke, abandoning every trace of amusement it had previously clutched to. Sorry doesn't mean anything if you do nothing to make amends. Sorry doesn't mean anything if you don't atone for your mistakes. Sorry doesn't mean anything if you never cease to abandon your crude way of living. The only emotions present in the voice were anger and disgust. You've hurt so many people, 2 of whom have taken their own lives. Yet, you still seem to think you can become a hero? Pathetic. Shut up. No one will forgive you for what you've done. Shut up. And no one will miss you when you're gone. I said shut up. Yelling at your problems won't make them go away. I felt my body crumble as I drowned in my own tears. My suffocation only worsened during this encounter. The muffled footsteps of the voice echoed silently throughout the room as they faded into the background noises. The voice was right. Sorry doesn't mean anything. Sorry is a meaningless word people mindlessly utter when they make mistakes. Saying sorry won't fix a broken dish, just like how a murderer saying sorry won't bring back their victim. Although it's nice to hear, it's completely meaningless. Sorry won't bring Mina and Izuku back. I was in shock. I had been better since the recent deaths, speaking more, eating more, etc. Though now, another one of my peers had their life cut short. I couldn't believe Mina would be one to take her own life. She always seemed so headstrong and powerful, so full of life. I sat with my usual lunch group as we ate in silence. As I was still trying to comprehend the insane situation, my phone began to ring. I looked at the caller ID before immediately answering. My mother would never call me during school hours unless something important had happened. Tenya, it's your brother. My eyes widened as I left the table to better understand my mother. Her voice was scattered and shaky, obviously from crying. He was found dead a few days ago. I stiffened as she elaborated further. Dropping my phone, I felt tears gather in my eyes. Disregarding the recent death, the school has decided that we will move forward with our academic schedule. So, have any of you heard of the U.A internships? I, along with many of my peers, sat staring at our teacher in bewilderment. The school wanted us to just forget about what happened? To gloss over the fact that one of our classmates just died? During your internships, you will work under pro heroes. You will watch and observe the pros in action. Although you have already seen firsthand the fears of being a pro, this will serve as a good learning experience. We all sat in shock. How could the school expect us to just move on from Ishido's suicide in just a few days? As Mr. Aizawa continued to explain the internships, I had only one motive in mind. I had only one goal for these internships: to avenge my brother. I was currently running through the back alleyways of Hosu City. I had arrived for my internship just a few days ago. The whole time I was interning with Manuel, I had been secretly locating Stain. Before even applying for my internship, I had been researching the infamous hero killer. I assessed his murder patterns, trying to understand his motives, learning everything I possibly could that would benefit my own goal: to avenge my big brother. I had noticed that he seemed to kill at least 4 people in every city he went to. In Hosu City, my brother was his first victim, meaning he should still be there now. I had also made the connection that he preferred to kill in less populated areas. Hence, my running through the alleyways rather than the streets. There were plenty of alleyways, and I had no way of figuring out how often he committed his murders, so I was at a severe disadvantage. He could be killing his next target across town as I ran through these alleys. Thought of everything that could possibly go wrong as I ran. So deep in my own head that I almost missed the sound of a sword being removed from its sheath to my left. I turned my head to see none other than the man I had been looking for, the hero killer, Stain. I made an abrupt turn towards him, running full speed and preparing to kick him in the face. I made virtually no noise. However, I couldn't say the same about my suit. The metal clashed together as I tried to keep my movements undetected, alerting the notorious hero killer of my presence. He averted his sword to face me, and without time to dodge, his sword collided with my mask of metal. It didn't pierce the armor I had covering my face, although my mask flew off in the process. "A child wearing a suit," he remarked as I rose from my spot on the ground. The man in front of me, covered in blades, told me to leave, that this was no place for children. I took note of his appearance, further confirming that this was indeed Stain. He wore red and beige scarves that flowed gracefully in the wind, a layer of knives decorating his torso, and he held a long sword. His long black hair was kept out of his face by a blood-red headband and beige mask. His eyes were vibrant and luminescent, piercing through my being. If I were in a normal mindset, this would shock me to my core. This look would paralyze me with fear, but I wasn't in a normal mindset. I was angry, hell-bent on vengeance. My expression contorted as I stared into the eyes of my brother's killer. I was about to speak when his sword raised to meet my unmasked face. "Your eyes are seething with vengeance. Be careful what you say next. Even someone your age could become my target." His cold, monstrous eyes gleamed with a strand of mercy as he spoke. "Are you saying I'm not even a threat to you?" My fists clenched by my sides, feeling even more rage than before creeping into my mind. "You listen to me, criminal." I attempted to vocalize my thoughts when I heard a childish laugh fill the air, creating an even more eerie atmosphere than before. Both the hero killer and I glanced to meet the source of the disturbing sound in confusion. Taking in the appearance of the man who had released the laughter, I felt a sense of déjà vu. It was him. There, standing before me, was a man in a black hoodie and a matching mask. His eyes glowed a bright and venomous green. His voice was dark and ominous. This was the man in black, the note-taker, one of the villains from that day, the day 3 of my friends were murdered. The memories circled around my mind as I stood frozen in the presence of one of the villains who assisted in my classmates' murders. I recalled how Koda's body turned to ash in front of my eyes and the pain the USJ incident had caused my friends. I remembered the faces of my peers as they learned of every death following the villain attack. "Can you keep quiet for 20 seconds? The hero killer said, breaking me out of my trance as he spoke to the man. "Sorry, master," the man snickered. "Master?" My eyes widened even more than before. This man is a kid? How could a kid stand by idly and watch as another kid is brutally murdered? How could a kid join a group of villains? How could a kid be so psychotic? Noticing the hero killer's attention shift back to me, I continued my speech. I am the brother of an incredible hero whom you killed. He's the best older brother anyone could hope for. I have come to stop you because he can't anymore. You're going to remember my name for as long as you live. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That I promise. I spoke with determination, forgetting my past fears that arose from the kid in black standing 20 feet away. Then so be it. Die, the hero killer replied. Meanwhile, Izumi Yagi was sitting on a bus bound for Shibuya when, out of nowhere, a giant creature-like monster burst through the wall. It resembled the creature from the USJ attack but was a sickly teal color. What was it called again? Oh yeah, a gnome. The creature started wreaking havoc on the train, even injuring a pro-hero who had been tailing it. I want you to stay back, you hear me? A hero shouted as the monster prepared to attack innocent bystanders. Gran Torino ran at the Nomu, knocking both it and himself off the train, trying to bring the creature to a more open and less crowded area. Gran Torino! Izumi called out, looking towards him. She saw explosions being emitted left and right, along with a giant fire surrounded by smoke in the middle of the city. What the hell is going on over here? Ignoring Gran Torino's orders, she jumped from the hole in the train, determined to be of assistance somehow. She looked around and realized this was Hosu City, the place where Ida had been interning. Maybe I can find Ida and we can fight together. She ran through the city, using 5% of One for All to boost her speed exponentially. She was proud of herself for finally being able to control even just a little bit of her newfound power. Subconsciously, she ran to the heart of the action, the main fiery area, in search of either Ida or the pro he had been interning with. At least then she'd have someone to help. Hey kid! Get out of the way, a voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see one of the two people she had been looking for, the hero who had been standing in front of her, protecting her from the Nomu. It was Manuel, the pro-hero Ida had been interning with. His light blue and white hero suit was illuminated by the orange light of the fire, and he looked irritated with her presence. She quickly came out of her mind to ask her question. You're Manuel, right? My friend Ida was interning with you. Do you know where he is by chance? Her voice came off more panicked and overwhelmed than intended. He looked in her direction, fighting the Nomu with his water quirk, before turning back to think for a moment. I haven't seen him since the first explosion. I'm really worried something bad happened to him. His voice sounded sincere. I reflected on Ida's actions in class after taking cover in a safe area in the city. He had been acting strangely lately. Could it have something to do with the hero killer who killed his brother? What am I saying? Of course, that must be it. Come to think of it, I saw on the news that the hero killer had killed Ida's brother in Hosu City, the city Ida decided to intern in. Could it be possible that Ida is going after the hero killer right now? No, that would be completely insane. Although, it seems more likely than not. Regardless, Ida is my friend, so I'm going to look for him. Humoring the idea that the hero killer is still in Hosu and Ida is going after him, I wondered where he could be. From Tenya Ida's perspective, he activated his engines and prepared to kick once more, but the hero killer was stronger than he had originally assumed. The villain jumped over his head as his leg kicked the air, and Ida felt the impact of a spike-covered shoe against his shoulder. Ingenium. So you're brothers. The hero killer began coldly. As he spoke, he landed on Ida's back. His face, shrouded in darkness, was more terrifying than anything Ida had ever witnessed. You're just as weak as he was. The hero killer maneuvered his sword to face Ida, piercing his shoulder. Ida felt the surging pain as the metallic sword broke through his skin. You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes. His menacing voice was laced with more venom than Ida thought possible. Ida strained his eyes to meet those of the kid in black, who was stifling laughter, watching mockingly as if he were enjoying this. You killed him. My brother was incredible. A caring person who saved many lives. Someone people looked up to. You had no right to take that all away from him. Ignoring the careless words of the kid in black, Ida's voice echoed with vengeance and resentment. The kid's eyes bored into him as he laughed even harder, while the hero killer's sword jabbed deeper into Ida. He let out a cry of pain as the metal created more space for his blood to escape. "Oh my God, isn't this famously humorous? To think, I went through all the trouble of making my own mark on society, only for you to get all the credit, Stain." Ida's eyes widened in shock as he realized the painful truth. The hero killer didn't kill his brother. The kid in black did. It was so obvious. Now that he had this option open, it was clear that this wasn't Stain's style. He would usually just leave his victims where they were murdered, rather than thinking and performing something so disturbing. Tears began to form in Ida's eyes as he strained to lift his head and glare into the soul of the obviously amused monster in front of him. "I won't forgive you. I'll kill you." "Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy?" The kid in black spoke as he pointed somewhere. Ida followed his finger to a man propped up against a wall. He recognized him as the pro-hero, Native. He looked to be bleeding out. Ida's eyes widened as he realized he hadn't noticed him. He had been so blinded by his rage that all he could see was the hero killer in front of him. "You were so busy with your grudge that you forgot about him. You plan on using your quirk only for yourself, completely blinded by a selfish desire for revenge. You're about as far away from being a hero as I can imagine." The hero killer, still grasping the sword, brought the blood-stained piece of metal to his face. "And that's why you'll die tonight." After saying those words, he liked his sword. Ida felt a wave pass through his body as he struggled to move. His fingers couldn't even twitch. This must be the hero killer's quirk. A frightening thought crossed his mind. He was paralyzed. "Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world." The hero killer's bloodthirsty aura leaked from his body, creating an even more menacing final sight. As those words processed in Ida's mind, he realized that the man who had truly murdered his brother was going to escape. The child in the hood was the true murderer, and he would never face repercussions. Ida would never get justice for what that monstrous kid had done to his family. No, please. Not like this. From Izumi Yagi's perspective, he figured the hero killer would be in an alleyway, considering there were countless pros everywhere in the city. He had been running through alleyway after alleyway trying to find Ida. He thought Ida might not even be in trouble or looking for the hero killer. No, please. Not like this. Izumi's eyes quickly darted towards the source of the familiar voice echoing throughout the alleyway to his left. He knew full well whom this voice belonged to and exactly who those words were directed towards. The hero killer, Stain. Seeing his friend face down with a sword about to impale him made a shiver run down Izumi's spine. He leaped forward, fist extended, and knocked the hero killer backward with a right hook. Smash! Standing in front of his injured friend, Izumi prepared to fight the hero killer. The villain started to pick himself off the ground as another figure glared at Izumi. He recognized this man in front of him. The man's black hoodie draped over his figure, covering his messy hair. His black cloth surgical mask concealed the better half of his face, leaving only his eyes unmasked. His vibrant emerald eyes shone in the moonlight, and his angered expression was one Izumi recognized from only a few weeks ago. This was the man who had sent Izumi's father into a comatose state, revealed his father's identity to his friends, and assisted in the murders of 3 of Izumi's friends. This was the masked man. The man in black. The man in black scoffed at Izumi's remark before looking away. He glanced toward the moon, making his beautifully entrancing eyes shine brighter. The man in black? Interesting name. His voice was sweeter than nectar as he spoke. I don't like it. Call me Agony. His honey-sweet voice was both menacing and calming to listen to. It reminded me of something, but I couldn't recall what it was. Was it someone I knew? The hero killer rose to his feet, liking his sword, which had a droplet of blood on it. My blood. He must have cut me when I punched him. I felt my body stiffen as I struggled to move. Somehow, I was frozen in place. My legs wouldn't move, my arms wouldn't flail, and my nose wouldn't twitch. You're not powerful enough. It's not that you predicted my movements, you just left my field of vision and maneuvered so that you could get in a clear shot, but I saw through your plan, he said in a menacing voice, though it wasn't as frightening as Agony's voice. I'll take care of you after I finish with this child. What? He's going to kill me too? I shouldn't have gotten involved. I should have just stayed on the train. What? No. I strained my neck and eyes to see Agony looking angry with Stain as he shouted those words in frustration. I couldn't decide who his anger was directed towards, nor could I understand why he said those words. I wanted to kill her. Agony exclaimed. Fine. Do as you wish, the hero killer replied with a sigh. What? Oh no. I don't want to die yet. I stared at the man stalking towards me in terror. Despite his mask, I could tell by looking into his eyes that he wore a sickeningly sweet grin. He took off his gloves, and a vibrant green light, matching his eyes, began to emit from them. Then, forming from the green light, were two twin whips made of electricity. Under different circumstances, I would have thought they were majestic. The way the two whips flowed gracefully through the air was unrivaled. The perfectly in-sync electric currents attached to his hands were elegant, even more so than Shoto's ice. Agony was getting dangerously close with his whips, obviously straining to contain his laughter. I quickly snapped out of my self-induced trance and screamed as he was about to strike me. Then I saw it. Shoto Todoroki's point of view. I heard an ear-piercing scream just as I was about to turn the corner into the alleyway Izumi had sent me to. She's usually not one to send cryptic messages, and since she's my childhood friend, I felt obliged to make sure everything was okay. I ran into the alley right before a giant green electric current was about to strike my friend. I was still finding it difficult to use my ice, but seeing my friend in danger broke through my mental block, and I sent a beam of ice towards the man holding the whips. The ice was heading straight towards him. It should have hit him in the stomach. I watched in shock as the pillar of ice I shot went straight through him. The man stopped what he was doing and stared at me. What? How did he phase through that? I thought his quirk was those electric whips. I stared back at the man in shock before noticing an airborne knife headed right towards me. I swiftly dodged, realizing who had thrown it. It was a man hunched over one of my friends, the hero killer, Stain. I glanced at the two men, who were both trying to harm my friends, and they glared back. I wondered why my classmates weren't countering their attackers. They were both heroes in training, so this shouldn't faze them as much as it currently was. Shoto, help us. They are going to kill Ida and me. Izumi yelled at me without actually looking in my direction. Yeah, I kind of assumed that, Captain Obvious, I replied confidently. I had to keep a level head, and maybe I could activate my ice again. I took a deep breath and stomped my right foot down, creating a layer of ice. The ice lifted my two friends and the pro who had already been there off the ground. I internally grinned as my ice finally started to work again. It had been days since I had been able to use my quirk, but finally, it was starting to function. The layer of ice I had built was on a slant, so my friends and the hero slid downwards to meet me. Now that they were safe and I could use my quirk, this should be much easier. Shoto, you can't let that guy get your blood. I think he controls his enemy's actions by swallowing it. That's how he got us. Izumi warned. Glancing behind me, I noticed Izumi's features. Although she was paralyzed, I could tell from the shaking in her voice that she was scared. After Izumi had uttered those words, another knife flew past me, cutting my left cheek. You have good friends, Ingenium, the hero killer's voice echoed through the alley as he jumped in the air, preparing to strike me with his knife. Or you did. I created a small stalagmite of ice from the floor to block his attack. Looking up, I noticed his sword in the air. He must have thrown it at the same time as the knife. I dodged his attack while he tried to lick the blood that was slowly flowing from the gash on my cheek. As an impulse, I used the flames on my left side to knock him back. I used my left side in battle. My eyes widened as I realized what I had done, and I quickly extinguished my flames. The hero killer landed and caught his sword before swiping it right through my ice, cutting the stalagmite in half. I quickly sent another blast of ice towards the hero killer, successfully knocking him back again. Glancing towards the man who had been attempting to kill my childhood friend, my face contorted in confusion. He wasn't doing anything. He was just watching attentively. What is this man doing? Why are you doing this? I asked. I was abruptly torn from my thoughts as I heard the voice of my classmate, still paralyzed on the floor. His fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who should stop him. Agony is mine. Agony? Why would you want to be in agony, Ida? I glanced towards the other figure, finally putting the pieces together. The man watching me was the one from the USJ incident. I remembered now. He was the reason I discovered All Might's secret. He must go by the name Agony. Snapping back to the moment, I began to speak. You're in Genium now? Strange. As those words flowed past my lips, I pressed my hand to the floor, creating a giant wall of ice. Pillars flew left and right as the hero killer dodged, and Agony turned transparent. I watched with interest as the pillars flowed straight through him, and he just stared at me. I noted that the Ingenium I knew never had that look on his face. You've got a dark side. I guess my family isn't the only one, I remarked, staring into the beautiful green eyes of the man in the hood. Careful, Shoto. The wall of ice I had created was swiftly broken by none other than the hero killer's blade. You blocked your own field of vision against an opponent who's faster than you, he said as he jumped through the air. Rookie mistake. Come get me then. I challenged. You're good, kid. Unlike him. His words were directed at the pro hero next to me. Right before he landed, Izumi jumped into action and punched him directly in the face. Grabbing his arm, she ran him against the wall. Izumi! I called out. I'm not sure why, but I'm able to move now, she replied. So he has a time limit, I speculated. No, Native answered. That kid should have been the last one to be freed. I still can't move a muscle. Izumi, dodge. My voice sent her back as I sent a path of ice towards the hero killer. Why would Izumi have been freed first? I think maybe the hero killer's quirk differs based on blood type, I thought out loud. If that's the case, then I'm type B, Native responded. I'm A, I added. So you figured it out? Bravo, the hero killer mocked. Izumi stood to her feet, preparing to fight alongside me when suddenly, I couldn't breathe. I was angry. So angry that I was laughing. This was the second time that those monsters had ruined my life. The second time that they had dragged me down to a point of wishing death upon myself. The second time they had taken something from me. In a flashback, Izumi and Todoroki stood to their feet, ready to attack my master and me, but I wasn't having it. I activated one of my quirks, Ghost, and turned myself invisible. Walking towards them undetected, I grabbed both of their necks. My satisfaction at seeing them gasping for air was immeasurable. Watching their faces contort in confusion and fright made my heart flutter. It was a breathtaking sight. I made myself visible and watched as their eyes shook with fear. This must have been how I looked all those years. It made me feel powerful watching them cower in fear as I hurt them. Like I was finally getting my revenge. I thought of removing the thin hood and mask concealing my identity, but I realized it wasn't the perfect time. I needed to do it when they were all there, when they were all suffering. I wanted them to know how I felt, to feel the desire to give up, to want to end their own lives, to want to make it stop. I wanted them to suffer just like I did. I heard their struggles as they gasped for air. The looks on their faces as they began to pale were beautiful. I figured they would probably die if I didn't let go, and I still had plans for them, so I released them. I needed them to suffer, not just for a mere 30 seconds, but for as long as I did. Gasping for air, they held their throats on the concrete beneath me. It was a ravishing look on them. Todoroki glanced up at me with eyes that held nothing but fear. As he desperately took in oxygen, I remembered something. Todoroki was the most malleable of them all. I smirked at the thought of how I could use this to my advantage, how I could break him to such an extent that he would never recover. I gazed up at the man standing above me. He looked to be enjoying himself, laughing darkly as he watched Izumi and me trying to refill our lungs with oxygen. His eyes wandered over my figure, as if inspecting every inch of my being. I felt like he could see through me. I stood to my feet quickly and prepared to punch the villain in the face, but then he disappeared. I glanced towards Izumi and noticed she had fainted, likely due to oxygen deprivation. I was on my own, at least until Ida and Native could move again. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in the center of my back, knocking me to the floor. Agony leaned down, placing a hand firmly on the back of my neck, whispering in my ear, "Yagi Izuku." My body stiffened, and I could feel his smirk growing on his face. Several thoughts shot through my brain. You still think you can become a hero after what you've done? You're just like your father, Todoroki. With those words, he let go of me and walked towards the hero killer as I remained paralyzed in my spot. Known in my heart that I was just like my father, but hearing it from someone else made it feel more real. Along with bearing his quirk, I also bore his wretched personality. I'm tired, may I go back to the hideout? I strained my neck to look at the man once more. Stain nodded his head and explained he'd only be a few moments. Agony whispered something in the ears of the hero killer before turning back towards me. It was lovely to see you again, Todoroki. What was he talking about? The USJ incident? And it was a pleasure watching you weep. My eyes widened in shock as he did something unimaginable. He removed his mask. My eyes roamed the freckle-covered face of the man I had killed, and he stared right back at me. How was this possible? I had seen his body laid cold in a casket. Izuku. I mumbled quietly to myself, almost certain he heard me. Seeing my expression, he turned and began to walk away, leaving Izumi, Ida, Native, and me alone with the hero killer. All I could see was red as he left. I had to see him. I had to talk to him. I had to apologize to him. I needed answers, clarification, and his forgiveness. I desired his presence. I desire his smile. I desire him. The only thing standing in the way of the man I had desired was the villain in front of me, the man blocking my path, the hero killer. I needed to get to Izuku. I needed to tell him how sorry I was. Izuku Yagi's point of view shifted as he whispered to Stain, "Try not to kill the blonde girl or the Canadian flag. I want those two alive for a moment longer." He didn't want anyone around them to hear, only Stain. If they knew his plan, they could prevent him from achieving his goals, and that would make him angry. "It was lovely to see you again, Todoroki," he said, glancing towards his sister to ensure she was unconscious. "And it was a pleasure watching you weep." After confirming that the other two people in the area were paralyzed and facing the other direction, he removed his mask. Although he had changed significantly since he last saw Todoroki, he hoped he would still be recognized by his face, even with his hood still on. "Kurogyri," Izuku said, calling out to his ally. "Yes, young Yagi?" Kurogyri responded. "I need a warp gate back to Mizudafu." "Ah, I was wondering when you'd be returning to the League. Shall I meet you and Stain here in an hour?" "No. I need a warp gate right now, and Stain will not be joining me." "Might I ask why?" "Okay, send me the coordinates of your location, and I'll open a gate for you." 36.2048, 138.2529. "Thank you, I will open a warp gate from your location to the bar. See you in a moment." Izuku pressed the end call button as Kurogyri confirmed his request. As the purple mist began to grow in front of him, he stepped forward. All he could see was red. All he could smell was the sickeningly sweet scent of blood. All he could hear was an ear-piercingly high ringing. All he could think of was what would have happened if he hadn't left. Stain would still be here. He was determined to enact his revenge on those who had ended the life of his master. He would find an opportunity to end them all in the slowest, most painful way possible. Escaping the metallic smell, he entered the bar, which smelled like alcohol and regrets. Waiting for him were Shigaraki and Kurogyri, who seemed excited to see him again. He was happy to see them too. After all, they were his family. He nodded towards them before walking to his room. He was tired and needed to think about his options. His master had just died, and it was the fault of the three people who had turned him into the person he had become. He was not a monster. He was the person he had always been. A warm liquid started to drip down his arms. He looked at his arms, noticing his nails dug deep into them, covered in the crimson liquid he remembered so well. The metallic scent enveloped him once more. They were the monsters. "Yagi!" He looked up to see Shigaraki standing in the doorway, concern etched on his face as his eyes wandered over Izuku's figure. "I just checked the news," Shigaraki said, staring at him, his features contorted in pity. Izuku knew that Shigaraki hadn't liked Master much. He thought Stain was taking him away, and to be fair, he had left with Stain for a few weeks, so Shigaraki's nerves weren't misplaced. In Shigaraki's face, Izuku could tell he shared his emotions. Although faint, they were still present. However, he had no idea what those emotions represented. He knew Shigaraki didn't like Master, so why did he seem so distraught over the death of his one-sided rival? If you need to talk, I want you to know I'm here for you, Shigaraki said, taking a breath to find the right words. I think of you as a little brother, you know? Yeah? Thanks, Shigaraki. You can call me Tamura, I don't mind. Izuku looked up and smiled sweetly at his words. It crossed his mind that Shigaraki was trying to help him through this difficult time. Maybe he was empathizing with him. He too had a master, so he could understand how terrible Izuku felt. Along with the death of his master, he was murdered by the people who had ruined Izuku's life, the ones who had abused and harassed him throughout most of his time on Earth. That was just the cherry on top, the ribbon tying it all together. Thanks, Tamura, you can call me Izuku. Shigaraki smiled at him and started to leave before turning back. Oh yes, I almost forgot. He paused for a moment. Master wants to speak to you. Shoto Todoroki's point of view began as he sat in the Yagi's living room with Bakugo, Izumi, Mrs. Yagi, and Mr. Yagi. What was it that you wanted to talk about, Shoto-kun? He was asked. It had been a few days since his encounter with the hero killer and since he had seen Izuku. The internships had just ended, and he needed to tell someone about this. Of course, he couldn't tell just anyone. He clenched his fists as he stared at the floor, struggling to find the words. As he felt their impatient gazes on him intensify, Bakugo spoke up. Well, spit it out. Izuku. The already silent room went dead quiet as he uttered that name. The tension built among the five of them. It was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. I. Tears began to build in his eyes as he struggled to choke out the words he had been meaning to vocalize. The shocked stares only grew as he turned into a stuttering mess. I saw Izuku a few days ago. What are you talking about? He died. If this is your idea of a joke, it's not funny, young Todoroki. His eyes widened at their responses. Did they not believe him? Of course, they didn't believe him. He could hardly believe it himself. He was practically saying he saw a dead man walking. Except he was perfectly alive. He even seemed to be thriving. I swear. Izumi was there too. When was this? Agony. Everyone other than Izumi and me looked shocked as I uttered the villain's name. Of course, they would be confused. Only Izumi, Ida, Native, and I were aware of the villain's bizarre name. What do you mean? Agony is the name of one of the villains Izumi and I fought in Hosu. Well, we didn't really fight him. We basically just had our backs against the wall the entire time he was there. What are you talking about? You only fought the hero killer, right? Mr. Yagi's voice interrupted my thoughts with his own question. No, Shoto's right, there was another villain. Izumi paused before continuing. And yeah, he did have green eyes that matched Izuku's, but plenty of people have green eyes. No. Off his mask after you fainted. I cried out in annoyance. He had Izuku's freckles, his eyes, I could slightly see his fluffy, green hair. I'm telling the truth. We all know that's impossible, Todoroki. He had an open casket funeral for God's sake. Bakugo's voice erupted throughout the house. You need to let it go. Izuku Yagi's point of view. It was dark and ominous in the room. I was always nervous in dark rooms. They made me feel alone, like I was falling into a deep void of nothingness, being forgotten by anyone and everyone who had once known me. Dark rooms, void of any light, freak me out. I guess it could also be that the darkness metaphorically transports me back to the days of my misery, despair, and torturous way of life before I escaped into the light of villainy. Ironic. I feel more alive now that I'm dead, although I'm alive. I had heard of Stain's death. I send my condolences. I nodded and thanked all for one for his kind words. There must be more. I highly doubt All for One of all people would call me to the viewing room just to talk about my master's recent death. Usually, when he had a message for me, he would send it through Tamura. There must be more. I subtly glared at the one person standing in my way. The one person who could prevent me from reaching my goal. My goal of changing the minds of the public. My goal of curing society from the hero plague, infecting the innocent and simple-minded. Infecting those blinded by the shining light glowing from the monsters we call heroes. A knock sounded on the door, pulling me from my thoughts as I glanced upwards. There in the doorframe stood a man in sunglasses with two other people beside him. The man was dressed in a fitting purple suit, tailor-made to fit his form perfectly. His semi-see-through sunglasses shaded his eyes delicately. His hair was a darker shade of gray, and his face was set in light wrinkles, further expressing his middle age. To the right of the unfamiliar man stood a blonde girl. She was dressed in a beige cardigan over a navy blue schoolgirl's uniform. Complementing the undershirt, her matching miniskirt swished about, following her hip movements as she swayed impatiently. Finishing the look, she wore a vibrant red tie. Her ash-blonde hair was styled in twin, messy buns, letting her bangs hang down over her face. She wore a childish grin as she glanced around the bar with awe-stricken eyes. My best guess for her age would be around 15 to 17 or so. Around my age. The other person beside the man was a dark-haired man wearing a deep blue jacket and a low-cut V-neck t-shirt underneath. His black, spiky hair complemented his gorgeous, electric blue eyes. The features I noticed standing out the most were his scars. I felt my eyes wandering the man's figure, taking note of every scar present on his body. They flowed from his collarbone to his bottom lip, from his bottom lip to his ears, as well as underneath his eyes. The burnt flesh was attached by mere staples. That's not sanitary. I took note of his height and features, making a mental persona as detailed and accurate as humanly possible. He looked to be at least 20 to 23 years old. I watched as his eyes roamed around the base until finally landing on mine. I looked towards Shigaraki and Kurogyari, both to break eye contact with the man and to ask who they were. Shigaraki, your League of Villains has been the talk of the town lately. Word is you're about to start something big. Ah, Jiren, it's a pleasure to see you. What inspires your gracing us with your presence? Kurogyari's voice echoed throughout the base, and I felt the pair of eyes currently observing me tear away from my being. Thank God, Kurogyari. The man was starting to freak me out. So it's really you? I've seen you in pictures, but I've got to say, you're way grosser in person. Wow. It's the weird hand guy. You were friends with my hero, Stain, right? Cool. Let me join the league. I want to be in your group. These two heard of Stain's death and motives as a liberator. The man, whom I'd assumed to be Jiren, spoke in an upbeat tone. Okay, so what? Why should we care? I noticed all eyes turned towards Tamura as his snarky and obviously annoyed voice rang out through the bar. They want to join the organization that the hero killer had served in. Who is this guy? I figured that he must have some affiliations with the League, but I couldn't understand what those ties were. Kurogyari, get these two out of my sight. I can already tell they're exactly the kinds of people I hate. Now, Shigaraki, they came all this way. Let's hear them out. Besides, this man is a well-respected broker in the underworld. They're bound to be valuable assets. Like it or not, you still owe me a finder's fee. In cash. I suppose I could introduce them before I go. The man, Jiren, spoke. This one looks like an adorable high school girl, right? She's actually the suspect in a series of deaths where the victims all bled out. Her name and face have been kept out of the media so far. Toga here. Himiko Toga. I just want to make it easier to make it in this dumb world. I want to be Mr. Staney. I want to kill Mr. Staney. Come on, handyman, please let me join your League of Villains. And this guy, he hasn't committed any flashy crimes, but he's really taken Stain's ideology to heart. I see no point. Is your group really dedicated to the hero killer's mission? Obviously not if you're going to let this psycho join. This was a waste of time. She may be a psycho, but at least she knows how to introduce herself. Come on, what's your name? Right now I'm going by Dabi. No. Leave him alone, Tamura. Hey, I'm Yagi Izuku. I spoke, breaking the tension between the man and my big brother before it escalated further. You don't know if our league really cares to carry on the ideals and aspirations of Stain? Well, I can tell you for a fact that we totally do. After all, my master and I have always shared the same mindset. The girl's eyes widened as she realized what I had said. That Stain was my master. That Stain was my teacher and I was his student. All might, attraction, endeavor, they're all full of nonsense. I'd like to take their bodies and dismantle them in the most excruciating ways imaginable. Then, hopefully with them still conscious, I'd like to burn them. I paused, envisioning the satisfying cries that would escape their lips as I carried out my plan. And I think you could help me with that goal. What do you say? Still think we're a waste of time? We obviously have the same ideals and goals. And those are to rid the world of the virus known as heroes and carry on the legacy of my master. The blue-eyed man stared at me, still with the same bored expression. I watched as his lips curled into a sinister grin. I'm in. The door quickly swung open, revealing the traitor. They looked worn out and sweaty from where I had been sitting. Hey, I heard we've gotten new recruits. Their voice was more energetic than usual, and that's really saying something. I nodded my head with exhaustion at the energetic UA student, pointing towards the newest recruits, Toga Himiko and Dabi. Hey wait, I know you. You're that kid from UA's sports festival. What's a hero in training like you doing in a villain group? Toga's questioning voice rang through my ears. Ever since she saw me after a midnight mission, she had been clinging to me like a stubborn rapper. Oh, I'm working undercover and gathering information for the league. Like a spy. That's so cool. As they talked and introduced themselves to one another, I sat in thought. I had too many goals floating through my mind. I needed to pick one and follow it for a while. Somehow, I needed to make all of my goals intersect and merge into one. Although I would love to pursue my most recent goal, inspired by my chat with All for One, I thought the first thing I should focus on was my plan for Todoroki. Oh yeah, Yagi, I came here to tell you something. I looked up from my notebook to see my friend gazing at me from across the bar as they started to walk toward me. I closed my book and waited for the traitor to elaborate further. The Hero Corps students are going to a training camp over summer break. It's completely isolated and I don't think I'll have any service out there, so I'm going to be off the grid for a while. I stared at the person in front of me in shock as an idea popped into my mind. Where exactly is this training camp again? I'm not exactly sure. Could you find out? Yeah, I could do some digging. Why though? I think this could serve as an opportunity. For what? To enact Phase 2. In the most crowded place in the city, Shoto Todoroki felt an overwhelming silence. Despite the bustling noise around him, he couldn't hear anything. He saw people laughing, their lips moving as they formed words, yet the sounds eluded him. All he could hear were the sounds of his shoes against the concrete. He felt as if he were losing his mind. It wasn't Izuku standing before him, it was just someone who looked and sounded exactly like him. His mind was playing tricks, haunted by memories of the past. He struggled with the weight of his guilt, knowing he would never truly forgive himself. Izuku hadn't forgiven him, not in his letter, not in person, and now he was gone. Without Izuku's forgiveness, Shoto felt he could never forgive himself. It was as if his mind longed for Izuku to still be there, so he could apologize. It felt selfish, wanting to clear his own guilty conscience. He wanted to save himself, and though he claimed it was for Izuku's sake, it was mostly about his own need for redemption. He felt like the worst of them all. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Kaken, why are you being so mean? Shoto turned to his left, his eyes widening as he recognized the speaker. It was Izuku, standing there in his white all-might shirt, fists balled, red shoes planted firmly on the ground, trying to protect another kid from Bakugo, Izumi, and himself. But it wasn't real. It was just his mind playing games. He watched the scene unfold, seeing Bakugo, Izumi, and himself hurt Izuku. He saw Izuku cry and scream, while adults and professionals walked by, ignoring him. Disgust filled Shoto as tears brimmed in his eyes. He couldn't believe he had acted so cruelly as a child, regardless of his intentions. Even worse was the indifference of those around him. They could see and hear Izuku, yet chose to do nothing. Overwhelmed, Shoto ran, desperate to escape the memories that followed him through every street, park, alleyway, and building. He couldn't escape his past. The images of Izuku being bullied by Bakugo, Izumi, and himself haunted him from ages 4 to almost 14. No matter where he went, he saw Izuku's face. Then, a deep voice cut through his panic. "I'm Todoroki Shoto." The voice was familiar yet unsettling. He turned to see a man he recognized, a figure that brought forth feelings of agony. "What brings you to this part of town, Todoroki?" he asked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Shoto needed answers, and he planned to get them now. The man motioned for him to come closer, and despite his hesitation, Shoto stepped forward. He needed closure, needed forgiveness, and he wouldn't get it if he ran away. The man's smirk widened as Shoto approached, leading him deeper into the shadows of the alleyway. As they moved further away from the street, Shoto's anxiety grew. There was no one around except for the man, who remained silent as they walked. Suddenly, Shoto felt a sharp pain as he was thrown against the wall. He yelped in surprise and pain, scrambling to his feet, readying himself for a confrontation. Meanwhile, Izuku Yagi was preparing for a training camp in a forest. He traced his finger across a map during his presentation, noting how the League of Villains had grown since his arrival. He was now part of a group that included Dabi, Toga, and Mustard, with Twice and Mr. Compress often nearby. Magnetism and Spinner had become close friends, while Moonfish and Muscular kept to themselves. Izuku had a particular dislike for Muscular, though he found Moonfish somewhat tolerable. During the presentation, Dabi interrupted him, questioning the number of participants. Izuku felt irritation rise within him. He hated being interrupted. "Yes, you will have a 10th member, but he's not finished," he explained, noting the confusion on their faces. He knew that creating a Nomu took time, and it wasn't something that could be done quickly. "Anyway, as I was saying, you 9 will enter here. Dabi, I want you to use your quirk to set the forest ablaze. Mustard, envelop the area in toxic gas and shoot anyone who makes it to you." They nodded in understanding. Izuku needed the students to feel cornered, making it easier to isolate them. "The rest of you, cause chaos and eliminate those false heroes as well as the pros. We have a capture list, and don't forget our primary targets." With that, he concluded his presentation, leaving the group to prepare for the mission ahead. By some students, we of course mean Todoroki Shoto. I was aware of his father's actions towards him and his siblings back when we were younger. He hadn't talked to me directly, but I had overheard one of his conversations with my sister. He sounded so broken as he spoke to Izumi. His voice cracked every so often, and it was obvious he had been crying. I remember feeling terrible for him as I heard about his home life. Maybe I could empathize with him because he and I shared an experience, or maybe those were just the feelings of a 7-year-old boy. A 7-year-old, naive boy who just wanted a friend. I wanted to hug Todoroki as I listened to him talk from a room over, but I decided against it. He would have just hurt me for being nosy. I walked out of the bar, wearing my hood and mask to get some air. I felt like even though I was free, I was still being tortured. Not physically, but mentally. Even though I was away from the torment and harassment I had been subjected to for almost a decade, I was still haunted by the memories. I would never truly be free as long as those brats were still breathing. Shoto Todoroki's point of view shifted as he felt a presence looming over him. "Huh, what's wrong, Todoroki?" He could hear the amusement dripping from the voice that pinned his arms beside his head. Opening his eyes again, he was met with hate-filled, emerald orbs that could probably intimidate even All Might himself. "Izuku? Is it really you?" His voice cracked frequently as guilt and remorse clearly showed through it. Izuku's eyes wandered his figure, taking note of his trembling. It felt as if he could see right through him, as if he could read his mind. "What if it is?" His husky voice rang through Shoto's ears. Although it wasn't a proper confirmation, It made Shoto realize that this definitely was him. This man, who had almost killed him just a week ago, was Izuku. This man who had aided in the execution of the murders of his classmates was Izuku. What are you going to do about it? Shoto felt Izuku's nails digging into his wrists as his voice grew angrier and more violent with each word. He was in shock. How was this possible? Izuku had an open casket funeral. Shoto had seen his body, mangled and cold on the pavement at their old school. So how could he possibly still be alive right now? Shoto's throat was congested. His brain didn't know how to speak. He had so many things he wanted to ask, so many things he wanted to say, but he had no idea how to express any of them. Where would one even begin? Should he apologize first, or should he ask his questions first? Izuku's head started to rise, and Shoto was once again met with his eyes. He was dangerously close to Shoto's face. The guilt within Shoto only rose as Izuku's now pain-stricken eyes met his. He looked so broken, so lost, so hurt, and it was all Shoto's fault. The pain and sadness filling Izuku's eyes were quickly replaced with hate as he pulled his face away. His expression was full of disgust as he gazed upon Shoto again. I'm so sorry, Izuku. What did you say? Shoto felt Izuku's gaze deepen as his eyes began to glow. He couldn't move, frozen in fear. He didn't want to hurt him again. If Izuku decided to kill him, he would accept it. All he wanted was to make amends, and if it took his life to pay for his crimes, then so be it. Who gave you permission to use my first name? We're not friends. I'm sorry. Shoto's broken voice echoed throughout the alleyway as his glossy eyes bore into Izuku's angry slits. He shut his eyes, waiting for the worst, but nothing ever came. He felt the pressure on his wrists release as he fell to the floor. Warm liquid trickled down his wrists, and he looked up at the man standing over him in terror. So what? His confusion only grew as he heard Izuku's voice. It was different from before. His eyes were less angry, his voice less harsh. He seemed like a completely different person than he had been just moments ago. You're sorry? Why should I care? Shoto was shocked. Deep down, he knew that Izuku would never forgive him for what he had done, and he wouldn't forgive himself either. But he had hoped. He hoped Izuku would smile one of his happy, carefree smiles and tell him, it's all right. He hoped they could put their pasts behind them and forget what had happened. He hoped they could be friends. Of all the times he had dreamt of meeting Izuku again, it had never crossed his mind that he might not accept his apology. That he would be angry. That he would turn into this. The man in front of Shoto stared down at him as he thought of what to do. Izuku's eyes were softer, but they were still shrouded in hate and agony. You want me to forget about the decade you spent making my life a living hell? Forget about the death threats? The harassment? The abuse? The mental strain? Shoto felt the weight of those words. Even now, I'm still haunted by the memories. That you caused me. And you want me to just forgive you? I'll do anything. Shoto's voice broke as he screamed at him. I just want to make you happy. I want to erase everything. Well, guess what? You can't. I know. Watch yourself, Todoroki Shoto. We're not done here. As Izuku walked away, muttering, Shoto felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He's alive. He's really alive. I swear to you, Izuku. I will make this right. Izumi Yagi's point of view shifted as she observed Shoto closely. She had been watching him a lot lately. He had been more jumpy and paranoid than usual. His often calm and collected aura had definitely shifted, and she doubted that she was the only one who noticed. They arrived at the training camp today, and he had been on edge, panicking at even the slightest of sounds. He froze a squirrel while it was collecting acorns today. A squirrel. I can't help but feel like this is all connected to something he said a few weeks ago. Could Izuku really be alive? I shook my head quickly, dismissing that idea. No way. Of course, he's not alive. If he truly were alive, he would have come home by now. I know in his letter he seemed angry, but I'm sure he still loves Mom, Dad, and me. I mean, he can't hold a grudge against us forever, right? As well as being alive, Shoto had said Izuku was that villain from Hosu City, which is impossible. Izuku didn't have a quirk, and he's not a villain. He's also definitely not taller than Shoto. Shoto still isn't accepting the fact that Izuku is dead. I'm a little worried about Shoto though. He's losing his mind and he's one of my best friends. I walked up to him in hopes of calming his nerves. Tapping him on the shoulder, I began to speak. Crazy training, right, Shoto? He jumped at my sudden approach, looking startled. What's with you lately? You've been acting so paranoid. It's weird. His shoulders dropped as he took note of my features. Sighing in relief, a small smile spread across his face. Sorry, Izumi. He laughed a little, making me even more confused. What is with him? Just a little jumpy is all. Before I had a chance to reply, Mandalay's voice cut me off. Okay, listen up, it's time for the super awesome test of courage. I heard the cheers of my classmates as Mandalay reminded us of the reward they had promised us. We had all been pushing ourselves to the limit, trying to improve our quirks. Mandalay and the other PP cats said they would give us a special treat at the end of the day because of all our hard work. This, of course, just made us want to work harder. As Mr. Aizawa dragged the protesting remedial students away to their classes, the PP cats began to explain the activity. Okay, so, Class B is going to start out as our scare airs. When they're in place, Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names on them at the far end of the route. Your goal is to collect those. Revelry in the dark. I glanced to meet Tokoyami's serious expression as he spoke those words. What on earth does that mean? Now, those who are scare airs aren't allowed to make physical contact with the pairs. Use your quirks to terrify the others, got it? Pixie Bob continued. The winners are the creative students who make the most people scream. Tiger's voice came across as harsh as he spoke. He kind of freaks me out with his intensity. Did we need that visual? As I thought of a good idea to scare my peers, Ida went on one of his long rants about academics and stuff. He's so annoying. Okay, everyone draw lots to see who your partner will be. As Pixie Bob waved the cards around, I grabbed a number. I noticed Kakin and Shoto were teamed up together, and they didn't look happy about it. They've been at each other's throats ever since Shoto brought Izuku's name up. Kakin is still really sensitive when it comes to Izuku. He's been suppressing his emotions about the situation, but whenever someone strikes up a conversation related to Izuku, all hell breaks loose. Shoto, on the other hand, has just been acting strangely. He's been subtly glaring at Kakin from across the training camp, dining hall, and pretty much everywhere else. I'm assuming his recent behavioral changes are also related to Izuku. I suppose Kakin is the person who told my brother to jump, so it makes sense that Shoto would be angrier at him rather than me, although he wasn't any better. As well as Kakin and Shoto's team, there were Tokoyami and Shoji, Toru and Jiro, Momo and Uraraka, and finally Ojiro and Ida. A confused look appeared on my face as I looked around frantically. That doesn't make any sense. Recounting, I realized those were the teams and I was alone. Sulking in the corner, Momo attempted to console me, but I still felt left out. Revelry in the dark. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. I'll just have to SCK it up. Izuku Yagi's perspective, the Vanguard Action Squad had already met at the designated area. I wasn't supposed to go, but I really wanted to. The satisfying screams of terror the heroes in training would be releasing, combined with the looks on their faces as we abruptly disrupt their peace of mind, would be so refreshing. I tagged along with the elite team of villains and decided to locate a good spot to watch from. I wanted the best seats in the house to see the mayhem unfold. I flew around for what seemed like ages before spotting a mountain. It was perfect. It was high enough that I wouldn't be spotted, but I would still be able to hear and see all the action. I was hoping that no one would be there, but the universe always seems to contradict my wishes. Standing exactly where I wanted to watch from was my least favorite member of the league. The one person I didn't like just happened to choose this cliffside to roam. Of course, Muscular would go to the one place I wanted to go. I disregarded his presence and landed on the peak of the mountain about 30 feet further up than my comrade. As previously established, I dislike Muscular. It's not that I don't like him just because. It's just his motives that really make my blood boil. All he wants to do is hurt people. He's got no real drive, powered solely by the desire to cause chaos. I suppose I too am quite fond of the terror-filled pleas for mercy and the looks of fright that my victims wear, but I have other goals. At least I have a reason other than just enjoying causing harm. Muscular tends to see this lifestyle as a game, as a way to have fun and only have fun. He doesn't want to change the world for better or for worse. He doesn't want to kill only those that lie and stand as false heroes to be idolized and praised. He harms everyone just for the thrill of it. Okay, maybe I do dislike him just because. It's just that he reminds me of the 3 people that ruined my life. He reminds me of Bakugo Katsuki. He reminds me of Todoroki Shoto. He reminds me of Yagi Izumi. He torments those whom he wishes to kill before actually killing them. I looked up, freeing myself from my thoughts as the delightful smell of smoke started to fill my senses. They've started already. A low laugh, filled with malice and excitement, escaped my lips as I watched the forest catch fire. The once peaceful forest was now engulfed in blue flames. The calm and relaxing sounds of crickets and laughter were overtaken by screams of fear and terror. Taking a breath of the smoke-filled air, I smiled slightly. Todoroki's words echoed in my mind, "I'll do anything." Did he really mean anything? He has a remarkable quirk, so he wouldn't be completely useless. That's one of the main reasons we're here, to obtain Todoroki. Even if he doesn't want to join the league, I can still make him suffer. However, I'm sure it won't take much to completely sever his sanity. Koda. A feminine voice interrupted my scheming. This doesn't sound like the usual voice in my head. I held my head and shut my eyes tightly, pulling at my hair as the voice continued. If you can hear my voice, hurry up and come back to camp. I'm sorry I can't come to you. I don't know where you're always running off to. This must be the work of one of those pitiful heroes. Forgive me. Just get back home fast. I came here looking for a nice vantage point, and here I find someone who's not on our list. The voice abruptly stopped as Muscular's voice cut in. I peered down the edge of the mountain and noticed Muscular towering over some kid. An innocent kid. By the way, nice hat, kid. I like it. I ground my teeth as I watched the exchange between the child and the monster standing before him. The child wore a black t-shirt and a pair of beige cargo shorts. His black hair was covered by a red hat with golden horns attached to it. If I had to guess, I'd say he was around 5 or 7. Most likely 5. He's not seriously going to hurt that child, is he? The child looked paralyzed with fear where he stood, just as I did when I faced Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi. Why don't you trade me for this lame mask? They gave it to me because I'm new. Said they couldn't get a shipment of the good ones in time. The child screamed as Muscular jumped, lunging at him. I think you and I should have some fun up here, kid. Raising his fist, his muscle fibers began to surface. I felt my anger growing as I realized the answer to my earlier question. Yes, he does plan on hurting this child. Ready? Muscular's mask dropped to the floor as his hood began to rise. A gasp escaped the child's lips as I watched attentively. Although I had been watching from 30 feet higher, I could still see the fear in the child's eyes. I could still hear the soft whispers that escaped his mouth as he stared at my accomplice in dread. It's you! This child knows that villain? Papa? Mama? My eyes widened as I put the pieces together. This child looked similar to the water hose heroes. Muscular was the villain who had murdered them. This child said, Mama? Papa, upon seeing my associate's face. This must be the son of the water hose heroes. I watched Muscular jump, fist fully extended, aiming for the kid. Suddenly, in an act of rage, I felt my body moving toward the two. Watching as the child's eyes shut in fear, I realized what I was doing. I was currently attempting to save a life instead of taking one. I heard an explosion beside me. Stop! Silence. Silence. After the explosion, there was nothing. The loudness of the blast was followed by the quietness of the shock. The wind was the only source of noise as we stared at each other. I was just as shocked as Muscular. I was a villain who had just put my life on the line to save the son of a pro. Well, I didn't really put my life on the line. I could have just turned on one of my quirks, Ghost, and let Muscular pass straight through me and kill the kid. Of course, I didn't. I don't know why I stepped in to save this kid. Maybe it was the expression on his face as he gazed upon the man who would murder him. Maybe it was an old habit of rushing in to protect others. Maybe it was another ulterior motive that I had yet to realize myself. Muscular stared at me in shock as I glared at him coldly. The explosion he had made solely from punching the ground would have surely killed the child currently shaking in my arms. This lunatic was planning on killing this 5-year-old. Yagi? What the hell was that about? Muscular's voice broke the eerie silence as I continued to stare at him in disgust. Me? What the hell were you about to do? This is obviously a child. He's shaking. He watched me as if I were crazy, which, to be fair, I was. As I held the child in my arms, he shook and quivered. You said to kill the ones we don't need. I meant those hero course brats, not the innocent bystanders. As we bantered back and forth, the child opened his eyes. I felt his gaze roam my figure as he took in every detail. I had decided not to wear my mask because I had no intentions of being spotted, nor was I planning on stepping in at any point. That went as planned. Well, I don't have to listen to a DMN thing you say. He spoke with pride, as if he thought I would be powerless against him. I released the child from my grasp and began to walk toward Muscular. I think this child could be of use to our cause in the future. My voice came out soft yet stern as I quietly whispered those words to my comrade, making sure the child couldn't hear my thoughts. The thing about Dabi, Toga, and the rest is that they all know me. Muscular was our newest recruit, so he didn't exactly know what I was capable of, nor did he care. He didn't care to learn my strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and most importantly, he never learned to fear me. Dabi and Toga understood what I was capable of, so they listened to my words as if they were law. Muscular, on the other hand, never cared to understand that I was more than what met the eye. My form was built and tall. However, compared to Muscular, I felt like a toothpick. I assumed that because of my brains and skills in analysis, he thought my quirk would have some sort of link to that, so he didn't think I could do anything if he defied me. Big mistake. The first thing you should do when facing a superior opponent is learn their weaknesses. Well, I disagree, he shouted, raising his fist, preparing to hit me with a powerful punch. Probably hoping to take me out. I watched with boredom as his fist was about to make contact with my chest. Idiot. Shoto Todoroki watched in fear as Mandalay's words echoed in his mind. There were villains here? This must be the to be continued Izuku had promised him. Bakugu and he walked cautiously as they began to make their way to the camp. As they walked, they began to hear disturbing noises. It sounded as if someone were slurping a bowl of spaghetti and tomato sauce. Either that or he was just hungry. They approached a man hunched over something. His figure blocked the better half of whatever he was looking at, but his words explained his actions. Human flesh. Beautiful human flesh. Shoto listened in fear as he heard the man's words. The slurping sound was coming from this man, and judging by his words, he was definitely not eating spaghetti. The man turned to face them, and they could finally see what he had been hunched over. An arm. No fighting. Is that the rule? Izuku Yagi felt boredom wash over him. He yawned as he felt Muscular's fist land in his hand. Clasping it tightly, he stared into the eyes of his accomplice-turned opponent. Unlike this fool, he knew his opponent's weaknesses and strengths. He understood his fighting style and what techniques he preferred. He knew what his quirks would enhance and limit him to. He knew what he could improve on and what he already knew. He understood how his brain worked. Not that it really mattered. Izuku could defeat this opponent faster than he could swat a fly, although he didn't particularly like this guy, and it had been a while since he had the pleasure of outsmarting someone. What the hell? Muscular's voice faltered as Izuku crushed his arm in his hand. He listened to the sound of Muscular's scream erupt from the intense pain of every muscle fiber in his arm being torn apart. It was honestly quite satisfying. Hearing the screams of someone you dislike echoing in your ears as they beg for mercy was a twisted kind of pleasure. Such a dumb term. What was the fun in mercy? The thrill, the rush? You got none of those when you enacted mercy on someone you hated. There was a more interesting outcome when you saw a plan through rather than heading to the pleas for mercy. Izuku stared at Muscular with a sickeningly sinister grin as he screamed in pain. He laughed and began to taunt him. You didn't seriously think you could beat me, did you? Muscular didn't answer as Izuku bent his arm in an unnatural way, creating a clean break in his bone. Not that it mattered anyway. He would die here and now, so there was no real use in breaking his bones in an easily fixable way. No use other than the enjoyment, he supposed. Which was all one truly needed. He released Muscular's fist from his grasp and watched as it fell from the break. With no muscle fibers, skin, or ligaments keeping the severed bone in his arm, it practically spilled out like canned soup into a pot. Izuku Yagi's thoughts drifted as he recited, "Snow of black in the cold of night. Orbs of red locked behind blind eyes. Seeking that of evil and ill. A known unknown will forward what's due." What does that mean? The screams of frightened children filled the air. However, the atmosphere was perfectly clear. It was a beautiful night, and he had nothing of importance to do, so Koda and he decided to pass the time together. They talked about video games, made fun of the heroes, and then began discussing poetry. Koda had mentioned the ashes in the sky and remarked on the beauty it held. Death is a beautiful thing after all. The ashes kind of remind me of black snow, and it's cold outside tonight. Snow of black in the cold of night. He turned his gaze from the forest, set ablaze with blue fires, and stared at Izuku as he explained his poem. Anger is often portrayed as red. Orbs, meaning eyes. Angry eyes locked behind those that refuse to acknowledge them. Orbs of red locked behind blind eyes. Koda watched in awe as Izuku further explained the words he had uttered softly in the light of the fire and moon. That wasn't exactly it, though. He had been pushing his anger down, under the excuse that he wanted to wait for the right time. However, it had been over a year since he had been planning, scheming, waiting, for the perfect time to strike, for the perfect time to reveal himself, for the perfect time to enact his revenge on his so-called family. Yet, time and time again, when a chance arose, he faltered and uttered that same excuse. It's not the right time, yet. The time had been right. He was the only one who had not been ready. Orbs of red locked behind blind eyes. Anger and vengeance locked behind the chains of doubt and uncertainty. Seeking that of evil and ill. Exactly how it's spoken. Out for vengeance and chaos. Finally, he concluded, a known unknown will forward what's due. A familiar, thought to be gone, will pay forward the wrongs and injustices they had been subjected to. Basically, like how when you die, as a ghost, you haunt the people that have wronged you. Wow, that's so cool. I want to try. A small smile spread across Izuku's face as he watched Koda's eyes brighten in the elegant light of the moon. Although small, it was still present. The smile. Koda adapted a face of concentration as he tried to think really hard. It was honestly quite adorable. I've got it. His voice cut through the night air, only to be interrupted by a ringing on my phone. Just a sec, I said, checking the caller ID before answering. Hey Kurojiri. What's up? We got him. Shoto Todoroki's perspective shifted as he realized his situation. His mouth was dry, his eyelids heavy, and his limbs felt like jelly. The foul smell in the air was unbearable, reminiscent of burning flesh and metal. He attempted to lift his arms to cover his nose, but his movements were restricted. Struggling to move his chest and legs, he mustered enough energy to open his eyes. He was met with chains binding him to a large, metal chair bolted to the floor. Panic surged within him as he realized he was trapped. A door opened, revealing the man he had hoped to see all along, Izuku. My Todoroki Shoto. What a coincidence seeing you here. It's a pleasure seeing you with such a gorgeous expression on. If he had to guess, he looked like a mess. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead, and fear filled his eyes. His shirt was stained, and he was hyperventilating from being bound in an unknown location. So, shall we start? Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he looked down at Todoroki, who had been chained up in the League of Villains base for days. He had the liberty to do whatever he wanted to him. Remember that day? Todoroki looked up, not meeting his eyes, blood flowing from his mouth and head. His eyes were clouded with regret and despair. You know, the one when you and your little posse told me to jump off a roof. Todoroki's eyes darted to the floor as Izuku's words struck him with guilt. He was there because of that one comment, because of everything he had done. Though Izuku would have loved to end him right then, he realized he could still use him. No one was unbreakable. He lifted his foot and kicked Todoroki in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Todoroki gasped for air but remained silent. "Ah, it bites me that you won't speak to me." Todoroki looked up, gasping for air as Izuku held his hand over his heart dramatically. "Interesting. You seemed much more willing to do anything for me last week? What changed, I wonder?" "I deserve this." Izuku grinned at his words. So, Todoroki was acknowledging that this was all his fault. Good. At least he wasn't blaming someone else. "I'm sorry, Yagi. I deserve to die for what I did to you." So, that was why he refused to join the league. He thought he didn't deserve a second chance. He didn't, however, Izuku needed him. He wanted a powerful pet. "You do deserve to die for what you did." His voice rang out as he crouched down to Todoroki's eye level and grabbed his hair. Toshinori Yagi's perspective shifted as he stared in disbelief at his son, entangled in a tree branch, glaring at him with rage-filled eyes. Shoto was right. "Hey, Dad." Gray clouds of mist began to appear, and from it came a creature they recognized all too well, the Nomu. "Nomu, how the hell did you get here?" Kamui Woods spoke with worry and confusion. Toshinori thought Kurogiri was restrained. The warp gate was purple, and this one was grayish-black. Did that mean they had another ally with a warp quirk? Izuku smirked at him, a glint of insanity in his eyes, as the gray mist began to form again. It enveloped all the villains trapped in the branches, including his son, and then they disappeared. "Endeavor! Help us!" Looking back towards his accomplice, Toshinori noticed more gray warp gates expelling Nomus on the ground. Screams erupted from citizens, and gunshots rang out as police officers tried to contain the Nomu. This was a complete disaster. "Toshinori, what now?" Gran Torino's voice broke through his daze as he remembered why they were there. They were there to save his daughter's friend, Shoto. This must be the work of Izuku. Multiple Nomu attacked him, and he felt the weight of 3 monsters on his back. He easily blew them off with a Detroit smash and yelled to Endeavor. "Endeavor, are you having any trouble? Does it look like I am? Just do your job and save my son, damn it." Right? This was Endeavor's son they were looking for. He could still be in the building. We didn't see him being warped away. "Search everything. I promise you this, we will find you, Shoto." Izumi Yagi's perspective shifted as she stood behind a crumbling wall in fear, hearing the voices of more villains. "Calm down, kid, everything's going to play out just fine. We've still got that brat you wanted." Were they talking about Shoto? She couldn't freak out now. She had to save him. She began to walk forward, despite her fear, only to feel an arm clasp around hers. She glanced to find Kaken trying to follow her. Ida held his arms, restricting both of their movements, glaring at them through his fear. They were all petrified. They had heard what the leader had done to Best Jeanist. They listened to the sickening sound of destruction. This must be the evil her father had warned her about. This must be the man known as All for One. "There you are." My eyes widened as I heard the voice of All for One cut through the fear-stricken silence that enveloped us. Did he find us? "I'll have you return my student, All for One. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might?" My breathing hitched as I realized All for One wasn't talking about me or my friends. He had meant my father. "Dad, please be okay." Toshinori Yagi had left the bar for his comrades to search while he ran to the second location. Flying through the air, he held out his fist and heard his arch-nemesis' voice through the eerie silence. "There you are." Catching both of his fists in his, he began to speak. "I'll have you return my student, All for One. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might?" Snickering from behind the personification of evil was his son. "I have to save him, too." There was no possibility that his sweet son would have willingly joined the League of Villains. So the only logical answer to his being there was that he had been abducted. He didn't know how his son was alive, but this was his one chance at redemption. He would save his son and make up for lost time. I will save you, Izuku. It took you long enough to find us. It's only 5 kilometers from here to the bar, and yet it was at least 30 seconds after I sent the Nomu that you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might. First things first. He had to defeat All for One. You're one to talk. It's kind of difficult to ignore that fancy life support mask you've got on. Aren't you overexerting yourself? I won't make the same mistake I made 5 years ago. I will take young Todoroki back. And I'll be taking my son back too. Izumi Yagi felt her face drain of color as those words left her father's mouth. Izuku. Her words came off as a whisper, loud enough for the 4 of her friends next to her to hear. They didn't understand what she had been talking about, not knowing that her dad was All Might, until she started walking forward. Not even Ida's arm could stop her this time. She stood in a position where she could be seen, and then she saw him. Just like Shoto had described. Fluffy green hair, signature freckles, beautiful green eyes. Izuku! Her voice broke as she screamed his name, finally hearing the protests of her friends. He stopped what he had been doing, laughing, and slowly turned to face her. His grin immediately dropped as his eyes studied her features. Izumi! He began to stalk over to her, his eyes glowing a dangerously toxic green. She knew he still loved her. She knew he didn't really want this. He wanted to come home to her, to go back to how things were, back to normal with her protecting him. She saw the glimmer of rage in his eyes and the fury buried beneath the surface, but she wasn't scared. He was her brother. Family doesn't hurt family. He was walking towards her, then running, and then he raised his fist. Her eyes widened as she realized he was about to punch her, and she dodged. Brother? Now she saw it. He actually was mad. Bakogu Katsuki, Yagi Izumi, what a pleasure to see you both here. Oh, and you've gotten new friends. Izuku. Kaken's voice was cut off by the fury and intensity of her brother's rage-filled one. Don't call me that, Yuji. She had never heard him yell like that. She had never heard him swear like that. She had never seen him look like that. His fist balled by his sides, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. This wasn't her brother. Her brother had died that day. This was a monster. I'm going to make you feel exactly as weak and miserable as I did. As those words left his mouth, a light began to emit from his hands, matching the color of his eyes. She remembered the villain from Hosu City had the same energy whips, matching this color. Shoto was right. Her brother was Agony. I remember you. You were that villain from Hosu. And you were the note-taker from the USJ incident. Ida's voice rang in her ears as she noticed her brother about to whip her in the side. She dodged using one for all at 5% in her legs and watched as his whip collided with the brick wall she had been standing behind previously. Where the whip impacted, the wall melted. Anything the whip touched, even for a split second, was melted. I wasn't just there during the USJ incident. I orchestrated the whole thing. Without me, that whole plan would have failed. What? He swung his whip to hit Kaken's left arm, but he dodged. They all broke out of their initial shock and began to counterattack. And you're Yagi's brother? And All Might's son? Huh? No, I'm the Muffin Man. Yeah, I'm that brat's brother. The sarcasm he wore shook her to her core. This wasn't Izuku. It couldn't be. This had to be some sort of sick joke. I thought Yagi said her brother was murdered by 3 villains? He stopped in his tracks, and the green electric energy whips disappeared. You said what? His eyes glowed a brighter green than before, and she could practically see the anger radiating from his aura. You sick, twisted little brat. You killed me. He ran at her, about to punch her when she counterattacked with one for all at 100%. The explosion she created a layer of smog as she frantically thought of what could have happened to her brother because of that punch. He could be unconscious. He could be bleeding out. He could be dead. The smoke cleared, revealing her brother's form, perfectly fine as he stood, wide-eyed, staring at her. She saw his fist clenched as he ground his teeth. You, Todoroki, and Bakugu murdered me. All I wanted was to be happy, But you and your friends just had to go and ruin that for me. Her breathing hitched as they all stood watching him. Ida, Momo, Kirishima, Kaken, and she couldn't tear their eyes from Izuku as he spoke. All I wanted was to help people. All I wanted was a family that cared about me, but you couldn't love a quirkless. He watched my figure, dumbfounded, as I screamed at him. Once again, the six of us were enveloped in silence, disregarding the explosions in the background. All I wanted was for you to be safe, but you just had to have that stupid dream of being a hero. I didn't want you to die saving someone. Bullshit. You only cared about yourself. You didn't want me to die saving someone, so you killed me yourself? I cried for weeks after you died. He began to laugh slightly, which quickly morphed into a laughing fit. I stared in confusion as I watched him laughing frantically. He was acting crazy. You cried for me after I died? That's so funny. All I did after I died was plan and train for the day I'd finally see you again. His voice changed to a serious tone abruptly from the maniacal and psychotic laughter he had been releasing. You know, at least the first thing Todoroki did when he saw me was apologize for the 10 years of hardship he put me through. No matter, I was planning on confronting all of you eventually anyway. I didn't feel that an apology was necessary. We were only trying to protect you. You should be thanking us. My voice erupted as I listened to his rant. Yeah, I should thank you three. Thanks for the push. Without you three, and our beloved parents, of course, I never would have found my real family. Nor would I have been enlightened to see the truth. The painfully harsh truth, the soul-crushing reality, that the heroes don't care about anyone but themselves. His voice became harsher with every word as I watched in complete shock. I'm going to enjoy tearing you apart, sis. As he began to run at me with his fist extended, a flash of yellow sped by me and grabbed me out of the way. Izuku's punch was as powerful as One for All at 100%. How did he do that? Shock absorption, huh? Gran Torino? So you are Toshinori's son? Izuku, right? Who's asking? I went to your funeral, kid. You should go home to your family, they've missed you. Izuku chuckled coldly at Gran Torino's words before creating his energy whips again. You obviously don't know my family. Don't. Master. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard those words, spoken with rasp and worry. Tamura, your body is too damaged. A glowing blue light appeared over Izuku's head as he began to get pulled forward. No, I won't go. As the raspy voice spoke with fright, Izuku's body turned transparent, and the blue light disappeared, along with the other villains. Thought he could get rid of me. Nice try. A gray mist surrounded Gran Torino, and then he was gone. Izuku Yagi's point of view. I watched as the small old man wearing yellow was warped in front of All for One, serving as a shield to All Might's punch. I couldn't hold in my laughter as I watched. I only came to save Tamura, but if you say you're going to fight, then I'll face you as you wish. Am I invisible? In the past, your fist crushed one after another of my comrades. Many were forced into the shadows, underground, while you were extolled as the symbol of peace. What a grand view you must have had from atop our sacrifices. He paused to overdramatize the situation. I watched as I dodged the futile attacks of the 5 kids that had come to save Todoroki but were distracted by me. Todoroki was already released, anyway. Kurojiiri should have woken him up and warped him home by now, under the excuse that he had escaped during the chaos. We had set up ways of contacting him, and he had been given his mission, so there was no need to fear. I watched attentively, standing by in case something went wrong and Mr. All for One needed my assistance for any reason. Never can be too cautious, right? He swiftly blocked All Might's punches as they argued. I had only been able to catch a few of the hypocritical phrases my father had spoken, but I was too blinded by my rage to listen to them properly. This cannot continue. It's over. I won't let it. With that, my father punched Mr. All for One with his full strength right in the face, but I knew better than to doubt Tamura's master's abilities. I noticed my father begin to smoke, so I just watched as the fun really began. What's wrong? You seem to be worked up about something, All Might. Izumi stopped fighting as she noticed the dangerous situation All Might had been placed in. I've heard that same exact line before, you know. He chuckled as he spoke, and I couldn't help but smirk as I watched All Might's face drain of all color. From the person who had won for all before you. Nana Shimura. That. Izuku Yagi's point of view. Oh right, your son mentioned you had a daughter as well. What was her name again? Oh yes, Izumi. Mr. All for one smirked. Don't speak of my daughter, you monster. I had been told of what you and your family had done to your son all those years ago, and I'm surprised. Nana Shimura must have chosen wrong if she thought you would use your power for good. Shut up. I watched as my dad retracted his fist and prepared to punch Mr. All for one. However, that's what Mr. All for one had been expecting. He used one of his quirks to blow All Might into the air with incredible speed. All Might was hurtling towards a helicopter when an older guy in a yellow costume ran up to him and pushed him away, causing a cringe to spread across my face. No matter how hard anyone tried, All Might would never die, and it was becoming annoying. The mouths of my father and his savior were moving, but being at a distance had its disadvantages because their voices fell deaf upon my ears. Glancing to my left, I saw what looked to be a hardened fist about to slash my arm, so I activated one of my quirks and became transparent. Ghost would help me observe the battle while also avoiding any attacks that would have hurt me. What the hell is this? I thought your quirk was those energy whips? I looked over to the owner of the arm and was met with a red-haired boy. He seemed to be about 5'7". He seemed familiar to me. I remembered our friend on the inside had been talking about him when I asked about the casualties and injuries from the USJ incident, but I had never seen him in person, only word pictures were given to me. Nevertheless, the vivid red hair and quirk that had been described to me were interesting, so I could recognize him. He had a severe concussion, if I remembered correctly. Kirishima Ijiro. That's you, right? I asked as he tried to attack my translucent being. Interesting, my spy had told me that you had suffered a damaging concussion after the USJ attack. You heal fast. Is this the work of Recovery Girl? His facial expressions contorted in horror as my words traveled across the battlefield, undoubtedly from the mention of a possible spy among them. That was what I had wanted. I wanted to cause a scene, I wanted mayhem, I wanted them all to suffocate under the possibility of a traitor among them. I wanted them to tear each other apart in a futile attempt at snuffing out the evil that lay in wait around them, though they never would. I wanted them to fear for their lives at every waking moment because that was how I had lived for the entirety of my life. A flash of yellow sped by me, and I saw Kirishima disappear. One after another, each and every student around me vanished in a flash of yellow. I was going to go after Izumi and Bakugu, but I wasn't ready to confront them yet. They hadn't suffered enough. Another chance would arise. At least for now, I had made them all aware of my existence. The man in yellow sped back to me and was about to grab me. Of course, that didn't exactly work. I was still using my ghost quirk, after all, although the backlash of this quirk was starting to take its toll on me. But it wasn't like I had never had a headache before, so I tried to silence it as best as I could. Now listen, kid, I don't know much about you, but I do know your father. He's a loving man, and whatever happened to make you this way, I know he'll be there for you. I chuckled as he spoke, still trying to knock me out. If I had to guess, I'd say his plan was to knock me unconscious, then bring me to the police station, assuming that once I was away from the League of Villains, I would just break down. That I'd say, they forced me to do this, or they tortured me until I complied, or even that they said they'd hurt my family if I didn't fake my death and join them. What a laugh. I was never treated like an actual human being until I joined the League. I don't care what you heroes say, nothing will ever make me go back to the hellhole I was trapped in. We'll fix you, don't worry, kid. I ground my teeth at his words. Did he even listen to a word I just said? He was acting as if I was broken. I used to think I was broken, but I knew I wasn't. This was who I was always meant to be. I had never felt more alive and freer in my life than I did now. I wasn't some old, busted toy that needed to be fixed. Don't you get it? I don't need to be fixed. I saw him raising his foot to kick me, so I turned off my ghost quirk. This was going nowhere, and as long as he was still attacking me, I wouldn't be able to help Mr. All for one when he needed me. I didn't have much raw strength, and if I used my energy whips any more than I already had, I would most likely collapse, so I needed some strength. His foot came into contact with my left shoulder. Of course, it didn't hurt. I had shock absorption. I guess it couldn't be helped. It wasn't like he knew I had multiple quirks. He took a step back, realizing I was perfectly fine, and began to strategize. I used half of the power I absorbed from his kick and put it into my legs, boosting my speed exponentially. Catching up to him, I used the rest of the power I obtained from his kick and clocked him in the face. He was out cold. I looked back towards the fight to see what was going on, and to my surprise, I turned my head at the perfect moment. I was just in time to see Mr. All for One sending the biggest blast of power I had ever seen directly at my father. It was glorious. As the dust and smoke cleared, all that was left was my father in his skeleton form. His fist was bloody, his muscles were gone, and his hair was a mess. He looked terrible. I smiled and felt a laugh crawl up my throat as I watched him helplessly frown, knowing his image was ruined. I saw the chopper aiming camera after camera at the fight, and I knew they were probably broadcasting this fight all over the world. This was the greatest moment of my life. Hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. To think that you're their greatest hero, Mr. All for One started. Now the adoring public knows your true form. Try not to be ashamed. Your move. Even as my body rots and grows frail, even as you expose my weakened state, in my heart, I remain the symbol of peace. And there's nothing you can do to take that from me. Is that so? Oh well, I forgot how stubborn you are. I guess I'll just give up. Oh, but there is one thing you might be interested to know. Tamura Shigaraki, my apprentice, is Nana Shimura's grandson. I watched with glee as the look on my father's face changed after hearing that piece of information. That tiny little detail. He knew that I, his son, had joined the League of Villains, but hearing that his master's grandson had done the same, and that he'd been fighting him this whole time, must have hurt. I kept wondering what would annihilate your golden heart, and so I found Tamura. I groomed him to hate you and watched you smile so proudly as you beat your master's descendant. That's a lie. And to think he on his own found your son. Tamura had been walking late at night and came across your son as he attempted to take his own life. Without Tamura, your son would be dead by now. My father stood, looking defeated as he realized that this was real. That this was the truth. I watched his eyes as they scanned the battlefield before landing on me. He took in my expression, hate and amusement all rolled into one, and finally realized. It felt so good. He finally understood that I was like this because of him. Well, that's strange. Where is your smile now? Mr. All for One chuckled. All he could do was mouth the word, no, as I grinned at him as widely as I could manage. Be sturdy. My father sobbed, barely choking out the words. How very entertaining. I think I've taken a piece of you after all, Tamura's master laughed darkly. He's my master's grandchild, and that's my son. My God, what would she say if she knew how we all turned out? After he cried out those words softly, he screamed. The sound of his suffering brought me joy. Almost. There was still this little weak part of me that was sad, this little weak part of me that wanted to go home, this small section of my heart, left unburned by the torment and abuse of my past. No matter. I'll just bury it further down. If All for One killed my father, I would be destroyed. I would feel as if it was my fault that he died. I would feel like a monster. Which is why I was going to kill him. Izuku, I'm sorry. I knew this was being broadcast live for the world to see, so I thought this would be as good a time as any to expose him. I'll save you, Izuku. My grin dropped and my heart stopped as his voice echoed across the broken concrete, and he began to inflate his arm again. What? I will make this right. Are you? I will bring you home. Kidding me right now? What kind of sick joke is this? But he just. I give up. I'm going to kill him. On live television at that. I'm not done yet. You're right. A hero has so much to protect in this world. He started again as I noticed his arm starting to glow with yellow lightning bolts surrounding it. Which is why I will defeat you and bring home my son. I'm going to kill him. As I watched his eyes glow a bright blue, he began readying his form for an attack. A final attack. His final attack. there it is. That's the last of your strength, isn't it, All Might? A wounded hero is a most frightening animal. Did you know that even now, I sometimes dream of you charging at me? Mr. All for One spoke as he planned his counterattack to my father's punch. Yeah, I don't think so. You have what? 2 or 3 punches left. I tuned everything out as I saw more heroes arrive on the scene. This is my kill. And I'm not going to let anyone take this from me. Not a couple of heroes. Not Tamura. Not even All for One can stop me right now. I slowly stalked up to my father as Mr. All for One shot a wave of power, taking the form of a giant gust of wind, towards my dad and continued monologuing. However, I couldn't hear any of it. I couldn't hear as he prepared his quirks aloud. I couldn't hear as my father took in a breath of air. I couldn't hear my feet as they stomped on the ground. All I could hear was my heartbeat intensifying in my eardrums as I prepared myself for what I was about to do. I could see Mr. All for One as he prepared the punch to end all punches. The thing that could kill anyone instantly. All for One's reaction time was faster than anything I had ever seen, but I didn't fear for my life. Even if I died, I wouldn't care so long as my father would die by my hands, and my hands alone. It wouldn't mean anything if he died to All for One's punches. I needed to be the one to kill him. Either I kill him now or I die trying. As the two men ran at each other, preparing to exchange their deadly blows, I continued to walk, right until I was in the middle of them. I felt nothing. Nothing but joy, that is. I caught All Might's punch in my left hand, and All for One's in my right. All Might's fist deflated instantly. However, All for One's punch felt like a dagger being dug into my arm. I would have screamed if I could feel it, but I was so numb to my surroundings that I couldn't care less. All I could care for was claiming my father's life in this moment. All I could care for was watching his face contort in pitiful expressions as he watched his own son slowly tear him apart. All I could care for in this moment was getting my justice. The look of horror placed on both of their faces was amusing. I just had to do it. Mr. All for One, I'm sorry to jump in like this, but I have to kill my father myself. It'll be so much more enjoyable to watch my father die slowly by my hands than quickly by yours, right? I honestly thought he'd be angry, but to my surprise, he smiled at me. He didn't really have a face, but I could feel the presence of a smile in the atmosphere. What was I thinking? You're absolutely right. Dying by the hands of one's son would be much more painful. Besides, judging by his form, I'd say he's completely powerless right now. So, the tables have turned. Now you're the one that's quirkless, huh? The look on his face was priceless as I used 5% of the power I had absorbed not even a minute ago to blast his body across the battlefield. Meanwhile, All for One stopped the heroes that were trying to get to me. Finally, I can be rid of you, Dad. I could feel the billions of eyes staring at me through their screens as the cameras all pointed towards my father and me. I could hear the questioning voice of Endeavor as he repeated my words, still fighting All for One. Dad. My energy didn't matter to me right now, all I wanted was to kill my father. So, I activated my energy whips. Both of them. They flowed elegantly in the wind as I stalked closer to my father with a grin stretching from ear to ear. The fear-stricken look that washed over his face as he realized I was actually going to kill him filled me with so much joy. Remember at the USJ, when I said we'd have a to be continued someday? This is that day. I raised my whip and brought it raining down over my father's left arm. Then his right. Then his legs were slowly dismembered as I taunted him. His screams filled the air, bringing me a joy I had never imagined. The red liquid flowing from his torso was satisfying, especially alongside those screams. This was the day I had been waiting for, the moment I had dreamed of for longer than I could remember. Now, finally, I said as I deactivated my whips and grabbed a large knife from my jacket. The head. I love you, Izuku, he said, but his words were cut off as I swiftly severed his artery. After ensuring he was dead, I reactivated my energy whips and laid them over his neck. I watched as they penetrated and burned the skin, the smell of burning flesh enveloping my senses. I lifted his head and demonstrated it to the cameras. This is the face of an abuser. Your symbol of peace was a child neglecter. How does that make you feel? My father was nothing but a money-driven sicko. I have a message for my sister, Izumi. Watch yourself, because I will kill you as painfully as I did our father. I laughed. You're welcome. I crouched back over my father's torso and quickly retrieved another knife. My hands were covered in his blood as I cut around the skin, tissue, and muscles surrounding his heart before ripping it out of his chest. Being careful not to crush the delicate muscle in my hand, I stood up and was instantly enveloped in a gray mist. Time to go to our backup base. Now that my father is dead, that weak part of me is dead too. Finally. Shoto Todoroki's point of view. I woke up with a headache. I was so happy. As soon as I felt the headache, I knew that I was alive again. For the past 3 weeks, I had been mentally dead. My brain wouldn't listen to me. I could see through my eyes, but I couldn't do anything. I could see myself talking, but I couldn't actually speak. I was able to think, but no matter what I thought or wanted, I couldn't put any of my thoughts into action. It was like I was living my life on autopilot. They wanted to break me. They wanted me to do something so horrific that even if I wanted to double-cross them, I'd take myself down with them. They wanted me to do something so terrible that even if I escaped, I'd have to live with that terrible action. The horrific act of brutally ending someone's life. I watched myself dig a knife into a man's chest, and I couldn't do anything to stop myself. I couldn't cry, I couldn't scream, I couldn't even say sorry. I was stuck, watching as those memories settled in my mind. As I ended that man's life, I couldn't help but think about how I got here. How I ended up like this. How this happened. This all happened because of what I did to Izuku. None of this would have happened if I had just been there for Izuku. If I had stood up for him when Bakugo had told him to jump. If, instead of laughing, I had said, "That's not funny," or if I had even just asked Izuku if he was okay. Maybe if I had, then All Might wouldn't have died. My classmates wouldn't have died. My friends wouldn't be so distraught and broken. This is all my fault. Finally pulling myself out of my thoughts, I stood to my feet. Upon placing both my feet on the ground of the newly instituted dorms, I fell over. My legs felt like jelly. Over the past 3 weeks, I hadn't actually stood up. At least, I hadn't stood myself. My body was on autopilot, and I felt nothing but emotions. I couldn't feel pain, nor could I feel the embrace of my father's arms as I arrived home from the league space. I couldn't feel the frequent beatings Izuku had subjected me to, nor could I feel the air in my lungs whenever I took in a breath of fresh air. I stood up slowly, still feeling like jelly, and steadily walked to the dorm shower room with my stuff. Why couldn't the school provide us with individual bathrooms? I walked into the room and was immediately met with a dull sight. Kirishima saw me enter the bathroom but didn't look me in the eyes. I knew why. I couldn't say I blamed him. Flashback. Mr. Aizawa? That day. When All Might fought the villains and that kid. All Might's son, I think. He said he'd be after Izumi next. What was that about? I could tell it was a hard question to ask. All Might had just died, and nobody knew what to say. It was also hard after what Izuku said. He had decapitated and dismembered the symbol of peace on live television for the whole world to see, and then he said all of those things about him. Some people didn't want to believe it. Others did. Those that supported the hero killer's mission after he died thought it was completely true. They already believed that the heroes were corrupt, so they wouldn't put it past All Might to have abused or neglected his son the way he had. Some people in the class didn't believe it, like Uraraka, Hagakure, Tokoyami, and a few others, but most of the class figured it was completely true. Momo was one of many who thought All Might could have done something to his child, but she still found it difficult to talk about his death. No matter your feelings about All Might, the visual of his death was so shocking that it was automatically scary to say anything, and with all the controversy, it made it that much harder to discuss. I knew almost instantly that Mr. Aizawa would expose Bakugo, Izumi, and me for what we had done to Izuku, and I was powerless to do anything. Even if I wanted to move and run away from the judgmental stares I was guaranteed to receive, I wouldn't be able to. Izuku and the League implanted a drag to make me more susceptible to suggestion, like a soldier of sorts. I couldn't do anything if I wanted to. As well as his drag, he began to get paranoid. He was nervous that I would somehow break free from his control, so they injected a nanobomb into my neck. They put a bomb in my neck. Yagi Izumi was All Might's daughter, Mr. Aizawa started. His words evoked gasps from across the room. The room was silent as Mr. Aizawa continued. Aizawa glared at Izumi, Bakugo and me. He revealed that the boy who had killed All Might was Yagi Izuku, his son. Kaminari interrupted, expressing confusion about Yagi's brother, who had supposedly died in a villain attack the previous year. Aizawa, visibly annoyed, clarified that this was just another lie Yagi had told. He explained that Yagi Izuku, Yagi Izumi's brother, had committed suicide a little over a year ago, or at least that was what everyone had believed. Our classmates looked at Izumi with sympathy as she buried her head deeper into her arms on her desk, knowing what was coming. I could sense the tension in the room. Bakugo kept his gaze fixed on the window as Aizawa continued. He recounted that Yagi's brother had been severely neglected and abused by his family and peers. He mentioned that Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki had even told him to end his life, implying that they were partly responsible for All Might's death. The sympathy in the room quickly shifted to anger and resentment. Bakugo's voice broke through the tension as he asked Izumi if it was true. Kirishima looked particularly distraught, and I felt the weight of our friends' gazes on me. Shame washed over me, but I maintained a stone-hearted expression, refusing to show any emotion. I finally spoke up, admitting that I had told him to jump, insisting it wasn't Todoroki or Izumi's fault. I expressed my frustration, stating that none of us could forget what we had done, urging everyone to leave it alone. Bakugo abruptly left the classroom, and Izumi finally lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she whispered that she hadn't thought he would actually do it. In a different scene, the news reported that the villain responsible for All Might's death just 3 weeks prior had been confirmed to be All Might's son. An exclusive interview with Yagi Izumi and the number 7 hero revealed that the villain who had killed the symbol of peace was none other than Yagi Izuku, who was thought to have committed suicide the previous year but was now alive and living under the name Agony. I nearly choked on my tea as I heard the reporter mention that question about who had been buried. I tried to change the channel, but every station was covering the same story, trying to understand my life and motives. I felt a mix of emotions. I had thought I would feel happier being infamous, but the excitement faded quickly. The public support for heroes had plummeted, with many people losing faith in them. UA had been attacked multiple times, and the events of the past year had shaken society's trust in heroes. I found a dark amusement in the thought of a world where heroes were nothing more than a legend, where faith in them had dwindled to nothing. I stood up from my bed, shaking off my grim thoughts, and walked out of my room. It had been weeks since my confrontation with Izumi and my father. I had been meeting with Todoroki after school to gather information about current events and opportunities for action. I had a personal vendetta against many people and was determined not to wait idly for a chance to strike. Entering the bar, I noticed the news was still on, and Tamura was not pleased that I had gained more fame than he had. He was somewhat jealous, as my notoriety brought attention to the League of Villains. I would be remembered for my actions, and I could sense Tamura's frustration at my rising fame. As I teased him about his sour mood, he turned to face me, his irritation evident. Kurojiiri intervened, warning us to stop bickering before Tamura could launch into one of his rants about respect. I glanced around the base, searching for Dabi, ready to continue our plans. Dabi, Tamura, and I enjoyed playing Mario Kart together, although Toga kept trying to stab me when I was winning. It seemed that after I returned home from the Camino Ward 3 weeks ago, covered in my dad's blood, she developed a twisted crush on me, or perhaps Tamura had been paying her all along to help him win. The little troublemaker would go to great lengths to beat anyone in Mario Kart or Night Squad. I mean, he would do it regardless, but still. My eyes landed on Dabi's, but before I could ask him something, the doors burst open. Todoroki had arrived. He walked over to me, and I began to speak the command words to extract the information I needed from his mind. He looked at me for a moment before sheepishly answering. Our class has started to apply for work studies. Work studies? I asked, intrigued. It's like the hero internships, But instead of just watching, we act as sidekicks and earn credit for any rescues we might make. We can only participate if we have our provincial licenses, and you had already told me to fail the test, so. Right, I had said that. I realized this could have been a good opportunity to gather information. What was I thinking? I guess I'm only human, and humans make mistakes. Regardless, I want any information you can acquire about these internships. Tell me everything about my sister's work study, as well as any other relevant information that could be useful. But how am I supposed to get any valid information under these conditions? I have no direct access to the proper files or data, and no one is allowed to leak any important intel during these work studies. I don't care how you do it, just get it done. If you truly want my forgiveness and friendship, you need to accomplish this one thing for me. Prove your loyalty to the League of Villains and me. Get creative, or else that nanobomb in your sternocleidomastoid muscle will blow your head clean off. He visibly gulped at my threat and nodded, avoiding eye contact to mask the fear evident in his eyes. Dismissing him, he turned on his heels and hurried out of the new base. That was unnecessarily cold. What's your issue with the candy cane? Dobby asked, his piercing blue eyes meeting mine. What's it to you? I replied. Just wondering. In that case, he ruined my life, and I'm just returning the favor. Dobby looked taken aback by my words before recomposing himself and challenging Tamura and me to a game of Beat Saber, where the highest score wins. I knew he had been practicing, but I couldn't back down from a challenge. You're so on. We had all been waiting in an old, run-down storage unit. It was highly unsanitary and smelled like cod liver oil mixed with something rotten. I wished I could make my nose forget this horrid smell. Twice had apparently met a man he thought could be a valuable member of the League, a man with a powerful quirk. All for one had given the go-ahead, so we were waiting for Twice to bring him here. Usually, Jiren would bring new recruits to us, but since we found this man off the streets, we had to take extra precautions, such as meeting away from our new base. The new base was relatively nice, but it would never replace the bar. The memories we made there, the moments we shared, all lost with its destruction. Our base, our home. That bar was the first place I ever felt truly welcomed. It was where I fit in, where I belonged, and where I met my real family, the people who helped me grow into who I am today. Nothing will ever replace the bar. Hearing the sound of the metal doors opening pulled me from my homesickness. It was silent for a moment before Tamura began to speak. Well now, you brought us a pretty big catch, huh, Twice? You think so? Strange, coming from you. The League of Villains. What gives? Is this guy famous or something? Magna's voice echoed through the storage unit, reverberating slightly in the eerie atmosphere. My master showed me a picture of him. He's what you'd call Yakuza, the young head of the Shai Hasaikai. To what do we owe the pleasure? Walking through the halls of the Shai Hasaikai base alongside Twice and Toga was an interesting experience. The escorts directing us to the meeting space seemed excessive, but this place was much larger than our previous base. It was brighter too, which made me wince as I walked through the hospital-like hallways. As I moved, my eyes began to adjust. The scent of metal and cleaning supplies filled the air, just like a hospital. I wouldn't say I was nervous, but I wasn't exactly calm either. It felt eerie walking through these halls. Occasionally, a scream echoed throughout the base. At first glance, it sounded like a child, perhaps aged 4 to 9. It was a pain scream, followed by soft sobbing. I glanced at Toga and Twice, who seemed confused but paid little mind to the chilling scream that rang out. I couldn't let it go. Thoughts raced through my mind. What was that? Who was that? Why did I just hear the scream of a child? Was that child okay? Despite my past experiences with kids, I held no grudges against the innocent-minded. Those brainwashed by society, despite their warped thinking, were innocent bystanders. They were the innocent-minded. I would liberate those affected by the corrupt society we lived in, including that child. I would save that child wherever they may be. Round and round, through shortcuts and rooms, until we finally made it to our destination. The room had a washed-out purple tint, and the floor was made of mixed green tiles. There were windows, but they served virtually no purpose since we were underground. The room was full of villains, at least 11 of them. My name's Toga, and I was told to come here. Hiya, she introduced herself cheerfully. Long time no see, Birdman. Be warned, I'll never forgive you. So happy to be on the team. I looked to my right and saw Twice waving his fist around as he spoke. To my left was Toga. She seemed unbothered, but I could tell she didn't want to be here. All eyes turned to me after they both finished saying their names. Sighing, I rolled my eyes and began to speak. The name's Agony. They should already know who I am. I've been the top story on every channel for weeks. Wonderful. The League of Villains. Cool, let's brawl, a large, muscular man exclaimed with excitement. He wore a white t-shirt and black, baggy pants kept up with a brown belt. Dropping down to his black combat boots, a light blue tunic was attached to his belt. Regarding support gear, he wore a plague mask similar to the one the Birdman we had met about a week ago had. Along with the mask, he had gloves made of leather covered in metal over his knuckles and some parts of his wrists. His long, brown hair reached just below his shoulders. I'll kill you, Twice said. Yeah, no thanks, Toga replied shortly after. What about you, Agony? You killed All Might, right? You want to take a crack at me? You could serve to be a worthy adversary, he continued, taking my silence as a maybe. I see no benefit. Sorry about the whole Magna thing. It's unfortunate, I didn't want to kill him. Overhaul explained. Her. I believe you mean her, I interjected, stealing Twice's words before he could even open his mouth. Don't make that mistake again, Toga added angrily. Anyway, this is no time to hold grudges against each other. We're on the same team now. I want your help with my plan. Biasi, you tried to play it cool the first time we met too, like you don't care about anything, Twice said angrily. So, what are my orders? His bipolarity was mildly difficult to follow. Just follow my instructions like everyone else in the organization, but first things first. I want details of your quirks. It'll be easier to work together if I fully understand what you can do. I think I'll tell you about my powers when you need to know about them. Oh, and just so we're clear, I still don't like you. People. I thought to myself, I need to get close to these people to find out more about the screams I heard. You're sabotaging me, Toga. I had made a mental map in my mind, trying to understand where everything was, and I took note of where the screams seemed to be the loudest. The child's voice echoed throughout the Shai Hasaikai base, but in certain parts, it was clearer and more vibrant. The screams seemed to get louder the further away from the entrance we got. In other words, the deeper we went in, the worse it got. So much for making a good impression. Don't underestimate the Yakuza. A bird-like creature shouted angrily at Toga, while her face showed extreme boredom. The creature reminded me of Shiga. As Toga and Twice participated in a staring contest with the bird creature, I felt the atmosphere growing more and more dangerous. Without their trust, I'll never get more information about the child. I agree with Toga, we'll tell you when we feel like it. You won't get anything out of me, no way. My lips are sealed. Twice, Toga, I said, cutting through the tension as I glared at them both. Let's be nice, we are working for them at the moment. It's only fair that they know of our abilities. My voice was childish, yet you could see the double-natured grin if you looked closely. Nah. I sighed and looked back toward the other people in the room. They all wore bored expressions. Sorry, my hands are tied. What is your quirk? I can make doubles of anything. For this to work, I need a precise image in my head. Yep, that means height, chest measurement, and shoe size if it's a person. You name it, I need it. Gotta have as much info as possible. Only then can I make one thing into two. The main difference between the doubles and the real thing is durability. They just kind of melt if they're knocked around too much. I can make doubles of up to two things at once. The damage the second object can take is even lower. Also, for personal reasons, I refuse to make copies of myself, got it? Toga and I stared in awe as Twice explained every single detail about his quirk. What just happened? What the hell? Toga and Twice continued bickering as I looked to the man who had asked the question. He wore a black cape covering his torso completely, along with baggy pants that went just below the knees. His socks and white sneakers covered any remaining skin that would have shown otherwise. He too wore a plague mask, as did pretty much everyone else in the room, accompanied by a bowler cap. Maybe that was his quirk. The user asks a question, and the person being questioned has to give an accurate response, explaining all that they know regarding the topic at hand. Interesting. Denki Kaminari's perspective shifted. All those years I spent drowning without dying. The years I spent trying to go on when I was completely alone. All those years I spent suffering, right up until the day I lost it. The day I snapped. I remember All Might's face, clear as day, as he told me to go figure it out on my own. I was a 9-year-old boy. I was a child in need, and he left me to go to his daughter's birthday. He chose to leave a child, clearly in a bad situation, to go to some brat's birthday. He left a child to die. I watched him fly away as I was dragged back into the alleyway I had run out of. Feeling my father's hand gripping my shoulder, definitely leaving a bruise, made me realize how much trouble I'd be in for trying to escape. Escape his clutches. Escape him. I don't know why he's always hated me. He seems to blame me for my mother leaving us. I know why she abandoned us. I knew he had been abusive like this since before I was even born, but once I was born, he seemed to hate my mother and me even more. I'll never understand the way his mind worked. What made him tick? Why would someone have a child only to hurt and abuse them? It didn't make sense. Mom left when I was 4, just a few months after I had gotten my quirk. At that time, my father was only verbally abusive, but when my mom left, he had no one else to lash out at. I suffered under his control, serving as his personal punching bag for 5 long years. I felt powerless to do anything. That day, when All Might abandoned a defenseless child in need, I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. As my father threw my small form to the floor and began to kick me, I felt my sanity slip away. I activated my quirk and struck him with 1 billion joules of electricity, the equivalent of a lightning bolt. My father fell to the floor unconscious, but for good measure, I struck him again. Then again. I surpassed my previous record of 1.3 million joules out of pure anger. I was so furious and scared that my quirk evolved on the spot. I had heard that could happen. I stood to my feet, stumbling and trembling as I watched my father. He was losing a lot of blood, and his clothes had burn marks all over. I knelt down and put my small, shaking hand over his ulnar artery. He was dead. I began to laugh as I finally understood what this meant. I was free. Free from him. I ran around the house, gathering things I might need. I took my dad's wallet, the money from the safe, clothes, food, and then I ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I needed to escape. I ran for what felt like hours. My 9-year-old legs could barely support my body. Eventually, I slowed my pace and collapsed in exhaustion in an alleyway. Then it all went dark. Kaminari, Todoroki, did you find anything out about my sister's agency? Yagi's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Todoroki and I had been walking to the base after gathering intel. I had been following Yagi's sister, Izumi, around after school and during her work studies. That was when I discovered she was interning with Night Eye. I followed her as she patrolled, but I didn't go any further than that. While she was on patrol, a little girl ran out of an alleyway. My heart stopped as she collided with Izumi. My mind went numb as I saw the girl looking up at Izumi with tear-filled eyes, shaking with fear. Then I noticed another man. I had heard his villain name was Overhaul. Yagi had told me that at the Yakuza base, he had heard a child screaming but didn't know where it was coming from. He had been trying to find the child, but the base was so complicated and surveilled that he had trouble getting close. He didn't even know what she looked like. This girl was that child. I just knew it. I watched as Overhaul took the child and dragged her back into the alleyway after making small talk with Izumi and Mirio, the other person patrolling with her. I watched in horror as, once again, the heroes left a suffering child to fend for herself. Grinding my teeth, I stopped following Izumi. I was furious. As I regrouped with Todoroki and walked to the base, all I could think about was my past, my origin story and my reason for being what I am today, a villain. I saw the child, I said, looking at Yagi with intensity. She had grayish, light blue hair and red eyes. bandages everywhere. I clenched my teeth as I continued. Izumi stood there and let the trembling child, shaking with fear and asking for help, get taken away by Overhaul. Yagi's face contorted in anger. Izumi had her provisional hero license, so she could technically do something. She was on patrol at a work-study with a third-year student. She should have acted. They should have done something. She was the most selfish person I had ever met. Your sister is working at a hero agency with another student at UA. His name is Mirio Togata, and he's part of UA's Big Three. Together, they are working for Sir Night Eye's agency. Izuku Yagi's point of view shifted. So, Izumi wanted to be a hero, yet she was this selfish, too selfish to help anyone but herself, including a suffering child. Like father, like daughter, I guess. I looked to Todoroki and nodded, using gestures to ask him what he had found out. Izumi told me that their agency was planning to attack the Shai Hasaikai base next week at 8 a.m. Apparently, Night Eye has taken a liking to Izumi, being All Might's daughter and all. He doesn't know about what she did to you, so... So, the heroes were going to attack the Yakuza. This could be a good opportunity to put my next goal into action, the next phase of my ascension. In a flashback, I recalled hearing about Stain's death. I sent my condolences. I looked at the TV screen wearily. It was unusual for Mr. All for One to speak directly to me. He usually communicated through Tamura. So, this was unexpected. I trust you know of Tamura's position as my successor? He asked. I did, I replied. Then you must know of my quirk and the creation of One for All, your father's quirk. Yes, I was aware of those things. Young Yagi, I've taken a liking to you, he said sincerely. Not only because you're my successor's little brother. He paused, letting out a soft laugh at the term. But also because of your personality and motives. You have the potential to become one of the most feared liberators this society has ever seen. Thank you, sir. If you had come along even a month before Tamura, I think you would have become my successor. I felt my heart stop. He would have given me his quirk if he had found me first? I didn't even think I was born when Mr. All for One had found Tamura. You tend to think things through, unlike Tamura. You look at the full picture and have patience. You make proper plans and they work. You would have been an amazing successor to inherit my power. However, I still love Tamura as my son. I would have inherited All for One if Tamura weren't in the picture. You would be my second choice for a successor. I just felt like I should mention how highly I think of you, especially during a time such as this one. You should be proud of yourself, not many can win my praise. So, he was telling me this to make me feel better. He achieved his goal. I was definitely feeling better, however, not for the reason he anticipated. Sorry, big brother, but I need All for One much more than you do, and I am willing to do whatever it takes to get it. Inko Yagi stood in the cold rain, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the casket resting in the ground. Izuku was alive. Her baby was alive, and he had just killed her husband. It had been 5 weeks since her husband's tragic death. She could barely grasp the reality that he was gone, that he had been brutally taken from her on live television, and that it was her own son, thought to be dead, who had ended Toshinori's life. Standing at the grave, surrounded by her husband's colleagues, friends, and family, she held 3 roses in her hand. It felt as if her world was crumbling, wilting like a rose without water or sunlight. This was her fault. Izuku was only like this because of what she had done to him. If she could go back in time, she would fix everything. She would have treated him as she did Izumi. She would have told him she loved him, paid attention to him, and helped him instead of letting him suffer alone until the day he ran away. But it was too late now. He had killed his father, and now he had to be held accountable for that act of violence. No matter their past and their faults, nothing would change the fact that he had hurt many people, and he would have to be taken down. She would take him down, and afterward, she would resign from her position as a hero. She didn't deserve to be a hero, but she had to avenge her late husband now. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku Yagi stood in the rain, watching from a distance. He had heard that today was the day of the funeral, and he felt he owed it to his father to pay his respects, despite their past. Well, that's what he told himself. The real reason was that he wanted to see the despair on the faces of those who attended. It was magnificent. The tear-stained cheeks, the red, puffy eyes, the anger and sadness evident on their faces. They looked exactly how he had for years. He struggled to contain his laughter, knowing that if he laughed, the heroes would notice him. He wouldn't have minded taking down a few of his father's friends and comrades, but he wasn't really in the mood. Some days he felt more murderous than others. Today, he felt more bored, and it would just be tedious. Besides, this was no place for a battle. He thought it would be disrespectful. He grew bored as soon as Izumi began to speak, spouting lies about their father being the most caring and loving person she'd ever met. Those weren't exactly the words he would use to describe him. Activating his quirk, he turned invisible and quickly flew away. He had to return to the Shai Hasaikai base before anyone noticed his absence. He still had things to do. Walking quietly through the base, Izuku snuck around, looking for the girl. Kaminari had told him yesterday that Overhaul had called her Eri. What a beautiful name. He began to hear her screams again, which made it easier to find the source of the noise and the girl's location. He had been trying to locate her room for around 2 weeks now. It wasn't easy, the screams were brief, and when they did occur, he was usually too late to trace the source. He ran through the halls, feeling the sound grow louder with each passing second. He must be getting close. But as he continued running, the sound began to fade. Looking behind him, he retraced his steps until he came to a door. This was it. This was the door the girl was in. Making a mental note of its location, he returned to his room to plot. First things first, he needed to gain Overhaul's trust. He needed him to trust him, then he needed to find out what purpose the girl served. If she was here, she must have some significance. With any luck, he could get close to her, make her trust him, and then liberate her from Overhaul's grasp. With Overhaul's trust, he could also plant seeds of doubt in his mind about Shigaraki. He could kill him, he thought he would win, but then All for One would probably find out and kill him, so he needed a cover. An alibi, if you will. Overhaul's account could serve as that alibi. Of course, if he told All for One or the rest of the League that he had suggested killing Shigaraki, then he would be done for. He would just have to eliminate Overhaul right after. He was confident he could take Overhaul with his quirk. He could even say that once he realized Shigaraki was dead, he decided to avenge him by murdering his killer. With any luck, he could use the hero's upcoming raid as cover. Amidst the confusion, this could work. As long as he could deceive Tamura as well. Whoever died, it would benefit his cause either way. Pacing around his room, he tried to think of what he could tell them both. I could say something along the lines of Overhaul has plans to take the League for himself, to Tamura, and Shigaraki wants to take over the Yakuza, to Overhaul. That's tacky. But it's the only plan I've got right now. Maybe something better will come to mind as I get closer to the day. The day when I'll need to put my plan into effect. I was deep in thought when I realized something. The screaming stopped. I activated Ghost and started walking to the door from before. As I got closer, I began to hear soft sobs echoing through the halls. Then I arrived at the door. The door was similar to every other door, nothing out of the ordinary. It blended in. My hand reached for the doorknob when I stopped myself. I heard voices. Overhaul. I strained to eavesdrop behind the door, but they were speaking quietly. I phased through the door, remaining invisible, and took in the sight before me. There was blood everywhere. The girl, Eri, was sobbing on a table with bandages covering her arms and legs. Overhaul was talking with Chronostasis, while I stood in the middle of the room, holding my breath and keeping Ghost activated. Izumi Yagi sat in her room alone. Her classmates decided to go to the mall and didn't invite Kaken, Shoto, and her because they were still mad at them. She didn't understand how they could be so needlessly cruel. They wanted to be heroes, yet they were discriminating and leaving her out. They were shunning her for no reason. Even Kaken didn't want to talk to her after Shoto told him what she said when the class found out about Izuku. She personally didn't see anything wrong with what she had said. She just told the truth. She just said what she was thinking. He was weak if he couldn't take a few comments here and there. What was wrong with that? It was just the truth. It was completely beyond her how some people could be so selfish and rude that they wouldn't invite others to group activities just because of a different opinion. It was just her opinion. They didn't have to agree with her, but they didn't have to be mean either. This felt like mental and emotional abuse. She couldn't believe these classmates actually wanted to be heroes, yet they were still bullying her for no reason. It was so annoying. She got up from her bed and decided to head to Night Eye's agency early. She was bored and not doing anything anyway. Besides, Kakin and Shoto were at their licensing training. She didn't remember what they called it since she wasn't listening. It didn't involve her, so she really didn't care. She got up and put on her hero costume. It was annoying that they had to do hero work studies on the weekends, as well as on school days. She didn't want to help random people every day, but heroes made a lot of money, so she guessed she could just SCK it up for now. Getting dressed, she ran outside and began making her way to the agency. Night Eye had held a briefing meeting yesterday, telling everyone about the Shy Hasaikai and their plan to save the girl being held captive there. The pros in the room were told to search and narrow down the possible locations for the bases that Night Eye had found, while the students were just supposed to wait for the day of the raid. It was nerve-wracking. Not to mention awkward. Kirishima and Uraraka were also there, and they wouldn't even look at her. How much longer were they going to keep this up? Apparently, according to Night Eye, they were planning on infiltrating the Shy Hasaikai base in 6 more days. 1 week since the meeting. She was really hoping Izuku would be there so she could confront him for making her life so difficult. She shouldn't have to live a life where nobody in her class even looked at her. Back in middle school, people worshipped the ground she walked on. Now, nobody even glanced in her direction, and it was all Izuku's fault. Just because he was a weakling and couldn't take a few sharp words and beatings, he jumped off a roof. Now, because she had abused him, everyone was calling her a murderer. He literally killed her father, and people were still saying she was the murderer. He was the actual murderer. It wasn't her fault he was weak. Izuku Yagi walked through the halls of the new League of Villains base in anxiety. What did he have to be nervous about? Tamura trusted him. Anything he told him should be taken as fact. That's why he sent them to the Shy Hasaikai in the first place, to gather information about what they were doing and then to sabotage them. Tamura was still mad at Chisaki for what happened to Magna. He walked to the main room, and there, sitting on the couch watching TV, was none other than Shigaraki. He was watching the news. Some channels were still talking about him, but thankfully it had mostly died down. He walked over and plopped down right next to him, leaning his head on his shoulder. Shigaraki looked at him in confusion before asking what he was doing there and not at the Shy Hasaikai base with the others. "I have some important information about the Shy Hasaikai for you, big bro," he spoke, sadness infiltrating his voice. He removed his head from Shigaraki's shoulder and looked him in the eyes with glossy, tear-filled orbs. He figured it would sell better if he looked the part. Imagine a kid, scared, because someone was planning to harm their big brother. They'd have tears in their eyes, a strained voice, and would be utterly devastated. Honestly, he was feeling a little guilty. Tamura saved his life, and he was repaying him by taking his. He guessed that weak part of him didn't die with his father. He would have to eliminate everyone on his list before it went away. He still had to kill Tamura. He wanted all for one. He wanted his master's power. He wanted the League. He wanted Tamura's future, and he needed to take it for himself. He wished it didn't have to come to this. Tamura showed him what it was like to have a family. He showed him what it was like to be cared for. He acted as his big brother. In his heart, he was his big brother. He guessed the tears in his eyes were real. He would miss him when he was gone, but it was kind of like a sacrifice for the new world he wanted to create. With All for One, he could create the new world easier than he ever thought possible. "I can liberate society and free the public from the hero's influence. I need All for One to save everyone. Maybe when I have All for One, I can find a quirk to reanimate Tamura and bring him back to life. I need to focus." With Tamura thinking Chisaki had ambitions to kill him, my plan would move forward swiftly. Phase 4, isolating them. With both parties having ambitions of killing each other, I now need them to be isolated in a room. Any interferences could ruin the plan. I can't have any loose ends. They both need to die. I can probably take Chisaki out of the picture with my quirks after he kills Tamura. As long as Tamura doesn't pull anything underhanded, this should all work out in my favor. Now, all that's left is to put the plan into action. Silence was all that rendered in my ears. Today is the day. The day that my big brother, Tamura, dies. I've been feeling more and more guilty with every tick of the clock. He saved my life. He gave me a home. He showed me what it was like to have a family. On the outside, I was calm. I was picking at a hangnail while I sat on the purple couch, waiting without a care in the world for the raid to start. Meanwhile, on the inside, the guilt was eating me alive. The pressure of being the reason my big brother would die was slowly killing me. I'm becoming the exact person I hated. I'm becoming just like Izumi. I'm such a hypocrite. I sought to rid the world of all the corrupt individuals, yet I'm becoming that very thing. There's only one thing left to do. I need to complete my mission. I need to get all for one. I need to cure the world of everyone like Izumi and my father. I need to cure the world of its heroes, and then I need to cure the world of myself. I am no different from those I wish to destroy, so the only rational thing to do would be to end my own life as soon as I finish my mission. Once I have completed my goal, I will have no purpose. My life's goal will have been achieved once I've rid the world of the corrupt. I am a corrupt individual. My death is only natural. The Shai Hasaikai had been prepared for a swarm of Nomu to attack them, but in actuality, there would only be a horde of heroes. I was planning on isolating Izumi when she got here so I could confront her once and for all. An abrupt noise brought me from my thoughts. They're here. Izumi Yagi was outside the police department by 8 a.m. She didn't recognize all of the heroes present, but she saw Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Sir Night Eye, her mother, and a bunch of others who weren't important. The head of the police department was standing in front of everyone, briefing them on the details of the base, but she wasn't listening. Night Eye had already spoken to her prior. She was spacing out and wondering whether or not she'd actually see Izuku. She felt anger towards him over what he did to their father and for ruining her life. Her mother also wanted to bring him in to avenge their father. She was brought back to reality when someone in a suit approached her with a sheet of paper. She took it with confusion and looked it over. There was a list of names and quirks that belonged to the members of the Shai Hasaikai, printed on the sheet. "Commit this to memory," spoke the captain of the police force. "It's solid information to have on hand." Another hero thanked the man in the suit for the paper. They wanted her to memorize this whole thing? She scanned around at all the heroes, and her eyes landed on her classmates. Kirishima and Uraraka seemed lively and pumped up. They were talking amongst each other, but when their eyes landed on her, they quieted and sent a glare her way. She was going to walk over to them, but then the captain began to speak again. She didn't catch all of what he said, but she caught the end of his speech. "We will commence the operation at 8:30 hours. Heroes move out. Here we go." 8:30 a.m. That was the time. The time the rescue mission would officially start. The time they would all risk their lives to save one girl. Honestly, she was sure the girl would be able to handle herself. She was just wasting the hero's time. Once they've read the warrant, you're free to move. As the captain of the police department raised his finger to the doorbell, the door was smashed open from the inside. In the confusion, a man jumped out. He wore a black tank top and jeans. The villain's support gear consisted of a plague doctor mask, some metal gloves, and metal knuckle dusters. The color of his high tops reminded her of something. Red high tops. Izuku's red high tops. She ground her teeth as his face crawled from the depths of her mind until surfacing at the forefront of her thoughts. Next time I see him, I'll confront him. From the commotion, a few police officers went flying. She jumped back and caught one, while Mr. Aizawa saved the other two with his scarf capture weapon. Diamond police officers can't even look after themselves, needing heroes to save them. She saw the dragon hero, Ryukyu, activate her quirk, blocking an attack the villain was about to land. Ryukyu told everyone to go, assuring them that the Ryukyu agency would handle the villain, so the rest of them began to run through the gate. There were 3 men waiting for them as they ran, making their way to the door, past the garden. None of them looked out of the ordinary. They all seemed to be dressed for a day job or something. This is the heroes and the police. We have a warrant to search your premises on suspicion of the manufacture and sale of illegal drugs. They've got a search warrant? The man in the middle of the three spoke. He wore a plain black dress shirt with black pants and dress shoes. His hair was a dark brown color, and he had a faint mustache. The man to his left wore a grayish-blue jacket with a red undershirt. He too wore black pants and dress shoes, just like the middle guy and the one to their right. His hair was black, and his sunglasses blocked my view of his eyes. The guy to the right wore a classic white dress shirt and had light brown hair. "Who cares?" the man in the white dress shirt said as he began to pull the blades of the bush beside him and hurled them toward the emergency response team of the Tactical Mobile Police Department, which their shields ultimately blocked. A hero jumped out and tackled the man, stopping his attack, while the other two men were restrained. We continued running toward the door, leaving a portion of our mini-army to hold off the villains outside. "We've got this," I heard Mirio say, looking as determined as ever. He had been seriously beating himself up for not saving the girl the first time around, but I didn't understand why. It was the girl's fault for leaving instead of staying with us. Whatever had happened to her since then was her own doing. Whatever she did to acquire all the abuse she had been put through, I was sure she deserved it. This was probably just a parent taking disciplinary action against their daughter. Now she would have learned her lesson and would never do it again. This was all highly unnecessary, but they were under suspicion of making and selling drugs, and I supposed that was indeed a crime. Villains were trying to block our path as we ran, clustered in a group toward the entrance, successfully thinning out our group by causing a portion of the emergency response team and heroes to fall behind. One of the D-list extras told us main characters to go ahead while they stayed behind, so we rushed into the building. "Hate to barge in like this, but we're kind of in a hurry," Fat Gum announced, declaring our presence to anyone inside the building. "Haven't seen signs of suspicious activity yet." "Same here, but hey, we're in it now. We have no choice but to see it through," another hero replied. "Is it possible that somebody leaked our plans for the raid? There must be a reason they all came pouring out like that." Tamaki questioned. "No, if there had been a leak, I think they would be fighting more cohesively. Groups like this are used to working together," the captain of the Tactical Mobile Police Department responded. "There's nothing that matters more to these guys than their bond to their boss and their brothers. Being a part of the underworld only makes loyalty that much more sacred to them," my teacher added. What was the sense in that? If I were part of the underworld, I would use everyone around me until I got what I wanted, then eliminate the loose ends. All those people outside, and we haven't caught sight of the top brass yet. They're probably underground hiding or getting ready to flee." Mr. Aizawa continued. "How's that supposed to be loyalty? Forcing their henchmen to fight for them while they run away isn't manly at all," Kirishima pointed out angrily. "I thought it made perfect sense. They were just henchmen, so who cared? It wasn't like they had any significance. They were expendable, background characters." I stopped abruptly in front of a plant pot inside an indent in the wall. It looked completely normal. "This is it," he said. "What pot?" "There's a device here that opens a hidden passage," he explained, answering the question I had yet to ask. "How did he know, though?" "You press down the floorboards in a specific order, and then..." The wall shifted and opened, creating a doorway that revealed a staircase going downwards. "Cool. It's like a ninja hideout," Bubble Girl exclaimed in awe and excitement for what was to come. "Thank goodness for your quirk, sir," Centipeder praised. How did they both know it was Night Eye's quirk? Was it that obvious? "Guards up, we don't know what we could be facing in there." As if on cue, a group of villains emerged from behind the door. Bubble Girl and Centipeder took care of the three and restrained them before instructing us to keep moving. Heeding her instructions, I followed after Night Eye and the others downstairs, and we began to make a beeline for the room where the girl was. Stopping, we came to a dead end. A wall blocked our path. Mirio walked up to the wall, hearing the annoyed and anxious voices of the heroes and police, and used his quirk to see through it. He confirmed that there was, in fact, a hallway where we had thought there had been one, but that it would be hard to break through the obstacle. The periwinkle-haired girl began to emit golden spirals from her hands, but around her feet, allowing her to fly. What an interesting quirk. From the air, her golden beams began to spiral toward me. They weren't the fastest, but they did hold a sort of beauty to them. It was quite majestic how her quirk flowed toward me. Easily dodgeable, though, so it wasn't the most practical power I had seen. I allowed the beams to pass through me as I sighed. At this rate, Izumi's going to escape me. Look, I'm in a hurry. I've got a sister to confront, and not a lot of time to do it, I said, shifting my gaze between the three. We get that Izumi wronged you, but please, she doesn't deserve to die because of it. You can still stop this. You can choose not to confront her. Kirishima shouted at me as the blue-eyed girl continued trying to hit me with her quirk. Yeah, I could choose to leave her alone, but I don't want to, I laughed, flashing one of my signature happy smiles at the periwinkle-haired girl, causing a faint blush to spread across her cheeks. Look, none of you know what that girl has put me through, so just stay out of it and let me handle this. I deactivated my quirk and caught the girl's fist as it was about to make contact with my face. Pushing her back into the wall, I stared into her eyes and leaned in. You know, you're actually pretty cute. What's your name, beautiful? I whispered before pulling back and taking in her blush-stricken face. Yeah, she should be out of commission for a while. I felt a presence pass through my transparent body and noticed that Kirishima had recovered faster than I thought he would. We're not letting you leave this room, he declared as he hardened his whole body. Red Riot Unbreakable. Red Gauntlet. As Kirishima ran at me, I stuck out my hand and deactivated my quirk. Using my shock absorption, I absorbed the power of his punch, then expelled it into his arm, crushing it instantly. He screamed as the pain traveled throughout his body, making me smile. Now, we can end it here, or we can continue. Either way, I'll win, but I'm giving you a chance to leave now. I don't often do this, so I'd take me up on my offer before I change my mind, I said. No. We can do this. I glanced down at the red-haired boy on the floor as he tried to kick my legs out from underneath me, only giving me more power. You just won't stay down, will you? I wanted to keep you alive, but… No. Stop. Don't hurt Kirishima. Uraraka exclaimed, noticing my hand about to pull a knife out of my jacket. I turned to look at her as she ran to Kirishima, touching him and making him float. Uraraka. We can beat him. Put me down. No, we can't. He's too strong and you're hurt. Uraraka began. Besides, Izumi brought this upon herself. It's her fault if she… Everyone stared at her in shock as she began to cough, blood spilling from her mouth. Her body dropped to the floor, and the loud bang echoed throughout the room, freezing everyone in place. Although I agree with you, those weren't very heroic things to say. A hero should protect everyone, even those like my sister. You said you'd let us leave? Kirishima yelled in anger as he dropped from the air, indicating that Uraraka had either lost consciousness or was severely injured. You shot her, he yelled as he crawled to Uraraka's body, which lay limp on the floor. Yeah, I said you could leave, but she started talking like my sister, so I had to intervene. I mean, she wasn't wrong, my sister definitely brought this upon herself, but a hero saying it's her fault if she dies is definitely not the mindset they should have. Don't worry, I'm just saving society from another Izumi. You're welcome. He rose from the ground and tried to punch me, but my shock absorption absorbed the power. I got a better look at his face as he continuously ran at me, trying to punch me with his quirk. Tears filled his eyes, and his expression screamed his emotions and newfound hatred towards me. It was quite the sight. Peering behind him, the other girl rushed toward Uraraka's body, tears streaming down her face as she frantically screamed at Uraraka to wake up. Uraraka! Wake up! Please, get up! Say something! She cried in frustration and sadness. Kirishima charged at me, trying to punch me as I deactivated Ghost. He raised his fist while screaming, Red Gauntlet, but I beat him to the punch and knocked him unconscious. Hey, don't worry, I'm sure she'll be okay. I lied, attempting to console the girl. I didn't like making girls cry. I didn't like making anyone cry, except for my family and past tormentors. Watching people cry made my stomach churn and twist. I guess that was guilt. You killed her. I'm sorry, I placed my hand on her shoulder and tried to calm her down. Seeing the pained expression on her face made the guilt rise like a lump in my throat. I didn't regret my actions. She wouldn't have made a good hero if she had honestly thought one life mattered more than another. That's not the way a hero should think. I guess there really is a difference between heroes and villains. Villains do the dirty work that heroes are too scared to do. She buried her head in her hands, sobbing over Uraraka's lifeless body. Hey, it's okay. I spoke sincerely as I patted her head. I wasn't the best at consoling people. I used to be pretty good, but over the past year, I had gotten worse. As I attempted to console her, I felt my body abruptly being pushed down. In confusion, I saw the periwinkle-haired girl pinning me down as she cried. She began hitting me in the face, and I took it. I couldn't hit a girl when she was crying. Twice would kill me. You killed her. Yep. You murdered a 15-year-old girl. Yaha. How could you do something so? She cut herself off with a sob as her punches became softer and slower with each word. Her arms caved in on themselves, causing her figure to collapse onto mine. She began crying into my chest as the reality sank in. Her friend was gone. I sat there, stunned by the situation, before feeling a vibration from my pocket. I slowly pried the girl from me as I checked my phone. Where are you? I looked at the time after reading Overhaul's text. It was 5 minutes past the time I was supposed to meet him to take Eri to safety. I have to go, but I'm sorry about your friend. I spoke softly, patting her head as I saw her blue eyes clouded in despair, tears still streaming down her face. I felt bad leaving her there, but I still had a job to do. I had to complete the plan. I began to stand as the girl mourned over her friend, then I turned and left to meet with Chisaki, Nemoto, and Eri. Shaking off the guilt, I reminded myself that now, the fun really begins. I left the room and began walking to the meeting point Chisaki had shown me earlier. It was quite far away, so halfway there, I activated Ghost. Flying through the walls and ceiling as fast as I could, I made it to Chisaki and the others in record time, though I was 10 minutes late. Finally! Now we can get moving. Chisaki sighed, letting his annoyance show as I smiled sheepishly. I had manufactured and distributed a bird's-eye view layout of the Shai Hasaikai base to Tamura prior to today, so we could plan a time for him to intercept Chisaki. We had a difficult time figuring out how to isolate Chisaki, considering that Kurogiri was supposedly busy that day, but in the end we convinced him to blow it off. Of course, convincing Kurogiri to warp Nemoto, Eri, and me out of the room was futile since Overhaul was already planning on taking Tamura on his own. The League didn't know that Overhaul intended to kill Tamura and vice versa. It was only Tamura who knew about Chisaki's plans, and only Chisaki who knew of Tamura's plans. I was the only one who knew of both plots. It was honestly quite funny, although, during their fight, if one of them were to expose my treachery and the other were to live, then I'd be in some hot water. Imagine Overhaul mentioning to Tamura that I had betrayed him, and then, by some miracle, Tamura survives. That wouldn't be good for business. That wouldn't be good for anyone. I chuckled to myself as I thought of my jokes, causing Chisaki to look back at me. He asked sharply, "What? Is something funny?" I replied, "No, sir, just thinking about a movie." "Well, anyway, we've almost arrived at the back entrance. I thought you said Shigaraki would be intercepting us." Chisaki continued. "Yeah, I'm sure he'll be here any minute," I answered calmly. Thoughts began to roam my mind as I internally panicked. What if he's late? What if he doesn't show? What if he somehow figured out my plan and is planning my demise as we speak? I slapped myself as my mind raced to every possible conclusion, attempting to calm myself. Looking up, I noticed Chisaki staring back at me, wide-eyed. "This is going great." "Okay, what the hell is up with you, kid?" Chisaki began, but before he could continue, a purple mist began to envelop Nemoto and me. "He's here," I said with a slight smile as Chisaki uttered those words. Before Nemoto and I had the chance to disappear, Chisaki handed Eri to Nemoto. Before I even had the opportunity to gaze upon Tamura's facial expression, I was suddenly warped to the other side of the base. Now I just need to wait. Tamura Shigaraki watched, mildly intrigued as Overhaul spoke. Something about his words made his mind spin. It was almost as if Overhaul had known, prior to his arrival, that Tamura would be coming. Watching as Izuku, a little girl, and a tall, slender man in a mask, similar to Overhaul's, disappeared, he noticed a twisted smile forming on Izuku's face. It reeked of malice and enjoyment, shaking him to his core. He would have to think about that later. Kurogyari offered to warp them away, but if things got rough and started to go downhill, he wouldn't be able to help. It made sense. He was off on a secret hunt for something Master had wanted to leave them, in case he had been defeated by the heroes the day of All Might's death. So, shall we get this started? Tamura asked the man in front of him with a grin. The man looked at him bored, as if he thought he could actually kill Tamura, and began to stalk over, removing his gloves. Let's get this over with. Izuku had given Tamura information regarding Overhaul's quirk and the general philosophy of its nature. He could dismember and reassemble anything he touched at will. So, if he touched Tamura, it would be game over. No matter. Tamura had a few tricks up his sleeve as well. Flashback, Izuku had just left. He finished briefing Tamura on Overhaul's quirk. Tamura was in a panic as he thought of what he would do. Strong people had come after him in the past, sure, but a one-hit kill was way too overpowered. It seemed like a cheat code. Of course, his quirk could also be a one-hit kill, depending on where he struck. His panic was short-lived, however, after Toga entered the new base. At first, he was annoyed as he heard her high-pitched, squeaky voice echoing throughout the base, and even more so after she sat down on the couch next to him. "Hey boss," she started. He groaned in displeasure before beginning to get up and escape the one-sided conversation that would soon follow. Just as he was about to lift himself off the couch, he heard her voice calling for him to wait a minute, before she pulled him back down. He snarled at her, and she let go of his arm without hesitation. "What do you want?" he growled in a dry whisper, taking her aback. "Moody-huh? I thought talking to Izun calms you down, boss man," she said, questioning him. Normally, talking to his kid brother was calming. He always made Tamura laugh, or at the very least crack a smile. However, not during the conversation they had been having about Overhaul. "Anywho, I'm here to report what I know," she spoke happily and energetically. "Whatever," he sighed. "I found out," she began, looking left and right to see if anyone was there, as if it would have mattered either way. "The Shai Hasaikai are manufacturing quirk-erasing bullets." Tamura's face must have lit up because Toga began laughing in hysteria. "This is perfect. Could you maybe," he paused as he thought for a moment, "steal one of their bullets?" End of flashback. Tamura watched as Overhaul stalked over and began lifting his arm, so he quickly moved out of the way. He ran back towards Overhaul, extending his arm to disintegrate his. Meanwhile, Overhaul crouched down and touched the floor. The ground began to spike, and dodging was out of the question. Izumi Yagi ran as fast as she could from the room as soon as the opportunity arose. She thought she could take him, but his quirk made him nearly invincible. She couldn't touch him. Maybe if she could get her hands on the bullet that villain shot at Tamaki the other day. If she could erase Izuku's quirks, then he'd be nothing more than a pathetic, useless insect that she could crush easily. He's nothing. Always has been. Always will be. He may think that he's something because of his newfound superiority complex, but he's sorely mistaken. He'll see that someday, but it'll be too late. He crossed a line. He killed their dad. Izumi heard screams coming from the room she had just run from, but she didn't care. Kirishima would work it out. It wasn't her problem if he got hurt. He chose to step in and save her. Anything that Izuku did to him was his problem. All she needed to do was find the girl that was wasting all of their time, bring her to Night Eye and the other pros, and wait for the praise they would surely shower her with. She would get praised by the heroes, her classmates would begin talking to her again, and everything would go back to normal. It sounded weird. Nothing would ever be normal again. Izuku had ruined everything. If he had just died that day, their dad would still be alive, her classmates would never have stopped talking to her, and her mom wouldn't be so depressed all the time. Even Mina dying was his fault. Everything is Izuku's fault. Nothing in the world is right anymore because of selfish people like him. Only taking, never giving. I ran around the base, searching for the girl, until I began to hear chatter. It sounded like a little girl talking about something trivial. It was probably the girl we were looking for. I smashed through the wall that separated me from her and rushed to her side. She looked exactly how I remembered her, bandages around her arms and legs, red eyes, pale blue-gray hair, and a horn on her head. Her washed-out, beige dress made me feel nauseous, and she was covered in blood. I approached the girl and began scolding her. Do you think it's funny to waste the hero's time? It's despicable how someone could be so immature as to act like they were being abused just to meet heroes. Come with me, I still have a job to do. Act like I saved you or something, will you? Her body shook as I grabbed her firmly and walked her toward the entrance of the base. I should just let the professionals deal with her, but I wanted the credit for saving her. As I dragged her along, her legs gave out, and she began to whimper. Oh, shut up, will you? And walk properly, you're being extremely rude. I shouted at her, and she quickly quieted down and composed herself. After a few minutes of walking, I ran into Mirio. He looked at the girl in my arms with wide eyes. Eri, he shouted with relief. You saved her. He looked at me before bending down and lifting the trembling girl into the air. He smiled at her and hugged her, staining his hero costume with blood. Come on, we should get her to the professionals, he yelled with excitement as he turned on his heels and ran down the hall. I know the way. It took us around 10 minutes of solid running, and I had to smash through a few walls since he had just run through them. As we neared the entrance, I heard the sound of shoes tapping on the ground, followed by Ryukyu's voice. Come on, let's help the others, she called out. Hey, we have the girl. Mirio shouted. I gritted my teeth as a thought crossed my mind. What if he took the credit for my rescue? I had single-handedly saved this girl, and he might be planning on taking some of the credit. We began ascending the stairs we had originally taken down, with the girl still in Mirio's arms, and finally saw the light of the outside world. Ryukyu was there waiting for us and took the girl from Mirio's arms before rushing her to an ambulance. Ryukyu couldn't tell if the blood on the girl was hers or someone else's, so she wanted her to get checked out in the hospital, although I was sure she would have gone to the hospital regardless. Apparently, we were the first of the rescue team to emerge from the stairs. Of course, we had another objective besides just saving her. The police and professionals outside had radioed the others still underground that the girl had been rescued and told us to relax because we had both done our part. I had assumed I would be praised as soon as I came into view, but after Ryukyu took the girl, everyone just went back to what they had originally been doing. No appreciation. Izuku Yagi's point of view shifted as he flew through the floor and took to the sky. His eyes quickly adjusted to the light of the early morning sun as he flew to the league's new base. He still wasn't used to it, but it was their new base, so he had to learn to accept it. He had asked Toga to keep an eye on where the girl, Eri, would be transported. He was certain she would be taken to a hospital, but he wasn't sure which one. He had other tasks to focus on, so he couldn't keep an eye on her for too long. He had also planned on confronting Overhaul once he was done with Shigaraki, but he realized he should probably get the product he had stolen from the Shai Hasaikai to safety first. He couldn't let the quirk erasing bullets fall into the wrong hands, and it would have been a waste to destroy them. While Eri talked about her favorite heroes, he quickly removed the case of bullets from Nemoto's cold, stiff hands. Upon arriving at the base, he immediately started working on dissecting the bullets. He noticed that one of the red bullets was missing, which alarmed him. Thoughts raced through his mind as he considered every possibility for why one of the bullets was gone. Did someone use one? Was one forgotten? Was one hidden in case something like this happened? He calmed his mind and decided to think about that later. He took the bullet and examined it carefully, making sure not to accidentally prick himself with the needle. After hours of studying the bullet through a microscope and taking note of its biomechanical makeup, he heard the door burst open. The loud noise of his comrades entering the base startled him, nearly causing him to prick himself with the bullet. The purple mist enveloping his body quickly dissipated as he felt the cold embrace of the night air surrounding him. The smell of cedar and pine filled his senses as he took in the sight before him. The cold night sky full of stars, the partially charred forest, the crumbled mountainside, and the red hat of the child he had saved shining in the light of the full moon. "Hey," he said, announcing his presence to the child sitting and watching the stars in awe. The black-haired kid jumped a little at his voice, breaking the silence he had been in, and turned to face him quickly. Seeing Izuku's smile, he stood up and ran toward him, wrapping his little arms around his torso. "Agony! It's you!" Kota exclaimed, smiling up at him with joy. "I didn't know if I'd ever see you again," he said, burying his face in Izuku's stomach. "Yeah, I guess I should have mentioned that I planned on dropping by sometime to check up on you." "My bad," Izuku replied with a smile, rubbing the back of his head. "Come watch the stars with me," Kota said happily, dragging him toward the spot he had been sitting in before. They sat together, watching the stars and catching up for what seemed like hours, but in reality, it was probably only 30 minutes. We talked about video games, then about his caretakers, and then he asked me a different type of question that caught me off guard. He hesitated before asking, "Hey, Agony?" I turned my head from the sky to look at him. "Yeah, what's up?" He fiddled with the hem of his shirt, obviously anxious and nervous to ask his question. "I just wanted to know. Were you really? You know, All Might's son?" "Yeah, I guess I was," I answered, shifting my gaze from him to the sky above us. "Was All Might really as bad as you said he was on TV?" he asked, still sounding nervous as I noticed him lowering his head in my peripheral vision. "No," I replied softly. "He was worse." He looked back at me, noticing a small, sad smile forming on my face as I thought back to every birthday, holiday, and family vacation he, along with his wife and daughter, had neglected my existence during. It hurt more than I had let on. It felt like I wasn't good enough for their affection. I felt invisible to them, as if I wasn't even human in their eyes. Even now, I still feel like I'm not good enough to breathe the same air as them. My past will always follow me. Even if they all die, it'll still stick with me. Although he hadn't physically abused me, he left mental scars. I explained, losing volume in my voice. I don't think I'll ever truly be free from the pain I felt for almost my entire life. It'll always follow me around, like a ghost. Bruises and breaks may heal over time, but words and the feeling of being ignored like some eyesore or broken, old toy never heals. I spoke, raising my voice as I clenched my fists. Kota watched my features carefully, scanning and taking note of every movement I made. The future heroes are no better. All they care about is money and fame. My sister and past tormentors are in today's class 1A, you know. His eyes widened as I mentioned that detail. Yeah, they're trying to become heroes. The people that abused and bullied me from the age of 4 have ambitions of becoming heroes. That's stupid. How could they accept such terrible people into their hero courses? He interrupted my speech in anger while clutching his knees. Because they're strong. I answered. They have incredible powers. UA doesn't care about whether or not they have the hearts of heroes. They only care that the next generation of heroes has enough firepower. What does UA even get out of that? Money, fame, stuff like that. When top heroes emerge from UA, they only get more applicants the next year. More applicants lead to more money. That's messed up. I know, right? I laughed at how worked up he was getting. This society is full of corrupt and sick people that are driven solely by their lust for money. That's why I do what I do. I want to show everyone that I'm strong, and I want to save society. Save society from the corruption of the heroes. Save society from the heroes and abusers. I want to save humanity from itself. I want to help. I glanced at Kota in shock. I was hoping he'd want to join, but I hadn't expected him to ask me now. I couldn't be sure that he truly wanted to join, though. It was a big choice for a 5-year-old to make. He could back out after a year or two and realize this wasn't the path for him. Honestly, I'd grown attached to the kid, and I wouldn't want to have to turn against him because he chose this life too soon. "No," I said sternly. "What? Why not?" he asked with irritation. "I want to help you fix humanity. If you joined and then one day realized this wasn't the life you wanted, you wouldn't be able to back out," I explained. "But this is the life I want. Right now it seems that way, but in 1 or 2 years from now, Maybe you'll think otherwise. Please. I wanted him to join us, yes, but he was too young right now. Besides, it would pretty much be the same story as with Eri. We weren't in a position to raise and nurture a child right now. I'll tell you what, if you really want to join us, you need to learn how to master your quirk first. He looked at me in confusion as I began to get up. You'll need to train with the PP cats until you've learned to master your quirk. Then, if you can get accepted into UDA when you're old enough, and still want to join, I'll welcome you with open arms. The truth is, I'd still accept him even if he couldn't get into UDA, but if he'd go to such extreme lengths just to fight alongside me, then I'd know that he was truly serious. He'd have to push himself to his limits to get accepted into such a school. Then I'll get into UDA with the highest score ever. I smiled as he stood up and pumped his fist in the air. I'm gonna go ask Mandalay to train me right now, he exclaimed while hugging me again. Before he ran off, I reminded him not to tell anyone that I'd been here. Calling Kurogiri, I felt my body being surrounded by his mist, and then I was in the base. Now I just had to wait. As I walked through the halls, I felt the gaze of everyone's eyes falling on my form. Maybe it was from the bags under my eyes or the redness and puffiness around them, or it could have been the pitiful expression I wore as I walked. Maybe it was the complete inversion of my personality, or the most likely answer. The periwinkle-haired girl stood up abruptly and began to assume a fighting position before screaming out in both fear and anger. It's you! I smiled sickly as she started firing at me. I activated Ghost and allowed the spiral beams to pass through me. Standing up, I began slowly stalking over to her as she attacked me continuously. What's a pretty girl like you doing crying alone out here? I asked her as I circled her like a vulture circling its prey. Shut up, she screamed out in rage while again firing her beams out at random. She was blasting surrounding trees, garbage cans, and buildings while I remained untouched. Not really the mark of a hero, destroying a small ghost town, despite knowing that she couldn't hit me. Could it have been the death of your friend? I asked, getting closer to her inch by inch. She ground her teeth as I simply smiled a sinister grin. You don't know what you're talking about, she replied, glaring at me as she changed from using her quirk to punching and kicking. You coward! Relying on your quirk as if you can't fight without it, she exclaimed. I took her words with a grain of salt since she had obviously been in distress, although she was beginning to irritate me. Or was it the recent death of your parents? I questioned her, keeping the smile on my face as I watched hers drop. How did you she began, but I cut her off. I do watch the news, you know. I retorted dryly. It was as if something in her snapped as I spoke because her facial expression shifted quickly from confused and anxious to angry and spiteful. Don't ever mention my parents ever again, you monster, she yelled in vexation. Their good memory doesn't deserve to be tainted by your filthy mouth. As she lunged at me, I deactivated Ghost and caught her fists before they landed. I threw her to the ground and began walking closer to her. The look on her face was a mixture of hatred and defeat. Although she knew she was outmatched, she still tried to lift herself off the ground. That's one thing I've always admired about heroes. Or at least some heroes. Not all would continue to fight when they understood they'd already been beaten. I placed my foot on her back, keeping her down as I stared down at her with malice and sinister intent. Her eyes shone with fear in the light of the sun as she trembled under my touch. You done? I asked, raising an eyebrow as I smirked down at her. Tears filled the brims of her eyes as she tiredly nodded, looking down. I removed my foot from her back and extended a hand, gesturing for her to take it. She reached for my hand and used it to lift herself off the ground. Okay, now what should I do with you? She asked, keeping her gaze fixed on the floor as I towered over her. I can't very well leave you, a hero, to run back to whatever agency you're interning with, considering that you've stumbled upon the League's base. I continued sternly, finally losing my smile. She held her tongue, still refusing to meet my gaze as I stared down at her. Hey, it's rude to ignore someone when they're talking to you, I scolded. At least look at me. I sighed, getting increasingly frustrated as she continued her stubborn antics. It's not like I could just let her leave. If I could, I would have just left by now, but then she could run back to the heroes and tell them where the League has been camping out. I'm just starting to get used to our new base, so I didn't want to move again. Fine, be like that, I said, lowering my volume as I grabbed her arm and began pulling her toward the entrance of the base. She activated her powers and tried to fly away, but I kept my grip firm and used some of the power I had acquired from a witness who had been resisting. Dragging her inside, she began screaming for help. Don't bother, this area's practically a ghost town, I explained. Besides, all you'd accomplish would be drawing attention from the others inside, and trust me, you wouldn't want that. She glared at me but took my advice as I dragged her to my room to talk. Upon our arrival, she seemed confused. I led her to my couch and gestured for her to sit down. Aren't you going to kill me or torture me or something? She asked softly. Maybe, I laughed, watching as her face paled. Now, why were you crying in the middle of nowhere? I asked insincerely. My sincerity and empathy left years ago, and I couldn't be bothered to act as if I cared. The only reason I cared in the slightest was so I would know if I could manipulate her or not. She seemed useful enough, and I needed as many Hero Corps students as possible to join the League. The media already didn't trust the heroes, nor did they trust UA's judgment. If a good portion of the Hero Corps students, including one of UA's big three, were to join the League, all hell would break loose. I could already see the headlines. UA scandal raises questions on their teaching abilities. UA Hero Corps students turning to the side of evil, but why? I smiled internally as I imagined the looks on the heroes' faces when they found out I had already gotten to 2 students. Meanwhile, the girl remained quiet, her eyes fixated on the floor as if it were anything more than gray, wide-planked flooring. Fine, you don't want to talk, I'll leave, I said as I started to walk away, but then I heard her sobbing. Finally broke, huh? I just miss them so much, she spoke between sobs. And the other students are merciless. I circled back to her and sat down next to her on the couch as she cried. It's unnatural for people to speak their woes to a stranger, but then again, it's also easier. Talking to someone you don't know, I don't know why though. Kids can be cruel. I said softly. Yeah, she replied. She stopped talking after that, and we just sat in silence. It wasn't an awkward silence, it was comfortable. Like the kind of silence you'd have when you're watching the sunset with your partner. Or the kind you'd have at the movies. It was comfortable. There I sat, clawing at my neck as I thought of ways to make this work. The very same day we received the order from Tamura's master to transport the test subject to God knows where, we were expected to execute those orders. Talk about no prior warning. All the ideas circled in my mind, but one recurring problem always seemed to get in my way. How would I release the guy when I was expected to be upfront with Tamura the whole time? I could ask twice to make a double of me, then go in using Ghost, but how would I explain my asking twice to do such a thing? As well as that, he'd then become a witness, so I'd have to eliminate him. I couldn't eliminate Babaigawara. We had become friends over the past little while, however, I knew how loyal he was to Tamura, so I couldn't exactly enlighten him with my plan against Tamura. I could ask Toga to pose as me during the transport. She loved me, so she'd definitely do anything I asked of her. Besides, she'd have to stab me and to CK up a lot of my blood to last the entirety of the transport, which she would love to do. She'd back me up with whatever I wanted to do, however, this would raise questions as well. If Toga posed as me, then Tamura would wonder where Toga was. She couldn't very well be in 2 places at once, of course. This, again, is where Babaigawara's quirk would come in handy. If only I could be in 2 places at once. We were to leave in an hour, 9 p.m. sharp. I began making my way back to my room, preparing for the transport while thinking non-stop about my options. I needed my big brother fit. I walked in and immediately removed my shirt, tossing it to the floor, and headed for a shower before the pointless errand we were subjected to execute. As I walked further into my room, something clicked in my mind. The girl was still here. I quickly grabbed my shirt to cover my exposed skin, noticing she was still out cold. I exhaled a sigh of relief before pulling on a hoodie and a pair of sweatpants from my closet. Then I walked into my bathroom. I didn't know what I was going to do with that girl. I could kill her, but now thinking about it, she could be useful. All of my spies were first years. While first years in UA's Class 1A were useful enough, a third year, part of the famous Big Three, would have access to information a first year wouldn't. At first, I had thought that my 2 spies in Class 1A would be enough, but maybe this girl could be of more use than I had originally anticipated. I stripped myself, still thinking of ways to ditch the transport, before stepping into the shower. The boiling water cascaded down my scarred back as I continued to review my options. The logical idea would be to bet my life on Babaigawara and ask him to work with me. I'd say there was a 63% chance that he'd actually go along with my schemes. My eyes widened as a thought came into my mind. I couldn't leave the girl here alone. If she were to wake up during the transport, with no one here to watch over her, she could escape and alert the heroes of the location of the League of Villains base. That would be a complication. A smile appeared on my face as I contemplated what would happen in that case. My lips quivered as they curled into a malicious grin. A slight laugh escaped my mouth, followed by another. What started small and normal turned long and psychotic. That girl was my way out. How had I been so blind earlier? It had never even occurred to me that I could use her very existence in the base to my advantage in this way. I shut off the water after finishing my shower and clothed myself. My smile remained unwavering as I stared at my reflection in the mirror. That needed to change. Tamura would think I was up to something if he saw my, as he referred to it, sicko smile. I grabbed a razor from my bathroom cabinet and made a small cut on my palm. Feeling my smile wash down the drain alongside a slow stream of blood, I quickly cleaned and bandaged my hand. I didn't have any time to waste. It was 8:45 p.m., so this was my best option. Despite the pain and bloodshed of my past, I would never get used to the pain of having a knife to my skin. My sister and her friends weren't the only psychopaths I had to deal with during my life. Some people thought it would be fun to pull a knife on me on my way back home from school. It wasn't like it had never happened before, but I wasn't used to the feeling. The feeling of the warm, red liquid dripping from a sharp metal object held to my skin. The pain of it puncturing my skin. The fear that they would slit my throat if they applied even an ounce of extra pressure. I always heard of people cutting their wrists, legs, and chest, but I had never understood why. Maybe it was because of my own experiences with knives, but it had always puzzled me why someone would willingly hold a sharp metal object to their skin. I had tried to do it once, but I couldn't go through with it in the end. All I could think of were the memories of being held down by some random kid in my class, with a knife to my throat. I could never forget those memories, and they always brought a scowl to my face, so shaking a smile quickly became a viable method. I walked from my bathroom to find Tamura and explain why I wouldn't be able to attend the transport that night, still seeing flashes of those terrible memories I had awakened. From the darkest parts of my mind. Tamura, Twice, Toga, and Mr. Compress were sitting in the common area, still awaiting Spinner and Dobby. "Hey, Tamura," I started, using a voice full of false regret. "What's up, little bro?" he questioned, undoubtedly taking note of the tone in my voice. "I don't think I should join you guys during the transport," I spoke, shifting my gaze to the side. "What? Why the hell not?" he asked, obviously annoyed and confused. "You busy or something?" "I forgot to mention, I captured a girl from UA today," I explained, scratching the back of my head. My words drew the attention of the others in the room, causing all the noise to cease immediately. "You what? When?" Tamura asked, holding up his hand to high-five me. "One of the girls from UA's Big Three so foolishly decided to hang around our base," I told him as I high-fived him back. Catching up with the van, it looked ordinary. No members were positioned on the van to spot possible threats to the cargo, which I thought was completely irrational and hilariously stupid. I used Ghost to phase through the back of the van, where the test subject should have been, and was, yet again, surprised to see no members of the League guarding the cargo. They were complete idiots. However, they were my idiots. With the thought of their stupidity still in my brain, I had an idea. Why not teach them all a lesson? The best way to understand your faults is to learn from them. They definitely have to fix this issue next time if something big enough were to happen. I made up my mind about what I would do after releasing the test subject and decided to let my curiosity get the better of me and look around. The van was lit solely by a faint purple light on the ceiling, illuminating the containment capsule. There he was, the test subject that I was placing my future with all for one in. My fingers traced the cold monitors along the sides of the van's interior as I walked forward. It wasn't a large van, but I was walking slowly enough, taking note of every detail of the van, that it felt like I was walking down the aisle at my wedding. Towering over the man in the capsule, I smiled to myself. This would be the person strong enough to eliminate Tamura for me. I just needed to convince him that Tamura would be an inconvenience in achieving his goals. I needed to understand what his goals were. Surely, one wouldn't subject themselves to experimental tests as dangerous as implanting an artificial quirk just for fun, right? That would be reckless and dangerous, so this man must have an ulterior motive that goes deeper than what meets the eye. I decided to stop wasting time, just in case my comrades weren't as oblivious as I perceived from this display, and smashed the case open. Glass flew everywhere but failed to cut me, thanks to my quirk, Ghost, which made my body completely permeable. The sound of the glass shattering was intense, sending me into a panic-stricken state. My mind raced with questions. What if the others heard that? What if they came back and realized it was me? What if they saw me? What if I wasn't actually using Ghost right now? What if I was completely visible? My train of thought was interrupted by the sensation of a living, breathing being passing through me. I looked up and realized the man was now awake. I unlocked the doors, and he looked around for someone. It was strange, I suppose, to wake up in such an unfamiliar environment. Not only that, but somehow the doors just magically shot open. Of course, I wasn't magic, but he didn't know I was there. He took the opportunity one presented him with and hopped out of the van, remaining silent. I then closed and locked the van's back door and phased through it once more. Being on the outside, I took note of the van's location and pulled out my cell phone, making sure to continue tailing the man in secret. I flipped through article after article, website after website, until I found the number I had been looking for, the Hero Hotline. I dialed the number, and someone almost immediately answered my call. Hello, this is the Japanese nationwide Hero Hotline. Please state your location and emergency, a voice said on the other end of the line. Hi, I'm on Hakusen Shirakawa-go White Road, and I saw a suspicious van containing one of the members of the infamous League of Villains, I stated, my voice laced with panic as I continued trailing the man. Are you sure? The dispatcher asked, awaiting my answer. Definitely. Okay, sir, I will contact all the heroes in your location. Please get to safety. I thanked the person on the other end of the line and hung up. If I were to tell my accomplices to improve their defenses during these sorts of transports, they'd ask me how I knew of their sloppy efforts. Knowing how smart the League's members are, they would definitely put the pieces together and realize I was the one to release the man. We couldn't have that, now could we? Besides, the League could handle a few heroes without me. We resided under the name, the League of Villains. It's practically in our job description to fight heroes and others alike daily. Additionally, having an optimistic viewpoint helped me focus on what I was doing, so trusting in my friends would also benefit me in the long run. I followed the man for what seemed like hours until he came to a stop on top of a hill. There, 3 other people were waiting for him. There was a woman with long, silky red hair, wearing a black mask that covered her shimmering blue eyes. She wore a lavender-purple dress shirt underneath a darker purple, low-cut, and overly revealing dress. Next to her stood a heteromorphic blue wolf man. The wolf man wore a bland beige trench coat and a normal pair of jeans. After a second glance, I noticed a crocodile tail trailing behind him like the train of a wedding dress. I ignored my odd comparison and looked at the other person. A man coated in red bandages from head to toe stood close to the other 2 as they waited for the test subject, still in the process of making his way to them. Gray hair and orange eyes, at first, didn't seem like a good match, but this person made it work. The gray pants and combat vest he wore only seemed definable as 2 individual items of clothing by his brown belt, which had 2 compartments draping down like stereotypical red velvet curtains. As the test subject I had been following for the past 20 minutes finally arrived, The heteromorphic blue-furred man spoke. Sure took your time meeting back up with us, Nine? Nine? That must be his name. It was worth the wait, Nine replied breathlessly. The experiment was a success. Interesting. As I stared attentively at the four, I felt a thin, needle-like red blade pass through my still invisible body. Of course, I was still using Ghost's ability to pass through objects, so it didn't damage me in any way. The sound of a crash engulfed my ears as I entered the base. I looked around and tried to pinpoint the location of the constant crashing and breaking sounds that erupted from above. Checking room after room, hall after hall, and floor after floor, I finally came to a halt at the source of the noise. All of it came from behind this door. My door. I gulped as I remembered what awaited me behind the door. I still believed that I could use this girl for information gathering. She would be easier to manipulate than the other two members of the Big Three, at least. The blonde boy was too frisky and energetic. He had a heart of gold and willpower that outmatched even my own. He'd be nothing but a headache. Even if I could somehow twist his little brain to yield to my cause, he'd still be a headache. Although, if I could somehow merge his permeation quirk with my ghost quirk, I'd be completely untouchable. Where his quirk limits him, mine excels, and where my quirk is flawed, his is not. The drawbacks of my quirk, Ghost, are excruciating headaches. With excessive use, I get extreme headaches, ranging from mild tension headaches to intense migraines. Whereas the blonde boy's permeation quirk doesn't include that drawback. However, his drawback is that his clothes cannot stay on. His body completely phases through his clothing, which leaves him without clothes, unless he's wearing his hero costume, which is lined with special fibers produced from his hair. My clothes, on the other hand, don't fall off. My quirk allows me to hold on to items or keep my pants up as long as I will it to happen. At first, I couldn't control what I held. I had a cup in hand one moment, and a pile of broken glass the next. I had to keep repeating the same line over and over again while holding on to anything. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Now that I had complete control over that issue, thanks to the blonde boy's power, I felt untouchable. I wouldn't get my usual headache after 40 minutes of constant use, and I could leave the quirk activated indefinitely, making me completely invincible. That didn't matter, though. Unless there was a quirk that could merge two quirks together, it was futile to think about at the moment. The other boy in the Big Three was the complete opposite of the blonde boy. From what I had heard from Kaminari and Todoroki, he was incredibly shy and awkward in social situations, lacking confidence in himself. While that seemed like an easy win from what I had observed during the hero raid, he had a hero's heart. He appeared strong-willed during the raid, and I doubted that converting him into a villain would work out well. This girl was my only option. At least out of the Big Three. I phased through the door, using my quirk, and a cup full of pencils immediately impacted the door behind me. It was lucky that I had been using my quirk, otherwise, it would have collided with my stomach. Hey! I shouted, startling the girl who was lying on my bed with a pile of random items, most likely for throwing at the door. What are you doing? I glanced behind me and noticed books, furniture, and practically everything under the sun in a messy pile around the door, likely from being thrown. Turning my head, I glared at the girl on my bed, who was now glaring back at me. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to touch other people's things? I questioned her with a raised voice. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to kidnap other people? She grumbled back under her breath. Touché, I retorted as I walked toward the love seat. We were drowned in an awkward silence after I sat down. She didn't speak. I didn't speak. She kept her eyes fixed on the ceiling as if it were anything more than a smooth, concrete surface. Meanwhile, I focused on my phone screen, hoping it would distract from the awkward atmosphere surrounding us. How long have I been here? She finally asked, breaking the silence that had encased us. Not long. It's barely been a day, I responded dryly. She fell silent after that, probably going over her options. I was doing the same. I hadn't really thought this through, I realized. I had been so distracted with Tamura that I hadn't been planning my moves carefully. Instead, I had been rushing headfirst into whatever issue I saw, like a bulldozer. I hadn't kept my usual calmness when faced with unexpected problems, which had led to my failure at manipulating 9 into doing what I wanted. I needed to either get my act together and deal with Tamura diligently, or allow all for one to fall into the hands of my dear big brother. But I could still turn this around. I could still convince 9 to kill Tamura. I abruptly stood up, catching the girl's attention, and walked toward my desk. My feet stomped angrily on the floor as I glared intensely at the notebook on my desk, still open. I sat down and grabbed a pencil that had been thrown across my desk, beginning to write. This is nothing but a minor setback. It's not over until I say it's over. I needed to go back to before my plans of eliminating Tamura, or I'd never succeed in ending him. If I dwelled on my previous failures, I'd become too stressed to think things through properly. I needed a plan. A proper plan this time, one that I would write down and thoroughly consider, rather than just a loose idea put together as I faced the problem. Charging into things head-on without a clear idea of what I was doing wasn't my style. I looked back at my work, making adjustments every so often, and smiled. This would be the plan that assured my success. This would be the plan that guaranteed my future. My future, along with the future of the new world. Leaning back, I began to chuckle softly at my schemes. I played it through my mind over and over again, taking every variable into account and overseeing every possible outcome. I sighed in contentment. This was me. This was the me that had planned the attack on the USJ earlier this year. This was the me that had planned the attack on UA's Hero Course training camp. This was the me that I had been missing. This is me. I shifted my gaze to the ceiling as I imagined how everything would work, and then I began executing the plan. As they say, strike while the iron is hot. I opened my hidden desk drawer and pulled out my secret laptop. I had been secretly plotting the downfall of one of my accomplices, and I couldn't very well do so with a laptop that the League knew about. If I had used the League's private funds to purchase a laptop, there would have been a chance they could access my screen. As soon as I realized I needed to eliminate Tamura, I bought a laptop with my own money. It's surprising how valuable information is on the black market. Just one of my notebooks, containing information on the heroes, from their quirks to weaknesses, would sell for 50 million yen minimum. It's insane how much people are willing to pay for information. I took a portion of the money I had made from secretly selling my notebooks and bought a laptop. This laptop was what I used for operations that didn't concern the League, such as my plot against their leader. I went straight to work on my plan, forgetting there was another person in my room until I felt her eyes lingering over my shoulder. I turned back to look at her, and she avoided my gaze. What? I asked her, annoyed at the disruption. I sighed in irritation as I was met with her silence. I had almost forgotten my plans with this girl until now. Tamura was a mountain in my way, and he would take time to deal with. However, this girl wouldn't take much to crack. I stood up, shutting my laptop, and began walking towards her. Sitting down, I made her look me in the eyes. I could feel her gaze, filled with anger, burning holes through my own. Her furious eyes intensified as they met my cold, empty ones. So, I started. So, what? She replied. You bored? Excuse me? The girl asked me with hostility. You bored? Like, do you want to do something? I repeated. This tension is making it hard for me to work. Tension? You kidnapped me and think the tension is what's wrong with that. She questioned me, practically yelling as she looked at me as if I were crazy. No, I don't want to do anything. With you. That's unfortunate. I sighed. It's either we do something to break this intense atmosphere, or I let Toga look after you for me. I doubt you'd want that though. She likes to stab cute girls and guys. A slight blush washed over her cheeks as she processed that I had indirectly called her cute. How naive. I just kidnapped you, and you're blushing? Oh well, I guess a psychopath with a knife never really hurt anyone. Come on, let's go see Toga. I spoke as I began to sit up. No! She screamed, grabbing my arm. I glared at her, and she released my arm from her grip, averting her gaze. What would we do? She hesitantly asked. You'll see. I spoke, grabbing her arm and proceeding to lead her out of the room. Oh, And if you try to escape, I won't hesitate to stop you. Dragging her outside of the empty base, we were surrounded by the cold, refreshing air of the night. I loved going on late-night runs for this reason. It was refreshing and relaxing. Scooping up the girl with periwinkle hair, I activated my powers and began to fly to where I wanted to take her. I needed her to trust me, or at the very least, want to understand me. Right now, she was being stubborn because she didn't even want to look at things from my perspective. She just knew that I was the monster who had caused pain, along with one of her friends. The way I thought I could reach her was to show her the corruption of the heroes myself, as well as what I hoped to accomplish. Words are meaningless, actions are what truly count. When we arrived at our destination, I put the girl down and told her to stay quiet. She looked at me with confusion but complied. We crouched down and sat on a rooftop for a good 10 minutes before I saw what I had been hoping to witness that night. This rooftop overlooked a secluded alleyway close to a certain hero's agency. The agency belonged to a corrupt hero known as Red Gauntlet. Red Gauntlet was infamous for being greedy and only caring about popularity rather than genuinely helping people. There were also rumors that he had been a little too friendly with his female fans. It was despicable how he acted with his supporters, honestly. I had meant to confront him ages ago, but this issue with Tamura had distracted me. It was my own fault for getting caught up in it. He walked into the alleyway with a woman at his side, who sounded confused. "I thought you said you would show me to the train station?" she asked, her voice trembling. It was clear she didn't know where they were or why he had taken her to an alleyway instead of a train station. I would have gone down there by this point to intervene. However, it would serve my purpose to let the girl with periwinkle hair witness what those despicable people did in their free time. "Yeah, I'll show you to the train station in a minute." Red Gauntlet spoke softly as he began walking closer to the woman. The woman instinctively backed away and shakily asked the pro-hero what he was doing. The girl sitting next to me was watching intently, occasionally sneaking confused glances at me. I turned my head to see her eyes widen in shock. So she finally understood what was happening. I turned back to see the woman with her back against the wall, trembling, as the pro-hero was making advances toward her. She was obviously uncomfortable, but he continued. I stood up and flew down to put an end to the hero's inappropriate actions as I noticed him getting too close for comfort. My fist made contact with the hero's jaw, and he flew backward, releasing the woman in the confusion. She fell to the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, I stood over the hero, looking at him in disgust. "Who the hell are you?" he yelled at me, anger and annoyance evident in his voice. Realization hit his expression as I activated my powers, illuminating the dark alleyway. He began begging for mercy, which only fueled my anger. I quickly lifted my arm and brought my energy whip down, striking him cleanly. I heard a scream erupt from behind me as I watched the hero fall. I let out a soft laugh as I glanced back at the girl I had brought along. She looked horrified, as if she were on the verge of being sick. Then I looked at the woman on the floor behind me. She was shaking in fear as she realized who was standing in front of her and what had just happened. "Ma'am, are you okay?" I asked her as sweetly as I could, flashing my signature smile. I opened my eyes and looked down at her trembling figure as she stared back at me in fear. She screamed again, scrambling off the dirty concrete in the alleyway before running away in terror. I floated back up to the rooftop and looked the girl with periwinkle hair in the eyes. Her eyes held disgust and fear, although I couldn't tell whether the disgust was directed at me or the now incapacitated hero. "You see it now, don't you?" I asked her as I began to walk to the edge of the building. Society wants us to look past the troubling actions those heroes engage in during their free time. She remained silent as I spoke, her eyes still fixated on the hero lying in a puddle. There are good-hearted heroes out there, sure, but there are those who abuse, harass, and neglect those who need help. Those who idolize the heroes are blind. Blind to the selfish ways of those individuals. I explained. Now you see what really happens behind the scenes. Now you see the corruption of those you looked up to. Red Gauntlet was one among many. Whenever a hero does something as terrible as this, the police cover it up. Like how Endeavor mistreated his family. They sweep it under the rug as if it had never happened. I paused. Now you see the other side of the coin. I do. The periwinkle-haired girl choked out, still in shock as she processed what she had just witnessed. What do you think of your heroes now? I asked, smiling back at her. Izuku Yagi stood up from his seat in the common area, contemplating the situation he was currently faced with. 9 was on Nabu Island. Kaminari was on Nabu Island. It was almost as if fate was on his side. After all the years of bad luck, all the years of being beaten down to the point of feeling like nothing, all the years of being seen as nothing, it was all turning around. Fate was finally shining a light on his future. With Kaminari on Nabu Island, along with 9, and no pro-heroes around to save the day, this was his moment. His opportunity. His chance to get rid of Tamura. This would bring him one step closer to his ascension, one step closer to achieving his goals. He arrived at Tamura's door and began to knock. Tamura lazily groaned out a faint, "Come in," so he opened the door. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft light of his computer screen. Tamura looked back at him from his game as he stepped into the room. Shutting the door behind him, he began to speak. "Tamura," he started. Tamura hummed softly, still playing his game, while waiting for Izuku to continue. "I think I found the test subject you guys lost the other day." Tamura paused his game, looking back at him in surprise and doubt. "Oh, and how'd you do that?" he asked. "Kaminari is on Nabu Island, and he said there was a powerful villain attacking the island." Izuku lied. That was the hard truth. Authors and screenwriters made the world seem friendly and its inhabitants even more so, but that was just not the case. Humans lie, cheat, and steal. They manipulate, abuse, and betray. People act as if family and friends will always be there, but that's not even close to the truth. It's usually friends and family who betray you in the end, and it hurts so much more when the truth is revealed. Izuku didn't want to see the look on Tamura's face when he found out that he was the one who would betray him in the end. However, only one of them could survive for his goals to become a reality, and he didn't plan on backing down anytime soon. "You said the test subject had a powerful quirk, right? So it could be him who's causing so much trouble on the island right now," Izuku explained. Tamura didn't look convinced, but Izuku couldn't blame him. The evidence he had was the tracking device, but he couldn't exactly tell Tamura that. Tamura would wonder how he had a tracker on 9 in the first place, considering he didn't even know what 9 looked like. He would then connect the dots and understand the bigger picture. It's a long shot that it's actually the person we're looking for, but nevertheless, this villain you speak of still sounds like a threat to us. "Let's go there now," Tamura replied. Tamura had been acting more cautiously around people who were stronger than him ever since the incident with Overhaul, and because of that close call, he didn't want a repeat of the situation. "Okay, bend down," Tamura commanded. "What?" Izuku asked in shock as Tamura tried to mount him. "I said bend down. Nabu Island is about 6 hours away by plane, and you can probably get there in an hour if you fly us there." "What no? Why don't we just ask Mr. All for one to warp us there?" Izuku asked, running around the room in an attempt to escape Tamura, who was still trying to mount him. "You know he can't control his warp quirk completely yet. Besides, why should we bother him with a trivial errand such as this?" Izuku sighed and grumbled a few complaints under his breath before yielding to him and bending down. Tamura smiled in accomplishment and climbed onto his back with amusement. "Hi-ho, Silver," he exclaimed, pretending to twirl a lasso. "This is so beneath me." Izuku sighed. "Why must you humiliate me in such a way, bro?" "Because I can. Now giddy up." Izuku activated his quirk and began preparing himself mentally for the exhausting flight ahead before starting to fly. The only thing keeping him from losing the will to fight was his goal. The image of the new world. One where the quirkless are treated as humans. One where everyone is kind. One where no one is ostracized for being different, as he had been. Tamura struggled to hang on as Izuku flew through the air with incredible speed, but he could hardly notice. He was too fixated on what was to come. As long as Kaminari played along with his blatant lies, this would all play out swiftly and end in his victory. Nijire Hato woke up in a cold sweat. All she could think about were the events of the night before. Her head was pounding with racing thoughts. Every time she opened her eyes, she could see the face of the hero who had harmed his fan. She could see the faces of her parents and how they must have looked when they were hurt. Everywhere she looked, she saw evil. She saw corruption. She saw herself. Herself as a child. The curious kid she had been, always beaming a smile and fascinated with everything. She wanted to learn more. She looked at everything with awe and wonder. She saw those around her as kind and genuine people, but after seeing what that hero had done, she didn't know anymore. There was so much corruption in the world. The world was no fairy tale. The world was a cold, dark, and twisted place. What had her life been up to this point? She had been trying so hard to become a hero. Devoting myself to a life where I could help everyone, I began to question my own identity. Perhaps I was just as corrupt as everyone else. This realization stripped away everything I thought I knew about the world. The fairy tale I had lived for 18 years faded, and now all I could see was a grayscale reality. I wanted to understand more about this new world I had discovered, this cruel existence that had been presented to me. I sought to comprehend Agony, his motives, his drive, and his goals. If I could see things from his perspective, maybe I would understand why he acted the way he did. That night in Kamino Ward, I watched the news as Agony murdered All Might in a shocking display. I saw him dismember All Might on live television, prolonging his suffering. I remembered the words he spoke during the act. He claimed All Might was an abuser and a neglectful father, revealing a side of the hero I had never considered. I had always wanted to believe in the goodness of my hero's heart. Even after Agony's accusations, I struggled to accept them. I still believed that heroes were kind and good-hearted, but witnessing the brutality inflicted by Red Gauntlet made me question everything. The way Agony addressed the camera, as if he believed he was doing the world a favor, sent chills down my spine. But now, I wondered if he was right. Perhaps he was trying to fix humanity by eliminating those who corrupted it. I was unsure of my feelings, as if my mind was warping, my perception of reality being shattered. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he and Tamura flew at full speed for over an hour. Tamura rode on Izuku's back, and as the island came into view, the destruction was evident. The harbor lay in ruins, and ships were ablaze, resembling a war zone. As they reached the island, Izuku's knees buckled beneath him, and Tamura fell on top of him. Izuku winced at the weight but managed to shove Tamura off, laughing at his expense. Tamura glared, and Izuku felt the drawbacks of his quirk take effect, a pounding headache accompanying him as he surveyed the devastation. "Then this place got ravaged, huh?" Izuku remarked in awe. "Yeah," Tamura replied. "I'll contact Kaminari quickly and tell him to meet us here." Izuku reached into his pocket for his pager. The old device, reminiscent of a 90s detective show, was ideal for their situation since it didn't require Wi-Fi or cellular access. He sent a quick message, "Hey, we're here. Come meet us at the harbor." Meanwhile, Denki Kaminari was alone in the electrical room. Momo and Jiro had been with him, but after Momo fainted from exhaustion, Jiro took her to the infirmary. Denki chuckled to himself as he charged the backup generators, pretending his brain was shorting out. Suddenly, he heard the loud beeping of his pager from a secret pocket in his costume. He quickly removed it and looked around, surprised it still worked despite the grid shutdown. He checked the message from Yagi and replied almost instantly, confused about how Yagi had arrived at Nabu Island so quickly. Denki wondered why Yagi had come without any prior warning. Perhaps he suspected something was wrong or thought Denki had hung up on him. A chill ran down Denki's spine at the thought of Yagi's potential reaction. As he slipped out of the factory unnoticed, he hurried to the docks, propelled by his fear of Yagi. "Hey," he panted, gasping for air after his run. "Hey, we came to get rid of that powerful guy you told me about," Izuku said. Denki looked up, confused. He hadn't mentioned anyone being on the island, and he was still trying to grasp the situation. I opened my mouth to say something, but noticed the expression Yagi wore. He was looking down at me and subtly winking. I stared into his eyes and immediately understood that he wanted me to play along with his lie. I didn't understand why, but if it was something Yagi was asking of me, I would do it. He asked, So, what did the guy look like? And what were his powers? I thought for a moment as he posed his question. There were multiple villains. I had only actually seen one of the 4 that appeared, and we weren't sure whether there were more than the 4 we had all fought. The villain I had fought was captured, thanks to Bakugo. When he wraps something in the red bandages he wears on his body, he can control it. I learned that he can't control people, however, he can control any non-living entity, like clothing. Todoroki and our peers who had been fighting with him came across a heteromorphic wolfman. He was apparently incredibly strong, and the only reason they were still alive after their battle with the blue-furred wolfman was that he let them go. The third villain had only made an appearance near the end of Bakugo and Izumi's battle with the final villain. We didn't get a chance to observe her power in action, but we did get the basics of her quirk. She could make her hair into sharp daggers, which she could elongate and fire at will. The last villain I hadn't actually seen myself, but when Izumi and Bakugo had woken up, they told us what the man looked like. Bakugo said he had long, white hair and wore a pale blue suit over a black plated suit. He also had on a respirator, similar to the one All for One wore during the Kamino incident. Yagi had told me that All for One needed a new one after that night, but it had virtually no difference in style, so I was still using that as a reference. Izumi then told us that the man seemed to have multiple quirks. It caught many of us off guard. We all tried our best to set aside our personal feelings towards the two as we listened to their explanation, but it was hard not to ignore them both and roll our eyes. The quirks Bakugo and Izumi had witnessed in action were interesting. He could shoot bullets or lasers from his fingertips. He could create force fields that could withstand both Izumi and Bakugo's power combined. He could summon dragon-shaped attacks from his back and used that to restrain one of our class's strongest students, Bakugo. Finally, he could also control the weather, and he demonstrated this by shooting Bakugo with a lightning bolt. I shared this information with the two standing in front of me without hesitation, and they seemed satisfied. Shigaraki-san said, "I'm still not sure if it's the guy we're looking for, but it sounds promising." Yagi nodded in understanding and sat down, closing his eyes as he did so. "What are you doing?" I asked Yagi as he sat crisscross on the broken concrete of the harbor. "I'm plotting," he answered with a hum. "Okay?" I replied as I followed his actions and sat down opposite him. "What do you think, Tamura? Think we can take him?" Yagi asked, looking up at Shigaraki-san. Tamura smiled and replied with a simple, "Yes." I could practically feel their auras, filled with malice and intensity as they stared at each other. Even if this isn't the guy we're looking for, he's still a threat to our goals that we need to eliminate. And in the slight chance that this really is the test subject we've been trying to locate for Master and the Doctor. He paused. "Then it's our lucky day," Yagi finished Shigaraki's sentence for him. "Now, here's what I'm thinking." After I explained my plan to both Kaminari and Tamura, I gave separate instructions to Kaminari. He wanted to know why I was here and why I had lied to Tamura, but I explained that it wasn't important right now and that I had a separate task for him to do. I had a feeling that since the Class 1A Hero Corps students were the only people on the island with valid provincial hero licenses, and therefore the only people with any real authority to do something in this situation, they would take action against the villains. With that in mind, I couldn't have them getting in my way. So, I asked Kaminari to keep them away from the main villain and focus on the two remaining villains. It felt strange giving a Hero Corps student orders to defeat a villain, considering my own line of profession. Nevertheless, with those orders, Kaminari left the harbor and began running back to the factory, in case people began to notice his absence. I waved him off and looked to Tamura, who was trying to find signs that would tell us where the villains had taken refuge. Everything was in ruins, and on top of that, it was nighttime, so I told him it wasn't worth it and that we should just rest until they made their move. Tamura countered my suggestion, saying that the person who makes the first move has the advantage, to which I mentioned that he may have been at full strength, but I wasn't. He seemed to understand once I pointed out that I had flown a 6-hour flight in just over an hour, so I was exhausted and had a headache. We looked around the harbor for a place that wasn't completely broken and found a shop. It wasn't the safest, but it was the closest place we could find before I collapsed. "I'll be all right in a few hours' rest." I groaned as I dropped to the floor. A few hours. That's how much time I needed to be in top condition. Although, if necessary, I could get up in an hour or so. With the thought that tonight was my last peaceful moment with Tamura, I urged him to lay down with me. He turned me onto my back, from my uncomfortable position on my stomach, laid down to my right, and then we stared up at the partially crumbled ceiling above us in silence. I was having a hard time not standing up and hugging him. I wanted to get up and tell him that we should just turn around and leave. That we didn't need to do this. That we should just leave the battle to the Hero Corps students and go home. Go home and play a video game, or even just sit down for dinner, like we used to. My mind wandered back to the days at the bar. Back when it was just Kurogiri, Tamura, and me. Back before all of this chaos. Back before the bar was destroyed. Back before Kurogiri was captured by the heroes. Back to when we all just ate dinner together and talked about our days. All the laughter. All the smiles. All the memories. I strained to keep my eyes dry, but as soon as I saw Tamura's sleeping form, I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I hadn't cried in ages. It felt like I was being overwhelmed by my own emotions. It was funny to think I had cried so much before I left, and now I didn't even remember how it felt. I suppose that's a good thing, but the unfamiliar feeling strangely felt comforting. I cried silently for what seemed like forever, when in reality, it was only a few moments. Just a few tears that felt like a sea of emotion leaked from my eyes that night. Only a few emotions that I hadn't felt in years broke through my stone-cold expression. The eerie silence we were plunged into only made things worse. The almost inaudible sounds of the wind as it entered through the holes in the walls and ceiling. The rustling of the leaves as they were picked up in the wind and flowed with it. The muffled, soft sound of Tamura's snoring as he slept. It all amplified my emotions. I had heard of this type of moment before. The silence before the bang. The night before the war. The last peaceful moment before a raging battle. I fell asleep thinking of this seemingly still moment in time that I knew was only temporary and would end as soon as my eyes shut. I didn't want this moment to end. I wanted time to stay frozen in place. I wanted to remain in this moment for the rest of eternity. Like dolls in their doll set, I fell asleep thinking only of the quiet before the storm. The sound of a violent explosion woke me from my slumber. My memories of Tamura and Kurogiri, playing out like a movie, quickly faded from my thoughts as Tamura shook me to get up. Jumping to my feet as my brain processed the current situation, Tamura and I ran out of the partially crumbled building. Once we were outside, we saw a cloud of ash in the sky, likely from the explosion or whatever had occurred just moments ago. I thought out loud, the Hero Corps students must have made the first move in the end. Come on, we should get there before those Hero Corps students have all the fun. With that, Tamura and I began our journey to the site of the battle. He didn't know it, but I understood that this would be our last moment together. Our last run together. I still remembered our first run as if it were yesterday. Tamura had been introducing me to the alleyways throughout the Kyoto prefecture. We started with the Kamino ward. Tamura had only planned to show me those alleyways, but soon after learning of my impeccable memory and drive to know more, he began taking me around larger cities, until I was familiar with almost the whole prefecture. It made me sad thinking about how much Tamura had helped me. He saved me and took me in when I had nowhere to go. He showed me his makeshift family and let me become a part of it when I had no one to call home. A home isn't a place, it's people. They became my home. There was no turning back now. I was too close. As we ran, I could see lasers and debris flying and being fired in every direction, only confirming that the battle had begun. I began to panic. I couldn't let 9 be defeated before we got there, nor could I allow him to harm all of the Hero Corps students before our arrival. I called out to Tamura, raising my voice to be heard over the noises of the battlefield, "Tamura, get on." He smirked at me, seeing how I was willingly allowing him to use me as a means of transport, and laughed as he jumped onto me during our run. I winced at how heavy he was, but I caught him and continued running. Then, as soon as I was comfortable, I began to activate Ghost. Flying through the air as fast as my quirk would allow me, without leaving Tamura behind, I could see what was happening with the Hero Corps students and villains. One of the students was using his quirk to swing rocks at 9, who was using his lasers to swiftly destroy the rocks without breaking a sweat. Honestly, the boy launching the rocks looked worn out. The rocks weren't small either. It definitely would have been easier if I hadn't eliminated Uraraka. Of course, their plans still wouldn't have worked. 9 was completely overpowered from what Kaminari had told me, and even with Uraraka's powers, their plans would have been fruitless. If their plan was to barricade an S+ rank villain like 9 under a pile of rocks, loosely taped together with some tape, then they were dumber than I had thought. Actually, in this scenario, that kid they had expelled on the first day of school would have been a good help. From what Kaminari had told me about him, and what he had observed about his quirk for the brief time they were classmates, the kid would have definitely been an asset to the success of this audacious plan to restrain 9. He could have properly secured the rocks, binding them together with his sticky ball, and would have held 9 down longer than the boy they had left in charge of defeating him had. Maybe I should contact that kid after this whole mess is finished. After seeing 9 break through the weakly constructed rock prison and launch a rock at the kid, still trying to attack 9, I continued flying. Taking his movements into account, I figured he was taking a straight line to wherever he was going, which gave me a general area that he would end up in. As I flew up the mountain where the battle was occurring, I noticed 2 people, waiting for 9. Izumi and Bakugu. They stood their ground in fighting positions, ready to attack 9 as a second line of defense. They really should have been the first line of defense. The tape kid definitely wasn't strong enough to restrain such a powerful villain on his own, after all. Anyone could have known that just by looking at their gap in strength, raw power, and experience. It wasn't a fair fight, and the odds of success could have been leveled out even with just one other person. I snarled as I flew past the 2 and decided to stay and watch the battle that was sure to occur. I couldn't see how Izumi and Bakugu would have been able to defeat 9 at their current skill levels, and the only way I could envision them succeeding seemed impossible. Not physically impossible, but it was an impossible plan for Izumi to actually carry out. By my calculations, she'd have to give one for all to Bakugu. However, she'd never swallow her pride and hand over the power that had been wrongfully given to her. Who knows, maybe she's changed since our last encounter. Probably not, but we'll see, I suppose. Izumi Yagi stood with Kaken, Ojiro, Jiro, Shoji, and the 2 younger kids they were protecting, awaiting the villain's arrival. She knew Siro wouldn't be able to actually defeat the villain, but she thought he could at least hold him off for a while, rather than get instantly defeated. She noticed Siro, still trying to fight even after sustaining a blow to the head, getting cornered by the villain. Looking back at Kaken, she realized that he wasn't there. Then she glanced back toward Siro. There he was. Kaken jumped into action and fired an explosion at the villain, distracting him from Siro, who was running to find cover as per Kaken's orders, and due to his injuries. Izumi thought to herself that it was pathetic that Siro wanted to become a hero, yet he needed Kaken to save him. Grunting, the villain knocked Kaken back, using his force field to shield himself from the blast. "You're still alive?" the villain asked with a bored tone. "Yeah, I guess you should have hit me harder," Kaken replied, monologuing. Shoji stood, staring through his binoculars, wondering what Kaken was doing, and Izumi took this opportunity to make a run for it as well. She wanted some of the glory for this takedown too, and she wouldn't get any if she was stuck babysitting 2 kids. "Where are you going?" Shoji called after her as she ran. "I'm going to join the party," she replied with annoyance, as if it weren't already obvious what she was doing. Katsuki Bakugu watched as Izuku loomed over Izumi, who had been lying on the ground just a few meters away from him. He observed Izumi glaring daggers at Izuku, who returned the favor. Bakugu heard Izuku laugh darkly, eyeing Izumi with a deranged grin. He listened to the soft breaths escaping Izuku's lips and felt the pounding of his heartbeat as guilt rose in his throat like a lump, restricting him from breathing. He had seen Izuku at the Kamino ward, but he looked much different now. The way his eyes, clouded with hatred and despair, glowed a toxic color of green. The way his hair, fluffy on the top and trimmed in the back, was gently lifted in the wind. The way his lips curled upwards in a menacing grin, as his insane expression only grew. Izuku looked so much different than he did back when they were kids. From the way his hair looked, Compared to even just 2 years ago, to the expression behind his smile, Bakugo could see pain and sadness through all the anger and hatred. It was faint, but it was there. He knew it was his fault. He was the one who had told Izuku to jump, and he knew he did. Because of him. He was responsible for the creation of the person Izuku had become. He knew he could never fix what he had done. Despite how much he wanted to, it was too late now, and they were far past apologies. Bakugo wanted to get up from his place on the ground. He wanted to walk over to Izuku. He wanted to open his arms and give him a hug. He wanted to tell him how sorry he was. He wanted to tell him how much he missed him. He wanted to go back in time and fix everything. He should have protected him, rather than hurt him. He could see that now. He would have given up his quirk if it meant that Izuku would get to live even just a day of the life he should have lived. He would have given up his life if it would let Izuku have a second chance. A second chance at life. One where he wasn't hurt constantly. One where he was accepted. One where he was loved. One where he was happy. But he couldn't move. He couldn't get up and give him a hug. He was too scared to do anything. Scared of what Izuku would say. Scared of how he would react. Scared of the expression he would wear. One full of loathing hatred, one full of disgust, one full of sadness. He had stared into Izuku's emerald green eyes, drenched in fear and despair, too many times now. He didn't want to be the one to make him wear such an expression ever again. He kept his position on the ground and watched attentively as Izumi pushed herself off the ground. She jumped up with lightning speed and struck Izuku in his lower jaw with full power, breaking her unbroken arm in the process. She jumped backward, smirking, after her fist collided with Izuku's face, but to her surprise, he was completely fine. "You done?" he asked with a bored expression, intensifying his glare. Izumi looked ready to fight as she yelled out in anger that she was only getting started. As the two siblings fought and exchanged harsh words, Bakugo couldn't help but remember how close they all used to be. Before everything went south. Before any of them got their quirks. Before everything got complicated. Before he made everything complicated. He couldn't help but let his mind drift off to the days they spent under the sun, without a care in the world. The hours they wasted, with their backs against the grass as they cloud-gazed. The countless nights they stayed up late and told stories to each other. All the time they spent together, thinking they'd be best friends for the rest of their lives. The days before they forced all that toxicity onto Izuku. It was so simple back then. The only fights they ever had were about who would become the #1 hero. Now, watching his two childhood friends fighting on different sides of an underground war, Bakugo felt like this was all his fault. It never should have ended like this. Izuku should have been a hero. "You should have been a hero," he yelled out in anguish as he stood up from his place on the ground. Tears pricked my eyes as the two stopped fighting to look at me. I asked, "Why are you the villain?" The waterfalls of emotion that had been locked inside my eyes finally fell. The gentle streams that flowed subtly soon turned into raging rivers as Izuku ground his teeth at me. "You don't get to ask me that," he screamed at me, his face twisted with resentment and hatred. I thought back to how he looked before all of this, before all the struggles he endured, before we got our quirks, before he didn't. I remembered his smile fading over the years, his eyes clouding over with despair as time went on. All the subtle changes, all the signs that this would one day be the result of our ignorance and abuse. Thinking back, I saw it all. I knew he wasn't okay despite the smiles he wore. I knew he was hurting, and deep down, I think I knew that one day he might have taken his own life. I could see the signs, yet I chose to ignore them, right up until the day he finally broke. Right up until the day I saw him, lifeless on the concrete of the school. The day I saw his smile, now gone, as he lay cold and alone on the ground. He died alone that day. This wasn't the Izuku I knew. This was the one that society twisted and molded. This villain was the result of the cruelty of the world. This Izuku was the one that society corrupted and broke. This Izuku was the one that I corrupted and broke. I killed him that day. "I'm sorry," I yelled out in vain, tears still streaming down my face as he walked towards me. "Please, Izuku, I know you're still in there." "You don't get to call me that after all these years," he snapped at me, picking me up by the collar of my shirt. In that moment, I remembered the look on his face when our roles were reversed. How terrified he seemed, how sad he looked, how the tears rolled down his face. He looked how I must have, broken and miserable. The world had beaten him down so many times, yet he still stood. He had lost his way. He had become this monster that people feared. The kid who helped everyone, and didn't even ask for so much as a thank you in return. The kid with a heart of pure gold. A heart of a hero. His heart was brutally ripped out over the course of 10 years, and now he was just a shell of who he was. I could see it in his eyes. He was sad. I didn't know if he knew it or not, but I could see the pain behind his eyes. He threw me across the battlefield as Izumi used her psychokinesis to launch boulders at him. Izuku felt his throat closing, his eyes widening. His skin paled, and his body grew cold as he shook in fear. Fear that this was reality. Fear that this was truly happening. Fear that Tamura was now gone. This was his plan. This was what he had wanted. The outcome he had hoped for was finally upon him, but he didn't feel happy. He was miserable, distraught, and angry with Nine, and angry with himself. This wasn't what he wanted. Not anymore. All he wanted was to play video games with Tamura again. All he wanted was to eat dinner with Tamura at the bar again. He didn't want this. I don't want this anymore, he yelled out in vain as he ran to Tamura. He activated his energy whips and launched them towards Nine, who stood shocked at his sudden outburst. An explosion of color filled his vision as his energy burst out of the whips in his hands. The green light of his rage poured out of his whips and body, filled with toxicity and self-hatred. As his whips slashed down Nine's form, he watched as his body split in two. Breathing in and out with adrenaline coursing through his veins, he ran to Tamura's side. Tamura was coughing, feeling cold to the touch. No, 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 please, stay with me, he screamed as he shook Tamura's cold body before pulling him into his arms. Please, I don't want this anymore. I don't want you to go. Tears streamed down his face as regret clouded his mind. He did this. He killed him. Hey. Tamura started with a raspy voice, gasping for air as he reached out his hand to grasp Izuku's face, careful not to touch him with all 5 fingers. It's okay. Izuku. A loud sob escaped Izuku's lips as Tamura's blood seeped into his clothes. His blood was on Izuku's hands, and Tamura knew it. He knew this was Izuku's fault, yet he still consoled him. Listen, kid. I'm not mad. I love you so much and nothing will change that, Tamura continued. Know that I'll always be there for you, and whatever led you to doing this, I will support you in. Even through death. I'll always be watching over you. Little brother. His voice trailed off as the life in his eyes drained. His hand, still clasped around Izuku's face, felt lifeless against his tear-stained cheek. The stiffness of his body only reiterated the cold reality that Izuku faced in that moment. Tamura was gone, and it was all Izuku's fault. As he accepted the harsh reality that the person he had killed still thought of him as family, he wept. At that moment, he didn't care about what the 2 people behind him were doing. He didn't care about what would happen to him. All he cared about was the lifeless body of the man who had saved his life. The lifeless body that he refused to let go of, because he felt that if he did, it would only hurt more. Please. Bro, he began. You're my best friend, don't leave me, he cried out from the depths of his heart as he cradled Tamura's stiff body in his arms. The sounds around him seemed to drown out as his heartbeat grew louder in his ears. The voices behind him were muffled, and the world seemed to stop turning for just a moment as he cried. He didn't want this. He didn't want this. He didn't want this. He wanted to wake up from this nightmare. I wanted to stop myself from doing this. I wanted to wake up and see Tamura sitting in the games room, playing a video game. I wanted to sit down next to him. I wanted to tell him how much I loved him. I wanted to wrap my arms around him and thank him for everything he had done for me, for the past 1.5 years we had been together, for saving me. I wanted him back. I wanted him to wake up from his forever slumber. I stood up, tears still streaming down my face, and glanced backward towards Izumi and Bakugu. My sister stared at me with wide eyes, while Bakugu did the same. As he started to walk towards me, I felt his arms wrap around me. I didn't know what to do, but in that moment, I felt vulnerable. I wanted to feel the warm embrace of another's arms around my body. I wanted to feel the love of another person as they held me while I cried. The only person to have ever done that was Tamura, and I would never replace him. I would never replace Tamura. I activated my quirk and slipped out of Bakugu's grip. Remaining invisible, I grabbed something out of my pocket, 2 trackers, similar to the one I had placed on Nine's neck. I walked towards the 2 small children, tears still streaming down my face, and planted the microscopic tracking devices onto the necks of the 2 children before flying away. I vow to you, Tamura, I will achieve our dream in your honor. You will always be in my heart, brother. Katsuki Bakugo watched Izuku as he sat next to Shigaraki, tears flowing down his face. He looked so miserable. Who wouldn't have been? The 2 of them had obviously gotten close during the time they had shared. Izuku even seemed to think of Shigaraki as an older brother, so it must have been that much harder to watch as he was shot through the chest. Bakugo noticed Izumi beginning to lift a boulder with her psychokinesis, but he stopped her. Izuku had been hurt so much, and now of all times, he wanted to be there for him. What the hell? I had a clear shot. She screamed at him as he set off an explosion by her face, causing her to drop the boulder. Look at him, Izumi. He's hurting. How selfish do you have to be to attack your own brother while he's in a state like that? He shouted, gesturing to the man cradling his friend in his arms. Can't we do something nice for him just this once? It's our fault he's like this in the first place, so the least we could do is give him a moment to cry for his friend. She looked to the side and quietly mumbled a fine, before they heard the sounds of someone shuffling in front of them. Looking up, Bakugo saw Izuku standing over Shigaraki's lifeless body with tears in his eyes. He looked over to both Bakugo and Izumi, with a look Bakugo would never forget. The tears still flowed down his cheeks from his red and puffy eyes. The blood coated his hoodie and cheek from where Shigaraki had died in his arms. The frown on his face quivered as a soft sob escaped his lips every so often, although his eyes were what stood out the most to Bakugo. His eyes looked as if he were the one that had died, rather than Shigaraki. Izuku Yagi felt weightless. He felt cold. He felt non-existent. He had been tossing and turning for hours as he awoke from his restless slumber. Although he had been asleep, he felt exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in days. The bedridden state he had been in was annoying. He had plenty of things to do, yet he felt no motivation to lift even a finger. He felt no motivation to eat. He felt no motivation to do so much as breathe. Yesterday, as he fell asleep, he had still been in denial and not fully conscious of the events that had claimed the life of his dearest. However, this morning, as he awoke, he felt almost dead. As he tossed in Tamura's bed, he decided to get up and begin his new plan. He had created a new scheme as he slept, his enlightenment ploy. He rose from his spot on Tamura's bed and went into his closet, looking for something of his to wear, as a means of coping. He decided to wear one of Tamura's signature black, long-sleeve, V-neck shirts, accompanied by his typical black jeans, and of course, one of his pairs of red sneakers. It was honestly quite touching that he had bought a matching pair of Izuku's red sneakers. He softly laughed at the memory they shared from the day Tamura came home with them. He had been at the bar, still half asleep, talking with Kurojiri about his fantastic cooking when all of a sudden, Tamura burst through the door, sirens blazing, and these shoes in hand. He closed the door and sighed a breath of relief before turning towards Izuku. He showed the shoes to him, looking him up and down, and spoke, "Well, this is awkward." It was a glowing memory that Izuku thought of regularly, now more than ever. He was beginning to feel his emotions hitting him again and decided to distract himself with music. Remembering how technologically advanced Tamura's room had been, him being the gamer fanatic he was, he called out for his Google Nest. "Hey Google," he began, awaiting for the dark room to illuminate slightly. "Play Vesti La Jubba on YouTube Music." The device headed to his request and played the song he had requested as he clothed himself in Tamura's outfit. The sound of the familiar music began to invade his ears, instantly distracting his morning mind with its sound. He had first heard of this song during one of Tamura's visits with All for One that he had brought him along for. At first, he hated it and wanted to never hear it again, but after hearing it on repeat for hours at a time, he grew a sudden appreciation for the Italian opera. He left the room as the song came to an end and found himself sitting in front of the TV in the common area, alongside the other members of the league. Toga was the first to notice my outfit and decided to speak. She expressed her concern, saying that Shigaraki would be upset if he caught me wearing his clothes. I replied that I didn't think that would be a problem anymore. Taking note of my unusual tone, Toga opened her mouth to say something but froze as she heard unexpected news. The television reported that an attack had taken place on Nabu Island, where Class 1A students from UA had been providing hero services to the islanders. The villain attack had caused many casualties, including the death of Shigaraki Tamura, the leader of the League of Villains, who had previously been responsible for several attacks on UA High. As the reporter continued to discuss the relationship between the League and the villains apprehended on Nabu Island, the room fell into a heavy silence. There was no idle chatter or footsteps. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The faces of my friends reflected a mix of melancholy and confusion, expressions I would never forget. 2 years ago, such looks would have shaken me to my core, but now, after everything I had witnessed and done, their reactions seemed almost natural. Toga's voice broke the silence as she asked where Shigaraki was, her eyes glued to the TV screen. I was too exhausted to respond, and I didn't want to show my emotions in front of them. The shocking truth revealed in such a brutal manner weighed heavily on my comrades. Dabi stood up and repeated the question sternly, demanding to know Shigaraki's whereabouts. I remained silent, avoiding eye contact until Dabi's fingers touched my chin, forcing me to look up at him. Normally I would have resisted, but I was too tired to fight back. As our eyes met, I felt tears welling up. He pulled my face closer and repeated his question, searching for an answer, even if I chose to remain silent. I kept telling myself not to cry, but the memories of Tamura flooded my mind. His expressions during our time together, the moments we shared, and the final words he spoke. I felt overwhelmed and finally snapped. I shouted for the voices in my head to quiet down, pacing around the room in frustration. I clawed at my neck, struggling to breathe as memories of Tamura suffocated me. The stares from my friends only intensified my distress. Gripping my hair, I laughed hysterically, tears streaming down my face as Tamura's image taunted me. Dabi took a step back, creating distance between us. I confronted him with a spiteful tone, asking if something was wrong. My lips twisted into a sickening grin as I stared into his eyes, and he looked disgusted by my reaction. I regained my composure and left the room quickly, determined to move forward with my plans. I needed my room back, and I had a strategy in mind to achieve that. I needed to accelerate my plans with the girl, ensuring I would regain my space and have another ally among the UA students. This would be another blow to the heroes when the time came for our final confrontation. As I stumbled backward, I noticed the girl in front of me staring in horror at the head of her parents' killer. I chuckled slightly, watching the blood pool on the floor. The smell was overwhelming, but I found it amusing. She started to speak, but I interrupted her, confirming the identity of the head. She stood frozen in fear as I waved it around, splattering blood on the walls and furniture. Her horrified expression only intensified when I tossed the head near her feet, causing her to scream. As the head rolled closer, she ran toward me, gagging in disgust. I grabbed her arm and turned her to face me, forcing her to look up into my eyes. I asked her if she wanted to join the league or if I should leave her there to think it over. She remained silent, and I took her silence as a sign that she needed time to process. I left without another word, knowing this event would set things in motion. She would either try to escape or submit to my plans. I believed she would choose the latter option since people who had perfect childhoods, who had lived seemingly flawless lives, often seemed to break when even the slightest things went wrong. That girl had experienced a lot in the past week. From the tragic loss of her parents to discovering the unsettling truth about heroes, her life had been turned upside down. She had gone from living in a perfect world with a loving family and supportive friends to being moved into a chaotic and horrifying reality. It was no wonder she seemed to be losing her grip. This drastic change would have serious consequences, regardless of the outcome. I stepped out of the room, determined to visit Eri, Koda, and the other 2 children I had saved, marking the beginning of the next phase of my journey. As I walked through the common area, I spotted Dabi watching television. He looked at me with a mix of guilt and fear, and I couldn't help but sneer at him. Exiting the base, I activated my quirk, Ghost, and began to fly toward UA High. Toga had informed me that Eri was being held in a hospital, which was true. However, Todoroki and Kaminari had also told me that, due to her dangerous and unpredictable quirk, both the hospital and UA had decided it was best for her to remain in the care of the one man who could deactivate her quirk if necessary. Aizawa Shota, the homeroom teacher of Class 1A at UA High. Reaching the little girl would be a challenging task, especially since she was under the watchful eye of one of the most cautious and serious heroes currently active. I knew quite a bit about Eraserhead, even before I had met the League. He wasn't flashy or humorous. In fact, he was quite intense and intimidating. Yet, he was exceptional at his job. The way he fought and utilized his unique quirk with such efficiency was impressive. His quirk wasn't suited for many situations, like battling large groups or facing opponents with heteromorphic quirks, but he always tried his hardest to overcome those limitations. His origin story reminded me of my own past. He became a hero against the odds, despite what his teachers had told him during his schooling. His quirk primarily worked in one-on-one fights, but he could still hold his own in a physical confrontation. I didn't have a quirk, but if I could fight as he did, perhaps I could have been an underground hero of sorts. If only things were different. I arrived at the gates of UA, still using Ghost to conceal my presence from the scanners and detection systems, and phased through the walls of the gate. As I wandered the campus of the school I had admired for most of my life, I felt a surge of annoyance. The carefree and joyful faces of the UA students sickened me. They appeared so happy, so innocent, yet I sensed a twisted nature behind their smiles. Their laughter felt insincere, and I could see the manipulation behind their joy. None of them were genuine. They were all fakers. None of them cared. They were all liars. My vision began to warp, and my gaze darkened as I heard laughter. What initially sounded like innocent, joyous laughter morphed into something dark and horrific. I felt my body tremble as my mind raced with panic. I needed to escape this feeling. I needed to get out. I started running toward the dorms, weaving past students who roamed the campus aimlessly with their friends. I felt trapped, encased in a world full of monsters, even though I could easily phase through my problems if necessary. My breathing grew heavy, and my heart raced, echoing loudly in my ears as I ran. Thump, thump, thump. The sound filled my ears like a ticking bomb, counting down to an inevitable explosion. My swirling vision made me feel disoriented and claustrophobic, and the rapid rise and fall of my chest made it even harder to calm myself. As I navigated through this distorted world filled with hatred and malice, I felt weak. It was as if I were being suffocated, held down by an invisible force, unwanted by society. I felt like an eyesore that people ignored, despite my invisibility. Memories flooded back, reminding me of being belittled by Bakugo, Todoroki, and my sister. I felt as if I were back to where I had started, alone and a social outcast. I hadn't been to a proper school in ages, so I hadn't relived those memories in a while. Although I had participated in the USJ attack, it wasn't a real school environment. This was different. This was a school with more than 19 students, a crowded and loud setting filled with cruel, ignorant, and privileged students. It was a complete nightmare for me. My mind raced through memories I had experienced before meeting the League, one after another, until I reached my destination. I felt my breathing return to normal as I realized I had evaded all the students and made it to where I intended to go. Then I entered. The teachers' dormitories were intriguing. They resembled the student dormitories in a way that didn't scream the typical, "I'm better than you" message that most teachers seemed to convey. Perhaps that was just my perspective. Teachers had always looked at me as if I were an eyesore, someone in need of fixing. Whether it was ignoring the harassment I endured or calling me out in class to embarrass me for no reason, they made it clear that I didn't deserve their sympathy or help. They made me feel less than human. As I walked through the halls of the teachers' dorms, anger bubbled within me, but I tried to clear my mind. I was here to see Eri, not to relive every bad memory I had ever made. My fingers traced the nameplates on each room until I spotted the one at the far end of the hallway on the top floor. This was Eri's room. I phased through the door and found a washed-out yellow room with toys scattered across the floor. Dolls were left out playfully, and a pile of stuffed animals towered at the foot of the girl's bed. In the middle of it all sat Eri, holding dolls and grinning widely. I crouched down behind her, still invisible, and decided to have some fun. Leaning in close to her ear, I whispered a simple boo and made myself visible. She screamed and turned back in surprise, only to find me laughing. Her face lit up with joy as her eyes met mine. "Izuku," she cried out happily, jumping onto me. I caught her as she landed, and she settled onto my lap, smiling up at me like a child would to a parent. "I didn't know if I'd ever see you again," she exclaimed, her small, fragile arms attempting to wrap around me. "Didn't I tell you that I'd see you around?" I replied, hugging her back. "I never break my promises." Those words echoed in my mind as I remembered the promise I had made to Tamura after he had died. I needed Eri to trust me, and what would scare her more than prying her arms off of me for no reason? I gently picked her up and twirled her around, causing her to release me. Sighing in relief, I set her down and began to speak again. "So, how's life at UA?" Nijire Hato watched as Agony left the room, her anger and resentment boiling over. Her vision twisted with colors of red, and all she could see was her hatred for the man who had slain her parents. She felt a mix of emotions as she stood over the scene, torn between wanting to look away and wanting to confront the horror before her. She felt her body shaking with rage as she approached the head of the man who had caused her so much pain. Looking down at him, she felt a surge of anger and stomped her foot down, crushing it. As she felt the mess beneath her, tears began to fall. This was a mess, both literally and figuratively. She wished she had been there when her parents were murdered. She wished she could have been the one to confront their killer. Stomping her foot down repeatedly, she felt a sense of relief, as if she was avenging her parents. But it wasn't enough. She wanted to do more, to cleanse the world of people like him. She wanted to save others from the trauma she had endured. "I'm here to help humanity," she thought. "I want to change the world. I want to wake up to a society full of kind, empathetic people." Agony's words echoed in her mind, and she finally understood his ideals and goals. "I want to fix society, and I want you to help me," she repeated in her mind, feeling a sense of purpose wash over her. Izuku Yagi laughed as he caught up with Eri. "No way. And then what happened?" "Then there were lasers and streamers, and there were lights, and it was all so cool," she beamed. "Everyone in Class 1A tried their hardest when they performed." I smiled at her as she rambled on about the UA Culture Festival that had taken place just a few months ago. She was so happy, and it warmed my heart for the first time in a long while. "Sounds like you've been having fun here, huh?" I said, a layer of sadness creeping into my voice, wishing I could have been there with her. "I guess that means you wouldn't want to come and stay with me." "What do you mean?" "You saved me, Oni-chan," she grinned up at me. Hearing her call me Oni-chan filled me with happiness, reminding me of the bond we shared, especially since the last person I had thought of as family was now gone. "And even though the heroes seem really nice, Izumi is really mean," she said sadly. "Are all heroes like that underneath their smiles?" As her puppy dog eyes met mine, I felt a surge of dejection fill my soul. She had told me about what Izumi had said to her the day I saved her, and how she took all the glory for my rescue, which sparked a new form of resentment towards her, and all other heroes in relation. Her complete disregard for anyone other than herself was honestly quite sickening. The way she scolded a little girl, who had been in desperate need of help, for needing to be rescued was absolutely revolting. The fact that she took credit for what I had done was just the cherry on top. The whole reason heroes had careers in the first place was to protect and rescue those who needed help, so I found it both repulsive and astounding that she had the audacity to yell at little Eri for needing just that. I also knew that upon hearing of my sister's actions, Eri would forever see heroes in a tainted light. The way events unfold before us as children helps to mold the way we perceive things as adults. Yeah, most heroes really are like Izumi. Harsh and cruel. Most heroes only help people to gain fame, glory, and above all else, money. It's honestly quite disgusting the way the heroes act behind the scenes, I explained to the little girl in front of me. Mr. Aizawa's nice. He takes care of me when he's not working, she said. Is he a real hero? Yeah. I think he is. I replied to her question. A knock sounded at the door as I finished speaking, and then I heard the sound of the door opening from behind me. Hey Eri, remember I told you I'd take you to the park to play in the snow today? The voice of none other than Aizawa Shota spoke from behind me. I activated Ghost and began to fly away before he had the chance to notice me. All I could see before I left were Eri's eyes as she waved with a sad expression evident on her face, knowing that I had to leave before I was seen. I supposed I would finish my plans with Eri later. It was obvious that she trusted me, but she still had some faith in the heroes. Eri was young and naive. She had yet to realize the troubling nature of the heroes, but when she finally saw the heroes' evident fall from grace, I would be there to catch her. I would help her to her feet, and I would give her a home, just as Tamura had done for me when I had been placed in her shoes. When I had been saved by a hero, only to find out the ugly truth behind them. Gliding through the sky, which had now been lightly sprinkling snowflakes rather than blizzarding, I felt calm. The cold air entering and exiting my lungs continuously always seemed to calm me down as I flew. It made me feel less stressed in times like these, where I felt at a loss. Times where I felt like even though I had won the battle, the loss I had sustained was far greater than the win. I entered through the doors of the base with a loud bang, nervous about what was to come. I still wasn't quite sure what All for One was asking me to do. He wanted me to win over his bodyguard, but he didn't specify exactly how to go about doing that. Hey guys, we gotta go. I called out to my team. Toga and Twice looked up from the TV to glance at me as I spoke. Meanwhile, the others paid practically no mind to my outburst. Giving me a confused look, Toga began to question me. We gotta go? Where? I just spoke to All for One, and he wants us to leave the base, I answered, picking up pillows and throwing them on Dabi, who had been asleep. Jesus. I'm up. What the hell do you want, Yagi? He yelled at me in anguish, finally acknowledging my presence. As I just said, we gotta go. I repeated myself to the irritable man in front of me. Pulling him to his feet, Dabi wobbled past me and grabbed his coat from the coffee table. As we were about to exit the room, I remembered something I had kept to the back of my mind until now, the girl. I had almost forgotten about her. I couldn't leave her here, since no one would be around to make sure she stayed out of trouble, but I also couldn't take her with me. The only realistic options would be to either recruit her now or eliminate her if she resisted. Sighing, I turned to the other members of the league, who were growing impatient as I delayed, and told them I'd be right back. All I could hear as I dashed down the corridors of the base were the aggravated groans of my friends. My room was on the 3rd floor, and the common area was on the 1st floor, so to save time, I ran to the place on the 1st floor, parallel to my room, and activated Ghost before floating through the ceilings and entering my room. The girl sat calmly on my floor with a grin. She looked completely out of her mind as her hands felt for the pieces around her, and I knew that my plan would work. I walked over to her and reached out my hand for her to grasp before speaking. So, are you ready to join? I asked her with a voice of certainty and confidence that she would say yes. She grabbed my hand and hoisted herself up before looking up at me. I knew what she would say as soon as I saw the expression she wore on her face. Her blue eyes were wide with astonishment, and her eyebrows were lifted high, creating wrinkles in her forehead. Meanwhile, her smile was the most noticeable of her features. Her grin was wide and twisted, and it was clear her smile wasn't genuine from a quick first glance. It was an eerie smile, one that could make a pro quake in their boots. It was a smile that looked as if it belonged to a person far beyond saving. A person that had completely lost everything that held meaning in their eyes. A person that had nothing left to lose. I felt a grin pricking at my face, similar to hers, as I heard the words she uttered past her clenched teeth. I want to fix society, and I want to help you. I want to fix society, and I want to help you, she repeated over and over again, taking chunks of her hair in her hands as she continued to stare at me. I grabbed her hand and led her out of my room and through the halls of the base, as she continued to mouth the same words in a low whisper, maintaining her intense stare and grin like a trophy. She's completely out of her mind. I grinned at the thought. She was just as eccentric as I was, if not more, and I liked it. I liked how easy it was to manipulate her. I liked how quickly her sanity had slipped out of her reach. I liked how completely unhinged she had become in just a week. Perfect people always seem to lose it when they don't get everything they want. People die, people live, but when a perfect person with a perfect life and a perfect family has something taken from them, they give up. When someone who has never experienced true hardship encounters even a taste of misfortune, they lose their mind. It was somewhat annoying how that worked. There are people out there living lives with absolutely nothing to complain about, yet when something goes wrong, they flip out, screaming about how much life hates them and how they wish they could end it all over the smallest inconvenience. It's sad, but it's true. As we entered the common room, I heard a squeal. It was high-pitched and gleeful, and I could tell immediately who it was directed towards and why. Toga skipped past me with haste before clinging onto the girl behind me, who was covered in blood. Blood? I just love blood. Is this that girl you captured, Izuchan? I like her. I laughed slightly, forgetting my past irritation, and continued walking towards the door. Putting on my shoes, I turned back towards the periwinkle-haired girl, still mumbling the same lines, and proceeded to give her instructions. Now, go back to UA and act as if nothing's wrong. Tell your classmates and teachers that you wanted to get away from the stress you were feeling and take any and all heat they throw at you. With those words and a slight nod from the smiling, wide-eyed girl, the League and I left the base and began our journey. We had begun our journey by walking to a nearby forest, searching for a clearing in the trees. I wasn't completely sure where I was leading the League, but I knew I needed to find a place secluded enough that we wouldn't be disrupted by the heroes and flat enough to set up camp for the next few days. We also needed to be within cell range so that, in case of an emergency, we could be reached by phone. Worst case scenario, I would be reachable by pager. It was a grueling few hours of walking, and the happy campers were starting to get agitated. From being cozy and comfortable in the common room of our base, watching TV and, in some cases, sleeping, to being pushed out the door of our home and forced to walk in a forest, in the snow, in the middle of the night, I could understand their complaints. Twice and Toga were getting restless, being the childish individuals they were, and started complaining as we walked, which only made the trip that much more agonizing. I could tell even the calmer members of our group were starting to get annoyed with Toga and Twice snagging, so as we came across a clearing in the woods, a good distance from the city, I decided we'd make camp and set out for a more permanent location at first light. Izuku Yagi's point of view. Oh my god. I stood in complete shock, alongside Toga, staring up at the giant man in front of us as he charged at us, leaving destruction in his wake. He retracted his fist and brought it crashing down where Toga and I had been standing, before we moved out of the way, of course. Dobby, Spinner, Twice, Mr. Compress. I cried out, jumping aside just in time. We could use a little help out here. Activating my ghost quirk to catch my breath, I allowed the man's attack to pass through me before activating my energy whips and preparing to go on the offensive. Seeing the ground where Toga and I had been standing destroyed, I sprang into action. Dobby was the first to exit the tent after hearing the commotion, activating his flames as my whip struck the man's shoulder. Over the time I had possessed my quirks, I had been steadily improving them. My whips could now reach temperatures of up to 1,670 degrees Celsius. That level of heat should have been more than enough to incapacitate this man, yet it didn't. Of course, as soon as he yielded, I would have retracted my whip and taken him to all for one's doctor once my whip had penetrated his skin. However, that time never came. My feet collided with the man's chest, and I used him as a platform to propel myself into the air, removing my whip from his skin, but as I flew back, I saw that his flesh was completely intact. The only evidence that my whip had even struck him was a faint slash mark, barely visible. It looked like a normal whip mark from a light strike. It was almost as if my whip was just a regular whip against him. That was the gap in raw strength between the man and me. As I was now out of the way, I noticed Dobby's blue flames emerging from my right. His face held a smug look, as if he thought his flames would do anything to the man in front of us. His flames were much cooler than my whips, so if my whips did nothing, there was virtually no hope for Dobby's flames. As Dobby realized that his flames had no effect on the giant man, his expression dropped, and he began bolting for a place further away from the tent, most likely understanding that he wouldn't be able to ward off any attacks aimed at him, which would cause injuries to the people still inside the tent. "Why are you so weak?" the man cried out as I continued my futile attempts at attacking him. "I want to accept him, but all for one, I just can't." Raining down attacks on us and the ground, I began to hear a voice. It sounded vaguely familiar, but the pieces finally came together as I could make out the words being uttered. The voice started, sounding broken and cut off, addressing me directly. "You seem to be at a loss. Yagi Izuku. Doctor." The words flowed past my lips in both a shocked and certain tone. "Did you say doctor?" Spinner thought aloud, as we all stood staring at the large man in front of us, gripping his head and yelling in frustration. "I take it you headed to All for One's instructions and brought your league around for the ride. How've you all been doing?" the voice continued. "Fine, thanks. But we're about to be mincemeat," I responded, glancing around the battlefield in an attempt to understand where the voice had been coming from. As my eyes landed on an old radio on the floor with a shoulder strap attached to the bulky device, I felt a surge of power flow through the ground underneath me. Feeling my body fly upwards, I reactivated Ghost and allowed the debris flying around me to pass through my being, soaring above the explosion in the ground. My eyes traveled around the battlefield we had been fighting on in shock and disbelief. The damage caused by that man's attack was astonishing. With just one powerful punch to the ground, he had completely ravaged everything within a 5-mile radius. It was incredible how he managed to level the entire landscape with such minimal effort. He would definitely be an important ally in my mission of liberation. "I take it you've met Gigantomachia?" the doctor stated, posing it as a rhetorical question. "He's a big supporter of All for One. He even used to be his bodyguard." So this was the man All for One had asked me to win over. I thought I was supposed to have another 33 hours before All for One would send this man after the League and me. This must have been a test. All for One needed someone worthy of inheriting his quirk. Not only did he need someone with willpower, strength, and motive, but he also needed someone who had the intellect and adaptive mindset to properly use his quirk. He needed someone with tactical thinking, on-the-spot problem-solving skills, and leadership abilities to manage a group of people in harsh conditions and dangerous situations. I assumed that was why All for One asked me to take the whole league out of the base and into the middle of the woods in the harsh and cold environment, with no idea what we would be walking into. He wanted to see what I would do. Would I think ahead and bring warm clothes and a proper tent to keep my team warm, but risk being slowed down by the weight of the equipment we'd be hauling to who knows where? Or would I think to use one of the quirks available to me and create a copy of whatever I needed when I needed it? Very clever, All for One. He is one of the people All for One trusts the most. With that extraordinarily durable body of his, he could handle multiple quirks even without being modified first. I had been modified upon receiving my quirks, which was why I had taken around 6 days to wake up after that. But to think that this man was strong enough to handle multiple quirks even before being modified was incredible. It only further demonstrated how powerful he was. When All for One was weakened by All Might all those years ago, he thought his defeat would be inevitable, not having met you yet, and so he hid Gigantomachia away, the doctor explained. No matter what might happen to him, he made sure his hopes and dreams would live on. I assumed he had planned for Tamura to take this role, rather than me. Nevertheless, having such a backup plan which also served as both a training exercise and a test of sorts, and having it planned 5 years in advance, took quite a bit of skill and patience. Call me crazy, but I'm having a hard time. Dobby began, while firing another blazing attack towards the giant man in front of us. Seeing this as some generous gift. Nice insight, Dobby. I'd say you're right. Gigantomachia is loyal to a fault. So loyal that it hurts him to think that Yagi doesn't measure up to his old master, the doctor replied to Dabi's observation. 6 days. Hato had been gone for 6 days. Walking to class with a frown on my face due to the unexplained absence of my friend, I heard the whispers and chatter of my peers. Although faint and quiet, I could make out snippets of words every so often. But I didn't quite understand the words loosely thrown into conversation as I walked towards my classroom until my eyes landed upon a familiar figure I had been seeing only in my mind. Her blue eyes shone in the light of the sun, reflecting from the window next to her. Her uniform hugged her figure elegantly, for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Her periwinkle hair bounced behind her as she bobbed her head and jumped about the classroom. Her smile beamed across the room, brightening even the darkest of shadows. Hato was back. Hato! I cried out in joy and relief, jumping to wrap her in my arms. We embraced for what seemed like forever as I felt tears pricking my eyes. It had been so long since I had last seen her. Hato and I had been best friends for the longest time. Our inseparability was well known, so being apart without so much as a call or text explaining the situation felt like purgatory. Where have you been? I asked her, tears in my eyes as I felt a wave of relief flood my senses. Oh, I'm sorry, Togata. I guess I forgot to tell you. She began with a smile and a slight giggle. Because of all the stress from what happened, I decided to take a week and stay with my grandparents, and I accidentally left my phone, she explained, rubbing the back of her head. Why didn't you tell the school? I asked, still partially confused by the situation, but happy nonetheless. I meant to say something but I got distracted. She spoke, her voice getting cut off as our teacher entered the room. Okay class, settle down. We have a lot to do today and not a lot of time to do it. Our teacher's voice trailed off as they scanned the room. Wait, Hato. Hiya, she exclaimed with a bright smile as we took our seats. It's good to see you finally made an appearance. See me after class, as we do have to discuss this matter, the teacher instructed. Alrighty, she answered before our lesson began. I had been so happy and relieved to know that Hato was safe and had been this whole time. However, as our day passed and I calmed myself, I began to notice differences in Hato's behavior. She seemed curious and normal at first glance, but if you had known Hato for as long as I had, it was easy to tell that she was straining herself. She was curious, yet bored. She was interested in learning, yet didn't seem to bat an eye at things she normally would have. As we sat at our table in the cafeteria, she seemed perfectly normal to the average eye, but to me, I could see through her. Something was wrong. Something was off, and I could tell I wasn't the only one who thought this. Tamaki seemed to be just as wary around our outgoing and curious friend as the day went on. Knowing her for as long as we had and being around her daily, we could tell that she was acting differently. I couldn't pinpoint how, but I knew that something was definitely different about her. The way she walked through the halls, obviously hearing the whispers and unkind words being thrown her way, smiling as if she had just won the lottery, although even her smile seemed off. The corners of her mouth lifted in a way that seemed completely natural for someone like Hato. However, upon further inspection, it looked almost unnatural. The way her eyes twinkled in the daylight was gorgeous. However, as I stared deeper into her glossy and wide eyes, I noticed a hidden expression. A vacant look that only seemed to reveal itself as I bored into her eyes for a long period of time. A look of anger and determination that seemed to shine through only when I actively searched for those emotions. The way she stared off into the distance, seemingly at nothing, until someone attracted her attention was unlike her. She would usually initiate conversations as soon as the noise died down, making things more lively rather than being the source of the quiet. I thought to take my observations with a grain of salt, considering her parents had just passed away a week ago. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was causing these changes in her behavior. It felt like something else was wrong. Maybe it was my paranoia, seeing as she had been off the grid for almost a week with no warning, or maybe it was a gut feeling telling me that something was wrong. I wasn't sure. All that I knew for certain was that I didn't like the feeling, and I could tell neither did Tamaki. I wanted to get to the bottom of the feeling I sensed deep within me, and I wanted to do so promptly. I wanted to understand whether or not Hato truly was feeling anger and hatred deep inside, or if I was simply being neurotic. I wanted to help Hato, and I wanted to do so right away. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he faced the doctor. "So what can you do to prove me otherwise?" the doctor asked. "Huh." Izuku hummed in response, buying himself time to think. What could he do to prove himself to the doctor? "All my life I've been denied," he began. "I was never liked by anyone, not even my parents. I've been abused, neglected, and left to fend for myself by those I was supposed to see as friends and family. So hearing that those who had taken part in my torment are on their paths to becoming heroes fills me with a wave of rage. Ever since that day, I've done some thinking." He wasn't sure what to say at that moment. All he could think of was putting his motives out in the open. "All I remembered was falling through the air, accepting my fate, and then Tamura. The way I had woken up, alone, in a dark room, and then he was there, helping me to understand what had happened." He paused, thinking of Tamura and all that he had done for him, a smile creeping onto his face. How had he caught me as I jumped off that rooftop? Those words, repeating in my head like a broken record, make me sick. Society is broken just like I was. Society is the real villain, and thinking about the corruption of the heroes, the corruption of my family, fills me with more rage than I ever thought possible. He felt 6 sets of eyes scanning his figure. It's like a weight overtaking my heart and soul with the bitterness of today and the despair of yesterday, creating an endless pool of hatred and anger to flow until my demise. Like I'll always hold this rage inside, no matter what I do. Izuku's perspective shifted again as he faced Gigantomachia. "Weak?" he heard the giant's voice cry out as he watched his clone melt under the strain of Machia's power. They had been fighting Machia for what felt like an eternity, even though it had only been a month and a half since they started this difficult mission, but their attempts to make Machia submit had been in vain. It had been Mr. Compress, twice, and himself fighting Machia at that moment. Considering that Gigantomachia could attack for 48 hours and 44 minutes straight with no rest, they had to take turns battling the giant. Although, Izuku had almost always been the one fighting Machia. He hadn't been sleeping much since they began their conquest, being Machia's primary target. Even with the constant physical activity and lack of sleep, averaging only 3 hours of sleep every 2 or 4 days, he couldn't help but smile. This was one of the most draining and difficult times of his life, but he felt so alive. The drive to reach his goal during the last stage of his preparations propelled him through the multiple agonizing days spent fighting the man in front of him. After this, the ball would really begin to roll. Once he conquered Gigantomachia and made him submit, he would obtain all for one. Then I could begin my plans for the Enlightenment. My plans to expose those who had wronged me, my friends, and humanity. My plans to reveal those who posed as heroes while opposing truth and justice for the youth. Of course, first things first. I had to make Gigantomachia submit to me. I started to fire and attack from my whips until I realized that the mental timer I had set in my mind had stopped, signaling that Gigantomachia would be sleeping any second now. Watching as the man in front of me, having backhanded twice, fell to the floor, I deactivated my whips. "Is he sleeping now?" Mr. Compress began. "When does that monster find the time to eat?" "But you're still alive, Izuchan. You don't look so hot though," Toga exclaimed. "I'm fine, Toga," I replied with a grin. And that man slowed down a lot. "I'm getting closer and closer to defeating that gorilla each time we battle." I glanced up at my friends as I took a seat on the broken ground beneath me. As soon as I felt my body relaxing and my breath evening out from the adrenaline, a ringing sound echoed from Twice. He fiddled with his suit, trying to take out a phone from who knows where, before checking the caller ID and speaking. "Getting a phone call from Jiren," he explained. Mr. Compress seemed outraged, considering he had been trying to reach Jiren for a while, and the man had been ghosting him. Telling Twice to inquire about his robotic arms insurance, or lack thereof, Twice answered the call with masked glee. "You there, man? Why haven't you picked up the phone when Mr. Compress calls, you jerk, hey?" Twice yelled into the phone, acting tough, even though he had been gushing over the fact that Jiren had been checking up on him just moments ago. I'm afraid that would be our fault. I assume I'm speaking to Jin Babaigawara, the villain known as Twice. A voice responded. Murmuring sounded from around Twice's phone as we heard a voice we hadn't expected to hear echo throughout the speaker. Who is this? And where's Jiren? Thoughts raced through my mind as I listened to the dialogue that ensued. Was Jiren okay? Had someone captured him? Were they torturing him? What was going on? Although we hadn't been close, and I had only ever spoken to him during deals, I had heard through Tamura that he was the one to retrieve my impersonator's corpse. He had made that whole suicide scene possible. He was the reason for plenty of my family and old friends' grief and shock. Without him, people might have misinterpreted the situation as abduction or runaway, which would have made my reveal less cinematic and painful for those who knew me. It also would have made life that much easier on my sister, and who would want that? Those are the locations where we've done our dirty deeds. I heard Mr. Compress say, pulling me out of my thoughts and making me pay attention to what they had been discussing. Greetings, League of Villains. You are speaking to the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army. Redestro. First, the Yakuza, now the Liberation Army. What's with all these old-timers trying to make comebacks, am I right? I asked rhetorically, causing Toga to giggle slightly. Is this all because of that interesting book that came out a short while back? Is that your plan? To ride the wave it created to the front of the headlines? How well informed you are. You must be Yagi Izuku, villain name Agony? It's so magnificent to see a young person like yourself taking an interest in such a marvelous read. But no, it's actually the other way around. We created the wave. The voice of Redestro spoke from the other end of the phone. Well, good for you. Now, where's Jiren? And what do you want? You better not have touched a hair on that wonderful man's head. Twice yelled in rage and irritation at our conversation. I could tell Twice and Jiren had a special connection, far beyond the understanding of an outsider like myself. The way Twice had been so excited to speak to Jiren only moments ago, despite masking his enthusiasm with Mr. Compress's question. The way Twice was acting so defensive about the situation and Jiren's state. The way he seemed ready to battle an army to save his friend. It all showed me how highly he regarded Jiren. I almost envied their relationship. It reminded me of how Tamura and I had been before I had sent him to the morgue. Oh, he's here. Alive, of course. And we seek to liberate all metahumans, Redestro explained. We will tear down the existing framework and rebuild this world as a place where people are free to be themselves and use their abilities as they see fit. So, basically, they were going after the same thing I was. They could see the new world, the one I had been dreaming of since I was just a little kid, getting beaten in an alleyway after school by my sister and her posse. Isn't that what you wanted, Yagi? A new world free of the cruelty of humanity? A new world free of the judgment of society? A new world where everyone is able to be who they are, and where we can do whatever we want, Mr. Compress asked quietly, so as not to be heard through the phone, upon hearing of the Liberation Army's motives. Listen, we're busy right now, so how about you liberate our broker, and then call us back when we're not busy? I spoke into the phone, sounding menacing. The panicking group had been pacing back and forth as we were left in the silence of our solitude, with the odd sound of the wind rustling every so often. As the silence was broken by the calm voice of Mr. Compress, speaking aloud the predicament we had been put in, I began to think. Of course, I had a base plan and a loose set of steps to achieve my desired outcome, but I wasn't sure whether we could truly pull it off. If we had received this phone call an hour later, my plan would have been much more realistic. No matter, this was the predicament we faced, and there was nothing we could do to change the circumstances we had been left in. What we had to do was pick up the pieces we had been left with and use what little time we had to stall. I stood up, leaving my mindscape, to see Twice yelling at the other league members currently present. He was crying out that we needed to help our broker, his friend, Jiren. He explained how much Jiren had helped him, so he needed to repay his kindness. He needed to save his friend. Even if he were already dead, and they would only be walking into a trap, he wanted to save his friend. The world needed more people like Babaigawara, More people who would try to save those they cared for, even if it meant putting their own lives on the line. More people as good-hearted and kind as Babaigawara. While Toga and Twice bickered about whether everything the Liberation Army had told them was true or false, and what they thought was best for the League, I placed my hands on the two. I could feel Twice tense as my palm came into contact with his shoulder before he heard what I had to say. I have a plan, I spoke calmly, squeezing Twice's shoulder as a form of reassurance. Doctor? Did you catch all that? Listening to the villain radio is my new favorite hobby, so yes, the doctor began. So the Meta-Liberation Army is back from the dead. What a surprise. The waves you all are making in the underworld keep dredging these people up. How about we deploy a high-end Nomu like the one Dabi used? Mr. Compress suggested. That would be an amazing idea. How about I send one over now, yeah? The doctor replied. All for One's power makes the manufacturing of the high-ends so much more efficient than I could have ever imagined. So, I'd be more than happy to send one your way. No, I cut in. As much as I would appreciate your help, I have my own plan. I don't want to rely on others more than I already have, and I have a plan fit to take down both Makia and the Liberation Army at the same time. Really? I don't doubt your abilities in the slightest, but both our problems? In one sitting? It seems too good to be true. Spinner questioned. Doctor, are you aware of Dabi's current location? I asked, ignoring Spinner's question for a moment. Currently, Dabi is on the border between Mie and Shiga prefectures, the doctor answered. Perfect. I grinned. Now, we have approximately 2 hours and 35 minutes until Makia wakes up. You're mumbling again. Toga spoke up, but I didn't have the energy to respond. Okay, doctor. Warp us over then, I instructed. They all stood, looming over the beautiful city in front of them in glee as they waited for the battle that was about to ensue, knowing that this would be one of the more difficult battles they would partake in. They had taken the first 55 minutes of their allotted hour to make their way to Daika City, explaining the situation they faced to the one person in their group who had missed the call, Dabi. Dabi had seemed quite aggravated that they had decided to drag him into their battle, considering he had been busy with his own personal mission, but he soon realized that arguing was trivial when it was with me. As Twice argued with Dabi, I caught Toga's eyes sharpening before hearing a noise emerging from the distance. Someone's coming, Toga yelled, alerting the others of the ruckus in the distance, headed straight for them. Preparing themselves for the start of the battle that they knew was soon to follow, they heard a voice beginning to speak. Not another step. I was ordered to guide you down into town. The voice of a hero, even I could barely recognize at first glance, explained briefly. If you want a face-to-face with the Liberation Army's commander, then you'd best follow me, okay? Nodding to my friends, I stepped forward and gestured for the others to do so as well. Then, they began their walk of silence into the city. Their excursion was eerie and awkward, as both the hero and the League knew what would occur in only a matter of minutes. The brawl that would soon break loose as soon as they were deep enough into the city. The bloodshed that would follow. The city was dead silent as they walked through. There wasn't a child roaming, nor a car passing. There weren't the usual house noises you'd hear passing through a town, nor an adult visible anywhere. The city seemed to be a ghost town. However, they all knew that Daika City had been one of many populated cities in this area. It was out of character for a city such as this one to be completely shut down on a seemingly normal day, and even more so to not be in the news, considering the recent thirst for virtually anything that the reporters could grasp. I continued looking through my thoughts, trying to piece together the meaning of the abandoned-like city, until I heard the words of Redestro fill my mind again. I get it now. This whole city, huh? The hero spoke from in front of my friends and me. This place isn't usually my turf. But today's a big exception, he continued. Just as the boy says. A man, sharply dressed, approached me. Here in Daika City, 90% of the population, heroes included, are liberation warriors, lying in wait. This is a liberated district. 90%? That was quite the accomplishment, considering the size and population of the city. Thank you for making the trip and welcome. This is a day of celebration, and you are the guests of honor. Shall we start the festivities? the man asked as hundreds of people began to swarm out of their hiding spaces and crowded us. This is the Meta Liberation Army's revival celebration. The Liberation Army's warriors weren't regular thugs like the ones they had faced during the USJ attack. They were different. They were all highly skilled and seemed more powerful than even some pro heroes. Of course, they couldn't land a hit on me, considering I had one of the most serviceable quirks all for one could spare for me to use at my disposal, Ghost. I maneuvered around and through those that attempted to strike me down with ease, deactivating Ghost when I needed to attack or when I noticed someone with a strength quirk, in an attempt at replenishing my shock absorption stash for future use. I tried to focus mainly on what was right in front of me, the battle, rather than what my friends had been shouting about. But upon hearing that they were not intent on giving up our broker without a fight, countering what they had originally told us, I snapped. I activated my energy whips and slashed through everyone within a 5-meter radius, swiftly splitting each and every one of the combatants surrounding me in two. "Off to the tower, then," I exclaimed, feeling depleted and void of life as I began running towards the tower Redestro had been holding Jiren in, according to the sharply dressed man. "Although I didn't know you very well." "I'm coming, Jiren." The battle was dragging on for what seemed like ages. The non-stop fighting was becoming tiresome, and I could feel my boredom growing as I awaited the end of the hour and 20-minute countdown ticking in my mind. "Even though we knock them down, they just keep on coming," Spinner remarked. "You haven't taken a single one out yet." Dabi retorted snarkily, causing a laugh to slip past my lips as I punched one of the Liberation Army warriors with a portion of the power I had stored in my body. I felt my mind wearing down as I continued to fight. The sleep-deprived state I had been in was beginning to warp my perception of reality. Everything seemed wrong, inverted. It was all black and white, and I felt my eyes drooping. I hated being tired. Feeling tired was a recurring sensation. I was constantly fatigued as a kid, and as a teenager, I was emotionally and mentally drained. I was tired of my sister, her friends, school, and the abuse I had endured for so long. However, this was different. My body was tired. I wasn't used to this, and while I hated being mentally exhausted, at least I knew that feeling. Sleeping was an escape for me. At first, I resisted sleep, trying to stay awake as long as possible to avoid facing the demons that haunted my dreams. But as I grew older, I stopped resisting. The mental torture from my friends and family was relentless in my mind, but the physical strain from lack of sleep became so intense that I decided to accept what awaited me in slumber. I slept more and more, drowning myself in tears as I endured the suffering of my nightmares quietly, trying to spend less time awake and in reality, even though my dreamscape was much worse than the real world. At least my body was rested back then. Now, feeling as tired as I could barely see straight. The sounds around me were nothing but gibberish as I stared at the images of Izumi and her group lunging at me. As my surroundings faded into darkness, deeper than the darkest underwater caverns, and the figures surged toward me, I activated my whips. Jumping onto a nearby stone wall, I allowed my whips to cut through the crowd of monstrous silhouettes swiftly. The smell of metal invaded my senses as those unlucky enough to have attacked me fell to my whips and collapsed onto the concrete in front of me. While it was exhilarating, I still felt tired. My adrenaline had been pumping, but I could barely feel it. These warriors weren't enough to quench my drowsiness. They weren't enough to wake me up. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he observed the frost from Dabi's current opponent making his breath appear like smoke in the air. Dabi was one of the league's strongest, so Izuku felt there was no need to assist him in battle. Besides, they had bigger issues in the central tower, saving Jiren. He ran, dodging warrior after warrior, occasionally clearing the way for Spinner to pass through, but ultimately trusting in his ability to fend for himself. He contemplated the possible outcomes of the battle. It could truly go either way, depending on whether the league's members could hold off the army long enough for Gigantomachia to arrive. Even when Gigantomachia arrived, he could simply dodge the Liberation Army soldiers and attack Izuku, complicating the situation further. Izuku hoped that once Gigantomachia arrived, he would attack the Liberation Army before targeting him. His momentum slowed as he noticed the sheer number of warriors closing in on him and Spinner. And there are more of them, he mumbled, barely above a whisper. Where are they all coming from? Spinner shouted as Izuku deactivated Ghost and prepared for battle. It was clear that a confrontation with the Liberation Army was unavoidable, so it was better to deal with this setback sooner rather than later. Izuku grinned slightly as he activated his whips when suddenly he felt two arms wrap around his torso, bringing him down with another figure latched onto him. "Gah!" screamed the familiar voice of the person who had shoved him to the ground, saving him from an attack from behind. He looked to the source of the voice and was surprised to see twice. There was 1 twice, 2 twice, 3 twice, 4, 5, 6, 7 twice, and more. Twice? So many twice! Spinner exclaimed from beneath a pile of twice. More Babaigawaras than he could count filled the battlefield, fighting enemies and merging as they moved. Wow! You made more of yourself. Good job, Twice. Izuku beamed from under one of his clones, proud of his friend for overcoming his mental block. Many replies sounded as Twice continued multiplying. Izuku stood up and asked the man in front of him to create a pathway toward the tower where Jiren had been held captive. Twice responded without hesitation, eager to clear the warriors from Izuku's line of sight and save his friend as soon as possible. Izuku began to think aloud. Although what they said about Jiren's location could be nonsense. Based on the increasing number of soldiers as we near the tower, I think it's a safe bet to venture to the place the warriors seem to be guarding, the tower. I want you all to forget about stalling the army in front of us for now. Eliminating the top-tier boss, Redestro, takes priority. You got it, boss? Twice exclaimed, clearing the way as per Izuku's request. 'Cause me, myself, and I are going to wreck this Liberation Army all on our own, another Twice added. Hang in there, Jiren, I'm coming for you. Wow. I guess Twice can handle this on his own, huh? Spinner gulped, feeling belittled by their friend's ability compared to his own. Hey, your quirk's incredible too. Don't forget that, Spinner. Izuku encouraged, placing a hand on Spinner's shoulder to lift his spirits. Now let's do this. That Liberation Army won't know what hit them. Boy, you must be the new ringleader of the League of Villains. It's regrettable that the League was run by such a childish leader for as long as it had been, but having its replacement be an actual child. Pitiful. A voice spoke from a van a little ways ahead. My blood boiled and my teeth clenched as those words echoed in my mind. Insulting me was one thing, but going after my late brother was another entirely. The politician. I had forgotten about him. Spinner whispered, finishing his thought. People are not inherently weak. We all have the power within us. What we hope to demonstrate with our rival party is that good people and their meta abilities can triumph over evil. Through their innate power, life will prevail. The politician addressed his allies. Now, my fine people, liberate them. Combine your powers and open a path to the coming era. Show the world that, yes, everyone is a hero. And at the same time, no one is. I reactivated my whips, ready to confront the man who had insulted my brother. Just then I felt a tug on my shoulder. Glancing to my right, I saw Spinner looking at me. You go on ahead, he said. I'll take care of this clown. Despite my desire to confront this man for what he had said about my brother, I noticed a glimmer in Spinner's eyes, a familiar glimmer of needing to prove himself. He was feeling down, considering most of the League's members had more flashy quirks than he did, and he wanted to prove not just to us, but to himself, that he could handle this. I nodded and turned to a group of Twice lingering nearby. I instructed them to continue multiplying, and they began clearing the pathway again. Meanwhile, I wondered whether Spinner could handle the politician and his fleet on his own, with a group of Twice by his side, of course. Well then, to the tower I watched as hundreds of Twice fought their way through the thousands of soldiers, continuing to multiply 2 at a time. The pathway was clearing of those pests blocking our way, but now it was filled to the brim with, once again, hundreds, turning into thousands, of Twice. As the Liberation Army soldiers began to thin out, and those who arrived late were dealt with rapidly, I signaled the Twice to spread out, allowing me passage through them all. I ran through the route made especially for me and began to see the tower coming into view, alongside a surprise. On the floor in my way lay countless twice arranged in a pyramid fashion. I slowed my pace, staring in shock at whatever antics they had been trying to pull, until I realized what they were doing. They were making a staircase. I preferred making grand entrances, it was my style, and Babaigawara had thought as much. Sure, I could have simply gone in through the door and taken the elevator, but where's the class in that? This staircase, made of clone twice, would lead directly to the window. It was perfectly constructed. Looking at the expression of my friend, I began to make my way to the top of the tower, but not before making a special request of one of the twice standing back as a guard. Izuku Yagi's POV. I could sense a pair of large eyes burning holes into my back as I stood, staring at Redestro, who sat calmly in front of me. I had known Gigantomachia would make an appearance, but it seemed he was no longer of use for what I had originally hoped to use him for, taking down the metahuman liberation army. Turning to face Gigantomachia, I prepared myself for another battle. It was clear to me now that Machia hadn't been fighting us seriously. He was much stronger than he had originally led on. He had simply been toying with us until now. However, this was the moment we would finally fight for real. Gigantomachia stood, staring at me with his mouth agape for what felt like ages, before I heard him mumble a string of words I hadn't expected. A true successor. His voice was hoarse and quiet, but I could hear it nonetheless. Several thoughts shot through my mind as I stared at Gigantomachia in shock. Was this the end of our battle? Had I won? Was he now going to submit to my reign? The grin that crept onto my face as I realized I had won Gigantomachia's loyalty was one that matched that of the Cheshire Cat. It stretched across my face in an unnatural form, accompanied by my eyes, which looked as if they would bulge out of their sockets and spill onto the broken concrete beneath me. A grin that shone with both malice and joy in the light of the sun, expressing both melancholy and excitement. An appearance that contrasted with exact opposites as I looked around myself. It truly was a shame that this whole city had to have been desecrated as it was. However, the fruits of this city's demise would be plentiful. As the following week progressed, and the benefits of our latest battle rolled in, I was confused. While my friends were happy, enjoying fancy meals and splurging on expensive outfits with money from Redestro's wallet, I was perplexed. I had won Gigantomachia's trust and loyalty for myself, this much I knew. However, the doctor hadn't yet explained when I would be receiving my new power. I sat on a couch in front of a crowd of people in agonizing pain. The bandages that shrouded my arm were extreme but necessary, considering I had lost a limb during the battle between Redestro and myself. My arm had been severely injured, which left me with another question. When would the doctor be fixing my arm? Would he be fixing my arm? I was missing one of my forearms, which was quite the handicap in battle, considering that I needed my hands to use my whips, and using my newer, larger whip was much more difficult than using two smaller whips. While the large whip was powerful, its mobility was limited, and its wind-up time was a large inconvenience. Thus, my smaller whips were more efficient to use than the larger whip. Liberation warriors. A voice echoed throughout the hall we had all been in, abruptly interrupting my train of thought. I am Redestro, the voice continued. As of today, the metahuman liberation army is reborn. I could hear the murmurs of those standing in the sea of people as they wondered what was to come. Meanwhile, I sat, sighing, as I picked at one of my hangnails. I inwardly chuckled at the sense of nostalgia I felt. In our quest to enlighten the world with Destro's will, I saw the League of Villains as an obstacle to be overcome. Redestro explained to the crowd. Yes, until that day, that is what I believed. I never doubted it. Bound by my blood and trapped by principles, that is, until the day I witnessed true liberation. Have I surrendered? No. I now see that Yagi Izuku is a true liberator. I felt my head snap up as I was pulled out of my thoughts by the sudden use of my name. I could think of possible villain outfits later on, but right now I had business to attend to. It is out of deep reverence and necessity that I abdicate my position. Redestro exclaimed in hysteria. The Liberation Army is revived, with Yagi Izuku as its Grand Commander. In light of our commitment to walk a more profound path of liberation, our Liberation Army and the League of Villains will conduct a merger under a new name. The outfit should be lightweight. Perhaps something that could help me limit my use of Ghost in unnecessary moments. That way I wouldn't suffer from my usual headaches. The League Spinner and I devised this name together. Redestro continued as I noticed my friends beginning to walk onto the platform we had been standing on. Now tell them what it is, Yagi Izuku. The Paranormal Liberation Front. I yelled out, happy to finally be rid of the cliché, unoriginal name I had been subjected to serving under for what felt like a lifetime. My friends seemed almost as ecstatic as I had been as I announced the name, officializing the merger we were to undergo, and it made me happy. I was glad that my friends were completely behind me, despite this sudden change of pace we were exhibiting. Although, I suspected that they were persuaded by the glamour of our new associates' riches, which were now for us to use at our disposal. While it didn't exactly feel amazing to use someone else's money to buy what I needed, I felt mildly happy. Although my family had been extremely rich, I wasn't given a cent. I had to fend for myself, making food with whatever was in the house, and doing chores for those who felt bad enough for me to make money for things I didn't have. I worked to buy my own homeware. I worked to buy my own notebooks and school supplies. I was forced to be completely independent at the naive age of 4, so this had been a huge change for me. Being able to just buy a hoodie without needing to clean a neighbor's entire house was refreshing. Besides, I couldn't continue stealing everything I needed if I wanted to garner the public's trust. I needed to be seen as a public figure for my schemes to be successful, and no one would trust a thief, no matter what my reasons were. I needed the trust of the public for my ascension. For my vision. We removed the villain part and expanded on the concept of liberation. Furthermore, I appoint the 9 individuals you see here as my lieutenants, who will each be forming teams suited to their separate needs. I explained to the crowd below me. Though, that name's simply decoration. Although I'd prefer we proceed forward in an orderly and organized fashion. We're going to do whatever we want. Garaki Kyudai observed Yagi. He seemed strange. There was something about him that felt off, not in a psychotic or sick way, but in a secretive manner. It was normal for teenage boys like him to keep to themselves. However, it felt as if he was harboring a dark secret. Something about Shigaraki Tamura's death seemed off to him. The way it had been told, both boys had ventured off in the middle of the night, alone, without telling anyone where they had been going or what they had been doing. He had heard that the two saw each other as brothers, and it was quite normal for brothers to sneak out, but to go after 9 without backup was a reckless move that Garaki couldn't see someone as intellectually mature as Yagi making. It was a simple-minded move at best, unlike Yagi. Although he hadn't known him as well as he acted, he understood the basics of character reading. Yagi was the type of person to hustle someone in a game of pool. He was the type to make a plan and think it through before acting. He was cautious, not the type to dive headfirst into a match he knew he couldn't win. Not the type to fight a man as powerful as his latest test subject with only Shigaraki Tamura and himself as backup. Even Yagi's story didn't seem convincing. Why would Yagi instruct Shigaraki Tamura to fight 9 alone, knowing 9's power was superior to theirs? It was all odd. Garaki had heard that All For One had explained to Yagi that he would be next in line to inherit All For One's clone quirk, after Shigaraki Tamura, of course. That was his first tip-off. All For One also seemed partially skeptical. However, he wasn't in the proper mindset to think rationally. He had really loved and cherished Shigaraki Tamura. He saw him as a son, which was obvious, seeing as he gave the boy his name. Although he had taken Shigaraki Tamura off the streets and into his home to spite All Might originally, over the years of nurturing and raising the child, they had developed a bond. Now that the child was gone, All For One was in a deep grieving state. Nevertheless, he still decided to go forth with his plans of passing on a form of his quirk, even through his pained tunnel vision. He might not have been in a proper state to make rational decisions and see through deceptions, but Garaki was. All For One believed in him and his words when no one else did. He funded his research and became a dear friend, and for that, Garaki owed him everything. He couldn't imagine that the person Shigaraki Tamura had grown so fond of would even consider arranging the child's death. He wouldn't imagine it. Garaki, on the other hand, had much less faith in humanity. The boy had made all for one soft. His newfound tunnel vision limited him to such thoughts, which is why I was here. A second opinion is always important. A second opinion could save a life. This was the reason I had suggested all for one not give Yagi the original copy of his quirk, which he had planned to do. We had the backup prepared in case of an emergency, yes, but all for one was planning to give up his original quirk to Yagi and save the copy for himself. I, however, intervened. I didn't trust that child, Yagi. I didn't understand what exactly happened on Nabu Island to cost Shigaraki Tamura his life, but I knew Yagi was lying. I knew something was wrong. I still proceeded with all for one's new successor as I would have with Shigaraki Tamura because this was what all for one had asked of me. Regardless of whether or not Yagi truly had anything to do with Shigaraki Tamura's death, he was my masterpiece. My greatest work. I had been occupied with Yagi for quite some time, so I left my double in charge of my other duties in the hospital and such. It all seemed to be going well and according to plan, which is why I hadn't been expecting a pro hero to come barreling into my laboratory through my medicine wall. The pro I recognized as Mirko started, out of breath, asking if I was the real one. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he reflected on his childhood. It was so simple back then. Quirks had ruined humanity. Or maybe the world had always been as broken as it was now. Perhaps it wasn't just the appearance of quirks that ruined the world. Maybe it was the flawed human mind. When quirks first appeared, those with power were ostracized. Now, in the current day, those without power faced the same fate. It made no sense to him. What did these people want? What did society want? He had always worn a smile as a child, before his friends began getting their quirks, and he did not. It was all sunshine and rainbows back then. He grew up too fast because of the harshness and brutality of society. He became bitter and vengeful. He remembered the day Bakugo had received his quirk. They had all snuck into a restricted area of a forest, and he was scared. He didn't like being in places they weren't supposed to go. He didn't like breaking the rules. However, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi did. They teased him about not wanting to go into the forest, surrounded by fencing, until he complied. They had always been pushy and harsh towards him. As they walked through the covered wood, he could barely focus on anything but his own fears. Fears of getting caught, fears of getting hurt, fears of something going wrong. He was deep in thought when suddenly, a large explosion sounded from in front of him. His head snapped up to see Bakugo staring down at his palms. He was the first in their friend group to develop a quirk. They all ran home, praising Bakugo. Izuku was the most excited for him, perhaps even more than Bakugo himself. He watched in awe as one by one, all of his best friends developed their quirks, waiting patiently to develop his own. Both Izumi and he were late, but for different reasons. Izumi's quirk was so powerful that it needed the extra 2 weeks to develop into the great force it was now. Meanwhile, he was born quirkless. Izumi had developed her quirk while they were at the quirk doctor's office. He was told that he would never develop one of his own. His life went downhill after that, but this was the moment that all of that would change. All that pain would turn around. All those years of constant abuse and suffering would be thrown back into the faces of those who mocked and harassed him for almost his entire life. It felt like a dream, reliving the few happy moments he had held onto through all these years. Then he was sinking into the nightmares of his past, watching helplessly from the sidelines as his childhood self was tormented. Right up until the day he stood, gawking down at the concrete beneath him from the height of that rooftop. He watched as his body fell gracefully through the air, nearing the ground, when he heard a familiar and warm voice speaking to him with care and compassion. It was all for one. He walked to him as he smiled with open arms, inviting him to join him in a special world built just for him. This was the road less traveled, the one too difficult for the average person to take, but the most rewarding at the other end of the path. This was the end of his suffering. Once he traversed to the other end of this bridge between his past and his future, he would be strong enough to save the world from those horrid heroes that roamed the earth with not so much as a care for anyone but themselves. His past would no longer hold him back after this moment. He would be liberated, and therefore he would be able to liberate those around him. He would save the world and break the earthly chains holding him down. He would correct those who mocked him in the past. He would correct those who held him back. He would correct everything. His eyes opened slowly as he felt the cold embrace of reality envelop his body. There, looming over him, was a hero. Heroes made him sick. All of the philosophical, humanitarian talk they spouted gave him headaches. He watched in disbelief as the energy and life drained from the face of the hero that held him down, adding to his own. As the hero in front of him was dying slowly, he was gaining energy to use at his disposal. Feeling that he had enough power, he expelled it in a slash of his whip, creating a blast of power stronger than the one that had devastated Daika City just a few months ago. The world around him enveloped in white as he activated Ghost and floated to the sky. He prepared himself, knowing he was here. Izumi Yagi could feel him through One for All. "He's coming," she mumbled softly. Todoroki and Kaken glanced back at her in dismay as she spoke, turning to face the hospital where the other group was supposed to be situated, as a loud banging noise sounded. I felt a wave of white encompass my vision as my body was blown backward. As the light dispersed and a wave of quiet overtook us, the public began to break into a state of panic. The buildings and ground were all in disarray. Meanwhile, those who hadn't evacuated fast enough were running around in chaos, with heroes trailing behind them. "One for all," I heard a hero say amidst the chaos. "One for all. He's after me." A grin crept onto my face as I realized what was about to ensue. A battle between brother and sister. A battle between gifted and giftless. A battle between good and evil, with me fighting for justice, and the person who shares my name fighting for his own selfish needs. This would be our final battle because I knew, and I knew he did as well, that only one of us would leave with our lives. Only one of us would survive after this day, and I was determined that it wouldn't be me. I would come out of this rematch as the only Yagi child on Earth. This was a battle to the death. And I was going to enjoy it. Izuku Yagi's perspective shifted as he thought, that brat, Izumi, doesn't deserve One for All. She doesn't deserve her place in UA's hero course. She doesn't deserve her place on Earth. Izumi was the problem with the world. People like her would always exist, so he made it his mission to cleanse the world of those like her. That was his drive. That was the reason he had been put on Earth in the first place. His purpose was to free the world of people like Izumi and to fix society. He stood, staring up at the hero in front of him, exhilarated as he thought of all the different ways he could defeat his sister. He had already called Makia and the others, informing them of his awakening and instructing them to proceed to his location, so now all that was left was to find and confront Izumi. Of course, he still needed to get past Endeavor. Not a problem. Ordinarily, in this situation, he would have activated Ghost and flown away to evade any unnecessary conflict. However, this was the new #1 hero, and he would have been a nuisance if left unattended. Besides, he had just acquired his new quirk, and being a copy, it didn't have any powers stockpiled in its inventory yet. Vanishing Fist. The hero standing before him yelled out as he ran at him with his right arm engulfed in flames, bringing him out of his thoughts. "Damn it, Izuku. You need to stop spacing out." Activating Ghost, he used its facet of permeation to elude the attack as he watched the hero's fist, shrouded in fire, pass through his left cheek. Before Endeavor had the chance to pull away and attack him again, he placed his palm over his face. It felt invigorating. The feeling of power flooding his system. The sense of taking the one thing he had always dreamt of obtaining, the one thing he had always aspired to have, was more satisfying than imaginable. It was so easy. All it took was obtaining this wonderful gift of nature to have the one thing that had made his life a living hell. He could feel himself growing stronger as a look of confusion washed over the face of his opponent. All of the power, all of the strength, all of the energy from this one quirk. It was all his. Grabbing his now perfectly solid arm, Endeavor pried his hand from his face and right-hooked him in his left cheek, successfully launching him to the ground. He truly was powerful even now, without his quirk. Hell Minefield. the man yelled out as he jumped down to hammer fist the ground and use his special move. A grin suddenly emerged on his face as a look of pure horror befell Endeavor. The realization that dawned on his face was truly a work of art. The beautiful expression of mortification filled his heart with an amount of pleasure and joy greater than anything he had ever felt before. It was amusing, watching as another malevolent, manipulative and abusive man, such as Endeavor, stared at him in fear was entertaining. Although he still resented and loathed Todoroki, despite the act he put on around him, he still was a human, and Endeavor had abused him in almost the same way that Todoroki Shoto had abused him. Therefore, he deserved this. He deserved to live out the rest of his days as one of those who weren't given the gift of power from birth. "What's wrong, hero?" he laughed as he rose to his feet. "Looking for this?" he asked the hero as he created a flame from his palm with a look of triumph. As he laughed at the man kneeling before him, a sudden urge washed over his body. An urge to obtain more power, however, not just any power. Deep within his soul, he felt a pulling force, whispering the same phrase over and over again in his ear. "Get one for all. Get one for all," he repeated aloud, in a voice only a notch above a whisper. "One for all." Endeavor's voice echoed in confusion. Heeding the voice's request, he activated Ghost and began his search for Izumi and her quirk. Assuming that those heroes actually did care for the bystanders and civilians, he would assume that they would be evacuating the nearest city to Jaka Hospital. However, there was a possibility that U.A's Hero Corps students weren't even aiding in this battle. He didn't know where to begin in looking for Izumi. This would have been a good moment where Ragdoll's search quirk would have come in handy. He could have simply activated her quirk and located Izumi in an instant if he had her quirk. No matter. Dwelling on what amazing quirks others had would get him nowhere. Besides, he had multiple quirks, and from having none to 5 was already astounding to him. As he flew through the air, he felt a genuine smile find its way onto his face. Not a malicious grin, filled with insincerity and merciless rage, but a contempt smile. One complete with true happiness, left untainted by the melancholy of his past. One filled with joy and bliss, left uncorrupted by the vengeance he let overtake him during the beginning of his journey. It was a genuine smile. He had finally obtained the thing that would aid him in his quest for global salvation. The thing that would help him cleanse the world of its flaws. Flaws like Izumi. Flaws such as those that manipulate and hurt those with less than them. I had finally obtained the power that I had desired for so long. Those who had died for my dreams of liberating the world were not few, but their sacrifices would now be made fruitful and plentiful. After dealing with my personal vendettas against those from my past, I would begin my quest of liberation and rescue those like myself. Rescue those without power from those with power. Rescue those without quirks from those like my sister. Rescue humanity from corrupt heroes like my father. Rescue humanity from society's wrath. I was so close. I couldn't fail now. Izumi Yagi's perspective shifted as she waited, staring towards the source of the blinding light that had engulfed her vision for a moment, in excitement. As much as she hated to admit it, Izuku was smart. He had always been analytical growing up, and she doubted he would give up that habit easily, therefore she expected him to have an idea of where she would be. Izuku Yagi slowly woke from the darkness that clouded his vision as the sound of a door clicking open reached his ears. As his eyes flickered open, adjusting to the blinding light of the illuminated room, a low voice spoke to him. "Ah, so you're awake, huh? Took you long enough," the foreign voice said harshly. "Where?" Izuku began, but was cut off almost instantly. "You're in the Tokyo detention house. Room 203, to be exact." His ears perked up as he jumped to his feet rapidly, readying himself for an escape, only to collapse as soon as his feet came into contact with the floor. Groaning, he brought his hand up to his head, comforting the spot where it had impacted the ground. "Dumufkid, your body's still recovering from your family reunion a couple of weeks ago, or have you forgotten what happened already?" As he repositioned himself to sit upright, propped up against the wall, he took in the appearance of the man in front of him. His hair was long and slovenly, resembling the color of a raven flying overhead in the dark of night. while his eyes were black and ominous, reminding Izuku of a deep abyss. Eraserhead. You were hurt, the disheveled-looking pro-hero reminded him, pointing to the bandaging along his stomach. You've been fading in and out of consciousness, acting delirious and feverish for the past 2 weeks. Honestly, you could have died. You didn't have your tetanus shots up to date, so a rusty pipe could have killed you. I guess villain work doesn't come with a healthcare plan. Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, twice. Okay. Izuku asked, worry and regret lacing his voice as he noticed Eraserhead's expression soften for a moment. I saw them coming last minute towards Izumi and me, and I just want to know what happened to them. They got away, with the exception of twice, Eraserhead said, walking towards the small desk that sat close to the door. As soon as your so-called friends saw the heroes capture you, they ran away. No, they didn't. Even the big guy, the man elaborated. They left you. No, they didn't. So, well now, why are you here? Izuku asked. You've built quite the reputation for yourself, kid. Eraserhead replied. 24-hour surveillance. Guards aren't cutting it as proven during one of your episodes over the past 2 weeks. So, pros have been patrolling outside your room, and it just so happens that I was on duty when you began stirring in your sleep. Eraserhead explained, pulling out a phone. Now, I'm going to alert the warden that you've woken up and will bring your attorney in. This will be a headache. Izuku groaned in response as he banged his head against the wall repetitively, trying to either wake up from the nightmare he had been shoved inside or make his cause of death, head trauma. What are you doing? Eraserhead asked him in a monotonic voice, without shifting his gaze from his cell phone. You'll damage your brain. Not like I'll need it anyway. Izuku responded dryly. A trial is pointless. You'll just be prolonging the inevitable. I'll be going away for life, if not receiving the death penalty, because we all know that I'm guilty of whatever crimes you people accuse me of. Patricide, theft, murder, aggravated assault, kidnapping. The man listed. Yeah, I did all that. Now can we call it a day? No, because that's not the way we do things. Eraserhead spoke with annoyance, causing Izuku to roll his eyes. Now, your attorney's on the way. She'll be representing you in this case. Do you know how this works, or do I need to explain it to you? No, I'm sure I'll manage. I've become pretty independent over the course of my life if you couldn't tell by now, Izuku sighed in exasperation. Great. We'll also be resurrecting you, Eraserhead's voice rang out, catching Izuku off guard. What a way to phrase that. Not even 5 minutes later, a knock sounded from the other side of the door. As a result, Eraserhead rose to his feet and opened the door, revealing a tall woman with white hair and electric blue eyes. Ah, Takada, thank you for coming so quickly, he said. Anything for my clients, the woman, presumably named Takada, spoke with a smile. I'll be outside the door. Just scream if you need help, Eraserhead said, eyeing Izuku up and down as he exited through the door with a slam, leaving Izuku alone with who he guessed to be his attorney. The woman looked to be in her early to late 20s, sporting snow-white hair and icy blue eyes that reminded him of a frozen lake. Now, shall we begin with your defense? Bakugo Katsuki's perspective shifted as he reflected on the past 2 weeks. It had been 2 weeks since the battle had occurred, 2 weeks since Endeavor had lost his quirk, and 2 weeks since Izuku had been taken into police custody. No one was allowed to see him, except for the pro-heroes in charge of guarding his cell. However, he had heard that Izuku had been badly hurt, which surprised him. He seemed strong, powerful, invincible. It was classified information, but Mrs. Yagi had access to it, considering Izuku was her son and she was a pro-hero. She told them that he had an infection from the pipe that Izumi had found lying around their battlefield. The pipe had punctured Izuku's stomach and damaged his respiratory system. He went into cardiac arrest twice. Yagi mentioned that if it weren't for Recovery Girl's treatments, he would have died. It seemed messed up in my opinion. While Izuku was fighting for his life in a pretrial detention facility's medical bay, Izumi was being praised by the heroes for her bravery and success in defeating a villain that neither All Might nor Endeavor could match. She could have killed Izuku. I could only imagine how he felt, hearing that Izumi was once again being praised for beating him up, as she had done in the past. Although damaged, Izuku was still the same at heart. When I looked into his eyes during our battle with Nine on Nabu Island, I saw how hurt he was, how sad he was, how broken he was as he cradled his friend's body in his arms. However, when I looked into his eyes as he fought Izumi, I could see nothing but rage and hatred. The happy, hero fanatic I had once known was locked inside a cage of hate and fury. It was shielding him from happiness. He would never be happy as long as he held on to the torment we put him through. He would never move on until he felt he had received his revenge, until he received justice for what we did to him. Izuku Yagi's point of view shifted as he felt his eyes flutter open to the sound of murmuring voices surrounding him. The voices echoed through the air, rebounding off the walls, making it difficult for his tired ears to decipher their words. Straining to listen, he searched for a sign of life around him, but all he could see was darkness that seemed to consume him. "Hello?" he called out, attempting to stand but finding his movements restricted. Turning his head to the right, he glanced at his wrist, then to his left, realizing he was bound by leather straps to the cold, dark floor, as if he were an offering on an altar. "What is going on?" he spoke in a panicked tone, trying to think of what Shigaraki would do in this situation. "Who are you?" he questioned the murmuring voices that continued their haunting chant. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he assessed his situation again. He was tied to the floor, weaponless, without a quirk, and had no idea where he was. The only clues to his location were the frosty atmosphere and faint pillars he could make out in the surrounding darkness. No matter how he looked at it, escape seemed impossible. All he could do was wait and see what would happen next. The voices persisted until one by one, they fell silent, leaving only whispers in their wake. As he strained to catch their words, the quiet was still too faint to understand. With the absence of the voices, he felt enveloped by the black abyss of the room, which felt more terrifying than when the voices masked the fear of what was to come. "Death to all," the voices chanted as figures slowly emerged from his sides, startling him with their sudden presence. He released a short scream as figures draped in blood-red cloaks, holding lit candles, appeared from every direction, continuously chanting the same phrase in monotone, "Death to all." With a sinking feeling in his stomach, he watched as the figures placed their candles across the floor in strange, coordinated positions. Another figure emerged from the dimly lit corridor to his right, chanting in a deeper voice but maintaining the same rhythm. The leader stood before him, holding a dagger in one hand and a jar of black dust, most likely ash, in the other. As they scattered the ash around his body in seemingly random motions, they knelt before him, bringing the dagger closer to his chest. "Who are you?" he asked, fear evident in his eyes as he watched the dagger approach. "Death to all," the voice chanted again, dragging the dagger along his chest in awkward motions. He felt a sharp pain as the dagger grazed his flesh, and the cold sensation of blood pooling from his body overwhelmed him. It felt as if a swarm of insects was escaping from his veins and organs, crawling across his form. He couldn't speak or scream. As the figure finished, two more beings cloaked in red approached from behind the chanters, carrying trays. They stalked toward him with unnatural movements, their faces twisted into stretched, eerie grins. They knelt beside him, collecting his blood as it pooled on the floor, while the chanting grew louder. The beings smeared his blood across the ground, creating circles that encapsulated stars around them, with candles at every edge. "Death to all," they repeated. "Death to all," he found himself mimicking, though he was sure he wasn't the one speaking. "Death to all. Death to all," he echoed again, a lump forming in his throat. As the chanting continued, escalating in volume and pitch, he felt himself growing weaker. His eyes fluttered, but he fought to stay awake with every ounce of strength he had left. "Death to all," the voices shouted, quickening their pace. "Death to all. Death to all. Death to all. Awaken." Suddenly, he felt his body shoot upright as a figure spoke before him. He was met with the wallpaper in Shigaraki's room. Standing up, he looked around for Shigaraki, but when he saw he wasn't there, he decided to walk toward the ensuite. His feet dragged over the comforter, feeling heavy as he walked with a pain in his chest toward the bathroom. He stopped in front of the mirror and gently pulled the buttons of his shirt open to glance at what he hoped was only his chest. But as he looked, horror filled his voice as he whispered, "Death to all."